Like, subscriber and share fanfiction audiobook. 1. You can call me Xiao. Grand Line. After a battle, Marine finally won the victory, but the pirate ship was shattered by the bombardment and slowly sank into the sea. At this time, Marine Vice Admiral Mumu Zagi and Flying Squirrel were standing on the deck. Their expressions were not very good. Although Marine won this battle, the price paid was far beyond both of their expectations. It can be said that there were heavy casualties. Although it was a bit tricky, fortunately, the mission was completed and I got the devil fruit. Momuzagi said. In Momuzagi's hand, she was holding a small box. The box was very delicate, and it was exactly the target of her mission this time. In front of Momuzagi and Flying Squirrel, there was a seriously injured pirate who was already dying. This man is the leader of the Flying Shark Pirates, named White Shark, and has a bounty of 120 million belly. On the way to trade with Doflamingo, he was intercepted by Marine. Giggle. The seriously injured White Shark raised his head with difficulty and made two strange sounds in his throat. This is, what Joker asked for. Even if you two are Marines, you're screwed. Momuzagi and Flying Squirrel didn't pay any attention to White Shark's words. They already knew enough information before carrying out the mission. Later, in front of the White Shark, Momuzagi opened the treasure box in his hand and saw the devil fruit inside. Fruit of Silence. The fruit that Corazon once had. Seeing this devil fruit, Momuzagi and the Flying Squirrel were obviously relieved. The mission was completed. This mission was ordered by Marshal Sengoku himself, so there can be no mistakes. Take him down. After confirming that it was correct, Momuzagi was no longer in the mood to say anything to the White Shark. Immediately, 2 Marine soldiers came forward, tied up the White Shark and dragged it away. The mission is completed, it's time to report to the Marshal. Brew brew. Almost as soon as the connection was connected, the phone bug was picked up, and Sengoku's voice suddenly came from the Flying Squirrel's phone bug. How's it going? Sengoku asked. The mission is accomplished. The Flying Squirrel said immediately, we have obtained the devil fruit and will be back soon. At this moment, the Flying Squirrel was interrupted by a voice. Huh? There's a devil fruit here. I'm so lucky. I can unlock new members of the Akatsuki organization. Just as the Flying Squirrel reported to Sengoku through the phone bug, a voice came from behind them, interrupting the Flying Squirrel's report. The sound came without any warning, making both the Flying Squirrel and Momuzagi's hearts skip a beat. Whose voice? Someone was approaching them from behind, but they didn't even notice it. The Flying Squirrel's pupils shrank and he turned around suddenly. Momuzagi also turned around in an instant, and at the same time, he held the knife at his waist with his right hand, ready to take action at any time. However, after the two of them turned around and saw the mysterious visitor clearly, they were slightly stunned. This is a somewhat thin boy, but very handsome. His hands are empty and his clothes are in tatters, as if he just ran away from a desert island. The young man stood not far away from the two of them, not caring about the tattered clothes on his body. He was looking at them with a bright smile, looking harmless. It was Luo Yi. Luo Yi traveled to an isolated island in this world half a month ago. As soon as he made the boat and went to sea, he met Marine who ended the battle. After being reminded by the system, Luo Yi also discovered the devil fruit in the treasure chest. Being able to detect devil fruit around you is a small function that comes with the Luo Yi system. It can still be detected even if it is locked in a box. At this time, Luo Yi was standing in front of Momuzagi and Flying Squirrel, feeling really good. With this devil fruit, he can unlock more characters and abilities in the Akatsuki organization system. As for Momuzagi and Flying Squirrel, Luo Yi certainly recognized them. In his previous life, he also liked the story of One Piece. However, it is impossible to stop the current Luo Yi with the words of these two people. Looking at Luo Yi's figure, Weasel frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. He couldn't see clearly the strength of this young man, but he could appear silently behind him, so he didn't dare to look down upon him. In particular, what Luo Yi said just now seemed to mention devil fruit. The Flying Squirrel is ready to take action at any time. Who are you? What do you want to do? Momuzagi's throat moved slightly, and he stared at Luo Yi and asked coldly. One of her hands is holding the treasure box, and the other is holding the handle of the knife tightly. If Luo Yi makes any move, she will draw the knife and slash at Luo Yi mercilessly. After hearing Momuzagi's words, Luo Yi thought for a while and said with a smile. My name, well, you can call me, Xiao. I'm here to get this devil fruit. In Sengoku's office at Naval Headquarters. Sengoku was standing in front of the window, Garp was sitting on the sofa eating cookies, and a phone was on the desk, still connected. At this time, the atmosphere in the Marshal's office was a little depressing. Neither Garp nor Sengoku spoke, as if they were waiting for something. Just when the Flying Squirrel was halfway through his report, a strange voice suddenly appeared on the phone, and the Weasel's report was interrupted. Apparently, there's a new problem on the Flying Squirrel and Momuzagi's side. However, although the Weasel stopped reporting, the phone bug did not hang up. Sengoku and Garp could still hear the Flying Squirrel's voice. My name, well, you can call me, Xiao. I'm here to get this devil fruit. The voice from the flying squirrel came from the phone bug, and Sengoku, who had always been expressionless, finally turned gloomy. Ever since this strange voice appeared, he had always had a bad feeling in his heart, and his eyelids couldn't stop twitching. Dawn. After hearing Luo Yi's words from the phone bug, Garp didn't take it seriously. There are 2 Marine Vice Admirals, and one of them is a candidate for Admiral. It's not like some petty thieves can steal something from them. However, Garp also knew that the silence fruit was of great significance to Sengoku, so he spoke. Sengoku, if you don't care, you will be in trouble. How can such a person who has never heard of him steal something from 2 Vice Admirals? It was solved in minutes. As soon as Garp finished speaking, the flying squirrel's painful screams came from the phone bug. Garp was stunned. Chapter 2. My name, well, you can call me, Xiao. Opposite the 2 Vice Admirals Mumu Zagi and Flying Squirrel, Luo Yi said with a smile. As for what I'm going to do. Luo Yi shrugged, I'm here to get this devil fruit. While speaking, Luo Yi pointed to the small treasure box in Mumu Zagi's hand. Hearing this, the Marines around him finally determined that this young man in ragged clothes was the enemy. But just when these Marines wanted to take action, the highly concentrated Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral had already taken action. The Flying Squirrel stepped on it, and its figure disappeared instantly. Marine 6 Styles, shave. The next moment, the figure of the Flying Squirrel appeared behind Luo Yi, the long knife in his hand had been unsheathed, and it was slashing towards Luo Yi's body. What a quick move! What a swift attack! It didn't even take a second from the time Luo Yi spoke to the moment the weasel appeared behind Luo Yi. The surrounding Marine officers suddenly widened their eyes when they saw Flying Squirrel taking action in person, with expressions of admiration on their faces. He was worthy of being Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. During the explosion, they were so fast that they couldn't even see his movements clearly. The ridiculous boy actually provoked Master Flying Squirrel to take action. He is dead. When the Marines around him were in shock, they already knew in their hearts that Luo Yi would definitely fall to his knees under the terrifying blow of the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. But just when the Flying Squirrel disappeared, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth slightly turned up, and his eyes changed instantly. The originally dark eyes suddenly turned reddish-brown, with 3 Megatama stars spinning slowly in them. It's Sharinon. At this moment, the ability of Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Akatsuki organization, appeared in Luo Yi again. Under the influence of Sharinon, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's movements became extremely slow. The moment he appeared behind Luo Yi, he was noticed by Luo Yi. Luo Yi immediately took a step across, turned sideways, and grabbed the Flying Squirrel's knife-holding arm. Caught by Luo Yi's hand, Flying Squirrel felt severe pain in his arm, and at the same time he seemed to have lost control. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a cut. Seeing this scene, the Marine soldiers who had just decided that Luo Yi would lose were all shocked. He actually grabbed the arm of the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Too slow. Before they could react, Luo Yi shook his head and said softly. At this time, there was silence on the ship where Luo Yi was. All the Marines who heard Luo Yi's voice were stunned and shocked again. Several Marines who raised their guns forgot to pull the trigger in their shock. What did he say? Too slow? The movements of the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral were so fast that it was hard to see clearly. Ignoring the Marines around him, Luo Yi turned to look at the Flying Squirrel. At this time, the Flying Squirrel clenched its teeth and had cold sweat on its face. The other hand was already pointing into a gun, pointing at Luo Yi. Its finger pistol. However, the movements of the Flying Squirrel have long been observed by Luo Yi. Under Sharinon, Luo Yi knows every movement of the Flying Squirrel clearly. With a cold snort, Luo Yi grabbed the Flying Squirrel's hand with a little force and broke the Flying Squirrel's bones. At the same time, the other hand clenched a fist, and the fist was shrouded in a layer of red light, hitting the Flying Squirrel's finger pistol that was stabbing Luo Yi. With a click, the Flying Squirrel's fingers broke instantly. Ah! The Flying Squirrel, whose arms and fingers were broken almost at the same time, let out an extremely painful cry, and the intense pain instantly eroded his will. Luo Yi's fists didn't stop. After repelling the finger pistol, he struck the Flying Squirrel in the chest and blew the Flying Squirrel away. Boom! Under the power of Luo Yi's punch, the Flying Squirrel directly broke through the guardrail on the deck and fell into the water. All the Marine officers on the ship were completely shocked. The powerful Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral was powerless in this man's hands. After dealing with the Flying Squirrel, Luo Yi shook his arm, and the red light attached to his hand disappeared. This red light is exactly the change produced by Luo Yi's attempt to use Susanoo. Although he failed to summon the real Susanoo, it was enough to defeat the Flying Squirrel. System, how long does it take for Uchiha Itachi to be used? Luo Yi adjusted his breathing and communicated with the system in his mind. Host, Uchiha Itachi has half an hour left to use. Host can collect the devil fruit as soon as possible. After fully unlocking Uchiha Itachi, you can obtain all of Uchiha Itachi's abilities without time limits. Luo Yi's eyes flashed when he heard the system's words. His ability to instantly kill the Flying Squirrel was actually the system's newcomer protection. The full name of Luo Yi's system is Xia Organization System. Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Orochimaru, Scorpion, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Uchiha Obito, Nagato, Zionin, Zetsu. These 11 members of the Akatsuki organization are exactly the unlocked characters provided to Luoyi by Luoyi's Akatsuki organization system. As long as they are fully unlocked, Luoyi can summon the unlocked members and synchronize their abilities. The so-called newcomer protection gives Luoyi 3 opportunities to unlock Uchiha Itachi in advance. When Luoyi uses novice protection, Luoyi is as strong as Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi can do it, and so can Luoyi. Of course, when the opportunity given by the novice protection is used up, the character Uchiha Itachi will be locked again. If you want to obtain Itachi's abilities, you need Devil Fruit to unlock it. This is also the reason why Luoyi snatches the Devil Fruit from Marine. It depends on whether he can survive on the sea. Luoyi will not be merciful, let alone have a mother's heart. In this sea, only strong people have the right to speak. There's still half an hour left, and the unlocking time for Uchiha Itachi is about to end, but it's enough. I met Devil Fruit just after I went to sea. I'm very lucky. Luoyi stopped wasting time, looked up at Momozagi not far away, and walked towards her. Click. Momozagi's sword was instantly unsheathed. The famous sword, Jinpilluo. Chapter 3. After defeating the flying squirrel, Luoyi walked towards Momozagi, but as soon as he took a step forward, all the marine soldiers around him reacted, raised their guns, and pointed them at Luoyi. Luoyi paused slightly and shrugged at Momozagi. Momozagi's face was gloomy, but he still said, "Back off. You are only increasing casualties by staying here. Your mission is to rescue the flying squirrel Vice Admiral." Momozagi knew that with the strength of the man opposite him who called himself Akatsuki, these marine soldiers might not be able to cause any harm to him at all. If he attacked Marine, he would probably cause huge casualties to Marine. "Leave this person to me." As he spoke, Momozagi slowly drew out his long sword. The famous sword, Jinpilluo. As the long knife was unsheathed, a chilling feeling suddenly appeared on the ship. Wherever the blade went, people felt a tingling sensation on their skin. Seeing this scene, the surrounding marine officers were all stunned. Momozagi Vice Admiral is taking action himself. Marine is excited. Although Momozagi and Flying Squirrel are both Vice Admirals, many people know that in Marine's camp, Momozagi's strength is a candidate for Admiral. This kid is dead. At this time, not far in front of Luoyi, Momozagi took out his long sword and pointed it directly at Luoyi. But Luoyi still had that indifferent smile on his face. Very smart, otherwise these Marines would have been tortured. Luoyi said with a smile, not at all nervous because Momozagi's knife was pointed at him. Momozagi frowned slightly, looking at Luoyi's smiling face, the bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. "Are you Doflamingo's man?" Momozagi asked coldly. She knew that the devil fruit was traded by White Shark to Doflamingo, and she had enough reason to suspect that Luoyi was working for Brother Ming. Luoyi shook his head as if he heard something very funny. No, don't misunderstand me. How could I be that pervert's subordinate? Actually, I don't belong to any camp, I just want this devil fruit." Momozagi said no more. No matter what, Luoyi was already fighting against Marine, and there was no way she would let Luoyi take away the devil fruit. Momozagi slashed his sword and rushed directly towards Luoyi's position. "Admiral candidate, let me give it a try." The smile on Luoyi's face faded, but he didn't make any movement. The 3 Tomo Sharinon in his eyes changed instantly, forming the shape of a 3-turn dart. Mangekyo Sharinon. As his eyes changed, Luoyi suddenly felt a strange feeling, as if he had extremely powerful power. "Is this Mangekyo Sharinon?" Luoyi looked at Momozagi who was getting closer and closer. Not only did he not dodge, but he suddenly closed his right eye. His left eye was fixed on Momozagi's. Genjutsu. Tsukuyomi. At this time, the marine soldiers on the side finally fished out the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel was seriously injured, but it still retained a trace of consciousness. Losing consciousness on the battlefield is the last thing flying squirrel can accept. But just after being fished ashore, the flying squirrel saw Momozagi slashing at Luoyi with a knife, but Luoyi stood there straight and didn't hide at all. "Ahem. Momozagi, be careful." Regardless of the severity of his injuries, the flying squirrel forced himself to speak out, and immediately spurted out 2 large mouthfuls of blood. There was deep fear in his eyes. Only after fighting Luoyi in person did he realize how terrifying Luoyi was. Admiral strength. Flying squirrel doesn't know how strong Luoyi is, but at least the boy in front of him has admiral level strength. Unlike the flying squirrel, the marine officers all showed expressions of surprise after seeing the scene in front of them. Faced with Momozagi Vice Admiral's attack, he didn't even hide. A marine soldier said that in his heart, no one can withstand this sword unless the admiral has combat power. But the next second, the marine soldier's eyes almost flew out. Because he saw that Momozagi Vice Admiral, who was invincible in his heart, suddenly knelt down. Chapter 4. Momozagi, who rushed towards Luoyi, suddenly knelt down after seeing Luoyi's Mangekyo Sharinon. Without any warning, Momo Zagi was holding a long knife and wanted to kill Luo Yi 1 second ago, but after approaching Luo Yi, her legs suddenly softened and she knelt down directly towards Luo Yi. Bang! The long knife fell to the ground, and Momo Zagi knelt on the ground with a look of fear on his face, panting violently, his hands on his temples, sweat pouring down his forehead. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the marine officers around him almost flew out of his head. Even a fool could see that Momo Zagi Vice Admiral was in a very bad state, as if he had been attacked by some strange attack. All marine soldiers were turned to stone. This scene was completely beyond their ability to accept. Could it be that the stronger you are, the faster you will kneel under Luo Yi's hand? The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral even fought this guy twice. Momo Zagi Vice Admiral, who is known as the Admiral candidate, knelt down without even touching his opponent. The Flying Squirrel, who had just been picked up by someone at this time, saw this scene and vomited out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Finished. To be destroyed by the group. With the last thought flashing through his mind, Flying Squirrel's vision went dark, and he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. At this time, Momo Zagi, who had just experienced the Genjutsu Tsukuyomi and finally returned to the real world, had only one thought in his mind. Head hurts? Severe pain. Wasn't everything that happened just now true? But why does it feel so real? Just now, the moment she saw Luo Yi's eyes, her spirit was pulled into the illusion space by Luo Yi, which is Tsukuyomi's world. Tsukuyomi is Uchiha Itachi's most powerful illusion. The moment the opponent sees his eyes, he can pull the opponent's spirit into the Tsukuyomi space. It can be said that Tsukuyomi is one of the most pervert illusions even in the world of Hokage, and in the world of One Piece, Tsukuyomi is invincible. In the Tsukuyomi world, Luo Yi can control everything, and no matter how long it takes in the Tsukuyomi space, it is only a moment in the real world. So in the eyes of the Flying Squirrel and all the marines, Momo Zagi knelt down in an instant. At this time, Momo Zagi's heart was still flashing with everything that happened in that bloody space not long ago, and she couldn't help but tremble all over. Although she was in the bloody space just now, it didn't cause any harm to her body, but it left endless memories in her heart. Of terror. Now Momo Zagi feels like his head will explode with pain if he moves his fingers. This is a sign of mental trauma. Looking at Momo Zagi, who was completely unable to fight, Luo Yi finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had completely returned to normal. Sure enough, the side effects of using Tsukuyomi are really no joke. No wonder Itachi bleeds every time he overuses Tsukuyomi. Luo Yi only used Tsukuyomi for a few minutes before his eyes stung and he felt dizzy and had to exit the Tsukuyomi space. Otherwise, Luo Yi still wants to have fun with Momo Zagi in Tsukuyomi space. But this is normal. It is not an easy task to eliminate the side effects of Tsukuyomi's heaven-defying illusion. Time is limited, Momo Zagi Vice Admiral, let's play next time. Luo Yi said. Hearing Luo Yi's voice, Momo Zagi's body trembled suddenly, as if he had heard something extremely terrifying. Luo Yi smiled, picked up the small box containing devil fruit, leaned down, and whispered in Momo Zagi's ear. Don't be so scared. Just play and you'll get used to it. After that, Luo Yi patted Momo Zagi's head, turned around and jumped off the marine warship. After Luo Yi jumped from the ship, the marine officers recovered from the shock, hurriedly came to the side of the ship, and fired wildly at the place where Luo Yi jumped. However, Luo Yi has already left. The marines turned around and found Momo Zagi Vice Admiral, unconscious on the deck. The 2 Vice Admirals, Flying Squirrel and Momo Zagi, kneel down. Sengoku's kiss mission failed. Mission item, lost. At this time on the sea, Luo Yi looked at the devil fruit in his hand and felt very satisfied. System, can you tell me in detail now the conditions and levels for unlocking? Luo Yi said. The system immediately replied, Host, there are 11 characters that can be unlocked, all of them are members of the Akatsuki organization. When a member is fully unlocked, Host can obtain the member's full strength and can also summon the member. Summon this member. A scene emerged in Luo Yi's mind involuntarily. He was standing on the bow of the ship. 11 members of the Akatsuki organization in black robes were doing their own things on the deck. Zionin and Nagato showed off their affection, and Itachi and Kisame played poker. Kakuzu uses Haiden's head to fish. Forget it, let's forget about this for now. One devil fruit can't fully unlock a character. Luo Yi asked. Yes host, unlocking a character is divided into 4 levels. Each level can get part of the member's strength until it is fully unlocked, peak strength. While the system was replying, a picture appeared in Luo Yi's mind. 11 members of the Akatsuki organization were lined up, but they were all in a petrified state. Beside them, there are 10 grooves, exactly where the devil fruit is placed. Luo Yi glanced at the small broken boat under him, and finally locked onto a character. I want to unlock. Deidara. Coach, I want to collect it. Chapter 5. I want to unlock. Deidara. Luo Yi looked at the small broken boat under his feet. When he left the marine warship, Luo Yi forgot to find a better boat for himself. Now, after seeing the marine warship, Luo Yi felt that the small boat under his feet was Look how awkward it is. To solve the problem of moving on the sea, Luoyi hesitated between Hoshigaki Kisame and Deidara. Hoshigaki Kisame Grandmaster Water Style, and Deidara can fly, each with its own characteristics. In the end, Luoyi decided to unlock Deidara first. After all, Luoyi felt that flying in the sky would be faster. Host, if you want to unlock the character, just find a place where no one will disturb you and communicate with me. Luoyi looked around. At this time, he said that the small broken boat was floating on the sea, and no one really disturbed him. Luoyi followed what the system said and focused his attention on the 11 members Shi Ying who had just appeared, and suddenly felt a strange feeling. With a thought, the devil fruit in Luoyi's hand disappeared. At the same time, in Luoyi's mind, next to Deidara's stone shadow, a devil fruit suddenly appeared among the 10 devil fruits. It is the fruit of silence that just disappeared from Luoyi's hand. After the devil fruit appeared, Deidara's stone shadow suddenly changed and colors appeared. Deidara. Level 1 unlocked successfully. The voice of the system sounded in Luoyi's heart, and he suddenly felt enlightened, as if he had many powerful abilities. I also have the urge to blow up the little broken ship under my feet. However, after this idea appeared, Luoyi himself was startled and quickly shook his head to get rid of the idea. Although the boat was broken, he still had to float on the boat until he mastered Deidara's flying skills. Deidara has completed the basic unlocking, let's try the effect. Luoyi looked at his hands, but there was no mouth like Deidara's hands. However, Luoyi had a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that he could make explosive clay without a mouth. You must know that explosive clay is Deidara's most important tool. If used correctly, it will blow everything up. Luoyi realized it for a while, clasped his hands together, and when he opened them again, there was already a ball of explosive clay in the palm of his hand. It feels very strange. Luoyi looked at the detonating clay in his hand, murmured, and then threw the small ball of detonating clay into the sea. Make a seal with both hands and explode. Boom. A big fat fish was blown up from the sea and landed on Luoyi's boat. Snap, 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 the big fat fish struggled and jumped hard, trying to return to the sea. Japan. Luoyi couldn't help but curse, I can't even kill a fish. What's the use of this thing? My heart is so tired, I feel like I want a basket of devil fruit. Shaking his head, Luoyi grabbed the big fat fish and started preparing for today's dinner. When he saw the 10 holes around Deidara, he realized that one devil fruit might not be able to unlock too many Deidara. Strength. While cooking, Luoyi made a hasty calculation and found out that it would take 10 devil fruits to fully unlock a member of the Akatsuki organization, and more than 100 to fully unlock a member of the Akatsuki organization. System, why don't you sell me? Luoyi lay clatteringly in the boat, looking at the sky speechlessly. Host, you still have 2 chances to be possessed by the Weasel God. That is the fully unlocked Weasel God. It is necessary for robbing families and homes. It is a necessary means of self-protection. It is very easy to get some devil fruit. Luoyi's eyes twitched when he heard the system's words. Was he supposed to force his way into the marine headquarters alone? One person fights 4 emperors for dominance? My heart is so tired and I really want a hug from my little sister. Naval headquarters. In Sengoku's office, there are still 2 people, Garp and Sengoku. The 2 of them have completely lost their usual relaxation, and the atmosphere in the room is a bit depressing. The definite news just came that Momuzagi and the Flying Squirrel's mission failed. Sengoku said. Both people are now admitted to the hospital, especially Momuzagi. It seems that the situation is somewhat special. Where's that boy Flying Squirrel? Garp put the biscuit back in his pocket and asked. The Flying Squirrel suffered a broken arm and broken fingers, but the most serious injury was on the chest, but fortunately it was not fatal, Sengoku said. It's indeed a bit beyond my expectation. After Garp said this, the room fell into silence. Not long ago, Garp thought that this unknown little thief would not be able to take advantage of the cooperation of the 2 vice-admirals, but the phone bug almost instantly then came the scream of the Flying Squirrel. It was the Flying Squirrel that screamed when Luoyi cut off its bones. Then, after a splashing sound came from Sengoku's phone bug, the link was interrupted. After the phone bug's connection was interrupted, Sengoku quickly contacted other soldiers on the ship, and soon learned everything that happened at the scene. Although Sengoku and Garp had already made assumptions in their minds, they were still shocked when they learned that Momuzagi knelt down instantly and devil fruit was taken away. Hence, the conversation just now took place. Don. He's a character I've never heard of, Garp said. Very strong, but he shouldn't challenge Marine's authority. Sengoku's face was gloomy and his eyes were wide open. This matter must be solved perfectly. Then he picked up the phone bug on the table. Tell Akainu to come see me. Chapter 6. In the sea area of the Grand Line, Luoyi was riding his small broken boat, drifting casually. At this time, Luoyi had grilled and eaten the big fat fish fried from the explosive clay. Although it didn't taste good, it filled his stomach. At this time, Luoyi was debugging his system with a look of surprise on his face. Yes, he discovered new ways to play the system. System, you don't even tell me this kind of thing, he is so incompetent. Luo Yi looked excited and focused on the 11 members of the Akatsuki in his mind. At this time, in the Akatsuki organization, only Deidara's figure was colored, with a devil fruit embedded in the hole next to it, and the figures of the other 10 people, all in black and white. At this time, with Luo Yi's thoughts, devil fruit beside Deidara disappeared. And Deidara's figure instantly turned into black and white. The next second, the disappeared devil fruit appeared in the hole next to Hoshigaki Kisame, and at the same time, Hoshigaki Kisame's figure changed from black and white to color. In Luo Yi's perception, the ability to create explosive clay disappeared, replaced by the closeness to water and ocean, and powerful power. Deidara is locked again, Hoshigaki Kisame is unlocked. System, I just realized that you are still very naughty. Luo Yi had a bright smile on his face. The devil fruit, which was originally placed in the hole to unlock members of the Akatsuki organization, can be moved at will. Unlock whoever you want to unlock. Luo Yi kept putting devil fruit on different people. In his mind, several figures flickered on and off. Luo Yi had a great time playing. But just when Luo Yi wanted to place the fruit in the hole next to Uchiha Obito, he failed. Host, if you want to unlock Uchiha Obito, you need to unlock all other characters first. At the same time, the voice of the system came from Luo Yi's heart. Luo Yi. But soon, Luo Yi figured out that this was probably the balance mechanism of the system. The only reason to blame was that Obito was too powerful. However, Luo Yi didn't take this incident seriously. He continued to experience the strengths unlocked by each character at the first level. Although the abilities unlocked by a devil fruit were not powerful, many abilities were very useful. For example, now, Luo Yi placed the devil fruit in the hole next to Xionin. Then, Luo Yi felt the ability he had obtained, and with a thought, 2 big wings made of paper appeared behind him. After the wings appeared, Luo Yi suddenly felt a strange feeling, as if it spread from his body, and he could control the movements of the wings at will. It's interesting. I can finally rely on this little broken boat. From now on, I will also be able to fly. Luo Yi was so excited that she immediately flapped her wings. Luo Yi felt a strong buoyancy and lifted herself up. Fly, fly, fly. Luo Yi was so excited that he no longer controlled his strength, and the wings behind him flapped wildly. The strong wind picked up, and the boat under Luo Yi was overturned on the spot, and the sea surface was dented by the strong wind. Well. Luo Yi was stunned and had a bad feeling in his heart. It seems like excessive force. The next second, Luo Yi seemed to have turned into a rocket, shooting into the sky and disappearing in an instant. Whirring, whirring. During the shooting, Luo Yi felt the wind was as sharp as a knife, his mouth was blown into a big bag by the wind, and he couldn't open his eyes at all. I feel so tired, but don't bump into anyone. Grand line in the air. Doflamingo jumps forward in the air. He can't fly. He just uses the ability of string fruit. He hangs the string on the clouds and steps on the string to move forward. It looks like he is jumping in the air. At this time, Doflamingo's face was very gloomy. He was heading towards the place where Momuzagi and the flying squirrel intercepted the white shark. Half an hour ago, Doflamingo waited for a long time at the trading place agreed with white shark. He didn't expect anyone, but he got the news that the fruit had been snatched away. Doflamingo was so angry that he crushed the phone bug in his hand and immediately jumped into the sky. With murderous intent exploding in his heart, he rushed towards the scene of the accident. Phew 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 phew. Whether it's Momuzagi flying squirrel or the kid who took away the devil fruit in the end, they will die. Brother Ming licked his lips and showed a cruel smile. It's almost here. None of you can run away. I'm going to cut you into pieces with threads. At this moment, Brother Ming suddenly heard someone shouting in the air. Just when Doflamingo wanted to carefully identify the source of the sound, Luo Yi, who was like a rocket, had appeared below Brother Ming and crashed towards Brother Ming at an extremely fast speed. Get away! Luo Yi shouted. Bang! Luo Yi's speed was so fast that Brother Ming had no time to react, and the 2 people collided with each other. Phew! Brother Ming was hit so hard that he spurted blood and looked confused. What's happening here? Chapter 7. Doflamingo felt as if he had been punched hard by Garp, and his internal organs were almost out of place. Phew! Doflamingo spit out a large mouthful of blood and forcibly controlled his figure to remove the powerful impact just now. It hurts so much. At this time, veins were popping up on Brother Ming's head. He hadn't felt such pain for a long time. And Brother Ming also realized that someone was ruthlessly pretending to be on him. But he didn't act rashly. He grinned, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Luo Yi through his weird sunglasses. A very unfamiliar face, a very strong body, and 2 huge wings behind him that can keep him suspended in the air. Doflamingo listed Luo Yi's information in his mind in an instant. It was this person who suddenly bumped into him while he was moving forward, causing him great pain. It hurts more and more. We must not let this guy go, we must torture him to death. Especially, Brother Ming saw that Luo Yi seemed to be completely uninjured, which made him even more determined to cut Luo Yi into pieces. At this time, in front of Brother Ming, Luo Yi was indeed uninjured except for some pain in his head. When Luo Yi was rising like a rocket, he noticed the opponent before Ming Ji, instantly unlocking Uchiha Itachi completely. Then, Luo Yi and Doflamingo collided. Thanks to Uchiha Itachi's strength, although the impact was fierce, Luo Yi did not suffer any damage. Of course, Brother Ming couldn't do it anymore. He had already vomited a lot of blood. At this time, Brother Ming stepped on the transparent thread, as if standing in the air, staring at Luo Yi sinisterly. One hand arranged densely packed transparent coils with Luo Yi as the center, and pressed one hand on his abdomen, repairing his body. Seeing Luo Yi finally turn his attention to himself, Doflamingo spoke. No matter what reason you give today, I will not let you go. Fu, it really hurts. I haven't experienced such pain in many years. I will cut you into hundreds of pieces. Brother Ming licked his mouth, with hatred in his voice. While he was speaking, Luo Yi looked at him carefully. Luo Yi was no stranger to Doflamingo. A user with the ability of String Fruit, one of the Shishibukai, and a former celestial dragons. Several members of Admiral are very troublesome. He has a deal with Kaido and has extremely huge ambitions. It can be said that in the world of pirates, Doflamingo is a character that cannot be ignored, both in terms of strength and influence on the world. When meeting a real person, Luo Yi would of course have to look at him carefully. Doflamingo. I didn't expect to meet you on my first test flight. It's really unlucky. Luo Yi tilted his head, not paying attention to Brother Ming's threat, and said with a smile. At this time, Luo Yi has fully unlocked Uchiha Itachi. With his current strength, Ming Ji cannot hurt him. So Luo Yi is extremely calm. Fu, I don't know what your name is. It is indeed your misfortune to meet me. Luo Yi's calm look made Brother Ming even more angry. With a hook of his hand, the transparent lines he had just placed around the two people began to slowly shrink. Oh, you can call me Xiao. After Luo Yi finished speaking, he suddenly became energetic. As if he thought of something, he looked at Doflamingo with an excited expression. No. It's not unlucky. I'm so lucky. Hearing Luo Yi's inexplicable words, Ming Ji was stunned and looked at Luo Yi doubtfully. Did this kid's head get damaged? At this moment, Luo Yi's next words were spoken. You're worth several devil fruits. Brother Ming was stunned. I gotta be worth several devil fruit. For a moment, Brother Ming felt his blood surge and his head felt like it would explode. You still want to take advantage of me? Brother Ming's face turned red, blue veins popped out, his head started to steam, he laughed angrily, and blood flowed from his mouth again. Fu, you are so angry that I almost laughed out loud. Having said that, Doflamingo stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand directly, and the transparent threads around the two people shrank violently, as if he wanted to cut Luo Yi into hundreds of pieces. Tisk, let's do it now, no more chatting. Luo Yi didn't realize that he had said the wrong thing at all, and stood there calmly, but his eyes had changed. From the dark eyes, it instantly turned into 3 Tomo Sharinon, and then, Manjikyo Sharinon. What's this? Brother Ming immediately noticed the change in Luo Yi's eyes, and his heart jumped suddenly. There are many things in this world that can transform. Even his subordinate Baby 5 can turn his body into various weapons. But when Luo Yi's eyes transformed into 2 forms in an instant, a very dangerous feeling involuntarily arose in his heart. Susa, no who. The faint voice came from Luo Yi's mouth, with an incomparable majesty that made people couldn't help but worship him. Not good. Hearing this sound, Doflamingo felt a warning sign in his heart. He grabbed it with both hands and his figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, he controlled the lines he had just laid out and accelerated towards Luo Yi. Doflamingo is confident that even if Admiral is changed to Luo Yi's situation, he will still be injured. But at this moment, a red flame suddenly lit up on Luo Yi's body. Boom! The wind and clouds rolled back, centered around the place where Luo Yi was. The clouds in the sky were instantly pushed away by a powerful momentum, and a huge red giant appeared in the sky, even bigger than the giants in the pirate world. Susanoo. This giant's body was burning with terrifying purple flames, and his body was translucent. There was a coat under the flames, but under the coat, his skeleton was vaguely revealed. And Luo Yi was sitting on the giant's chest. It's my first time to summon Susanoo. Well, I'm not very skilled yet, and I couldn't summon the complete Susanoo. At this time, all the lines under Doflamingo's body around Luo Yi have been broken. Luo Yi's eyes were filled with gleaming light, and he held one hand in a slightly raised posture. The huge Susanoo has exactly the same movement as Luo Yi, raising one hand, but unlike Luo Yi, it holds an energy sword in its hand. The long knife was inserted into Doflamingo's body. No, to be precise, Doflamingo's abdomen was penetrated by a long knife, and his whole body hung helplessly on the long knife. Blood is spilled in the sky, and Doflamingo is no longer able to fight. Chapter 8. Doflamingo was pierced through the abdomen by Susanoo's sword, and his blood spilled into the sky, completely losing his fighting ability. The thread that Brother Ming planned to use to cut Luoyi into hundreds of pieces collapsed the moment Susanoo appeared. Luoyi raised his head and looked at the weak Doflamingo in the air. With a flick of his slightly raised hand, the energy sword in Susanoo's hand disappeared, and Brother Ming was caught in Susanoo's hand. Then, Luoyi controlled Susanoo, found a nearby island, and dismissed Susanoo. However, Luoyi is still in the fully unlocked state of Uchiha Itachi at this time, so there is no need to worry about any problems. Bang! Doflamingo was thrown to the ground, and 2 large mouthfuls of blood suddenly appeared. However, Luoyi snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Stop pretending, I know you can use the ability of string fruit to repair the injuries to your internal organs. In this short time, you have recovered a lot. Hearing Luoyi's words, Brother Ming jumped up and clawed at Luoyi's head. The entire palm of his hand was covered with armament haki, as if he was going to crush Luoyi's head. Brother Ming like this doesn't look like he's dying from serious injuries. What a quick recovery. Luoyi raised his eyebrows, already prepared in his heart. Under the influence of Sharinon, no matter how fast Brother Ming moved, he could not escape Luoyi's control. Luoyi closed his left eye, and his right eye instantly evolved into Mangekyo Sharinon. Amaterasu. As Luoyi uttered the word Amaterasu, a black flame bloomed in Ming Ji's abdomen. The moment the flames appeared, Brother Ming trembled all over, and a sharp pain came from his abdomen, making him almost lose the ability to move. Bang! Doflamingo fell to the ground, screaming in pain, his sunglasses were broken, and the expression on his face was exaggeratedly distorted. The level of pain had exceeded the limit that he could bear. What's this? Brother Ming looked at the black flames burning in his abdomen and felt that his vitality was rapidly draining. No matter what methods he used, he could not extinguish the flames. Even his greatest reliance, Devil Fruit's ability, had no effect and could not repair the damage caused to him by the black flames. As for arming and hardening one's body, it is equally useless. At this time, next to Brother Ming, Luoyi looked down at Brother Ming coldly. This black flame is the eye technique of Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi, which can burn everything in the world. In the world of Hokage, it is known as the most powerful physical attack ninjutsu. And now, under Amaterasu, Minga's string fruit ability was immediately suppressed. To deal with Doflamingo, ordinary methods will not be effective. Only by putting him in a real dilemma can he be honest for a while. However, Luoyi did not control Amaterasu to burn Brother Ming completely at this time. He just let the black flames condense together and suppress Brother Ming. For Doflamingo, Luoyi already has a huge plan in mind, and Ming Ji is the key to it. Luoyi knew that this guy had great ambitions and was involved with all forces. It can be said that a living Doflamingo is a basket of devil fruit. For Luoyi, who was in urgent need of devil fruit, this was a great treasure delivered to his door. However, Brother Ming's basket of devil fruit is not so easy to get. Looking at Brother Ming who had lost all strength on the ground, Luoyi squatted down and took out his phone bug from Brother Ming's pocket. Looking at the phone bug, Luoyi thought for a while and said, "Call baby 5. Brew, the phone bug dialed and was quickly picked up. "Master? Did you find the devil fruit so quickly?" It was indeed the master who took the initiative himself. Baby 5's voice came from the phone bug, clear and sweet. Hearing this sound, Luoyi was sure that baby 5 was on the opposite side. "Well, hello, baby 5, although I would also like to have a beautiful maid like you, but unfortunately, I am not your young master," Luoyi said with a smile. There was silence on the phone for 2 seconds, and baby 5's voice became obviously serious. "Who are you? Why is the young master's phone bug in your hands?" "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself." Luoyi smiled, "You can call me Xiao." Chapter 9. You can call me Xiao. Luoyi introduced himself to baby 5 on the other side of the phone. Until now, he has not introduced his real name to others, because he feels that it would be good for people close to him to know Luoyi's name. As for others, as long as they know the name Xiao, that's enough. As for your young master, he is not in a very good condition right now. Luoyi's words immediately made baby 5 nervous. As a person who grew up under Brother Ming's care, he has always been taken care of by Brother Ming. Brother Ming is like her brother. However, baby 5 is still dubious in her heart. She is very clear about Brother Ming's strength. There are no more than 10 people in this sea who can cause problems for Brother Ming. Baby 5's analysis was very correct, but after Luoyi traveled through time, there was naturally one more person in the world who could make Brother Ming kneel down. Impossible. With the young master's strength, he will not be threatened unless the Marine Admiral comes in person. There is no way the young master can have any problems. After baby 5 thought for a few seconds, he said firmly, "No matter what method you used to get the master's phone bug, you are dead." The young master will never let you go. Baby Five's reaction was as expected by Luo Yi. Looking at Brother Ming, who was struggling to resist the black flames of Amaterasu, Luo Yi said with a smile. Haha, luckily I still keep that guy alive, otherwise it would be really hard for you to believe it. Of course Luo Yi would keep Brother Ming alive, deliberately saying that he didn't care, just to increase the psychological pressure on Baby Five. Listen up. Luo Yi said, while the Mangekyo Sharinan turned, controlling the flames on Brother Ming's body to spread within Brother Ming's body. In an instant, Amaterasu burned Brother Ming's internal organs, causing him immense pain. I must kill you! Doflamingo shouted, with incomparable hatred in his eyes. As long as he does not die in Luo Yi's hands today, he will return the pain he suffered today to Luo Yi 1,000 times. However, Luo Yi directly ignored Ming Ji's words and hateful eyes. Mangekyo Sharinan started to operate again, and Amaterasu's black flames shrank, only suppressing Ming Ji to the extent that he could not recover from his injuries. If Luo Yi doesn't control it, Brother Ming may be burned to ashes by Amaterasu soon. At this time, after experiencing the brilliance of Amaterasu for such a long time, Doflamingo finally fainted. Did you hear that? You should be more familiar with that scream just now than I am. Luo Yi said to the silent phone bug. At this time, on the other side of the phone, Baby Five's face turned a little pale. She knew very well that it was undoubtedly Brother Ming's voice just now. What the other party said was true. Brother Ming really fell into the hands of this person called Xiao. What do you want to do? Baby Five tried hard to keep his voice as normal, but Luo Yi still heard a tremor from it. The corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up. Baby Five panicked. 10 devil fruit, in exchange for Doflamingo's life. Luo Yi said no more and pointed directly at the target. After a long silence, a word came over the phone. Good. Ha ha ha, very good. Brother Ming is really lucky to have you by his side. You saved Brother Ming's life this time. Luo Yi was in a very happy mood after achieving his goal. My patience is limited. No matter what means you use, we will reach Sabaody archipelago in 3 days. Luo Yi said that at this time, Luo Yi had almost determined through various signs that he was in the first half of the Grand Line, so he directly set the trading location at Sabaody archipelago. This is a must-go place for everyone going to New World. After hanging up the phone bug, Luo Yi lifted up the fainted Doflamingo. The wings formed by the paper behind him spread out and took Luo Yi into the sky. It's time to find someone and ask about the route of Sabaody archipelago. Luo Yi leisurely carried Doflamingo around on the sea. At this time, the Amaterasu flame condensed into a small flame in Ming Ji's abdomen. As long as Ming Ji wanted to repair his injuries, Amaterasu would explode, making Ming Ji even more injured. Hurt. Luo Yi is not afraid of the several cotters under Doflamingo. Luo Yi knows with his toes that they will not redeem Brother Ming honestly according to his requirements. I'm afraid that the moment he rescues Brother Ming, these cotters will take action against him. But when they switch to Brother Ming, Luo Yi will have 10 devil fruits. Just as Luo Yi rushed to the Sabaody archipelago, naval headquarters, Akainu boarded a marine warship and headed for the sea area where Luo Yi had fought against the Momuzagi flying squirrel. In Akainu's hand, he held a portrait. The person in the portrait is none other than Luo Yi. Mission: arrest Luo Yi and maintain marine authority. Tisklala. The portrait burned to ashes in Akainu's hands, and the lava dripped onto the ship, burning several holes in the deck. Ridiculous Akatsuki, if you dare to challenge marine's authority, justice will destroy you completely. Akainu appears. Chapter 10. Grand Line. Near the waters of Sabaody archipelago, a pirate ship is rushing towards Sabaody archipelago. On the pirate ship, Luo Yi was enjoying the sun leisurely. Beside him, Doflamingo sat limping on the deck, a black flame burning in his belly. On the other side of the deck of the ship, a group of pirates with bruised noses and swollen faces squatted together, with horror on their faces. At this time, 2 days have passed since Luo Yi defeated Ming Ji and called Baby Five. Luo Yi was lucky enough to encounter a pirate ship. After some frustrating and desperate discussions, the captain of the pirate ship followed Luo Yi's command, changed course and headed for the Sabaody archipelago. Brother Ming, it's already the 3rd day, and your cotters haven't shown up yet. You're not very sincere. I think you should change a group of cotters and put things in order after you go back. Luo Yi drank juice and chatted with Brother Ming all the time. Fufufo, don't be ridiculous, you have no intention of putting me back. Brother Ming raised his head and glanced at Luo Yi, his eyes full of resentment. Hearing Brother Ming's words, Luo Yi smiled and said, No, as long as your cotters deal with me honestly, I won't do anything to you. The value of your Brother Ming's head cannot be squeezed out with just one kidnapping. Brother Ming was silent, and as smart as he was, he already understood what Luo Yi wanted to do, which was obviously treating him as a devil fruit extraction machine. I don't know how much Kaido is willing to pay to buy your life. Luo Yi said lightly. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Brother Ming stiffened suddenly. Luo Yi actually knew about his deal with Kaido. You don't have to wonder why I know this. In fact, my understanding of you far exceeds your expectations. Luo Yi said. Brother Ming was silent. The man who suddenly appeared in front of him was really unpredictable to him. Not only is he powerful, but he even knows about his deal with Kaido. Brother Ming, you are really lucky. If I weren't ready to go to war with Kaido, I really want to contact Kaido now. I don't know how much fruit I can extort. Luo Yi said. Brother Ming was silent again, his eyes were gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, in the corner of the deck, the captain and crew of the original pirate ship were squatting there with their heads in their hands, shocked in their hearts. I can't believe, the one who was left seriously injured is actually Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. The captain of the pirate ship is called Jingchi. He is very unfamiliar with Luo Yi's face, but he recognizes Brother Ming. But Jingshi refused to believe all this. Heavenly Yaksha and Shishibukai, Doflamingo, would be beaten like a dead dog and still be there. But now, hearing the conversation between Luo Yi and Brother Ming, Jing Kai's scalp was numb and his heart was in turmoil. This man is called Xiao? He wants to use Shishibukai as bait to blackmail 4 emperors Kaido? We have to go to war with Kaido? Jing Qi looked at the figure of Luo Yi not far away, feeling like crying without tears in his heart. This was simply an unreasonable disaster. If he was involved in blackmailing Kaido, even 10 of him would not be enough to die. Jing Qi kept his head in his hands and glanced at his vice-captain. The vice-captain's face was pale. The terrible grand line. Jing Qi fainted on the deck crying. Just when Luo Yi was bored, a small black spot suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. Well, it's the 8th pharaoh of the turning fruit. Luo Yi covered the sun with his hands and saw clearly the small black dot flying towards here in the sky. It was Buffalo, the user with the ability to spin the fruit, flying towards his location. On his back, you can vaguely see a few figures, but you can't see them clearly. Brother Ming, your cotters are here to rescue you. Luo Yi said with a smile. Brother Ming was silent. Brother Ming, in order to prevent you from doing anything impulsive, I think it's better for you to avoid it first. Luo Yi's words made Doflamingo open his eyes wide, but the next second, the Amaterasu black flames in Brother Ming's abdomen erupted into flames and eroded Brother Ming's internal organs. Brother Ming screamed again and then fainted. With Doflamingo's cunning, it would be safer for Luo Yi to knock him out. Hearing Brother Ming's scream, the buffalo in the air became faster, and in a few breaths, it landed on the ship where Luo Yi was. Seeing several people getting off buffalo, Luo Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Diamanti, the user with flying fruit ability. The user with the explosive fruit ability, Gladius. The user with the sticky fruit ability, Tortal. There is also a weapon fruit user, Baby 5. In addition to Baby 5, the 3 top leaders of the Donquixote family have arrived. Luo Yi looked at these people, and his eyes finally fell on the sticky fruit ability user, Tollider. Torito looks like a fat, short, slovenly uncle wearing a quilt. If you see him for the first time, you may be confused by this guy's appearance. But Luo Yi knew that it was this guy who discovered Doflamingo, and he could be said to be Brother Ming's guide. His heart is never as stupid as his appearance. Hey, I said, you must be Xiao. Sticky Fruit Toretto, after seeing the situation on the ship clearly, was not at all panicked by Brother Ming's tragic situation, and said with a smile. Here are the 10 devil fruits you want, hey, please, take them. Chapter 11. Here are the 10 devil fruits you want, hey, please, take them. Hearing this, Luo Yi felt something in his heart. The behavior of the Minga family cotters was somewhat beyond his expectation. Surprisingly honest. When the opponent took out the devil fruit, his system had already detected that there were indeed 10 devil fruits in the box. It seems that he still underestimated Brother Ming's status. Xiao, you will abide by the agreement of the deal and return Brother Ming to us. Torbil said. Luo Yi nodded. He wanted to squeeze out Ming Ji's value and blackmail Kaido. This was not something that could be done casually. The direct consequence of blackmailing Kaido might be a head-on war with Kaido. Luo Yi wanted to use the benefits to maximize, it takes a while to lay out. During this period of time, the transaction between Minga and Kaido could not be stopped. So handing Brother Ming over to his cotters is also part of Luo Yi's plan. But what Luo Yi didn't expect was that things would go so smoothly. He thought he would have to teach them a lesson and even kill 2 cotters before they would complete the deal honestly. Don't worry, my transactions are very honest. Remember my name Xiao. If necessary, you can conduct more transactions in the future. Luo Yi said with a smile. In front of him, Torbil didn't panic at all, and looked confident, which made Luo Yi's evaluation of him improve by 2 levels. Hey, that's good. Torbil directly threw the box containing devil fruit at Luo Yi's feet without blinking, and then walked to Doflamingo, but after seeing the black flames on Ming Ji's body, it was a slight frown. Luo Yi lifted the box on the ground. Even with Luo Yi's calmness, his heartbeat could not help but speed up. With these 10 devil fruits, he can truly fully unlock Uchiha Itachi without any restrictions, and he can even summon Uchiha Itachi. After calming down, Luo Yi opened the box and found 10 devil fruits listed inside. At this time, the well-ruler squatting in the corner of the deck was secretly observing the movements of Luo Yi. He could just see the contents of the box. So much devil fruit. Jing Qi felt like he was about to suffocate. He had been in the Grand Line for a year and had never received a devil fruit. Now he saw 10 devil fruits packed into a box, and his eyes were almost blinded. Snapped. Luo Yi closed the box and quietly placed his palm on the box. With a thought, the 10 devil fruits in the box disappeared immediately. In Luo Yi's mind, in the 11-person portrait of the Akatsuki organization system, the 10 holes next to Uchiha Itachi were filled in an instant. Hi. Luo Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. That powerful feeling returned to him again. You can use all the power of Uchiha Itachi at will. From now on, the world of pirates is as big as your own. Opening his eyes, Luo Yi looked at Torble and Doflamingo with a faint smile on his face. He snapped his fingers and the Amaterasu flame on Doflamingo disappeared immediately. Torble breathed a sigh of relief. Although he acted very calmly, Doflamingo's life was always in the hands of others, which made him very uneasy. Now that the black inflammation disappeared, he felt that Brother Ming's body was slowly recovering from his injuries, and Brother Ming would wake up soon. Torble held Ming Ji's body and backed away slowly, fearing that Luo Yi would be dishonest and get angry and hurt others. You must know that many breaches of contract are only carried out after the transaction is completed. Luo Yi looked at Torble with a hint of amusement in his eyes, completely understanding Torble's little thoughts. However, Luo Yi has no plans to take action. He can't ruin his plan by himself. Brother Ming still needs to return to his own territory and continue the transaction with Kaido. Luo Yi is very sure that even if Brother Ming knows about his plan to blackmail Kaido, he will continue to trade with Kaido. By cooperating with Kaido, Brother Ming is already riding a tiger. Even if he wants to stop the transaction, it is impossible. Kaido will be the first to come to your door. Soon, Torble returned to Buffalo, the user with the ability to transfer the fruit. Baby 5 and the other 2 cotters also stood behind Torble. Buffalo slowly took off and rose into the air. I said, goodbye Mr. Xiao, hey, next time we meet, it won't be like this. Torble said. Luo Yi shrugged. The next time they meet, Brother Ming won't be the only one who suffers this misfortune. Beep 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 beep. Buffalo, Ming Ji and several of his cotters, gradually moved away and disappeared into the sky. After losing sight of Luo Yi, Torble finally felt relieved and made sure that Luo Yi had not caught up with him. Call. Torble wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he was a user with sticky fruit abilities, his hair was almost completely soaked with cold sweat. Next to him, Diamanti, the lion fruit power user, and Gladius, the exploding fruit power user, also breathed a sigh of relief, because they felt that the moment they got the devil fruit, Luo Yi seemed to have changed. People, just standing there, made them feel great pressure. Brother Ming. I originally wanted to avenge you, but this guy is too weird. Let's take you back safely. Torble looked at the unconscious Brother Ming and said to himself. Hey, hee, but in the Grand Line, no matter how strong he is, he may die at any time. Suddenly, Torble seemed to have thought of something interesting and laughed. You guys, what are you so happy about? The young master has become like this. Baby 5 glared at Torble while taking care of Brother Ming. I said, not long ago, I got an interesting piece of information. Torble said with a grin. Admiral of Headquarters Akainu, seems to be looking for this guy. That's why we had to take Brother Ming away in such a hurry. Hey. Let Akainu, let's find out this guy's true identity for us first. Chapter 12. At this time on the Grand Line, Luo Yi is still on the pirate ship of Jingji. Half a day has passed since Torble took Ming Ji away, and Luo Yi has also adapted to the powerful power brought by the 10 devil fruits he just got. In Luo Yi's Akatsuki organization system, there are already 11 devil fruits in total. Now, 10 of these fruits are placed in the hole next to Uchiha Itachi, and 1 is placed in the hole next to Zionin. But now Luo Yi's attention is not on the system, but on the wanted order in his hand. After Torble left with Ming Ji, a newspaper delivery man appeared in the sky. Luo Yi immediately asked the captain Jing Qi who was squatting in the corner to buy a copy of the latest newspaper, and asked Jing Qi to return it to him. Find all the newspapers and wanted posters. How could Jing Qi dare to be disobedient? After buying the latest newspaper, he rummaged through the cabin and finally found a newspaper from a few minutes ago, as well as a dozen wanted notices. At this time, Luo Yi looked at the several wanted posters in his hand, but fell into deep thought. Straw Hat Luffy, with a bounty of 300 million belly. Pirate Hunter Zoro, with a bounty of 120 million belly. Devil's Son Nico Robin, bounty, 80 million belly. Under these 3 wanted notices, there are also wanted notices for the remaining members of Luffy's group. In Luo Yi's other hand, the headline on the newspaper is very conspicuous. Straw Hat Luffy defeated CP9, Buster Call bombarded an ice lobby. Under this report, there is a photo, which is the scene where Luffy and his team are standing on the building opposite the Hesitation Bridge, trying to rescue Robin. Luo Yi frowned slightly and confirmed that the current time was shortly after Luffy made a scene in an ice lobby. Now Luffy and his gang may have left the 7 water capitals and are about to enter the Devil's Sea to farm Moria. Of course, what puzzled Luo Yi was not the current timeline or the wanted order, but the report in the newspaper. If you take a closer look, you will find that this report is not simple. Although this report does not describe everything that happened in the N-Ice Lobby incident in detail, everything said is true. Luffy defeated CP9, Nico Robin boarded the ship, Buster Call blasted N-Ice Lobby to pieces, Luffy and his team escaped. Reporting these things in detail would be a slap in Marine's face. Luo Yi still remembers that in the animation of the previous life, Marine claimed that it was Luffy and his group who destroyed N-Ice Lobby without mentioning the Buster Call at all. The newspaper in Luo Yi's hand didn't care about Marine's face at all. Interesting. Luo Yi looked at the newspaper in his hand. There were very few things reported in the newspaper, but almost all were major events. Luo Yi also saw the report on the meeting between red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard. The report said that Shanks went to meet Whitebeard to protect someone. It's Ace. Luo Yi quickly remembered this episode. Shanks boarded Whitebeard's ship just to ask Whitebeard to recall Ace, who was looking for Blackbeard. Come here. Luo Yi waved to the well ruler who was squatting in the corner, and the well ruler immediately ran to Luo Yi's side, giving orders casually. What's the origin of this newspaper? Luo Yi asked. Jing Qi looked at the newspaper in Luo Yi's hand and immediately said, this is an underground newspaper. It publishes irregularly, but they are all big events. Luo Yi nodded. This was similar to what Luo Yi had guessed. If such a newspaper had been exposed openly, the government would have killed it long ago. But Jing Kai's next words made Luo Yi's heart move. Although there is no definite news, I heard that it is related to the Revolutionary Army. Jing Qi said. Revolutionary Army? Luo Yi suddenly realized that if it were the Revolutionary Army, it would really be possible to run a newspaper like this. The Revolutionary Army had the resources and strength, and its cadres were all over the world. Most importantly, newspapers were the easiest thing to spread. This may play an important role in the cause of the Revolutionary Army at a certain period of time. Luo Yi looked at the strong anti-marine style in this unknown newspaper and was already 80% sure that this newspaper had something to do with the Revolutionary Army. Hasn't the world government taken care of it? Luo Yi asked, laughing inwardly. The more you control, the more you control. Ha ha ha, interesting. Luo Yi looked at the newspaper with a playful expression on his face. Maybe with the help of this newspaper, my plan to collect devil fruit can become smoother. Grand Line, near Sabaody Archipelago. Jing Qi watched Luo Yi's figure disappear into the horizon, finally relaxed and sat down on the floor. The man who beat Heavenly Yaksha like a dead dog and extorted a box of devil fruit from Minga family cadres finally left his ship. He had complained countless times that his boat was too slow, but from today on he would never complain about it again, because Luo Yi went to Sabaody Archipelago on his own because his boat was too slow. You must know that the paper wings Luo Yi condensed using Xionan's ability are much faster than ordinary ships. After all, the resistance is much smaller when flying in the air. Thank God, I hope I will never meet this flying dad again. Jing Qi immediately directed the crew to turn the ship around and head in the opposite direction to Luo Yi. In front of Luo Yi, he felt as small as an ant. This feeling was terrible. He never wants to meet Luo Yi again. Okay, it feels so good to be free. Half an hour later, the well ruler was finally sure that Luo Yi would not appear again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, the vice captain nodded wildly, obviously also afraid of Luo Yi to the point of ultimate. Huh? What is that? At this moment, Jing Qi saw the faint shadow of a ship in front of him, but he couldn't see it clearly in the clouds and fog. However, the speed of the ship was very fast, and it seemed to be heading towards the location of the well ruler. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Jing Kai's heart. What's coming again? A few seconds later, the ship broke through the clouds and appeared in front of the well ruler. Marine. Jing Zhao was so frightened that he jumped up from the deck. What did he see? Why did the man standing at the front of the marine battleship look so similar to Akainu? You must not be from Akainu. You just look a lot like Akainu. Jing Qi wanted to cry but had no tears, and his heart was roaring crazily. The sea is so big, why did Lao Zi have to hit the Marine Admiral? We have set up a small newspaper that may not be in the original One Piece book, but this small newspaper will play a very interesting role in this book. You can remember this newspaper that specializes in slapping Marine in the face. In addition, and review votes. If you don't give them, I will cry for you. Chapter 13. After Luo Yi left Jingqi's pirate ship, he soon saw the shadow of Sabaody Archipelago. This island is made up of many big trees. The roots of the trees are the land. There are many bubbles floating among the trees, which is very strange. Luo Yi felt relieved after seeing Sabaody Archipelago from a distance in the sky. The direction is correct, and it still flies faster. Xiaonan's wings are really useful. Luo Yi is in a good mood. After coming to the pirate world, he has been floating on the sea, and now he can finally enter the city. Thinking about the various food and wine in Sabaody archipelago, Luoyi's stomach growled again. No way, no matter how powerful Luoyi becomes, enjoying life is something Luoyi will never give up. Soon, Luoyi came to the outside of Sabaody archipelago, folded his wings, and landed firmly on Sabaody archipelago. Ha ha ha! Finally here! Luoyi shouted excitedly, and the people near the place where Luoyi landed seemed not to be surprised. There are many weird people in this world, and there are even more heroes gathering in Sabaody archipelago. They have long been used to it. It turns out to be island number 12, I remember that island number 1 to island number 30 are all human trafficking shops and human auctions. They are considered a no-travel zone. Luoyi looked at the mark on a tree next to him and thought about the situation of the Sabaody archipelago in his previous life. The Sabaody archipelago consists of a total of 79 islands, each with its own label. After such a long period of development, Sabaody archipelago has also formed several special business areas. For example, the first island number 30 is where human trafficking is more common and is an illegal zone. The islands No 60 to 69 are where marine is stationed. It is also the government entrance and exit, and at 50 to 59, it is the place for shipbuilding and coding. It's really interesting. There is a marine and a lawless zone in the same island group. Gee, I forgot which one has more restaurants. Luoyi said to himself and looked around. The people nearby did have a tough temperament, and pirates accounted for the majority. While Luoyi was observing the situation around him, people around him were also observing Luoyi. Just now, Luoyi had wings on his back and flew from the sea, but many people saw him. Who is this person? He actually flew to Sabaody archipelago alone. What kind of fruit power does he have? He doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. What did he shout just now? Are you finally here? He didn't come from far away, right? You know, there are no islands nearby except naval headquarters. These pirates had fear in their eyes and did not dare to provoke Luoyi. Luoyi flew to Sabaody archipelago from nowhere alone and looked relaxed, which really shocked them. Who are these people who like to wander alone on the sea and still be safe? The greatest swordsman in the world, Hawkeye? Marine bicycle master King Z? Who has super flying ability in this sea? Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's first team, nicknamed Phoenix. Although people were sure that Luoyi was neither Eagle Eye nor Marco nor King Z, but after they thought of Vice Admiral Luoyi and these people, they looked at Luoyi more carefully. After all, Luoyi does look a bit dazed now. Luoyi didn't know it yet, but he was pretending to be cool without even realizing it. At this moment, after Luoyi looked around for a week, his expression suddenly changed. He stretched out a finger and pointed at a pirate not far in front of him. Everyone around was shocked. Whatever he wanted to do, he had to do it. In this sea, if some people want to take action, they don't need a reason at all. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. The most nervous person at this time was the pirate pointed by Luoyi. When Luoyi pointed at him, a layer of cold sweat immediately broke out on his head. Is this person going to attack me? He was trembling in his heart, but his hand was already on the handle of the knife. Even if he couldn't beat Luoyi, he wouldn't stand and wait for death. Under everyone's gaze, Luoyi's hand slowly thrust forward. Bow! Luoyi's finger suddenly poked into a floating bubble, but the bubble did not burst. Luoyi's finger ticked inside the bubble, and it felt amazing. Wow, this bubble is really elastic. No wonder it can become a protective film for ships sailing on the seabed. Luoyi retracted his finger with a look of realization. You are playing with bubbles. Then don't act like you want to fight. A group of people around him all fell to the ground, completely speechless. And the pirate who seemed to be pointed by Luoyi just now sat down on the ground, looking like he was going to survive. But at this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from all around, and then there was a strange movement in the woods, and many people were running towards the island inside. Vaguely, people seemed to hear marine being mentioned in the exclamations around them. But soon, they knew what happened. There is a marine warship coming here. Standing at the front of the warship is Marine Admiral Akainu. All the pirate souls were scared to death and ran away. At this moment, Akainu on the warship saw Luoyi's figure. Xiao! You can make it easy for me to find you. Bang! Akainu suddenly jumped into the air, his fist turned into lava, and punched Luoyi. Chapter 14. The first time Akainu saw Luoyi, he recognized Luoyi's identity. It was the Xiao he had been looking for 2 days. The man who severely injured Flying Squirrel and Mumu zagi and defied Marine's authority. Akainu stared at Luoyi's figure, suddenly jumped from the marine battleship towards Sabaody archipelago, and punched Luoyi while in the air. Boom! The magma rolled and turned into a huge fist, hitting where Luoyi was. The pirates who were running away like crazy had their eyes flying out when they saw this scene. That person actually provoked Akainu to take action himself. Who is he? They were extremely horrified. That man was indeed extraordinary. Boom! The huge magma fist fell on the Sabaody archipelago, causing a huge shock. Many fleeing pirates were knocked to the ground. Even the aftermath of Admiral's attack could injure ordinary pirates. That man, is he dead? After some pirates escaped some distance away, they couldn't help but look back at Luo Yi's location, but now the place was full of magma, and Luo Yi was completely missing. Akainu's face was still gloomy. He looked up and saw that Luo Yi had wings on his back and was floating in the sky. He was not hit at all. Akainu. Luo Yi looked at Akainu's figure thoughtfully. What Akainu said just now, Xiao, you make it easy for me to find, made Luo Yi think of the flying squirrel Vice Admiral and Mumu Zagi. I actually sent an admiral to chase me. Are you marine admirals so idle? Luo Yi looked at Akainu and said leisurely, without feeling panic at all. On the other side, Akainu landed and officially stepped onto the Sabaody archipelago. He completely ignored Luo Yi and walked towards Luo Yi. In his opinion, Luo Yi is just a little BD who knows nothing about the world. It is simply a shame for him, as an admiral, to hunt down people like Luo Yi who he has never heard of. Hey, don't say anything yet, Akainu, you look like this, you really want someone to beat you up. Luo Yi said with a smile. Luo Yi's voice was not loud, but it still reached the ears of the surrounding pirates who were fleeing from the battlefield, and they all trembled. What did that person say? Gotta beat up Marine Admiral? Awesome, awesome. Their hearts were shaking and they were wildly guessing about Luo Yi's identity. They were still moving away from here at full speed. They could already predict that there would be a huge battle next. There is no doubt that this man with wings on his back is at least admiral level in strength. But who is this man? Why don't you have any impression? It's ridiculous. Only weak people can use their words. I will burn your tongue in a while. Akainu snorted and finally spoke. But Luo Yi shook his head and said, it's not that I'm weak or that I'm eloquent, I just want to express my inner thoughts. Because you look really annoying. Luo Yi was indeed speaking from his heart, and Akainu's expression clearly conveyed a meaning. It's your pleasure that I, Akainu, come to catch you. As soon as Luo Yi finished speaking, the pirates who had fled far away were shaken again. Luo Yi's status in their hearts once again increased by 2 levels. The corners of Akainu's eyes also twitched. No one had talked to him like this for many years. His fists began to turn into lava, dripping onto the ground. Go to hell, challenge Marine's authority, justice will destroy you completely. Akainu raised his arms high, and suddenly countless amounts of magma spewed towards Luo Yi's position, seeming to envelop Luo Yi in it. Seeing this scene, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up slightly, the wings behind him retracted slightly, and he actually closed his eyes. Then, Luo Yi wiped his right eye with 2 fingers from top to bottom. Opening his eyes again, Mangekyo Sharinon slowly rotates. Amaterasu. Hu ho ho. At this moment, endless black flames appeared in the sky as the magma rushed towards Luo Yi. What? Akainu was shocked. He saw that this black flame could actually burn his lava. In just 2 breaths, the raging magma was burned away by the flames. Moreover, the black flames grew stronger and stronger, and even followed the source of the magma, heading towards Akainu. Akainu's heart was beating wildly, and his figure retreated, but it was already too late. An Amaterasu black flame had already fallen on his arm. The fire of Amaterasu can burn everything. Damn it, my magma is more advanced than fire, why can fire burn my magma? This is impossible. Akainu felt severe pain in his arm. When the black flame fell on his arm, he tried many methods, but no matter whether it was hardening the weapon color or cutting off the arm with elements, he couldn't succeed. The moment the black flame fell on him, he lost his ability to elementalize. What the hell is this? Akainu shouted that this was the first time in many years that he felt a life and death crisis. This was simply unimaginable. The black flame burned slowly and had already climbed up to his elbow. The severe pain made Akainu almost faint, but he had not found a solution yet. This. Damn it. Akainu looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar, as if he had made some decision. He clenched his teeth and shook violently. Poof. Akainu's right arm was broken at shoulder level. Chapter 15. Akainu actually gave up his right arm. The broken arm fell to the ground and shattered into pieces with a bang. Under the burning of Amaterasu's black flames, Akainu's arms had already become like charcoal. Akainu completely lost his arm. He fell to the ground. At this time, as Akainu cut off his right arm, he had escaped the threat of Amaterasu. However, the huge pain in the broken arm made his face distorted, and all the clothes on his body were soaked with sweat. There's still a bit of Admiral in there. At this time, the Marines on the marine battleship that came with Akainu all looked horrified, their hands and feet were weak. The Marine's highest combat power, Admiral Akainu, actually lost an arm here. This is such shocking news. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. This will cause a huge stir. Ah! UBD! Akainu shouted, looking at Luo Yi with incomparable hatred. He never imagined that he would lose an arm in the hands of a thief who had never stood up to him. Hearing Akainu's roar, Luo Yi's face instantly darkened. BD? Besides these 2 words, what else can you say? Luo Yi's tone was colder than ever. Da-da-da. Luo Yi looked at Akainu who fell on the ground, stepped lightly, and walked slowly towards Akainu. In Luo Yi's eyes, there was naked murderous intent. Being stared at by Luo Yi, Akainu's heart was trembling, the hairs all over his body stood up, and he felt as if he had fallen into a cold hell. At this moment, in Akainu's heart, there was a hint of fear towards Luo Yi. This feeling made Akainu feel extremely ashamed and humiliated. He is Marine Admiral. He is dedicated to becoming Marine Marshal. Luo Yi walked closer and closer, but when Luo Yi was still 7 or 8 steps away from Akainu, Luo Yi's brows suddenly frowned, and he felt slightly dizzy. Luo Yi paused and turned to look at the nearby woods. Where Luo Yi was looking, a slender figure was leaning against a tree, holding a small flat wine bottle in his hand, looking at Luo Yi and Akainu. This figure has a completely white hair, wearing round glasses, and a vertical scar on his right eye, but the eye is intact. A cloak covers most of his body. He is looking at Luo Yi and Akainu with a smile on his face. A faint smile. Seeing this figure, Luo Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Pluton, Rayleigh. Roger's co-captain, Pluton Rayleigh. Seeing Luo Yi looking at him, Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said, "Today's young people are really surprising. Could it be that even my haki has grown old with me?" Bang! 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 Bang 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 bang! Just as Rayleigh was speaking, with Rayleigh as the center, whether it was the pirates who had the courage to peek at the situation here, or the marine on the marine battleship not far away, they all fell to the ground one after another. A series of BG sounds were made. Apart from Luo Yi, Rayleigh and Akainu, there is only one Marine Vice Admiral left in this area. Rayleigh. Luo Yi noticed the surrounding situation and immediately understood. The slightly dizzy feeling just now was clearly Rayleigh's haki. "You actually want to save Marine's people?" Luo Yi said, staring at Rayleigh. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Rayleigh smiled and said, "It's rare for a young person to recognize an old man. This is something to be happy about. I'm not trying to save Marine. But, do you know what kind of chaos will be caused by killing a Marine Admiral in Sabaody Archipelago?" Rayleigh's eyes suddenly became sharp. After feeling the movement here, he immediately appeared nearby. Originally he just wanted to understand the situation, but he didn't expect to see such an astonishing scene. There is actually someone who wants to kill Marine Admiral. With Rayleigh's sensitivity, of course he can feel that Luo Yi's murderous intention towards Akainu is real. Similarly, with Rayleigh's decades of experience at sea, he also knows what kind of impact the death of a Marine Admiral in the Sabaody Archipelago will have on this place. At that time he will have to give up the interesting retreat of Sabaody Archipelago and find another place. For an old man, this is really a torturous thing. If you don't want to be annoyed by Marine all the time and can't even sleep, then it's best not to kill this guy. Rayleigh said. Luo Yi was silent. He was serious about Akainu's murderous intention, but he also knew that what Rayleigh said was right. Killing a Marine Admiral will bring you endless trouble. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Akainu, who fell to the ground, regained some strength, and while Luo Yi was thinking about what Rayleigh said, he launched a sneak attack. Half of Akainu's body turned into magma and enveloped Luo Yi directly towards Luo Yi, who was 7 or 8 steps away. At such a close distance, waves of magma rushed in front of Luo Yi instantly. This magma contained Akainu's full blow, which came so fast that even Rayleigh had no time to help Luo Yi. Court death. However, Luo Yi's reaction was so quick. He noticed the moment Akainu moved. Luo Yi's face instantly became gloomy. Boom! The large wave of magma seemed to have encountered some powerful force. When it approached Luo Yi, it was suddenly bounced away and rolled out. And where Luo Yi originally stood, a huge purple arm appeared. This arm was larger than the limbs of the giants. Luo Yi was standing inside this purple arm without being harmed by the magma. It's Susanoo. It's just that Luo Yi only summoned one arm. At this time, Susanoo was holding a gourd in her hands, and a sword extended from the gourd, piercing into Akainu's heart. This gourd and sword are exactly the artifacts used by Susanoo, the 10-fist sword. The strongest sealing sword. Those who are stabbed by the 10-fist sword will be permanently sealed in the illusion world of Ziwimeng. At this time, Akainu was stabbed in the heart by the Ju-fist sword. He was obviously in a semi-elemental state, but blood continued to pour out of his mouth, and the life force in his body was rapidly disappearing. The 10-fist sword can actually hurt him in elemental form. Giggle. Akainu opened his eyes wide and looked at the 10-fist sword stuck in his body with a look of disbelief on his face. His throat moved, but he only made a gurgling sound and spurted out more blood. "I'm not interested in your last words. 10-fist sword, seal!" Luo Yi shouted coldly. Suddenly, in Rayleigh's shocked eyes, Akainu's whole body turned into lava and poured into the 10-fist sword. During this process, Akainu's face continued to appear in the magma, and then melted into the magma. The expression on his face was extremely painful, and his arms made of magma struggled, but to no avail. In Rayleigh's perception, Akainu's vitality became weaker and weaker. Finally, when the magma was completely swallowed into the 10-fist sword, he could no longer feel Akainu's existence. Not a single trace was left. He is dead. Rayleigh's head was still replaying Akainu's struggle just now. He had never heard of Luo Yi's attack method and asked uncertainly. Luo Yi glanced at Rayleigh, nodded, and said, I have no reason to let him live. Rayleigh sighed. He could already imagine the raging waves in the future. A Marine Admiral died in the Sabaody archipelago. This is a big event that shocked the world. Chapter 16. In the year 1522 of the pirate calendar, Luffy and his team were angry at Gecko Moria. The battle between Ace and Blackbeard had ended. In the Sabaody archipelago, a major event that shocked the world occurred. The most powerful marine, Admiral Akainu, died in the Sabaody archipelago. At this time, in the Sabaody archipelago, on the marine battleship that Akainu came on, the only marine vice-admiral who did not faint in Rayleigh's haki attack, his hands and feet were weak, and his heart was extremely desperate. What did he see? An admiral died in front of him. Breaking the news. Not far from Luo Yi, Rayleigh sighed softly. He could already imagine that the entire sea would be shaken like never before. Sabaody archipelago will be the first place to be affected. It's really shocking to me that you actually killed Akainu. Rayleigh unscrewed the flask in his hand. Aren't you afraid of an all-out war with Marine? Hearing Rayleigh's words, Luo Yi smiled and said, No. At least now, Marine will not regard me as its main target. Luo Yi said with certainty. Rayleigh raised her eyebrows, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Luo Yi seemed to know something. You know Marine well? Rayleigh asked. Luo Yi smiled mysteriously, I know a lot about many things in this world. After thinking for a while, Luo Yi added, the understanding is beyond everyone's imagination. For example, the first time I saw you, I knew you were Rayleigh, Roger's deputy captain. I also know that Marine won't do much to me now, at least not yet. Rayleigh stared at Luo Yi with a strange look in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he said, my appearance is not a secret, but it is you who is surprising. It's shocking and terrifying that you can easily kill a Marine Admiral at such a young age. Luo Yi smiled and said, my name is Xiao, Rayleigh. Maybe we will interact with her often in the future. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said, don't be like this. I can't stand your troubles. I think it's better to stay away from you. What are you going to do next? Rayleigh pointed to the marine warship still docked on the shore. Seeing Rayleigh's actions, Luo Yi looked around. The pirates who had been peeking at the situation here were all temporarily unconscious under Rayleigh's haki. On the marine warship, there was only one vice-admiral who survived Rayleigh's attack. Haki. This is easy to handle. Luo Yi said with a smile, and a pair of paper wings instantly appeared behind his back and flew towards the marine battleship. Seeing the changes in Luo Yi, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly froze, and he found that he couldn't see through this young man at all. What a terrible young man. This world is about to change. In 2 or 3 breaths, Luo Yi landed on the marine warship and stood in front of the marine vice-admiral who had seen everything. Plop. The marine vice-admiral was so frightened that he fell to the ground. This was someone who easily killed an admiral. His heart was shattered. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you. I also want to ask you to help me bring a message to Sengoku. There was a faint smile on Luo Yi's face, but in the eyes of the marine vice-admiral, it was extremely scary. Luo Yi didn't wait for the marine vice-admiral to reply before saying, tell Sengoku, if Marine doesn't want Whitebeard to bulldoze the naval headquarters because of Admiral's death during the subsequent execution of Ace, don't let me see Admiral again in the Sabaody archipelago. I won't show mercy. After saying that, Luo Yi left the dull marine vice-admiral behind and left the marine warship. Luo Yi knows that in the current time period, the Ice Lobby incident has been over for a while, and Ace may have met Blackbeard and been sent to Impel Down. The most important thing for Marine next is to announce the identity of Ace's Roger's son and execute Ace in public. By then, Whitebeard is bound to attack the naval headquarters, and Sengoku, who has already lost a marine admiral, must consider what Luo Yi said. Leaving the marine battleship, Luo Yi knew that as long as Sengoku heard what he said, he would not impulsively start a war with him in advance. Then I still have a long time to be able to carry out my business of collecting devil fruit in Sabaody archipelago. Returning to Sabaody archipelago from the marine battleship, Rayleigh was still standing there waiting for Luo Yi. But at this time, Rayleigh's expression was a little strange. Marine, going to execute Ace. Chapter 17. Marine, going to execute Ace. Rayleigh's expression was a little strange. With his strength, he heard every word what Luo Yi said to the marine vice-admiral just now. And he knew that with Luo Yi's strength and current position, what he said must be the truth. Although Rayleigh lives in seclusion in the Sabaody archipelago, she also knows that Ace is the captain of the second team under Whitebeard. You must know that Whitebeard is the one who can't tolerate the bullying of his subordinates the most in this sea. If Marine wants to publicly execute his second captain, he will inevitably usher in Whitebeard's full attack. This is also a major event that will shock the world. Rayleigh frowned. Could it be that Marine was sure that he would kill all the Whitebeard pirates in one go? Why else would Whitebeard's captain be publicly executed? Seeing Rayleigh's appearance, Luo Yi immediately confirmed his suspicion. Rayleigh, doesn't know Ace's true identity. In the current time period, only Luffy, Garp, Sengoku, and Whitebeard know Ace's true identity. Whitebeard knows Ace's identity because Ace confessed to Whitebeard, and Sengoku. Luoyi still remembers in the One Piece manga that when executing Ace, Sengoku personally said to Ace, "When you take your mother's surname, and as the Spade Pirates, rely on your outstanding strength and speed to gallop across the world, when we were in this sea, we finally realized that Roger's bloodline had not been cut off. Therefore, Ace's identity has always been one of the biggest secrets in this ocean." Even Rayleigh didn't know Ace's true identity before Summit War. But soon, Luoyi figured out the key. After Roger disbanded the pirate group, he didn't want to involve the previous crew members because of his son. This is a kind of protection for both the former crew members and Ace. That's why Roger entrusted Ace to Garp, a marine. But Ace still embarked on the road to becoming a pirate. Thinking of this, Luoyi sighed in his heart, turned around and looked at Rayleigh in front of him, nodded and said, "Yeah, marine, wants a public execution of Ace." After saying this, both of them fell silent. They didn't know what they were thinking about. In Rayleigh's opinion, Marine's actions were amazing. Suddenly, Luoyi smiled and said to Rayleigh, "Rayleigh, I have another piece of information here that you must be very interested in." Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Luoyi with a strange look in his eyes. He suddenly realized something strange. Marine wanted to execute Whitebeard's captain. This matter is the most confidential matter even within Marine. How could Luoyi know? "How did you know that Marine was going to execute Ace?" Rayleigh asked curiously. Luoyi smiled mysteriously, "As I said, my understanding of this world is beyond your imagination." Without giving Rayleigh a chance to question, Luoyi added, "Well, now I also know a piece of news that is very important to you. I guarantee it is true. You will never regret knowing this news. As long as 10 devil fruits, it's definitely worth it." Hearing Luoyi's words, Rayleigh took another sip of wine with an indifferent expression on his face. "You know, for an old man like me, it's difficult in this world to know what happened in the blank 100 years. Is there anything interesting that interests me?" Hearing Rayleigh's words, Luoyi blinked and said, "Rayleigh, before you pay, don't try to get me to reveal anything about this news to you. I won't be fooled." Luoyi saw through Rayleigh's little thoughts. If it were anyone else, seeing Rayleigh's indifferent attitude, he would probably reveal some information and arouse Rayleigh's interest. But Luoyi knew that with Rayleigh's terrifying mind, a few clues were enough for Rayleigh to guess the truth. He is the vice-captain of Pirate King Roger. Seeing that Luoyi saw through his little plan, Rayleigh laughed and said with a little regret, "That's such a pity. If I have 10 devil fruits, I really can't get them." In fact, Rayleigh was somewhat interested in the news Luoyi said. Although it felt a bit absurd, based on Luoyi's strength and what happened just now, he felt that Luoyi would not lie to him. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, dignified Pluton, you can't even get a few devil fruits out." Although Luoyi had already guessed this result, he still imagined that Rayleigh had some hidden treasures and took out enough to exchange for a box of devil fruit. But now it seems that Rayleigh is really just a poor old man. The information I just mentioned will take some time to expire. Before that, you can come to me at any time with devil fruit. Of course, you have to be quick. The importance of intelligence lies in its timeliness. Luoyi was not reconciled and continued. Rayleigh nodded, thinking about Luoyi's words, and walked towards the Sabaody archipelago with Luoyi. "Are you going to stay in Sabaody archipelago for a while?" Rayleigh asked. "Yes, this place is not bad," Luoyi said. "It's scary. You have such a scary young man staying in Sabaody archipelago. You don't know what kind of trouble you are going to cause." Rayleigh said, "You don't want to attack the celestial dragons." Luoyi touched his chin and thought, "What you said seems very interesting. If I kill the celestial dragons, do you think Sengoku will send Kizaru and Kingzi to Sabaody archipelago to catch me?" Rayleigh. "Terrible young man. I have to take a step ahead, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with the auction in a while." As he spoke, Rayleigh reached into his cloak, took out an iron chain, and tied his hands skillfully. It took a little long to run out this time. I wonder if the people at the auction noticed that I was missing. Luoyi. How poor are you? You are Pluton Rayleigh. Laozi is really blind to make a deal with you. Soon, Rayleigh disappeared from Luoyi's sight and headed towards the auction where he would be auctioned. And Luoyi also came to the town, touched his belly, and walked into a restaurant. Chapter 18. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's Office. The ground was in a mess, and all the things that were originally placed on his table were thrown to the ground. The table was completely empty, and the ashes of a few burning pieces of paper could be vaguely seen. Sengoku, on the other hand, was sitting at his desk, with his hands folded and his face gloomy. Akainu's life card. Burned out. Sengoku has never been so shocked as he is now. Is that Xiao? Or who? In the end, what happened? Sengoku had a splitting headache and his brows were knitted into a knot. Even though he was known as the resourceful general, he didn't know what to do at this time. Did he encounter a powerful force that even Marine's highest combat power can't resist? Just when Sengoku had a headache, the office door was pushed open and a thin figure walked in. Crane Vice Admiral. Senior Staff Officer, Naval Headquarters. In the hands of Crane Vice Admiral, he also held the burned ashes of some life cards. When Vice Admiral Tsuru walked into the office, he saw the mess in the room and Sengoku's gloomy expression, as if he had expected it and was not surprised at all. Crane Vice Admiral appeared, but Sengoku didn't seem to see it. He didn't react at all, and his face was still extremely gloomy. After closing the door, Vice Admiral looked at Sengoku. I contacted the Marine who went to sea with Akainu. Hearing Vice Admiral Crane's words, Sengoku raised his eyelids slightly. They're all still alive, Crane Vice Admiral said. Sengoku's eyelids drooped again. There is a Vice Admiral who wants to see you. Crane Vice Admiral said. Garp has already gone to pick them up. After hearing the words of Vice Admiral Crane, Sengoku's expression finally changed. He took off his eyes, leaned hard on the seat, and rubbed his face with his hands. Vice Admiral he also sat on the sofa. The two of them stopped talking. The atmosphere in the office was terrifyingly depressing. Marine Admiral, died in service for the first time. This shows that there is once again a powerful hostile force on the sea that is difficult for Marine to control. Especially, in this extremely special period, the plan to publicly execute Ace has just been passed. Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral felt as if a big stone was weighing on their hearts. At this time, in a restaurant in Sabaody archipelago, Luoyi was happily eating all kinds of strange foods in the One Piece world, such as huge barbecues that were thicker than a person, sweet wine, and dishes with explosive flavors. Luoyi felt like she was in heaven. But what makes Luoyi regretful is that although he has strong strength, his appetite is still the same as before. Luoyi was very full, but he only ate a little bit. Oh! I'm going to spit it out if I eat it again. It's so delicious. Why hasn't my appetite increased? I really wish I had the same good appetite as Bonnie and Luffy. Luoyi leaned on the table regardless of his appearance and couldn't eat any more. The beauties in the pirate world are so eye-catching. Luoyi finally arrived in town. This was the first time he had the opportunity to carefully observe the people in the pirate world. Similar to the comics, the world of One Piece has all kinds of weird creatures, including humans, giants, and pandas, each with its own characteristics. There is even a humanoid white bear that looks like Bebo, the crew member of Op Fruit's ability user. Luoyi watched the people coming and going in the restaurant with interest, feeling like he had entered a whole new world. This feeling is very good. Huh? Wait. Suddenly, Luoyi seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes narrowed. That's not a humanoid white bear that looks very similar to Bebo. Is that really Bebo? Luoyi looked at the humanoid white bear who was standing in a standard posture, lowering his head and apologizing to others, with a look of surprise on his face. When this white bear apologized, he was still holding a lot of packed food in his hand. Even Luoyi was impressed. Besides Bebo, who else would do this? The person opposite Bebo who was being apologized looked confused. What was this white bear doing? But soon, Bebo was pulled away by his companions. Op Fruit's ability user, Trafalgar Law, has actually arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Some of the Supernova 11 are already here. Luoyi immediately became interested. He remembered that when Luffy and his group arrived at Sabaody archipelago, he and Zoro were already the last two of the Supernova 11 to arrive. Interesting, Trafalgar Law, the Op Fruit user, has a grudge against Doflamingo. Luoyi thought of Luo's matter, and a smile appeared on his face. My business is here. Luoyi stood up and walked in the direction Bebo left. Chapter 19. My business is here. Luoyi stood up and walked in the direction Bebo left. Luoyi followed Bebo from a distance and entered a small alley. But after Luoyi entered the alley, Bebo disappeared. Luoyi showed a smile and turned around. Bebo was standing not far behind him, staring at Luoyi with a serious face. I underestimated you, Bebo, you actually found me. Luoyi said with a smile. In the One Piece comics, although Bebo is very powerful and can crush most of the marine elites, he has never had any outstanding performance. Although Luoyi did not hide himself deliberately, people coming and going in the Sabaody archipelago could spot people who were following him. Bebo's strength was obviously stronger than Luoyi imagined, and he was very careful. After hearing Luoyi's words, Bebo, who was originally serious, suddenly changed his expression and stood up in a standard posture, with his hands on both sides of his body and his head slightly lowered. I'm sorry. As he spoke, several vertical lines appeared on Bebo's head. Luoyi. You really like to apologize. At this moment, at the other end of the alley, Bebo's friend appeared with a speechless expression on his face. Bebo. This guy is following us. Why are you apologizing? Bebo was startled and immediately returned to normal. He threw aside the food packed in his hands and assumed a fighting posture towards Luoyi. Ada. What are you going to do? Bebo shouted. Don't talk nonsense to him, arrest him first. Those who are timid are definitely not good people, shouted the man at the other end of the alley. Hearing this, Bibo nodded, and he actually thought so in his heart. Whoosh! Bibo's figure was like lightning, rushing towards Luo Yi. However, Luo Yi looked at Bibo with a very interested expression. Bibo, you move so fast, I can't even see you with my eyes. Luo Yi said with a smile. I'm sorry. Bibo stopped, stood in his standard posture again, and apologized to Luo Yi. Ha ha ha, you stupid white bear. Luo Yi said. I'm sorry, I'm the polar bear among the fur tribe. Bibo lowered his head and looked at his toes. Luo Yi. Bibo's companion was completely crazy. Bibo, now is not the time to apologize, he is playing tricks on you. Arrest him quickly. This man is so disgusting, he even played tricks on Bibo. As he spoke, he took out his pistol and pointed it at Luo Yi. And Bibo suddenly woke up and rushed towards Luo Yi. Interesting, the heart pirates are really interesting. Luo Yi didn't panic at all, and disappeared instantly. The next second, Luo Yi appeared behind Bibo and slashed Bibo's neck with a knife. Neither Bibo nor the members of the heart pirates at the other end of the alley had time to react to the changes that occurred at this moment. Bang! Bibo was hit by Luo Yi's hand knife, and his whole body fell to the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Pain. Severe pain. At this time, Bibo felt like his neck was about to break. The smoke dispersed, revealing the figures of Bibo and Luo Yi. At this time, Bibo was lying on the ground. There were several cracks on the ground, showing the powerful force of the blow with the knife just now. And Luo Yi was sitting on Bibo's back, holding his hand on Bibo's head. You must know that although Uchiha Itachi rarely uses taijutsu, his taijutsu is also very powerful, but the power of taijutsu is obscured by the light of pupil technique. Luo Yi, who has completely unlocked Uchiha Itachi's state, should not be too aggressive when dealing with Bibo. Easy. At this time, being held down by Luo Yi's hand, Bibo felt as if a huge mountain was pressing on his head, leaving him no room to struggle. The man sitting on his back was much more powerful than himself. At this time, Bibo was extremely shocked. You must know that as a polar bear of the fur tribe, he has combined the dual advantages of humans and polar bears. His strength and defense are extremely powerful, but in front of Luo Yi, he has no power to fight back. Completely suppressed. He couldn't even use his best fighting skills and was controlled by the opponent in an instant. Who is this guy? With such great strength, why have I never heard of it? After seeing this scene clearly, Bibo's companion who was holding a gun was also shocked. Even Bibo, who was as powerful as Bibo in combat, was instantly suppressed. This was so powerful that it was a bit scary. Moreover, Bibo was still under the opponent's control, so he did not dare to shoot rashly. At this time, Luo Yi was sitting on Bibo's back, feeling very comfortable. Bibo's body was plump and soft, with a thick layer of fat under his smooth fur. Sitting on Bibo's body was more comfortable than the highest-end sofa. No wonder that guy from Trafalgar Law likes to lean on you so much. Luo Yi said with a smile, I really want to take you with me and lean on you every day. Upon hearing this, Bibo was so frightened that his mouth opened. I don't want to be taken away by this terrible guy. However, after Luo Yi made a joke, he raised his head, looked at the top of the alley and said, Trafalgar Law, when we first meet, you can call me Xiao. In the direction Luo Yi was looking, the leader of the Heart Pirates, Op Fruit ability user, Trafalgar Law, was standing on the roof of a house, arms folded across his chest, looking at Luo Yi. Next to him is the big long knife as tall as a person. Chapter 20. Trafalgar Law, when we meet for the first time, you can call me Xiao. Luo Yi looked at Luo on the roof and said with a smile. Captain. Upon seeing Trafalgar Law, the members of the Heart Pirates across the alley shouted in surprise. The moment they saw the leader, they no longer had any worries in their hearts. In front of the leader, no matter how powerful your fighting skills are, you will be cut into pieces. Luo. I don't want to be taken away by this guy. Bibo shouted. Hearing Bibo's words, Trafalgar Law smiled. I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of Bibo. Trafalgar Law said calmly, with that habitual smile still hanging on his lips, as if he didn't take Luo Yi to heart at all. Otherwise I will chop off your head, and you will be lucky enough to experience what it feels like to have your head kicked like a ball. Trafalgar Law said. Luo Yi blinked and said, it's true that he is a newcomer with a bounty of 200 million belly. Tisk, 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 he speaks with confidence. However, in my eyes, Supernova is just a game played by a group of children to praise each other. Luo Yi said. Upon hearing this, Trafalgar Law's eyes flashed, he stopped talking to Luo Yi, and stretched out his palm in front of himself. Room. Slaughterhouse. Suddenly, a light blue ring appeared in Luo's palm, and then spread in an instant, covering the entire area of more than 10 meters nearby. Seeing Trafalgar Law's movements, Luo Yi had a smile on his face, put one hand on Bibo's body, and the other hand behind his back, forming seals quickly. The speed of forming the seal was so fast that Luo Yi's entire hand turned into a phantom. But at this moment, Trafalgar Law stretched out 2 fingers towards Luo Yi and jerked upward. Luo Yi's head flew out immediately. Boom! Luo Yi's head fell to the ground and rolled into the corner. But the strange thing is that Luo Yi's wound was as smooth as a mirror, without a drop of blood flowing out. But Luo Yi's body still maintains its original appearance. Exactly what op fruit is capable of. Slaughterhouse. After cutting a person's body in half, not only will he not feel pain, he will even be able to speak normally. Seeing this scene, Bibo breathed a sigh of relief. He finally no longer had to worry about being taken away by Luo Yi and used as his pillow every day. At the exit of the alley, the members of the Red Heart Pirates also showed expressions of surprise. This powerful guy had no ability to resist at all in front of the leader. Humph, another guy who doesn't know the heights of the world. You don't even know the terror of the leader. The member said proudly. Weak guy. Trafalgar Law shook his head, and the smile on his lips seemed to become wider. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and Luo Yi's body suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke. The white smoke quickly dissipated, and what appeared in everyone's eyes was a piece of wood cut in half. At the same time, where Luo Yi's head was, the same change occurred and turned into a piece of wood. Gah! The expression on the face of the member at the entrance of the alley froze instantly. Trafalgar Law also noticed this change immediately, and the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared instantly. Fooled. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Trafalgar Law's forehead immediately. In his room space, he didn't even notice that the other party had used a substitute. This has never happened before. Cold sweat ran down his temples. For the first time, he felt that he had lost the confidence to control everything in his room field. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Trafalgar Law. It's Luo Yi. Moreover, in Luo Yi's hand, he also held a broadsword that was as tall as a person. This broadsword was very thick and wrapped in layers of white cloth. It was not as thin as an ordinary long knife. Hoshigaki Kisame, fully unlocked. Then came Samehada. Luo Yi actually moved Devil Fruit to Hoshigaki Kisame's side in an instant, replacing the unlocked member. You didn't notice anything. I really looked down on you. Trafalgar Law. Luo Yi's voice reached Trafalgar Law's ears, and Luo's heart jumped suddenly. It's actually behind him. Trafalgar Law immediately reached out to hold the knife, but Luo Yi's next words had already reached his ears. It's too late. At the same time, the big knife Samehada in Luo Yi's hand had been swung high and hit Trafalgar Law hard on the back. Boom! Trafalgar Law was caught on the back by Samehada, and he flew out, hitting the alley directly. A huge deep hole was created. Tisk, you're really weak. Luo Yi stood on the roof and hit the roof with Samehada. By the way, I'll give you a word. Luo Yi looked at the completely petrified member of the Heart Pirates at the entrance of the alley and said. You have no idea of my horror. Chapter 21. You don't even know how scary I am. Being stared at by Luo Yi, the members of the Heart Pirates at the entrance of the alley felt their livers tremble. He never expected that Luo Yi would be so powerful that he could crush his captain. Although it was just a confrontation and neither of them had fought to the death, his captain was already seriously injured. Fortunately, Luo Yi didn't pay too much attention to him. After taking a look at him, his eyes fell on the dusty pit. In the big pit, it was Trafalgar Law with blood on his face. He was so injured that he couldn't stand up for a while. Hoshigaki Kisame, who is fully unlocked, can strike with all his strength, and he has such terrifying power. Even Luo Yi was slightly surprised. Seeing Luo Yi's actions, the pirate at the entrance of the alley became excited again. Gudong, he swallowed a gulp of saliva and ran to Trafalgar Law quickly, raising the gun in his hand, but facing Luo Yi at this time, his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't aim at Luo Yi at all. He is not a combatant at all, he is the doctor in charge of Luo in the Heart Pirates. Don't come over. I'm not someone to be trifled with either. He yelled, although there was fear on his face, but with the captain and Bibo behind him, it was impossible for him to leave alone. At this time, Bibo was no longer suppressed by Luo Yi, and stood up from the ground, blocking Luo's body, but his eyes were rolling, obviously thinking about how to escape with his captain. Tisk tisk tisk, Luo, you do have a good captain. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi still kept hitting the ground with Samehada and looked down at the three of them and said. However, Luo Yi made no further moves, and the murderous intention in his body also restrained, and his eyes looked at Luo, who was blocked by the two people. Ahem. Trafalgar Law vomited 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He was still lying in the pit unable to stand up, but his hands glowed with a faint white light, covering his abdomen. At this time, his eyes were deeply shocked. This time, it almost killed him. He felt that at least 10 bones in his body were broken. Super strong, explosively fast movements, and weird stand-in skills. Could it be Devil Fruit? Who is he? A series of analyses flashed through Luo Yi's mind, but none of them could determine Luo Yi's identity and purpose. As someone who fights life and death every day, he is very sensitive to murderous intentions. At this time, he knew very well that Luo Yi did not want to kill him. Seeing Trafalgar Law starting to treat himself, Luo Yi was not in a hurry, but looked at him with interest. You need to know the ability of Op Fruit. There is a super bug ultimate move that can give people endless life, but it cannot affect the Op Fruit user himself, and requires the user to sacrifice his life in order to do it. In addition, Op Fruit's use of abilities is also extremely unique. Just cutting a person into several pieces without harming his life is already super pervert. You can attack when you advance, and you can defend when you retreat. The existence of Op Fruit is simply a bug. After a while, Trafalgar Law finally recovered some of his injuries, and at least he no longer coughed up blood when he spoke. Your name is Xiao, what do you want? Luo turned his head in the direction of Luo Yi and looked at Luo Yi and said. At the same time, this thoughtful death doctor had countless thoughts flashing through his mind and thought of various possibilities. Do you want to sacrifice your own life to give him eternal life? Or do you want to enslave yourself? Or do you want to become his undercover to test the 4 emperors? In his mind, he had already prepared for the worst. Hehe, it's actually nothing. Well, I just want to make some deals with you. Luo Yi jumped down from the roof, casually inserted the sword Sameheta into the ground, and sat on a big rock. I know most things in this world, whether it's Marine, 4 Emperors or Shishibukai, I know them all very well, definitely beyond your imagination. If you want to know anything, you can use Devil Fruit, come trade with me. I need Devil Fruit very much. Luo Yi said, I need it very much. Bibo. Members of the Heart Pirates. The way you do business is really violent. Trafalgar Law, on the other hand, raised his head and stared at Luo Yi. The muscles on his face were constantly shaking. In his head, Luo Yi's voice kept playing back. I just want to make a deal with you. I want to make a deal with you. Make a deal. Trade. Easy. Puff. He started vomiting blood again. I can't stop it. At this time, there were countless wounds inside his body that were reopened due to anger. You beat me like this just to make a deal with me? I'm so angry that I'm bleeding. While vomiting, Trafalgar Law rolled his eyes and fainted. The scene at this time was extremely embarrassing. Chapter 22. Seeing Luo fainted, Luo Yi pointed at him sheepishly and said. Bibo, your captain fainted. Bibo had no expression on his face, lowered his head, and didn't look at Luo Yi. He didn't know what he was thinking. On the other hand, the doctor from the Heart Pirates next to him sat down on the ground and looked at Luo Yi with extremely complicated eyes. Luo Yi scratched his head, is your ship nearby? I know a place near here. Why don't you take this guy there for treatment first? It's still very safe there. You guy. Just make a deal. What are you doing? The doctor stood up and roared at Luo Yi. Luo Yi shrugged, you were the one who made the first move. Doctor. With tears streaming down his face, he was speechless. You weren't the one who followed us first. Soon, Luo Yi led Beibo and the other 3 to the entrance of a tavern according to the comic memories in his heart. It was the bar called Shaky's Rip-Off Bar, the owner was called Shucky, and he had an inexplicable relationship with Rayleigh. And this is where Rayleigh lives. Luo Yi thought of this immediately. As Rayleigh was his potential client, Luo Yi still had to encourage him. It would be best if Rayleigh took the initiative to find Devil Fruit for him. So Luo Yi came to this pub. Pushing the door open, the tavern was empty except for 2 people. Luo Yi recognized these 2 people at a glance. They were Shucky, the tavern owner, and Rayleigh, who had just parted ways. Seeing Luo Yi, Rayleigh was obviously taken aback. In particular, behind Luo Yi, followed a tall fur tribe, who was also holding a bloody man with blood still pouring from his mouth. This guy just killed an admiral, what is he doing again? Ah ha ha ha, Rayleigh, you are here. That will be easy. Can I put this guy who keeps vomiting blood in your place first? He is seriously injured. After Luo Yi saw Rayleigh, he laughed. If there was only Shucky, he would probably have to deceive Shucky to put Trafalgar Law in Shucky's tavern. After hearing Luo Yi's words, Rayleigh suddenly felt a headache. This guy who even Admiral would kill at his request, should he stay here? Who knows if I might kill the celestial dragons if I go out soon? He can't stand such trouble. How do you know I'm here? Rayleigh asked, putting his hand on his forehead. Luo Yi laughed and said, have you forgotten? I told you that I know almost everything in the world. Rayleigh's heart skipped a beat. Although he was sure that Luo Yi knew a lot of things, he didn't expect that this weird guy even knew where he lived. Is there really anyone who knows everything? At this time, Rayleigh once again thought of the information that Luo Yi wanted to trade with him. Maybe it's really important news? Okay, but if you want to put this guy here with me, don't you have to pay a price? Rayleigh said with a smile, you are a dangerous person. Rayleigh's glasses flashed with white light, 10 devil fruits. Although the price is a bit expensive, it's okay to leave some valuable news for you. Tisk, 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 Rayleigh, you are very good at calculating. Luo Yi laughed dumbly, Rayleigh, our deal cannot be discounted. At this moment, Shucky, the proprietress behind the bar, suddenly spoke. There is a guest room in the back room. Just put him on the bed. Shucky had a cigarette in his mouth. Ever since Luo Yi came in, he had been looking at Luo Yi with his arms folded across his chest, showing full interest in his eyes. You must know that although Shucky is a tavern owner, she is extremely well informed and an intelligence communicator. So when Luo Yi and others just entered the tavern, she recognized Bibo, the heart pirates, who was following Luo Yi. And the person in Bibo's hands who was seriously injured to the point of vomiting blood was none other than Dr. Death in Supernova 11, the op fruit user, Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 200 million belly. Through the attitude of Bibo and the doctor next to her towards Luo Yi, she could tell at a glance that Trafalgar Law's injury must have a lot to do with Luo Yi. Not only that, Rayleigh has not treated a young man with such an attitude for many years. The most important thing is that she doesn't know the origin of Luo Yi at all. Before this, she had no information about Luo Yi. How could she have never heard of such a person who could chat and laugh with Rayleigh and seriously injure a supernova with a bounty of 200 million baileys to the point of death, given her intelligence network? She became very interested in Luo Yi. Shuki immediately asked Luo Yi to stay. Hearing Shuki's words, Rayleigh smiled and shook his head. Having lived with Shuki for so many years, he certainly knew what Shuki was curious about. But I don't know how to treat a doctor. Are you sure he won't die like this? Shuki said. Before Luo Yi could speak, the doctor from the Heart Pirates spoke up. Our captain is also the best doctor in the world. As long as he wakes up, we don't have to worry about anything anymore. Shuki nodded. Bibo had already carried Luo and walked towards the back room, and Luo Yi followed him, preparing to take a look at Trafalgar Law's injury. This guy didn't want to die before he woke up, so Luo Yi would be a big deal. How much devil fruit should I take? After Luo Yi and others entered the back room, Shuki placed 3 wine glasses and poured a glass of wine for himself, Rayleigh, and Luo Yi. What's the origin of this guy? Shuki asked. Rayleigh took a sip of wine, looked into Shuki's eyes, and said slowly. This guy just killed a Marine Admiral. Snap. Shuki's hand shook and the bottle fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Chapter 23. That guy just killed a Marine Admiral. Snap. Shuki's hand shook and the bottle fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Shuki looked at Rayleigh blankly. What? You heard that right. Rayleigh took another sip of wine. He killed a Marine Admiral. Who? It's Akainu. How is this possible? Shuki stared at Rayleigh. The cigarette in his mouth burned to the butt of the cigarette, but she didn't notice it. The wine on the ground flowed to her feet, and she didn't make any move. Marine's highest combat power was actually killed? Just now? How ridiculous. Even when Roger dominated the sea, nothing like this had ever happened. If Rayleigh hadn't said these words in her mouth, she would have laughed. That's it. If I hadn't seen that scene with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Rayleigh's voice was somewhat emotional. He still hadn't fully digested the news of Admiral's death and Ace's execution. Although it's hard to believe, this thing is true. Rayleigh said, putting down his glass. Shuki's eyes widened, unable to digest the news. Is that the little guy just now? How old is he to kill Akainu? Shuki was confused. This incident can be said to be one of the most shocking things after Roger's death. Compared to what happened when Golden Lion angrily challenged naval headquarters, it's even more concessions. Rayleigh nodded silently. That's that young man. He's surprising, and there's more to him than that. The news should have been sent back to Marine by now, but this little guy has some tricks up his sleeve. I guess. Marine will not announce Akainu's death to the world, they will suppress it first. Rayleigh said. How could Marine suppress this matter? Shuki threw away the cigarette butt, left the glass floor, sat on the sofa, lit another cigarette, and took a long drag. What is going on? Rayleigh drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and said, this is another shocking news. Rayleigh seemed to have a smile on her lips, but her eyes were a little complicated, shaky. The war is about to begin. Marine will publicly execute Whitebeard's second team leader, Fire Fist Ace, soon. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Shuki's pupils shrank sharply. With her decades of experience in the sea, of course she understood what this meant in an instant. Marine, we are going to fight Whitebeard head-on. War is coming. This news was another bombshell that exploded in Shuki's heart, leaving her unable to recover for a long time. At this time, she also understood what Rayleigh said. Marine might suppress the matter of Akainu's death first, because compared with Luo Yi alone, the war with 4 emperors Whitebeard is the most important. Shuki picked up the cup and drank the glass of wine, feeling like he was dreaming. Suddenly, Shuki thought of a key question. If Akainu dies, then in the next war between Marine and Whitebeard, there will be a lack of admiral-level combat power. In a war, this may affect the final result. Shuki spoke again, the position of Marine Admiral is vacant. According to previous news, Mumu Zagi is probably still in the hospital. Then this war. Hearing Shuki's words, Rayleigh smiled and said, I don't know how Marine will make up for such a lack of strength. But I think that even if we start recruiting troops from the world now, it will be too late to find someone with admiral-level strength. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, but, although Whitebeard is known as the most powerful man, don't forget that Marine has Sengoku and Garp. These two people are not easy to mess with. As for what happened after the war, haven't we, have faded away from these things a long time ago. Rayleigh's eyes were a little lonely, thinking of the passion of competing for the Grand Line with Roger when he was young. Shuki sighed softly and looked blankly at the cigarette in his hand. He had so many thoughts in his heart that he couldn't calm down. No one will be able to calm down after learning these two breaking news. Just when Rayleigh and Shuki were wondering what to think, Luo Yi walked out of the back room. However, Luo Yi was stunned when he returned to the tavern. He clearly felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit depressing. "Sit down, I just told Shuki about you," Rayleigh said with a smile, "but I told Shuki about Ace without your permission. You won't blame me?" Luo Yi waved his hand, naturally picked up the third glass of wine on the bar, and said, "It doesn't matter, it won't be long before the world government will announce this to people all over the world. This is not a secret." After hearing Luo Yi's words, Shuki stood up, walked to the inside of the bar, and began to collect the wine bottles that had just been smashed to the ground. "You are really shocking. If I hadn't heard what Rayleigh said personally, I wouldn't have believed that you had done such an amazing thing," Shuki said while cleaning. Luo Yi gave Shuki a big smile, but at this moment, the phone in the tavern suddenly rang. "Brew brew." The three of them were stunned, and Shuki quickly answered the phone. "Aunt Xiao. Read the latest newspaper. Marine has made another big move." A shout came from the phone. Akainu resigned from the admiral position. Marine has begun recruiting troops around the world. Rayleigh and Shuki looked at each other in shock, and a smile appeared on Luo Yi's lips. The matter of Luo Yi killing Akainu was suppressed. So, the plan to publicly impose the death penalty on Ace will go ahead. Chapter 24. As the newspaper boy arrives at the Sabaody archipelago, everyone gets a newspaper. The content in the newspaper shocked countless people. Shock. Akainu resigns as admiral. Marine recruits troops from all over the world. For a time, everyone in the entire Sabaody archipelago was discussing this matter. In Shuki's tavern, shocked shouts came from the phone bug, and Rayleigh and Shuki were both silent. Marine expressed his attitude. The matter of Luo Yi killing Akainu was suppressed. Marine would rather endure something as bad as Admiral being killed than go to war with Whitebeard. Why does Marine have to fight this war? Rayleigh and Shuki were both confused. They didn't expect that the key to the matter was Ace, not Whitebeard. After hearing the news, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up. Sure enough, according to Marine now, executing Roger's bloodline in public is the most important thing. Whether it's the war with Whitebeard or the murder of Admiral, I can endure it. Sengoku wants to announce to the entire sea that Marine is the authority that cannot be challenged on this sea. If Luo Yi had not come to the pirate world, according to the original historical trajectory, Marine's goal would have been basically achieved. The four emperors Whitebeard and Roger's bloodline Ace all died in the Summit War, but now, the world recruitment in advance, interesting. Luo Yi sipped his wine, guessing the meaning behind Marine's actions. Without Akainu, where will this war go? In a room of Shuki Tavern, Luo Yi was sitting on a chair, holding a bottle of wine in his hand and tapping the bottle lightly with his fingers. At this time, Trafalgar Law had not yet woken up from the coma, and Luo Yi also asked Shuki for a guest room, thinking about the next move. Calculating the time, Luffy and the others will soon arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. Then I have to prepare for the deal with Luffy. He must need my help very much. Luo Yi closed his eyes and concentrated on the 11 members of the Akatsuki organization in his mind. At this point, Luo Yi finally had time and a suitable environment to make his first summons. Summon Akatsuki members. System, I want to summon members. Luo Yi communicated with the system mentally. Host, only fully unlocked members can be summoned. During the summoning period, Devil Fruit cannot be moved. The system reminded. I know this. What I want to ask is, how will my strength change after the summoning? Host, after summoning a member of the Akatsuki organization, you still have the full strength of that member. Luo Yi's heart jumped twice, this couldn't be better. System, I want to summon Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Luo Yi only has 11 devil fruits in total, and can only fully unlock one member at most, and can also only summon one member of the Akatsuki organization at the same time. Luo Yi immediately chose to summon Uchiha Itachi. As Luo Yi spoke the summoning command to the system, Luo Yi suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if his spirit was connected to another person. Luo Yi opened his eyes, and with a thought in his heart, a figure appeared out of thin air in the room. Seeing this figure, Luo Yi's pupils shrank and his heart jumped twice. Handsome eyes, obvious nasolabial folds. None other than Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was also wearing the Akatsuki organization's standard clothing, a black coat embroidered with red clouds. Summoning Uchiha Itachi, success. After Uchiha Itachi appeared, he looked at Luo Yi, and there seemed to be light flashing in his eyes. It was you, who gave me life again. There was a hint of doubt in Itachi's eyes. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows, the Uchiha Itachi in front of him had his own consciousness. This is exactly what Luo Yi wants to see. If there is an Uchiha Itachi who is completely unconscious and has to direct every move by himself, Luo Yi does not need it. You have felt everything, right? Without me, you would have disappeared. Luoyi looked at Uchiha Itachi and said. Itachi nodded, facing Luoyi. He had a strange feeling that the man in front of him had an extremely important position in his heart. No matter what the man in front of him says, he will do it. It seems that he was born for Luoyi. His only mission is to protect Luoyi and obey Luoyi's command. He was not disgusted with this feeling, but felt that it should be the case. My name is Luoyi, you can call me boss, or whatever. Luoyi saw Itachi's eyes and knew that he had understood and accepted everything. Itachi nodded again and moved his body. Luoyi smiled and said, how do you feel? How is your physical condition and strength? Itachi briefly felt his physical condition, and said with some surprise, it's very good. I feel that my body has never been better. Some of the hidden diseases that have always existed have even been cured. My strength can be used 100%. Luoyi nodded, this was all what Luoyi expected. Yes, but the world now is not the world you lived in before. You will have a long time to understand this world in the future. Don't worry, this is a very interesting place. Luoyi said. Itachi nodded silently. In fact, he had discovered that the style of this room was extremely weird. But soon, Luoyi discovered that at this moment, Luoyi had no way to let Itachi show his abilities. In terms of attack, Itachi's combat power is extremely strong, but now, Luoyi really doesn't have any need to fight. Okay, now you can rest for a while and let me try to summon other members of the Akatsuki organization. Luoyi said, and at the same time, his desire for devil fruit became more urgent. With only 11 devil fruits, he could only summon one member of the Akatsuki organization at the same time. There are really too few. Luoyi thought, and Uchiha Itachi's figure disappeared into the room. Then the next summons. Luoyi pondered, the 11 members of the Akatsuki organization and their various abilities flashed in his mind. It's finally time to summon the members of the Akatsuki organization, wow alla alla. Chapter 25. Then the next summons. Luoyi pondered, the 11 members of the Akatsuki organization and their various abilities flashed in his mind. Suddenly, after Luoyi thought of one of the very distinctive members, an idea flashed in his head, and he immediately transferred 10 devil fruits from Uchiha Itachi's side. Exactly. 2 special characters in one, absolutely, completely unlocked. The system, summons black-white Zetsu. Luoyi said firmly in his heart. There was a breeze blowing through the room, and a figure appeared next to Luoyi. The body was half black and half white, with something like leaves standing up on it, covering most of his head. His 2 eyes were hollow, with no pupils visible. Exactly. Luoyi looked at the black-white Zetsu that appeared out of thin air, and once again felt that the black-white Zetsu was really ugly. Although it was a character he summoned by himself, Luoyi still felt that he couldn't look directly at him. Such a black-white Zetsu could scare a child to tears. As if sensing the meaning of Luoyi's eyes, black-white Zetsu actually lowered his head, showing an embarrassed expression. Luoyi was suddenly a little surprised. Although he knew that every summoned member had his own consciousness, the current black-white Zetsu behaved a little differently from the one in the Hokage world. So ashamed and embarrassed. But soon, Luoyi figured out why. For the members of the Akatsuki organization summoned by the system, they naturally regarded Luoyi as the most important person. No matter what Luoyi says, they will complete it. In this way, black-white Zetsu would feel a little embarrassed under Luoyi's gaze. Haha, appearance is not important, I just need someone as special as you to be by my side. Luoyi laughed and patted black-white Zetsu on the shoulder. Ju nodded and looked at Luoyi with 2 eyes of different colors, looking very well behaved. Okay, Ju, I summoned you this time because I want to test your abilities. With Itachi's experience, Luoyi stopped interacting with Ju and went directly to the topic. Show your mayfly technique. There was a hint of expectation in Luoyi's voice. Mayfly technique. He has a unique sneaking technique that can integrate his body with the vegetation of the earth to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. And while the mayfly technique is activated, all auras can be cut off, making it impossible for anyone to detect it. Luoyi has a very important plan for Ju's ability. After hearing Luoyi's words, Ju acted immediately, and his feet immediately began to merge with the ground, and slowly sank until half of his body sank into the ground. Where his body came into contact with the ground, it was as if the ground had turned into liquid, completely unable to restrict Zetsu's movement. Seeing this scene, Luoyi closed his eyes. After a few seconds, Luoyi opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. When he closed his eyes, Luoyi couldn't feel Ju's presence at all. In other words, Zetsu can escape anyone's perception unless they see it with their own eyes. With my current strength, if I can't see Zetsu, I can't sense Zetsu's existence at all. Luoyi touched his chin, I just don't know if I can block observation Haki's detection. But while Luoyi was thinking, he felt the message Ju passed on to him. Luoyi was stunned for a moment, then thought, and what he saw in front of him suddenly changed. It's like seeing things from 2 different perspectives. Visual sharing. You can share your unique vision. This feeling was indescribably strange, but Luoyi instantly understood the role of this ability. It was the unique connection between Ju and himself. At this time, Luo Yi can not only see with his own eyes, but also see everything that Zhu sees. In other words, no matter where Zhu goes, Luo Yi can see everything that happens there. Luo Yi was pleasantly surprised, it was like he had an extra pair of eyes that could move at will. With the unique mayfly technique, the world of pirates can be seen in your own eyes. Phew! Luo Yi closed his eyes and began to fully use Zhu's perspective. It was still difficult for Luo Yi to adapt to the feeling of two perspectives. After using Zhu's perspective, Luo Yi suddenly felt strange. He saw himself. Moreover, this perspective feels very low. Luo Yi actually forgot that he was still in the state of mayfly technique, and half of his body had already merged with the ground. How's it going? Are you still used to it? Zhu asked. Luo Yi nodded and began to adapt to the new perspective. In fact, if he didn't look at himself, it would be no different from usual. Suddenly, Luo Yi's heart moved, and he communicated with Zhu in his heart, "Can you sneak into another room?" Later, Luo Yi told Zhu the locations of Rayleigh and Shuki, and motioned Zhu to sneak into the lobby of the tavern. If Rayleigh can feel Zetsu's existence, then in Zetsu's future actions, he must pay attention to the existence of observation haki. After feeling Luo Yi's thoughts, he immediately acted and his whole body sank to the ground. Luo Yi suddenly felt that his eyes were pitch black. But soon, Luo Yi's eyes lit up and he regained his vision. What came into view was the familiar tavern. Rayleigh and Shuki, on the other hand, were drinking wine and chatting about something. Chapter 26. Seeing that Rayleigh and Shuki didn't seem to notice any signs of him, Luo Yi used Zhu's perspective to quickly observe Zhu's situation. Absolute emerged from the ground behind Rayleigh and Shuki, with only a head exposed. Where the body and the ground met, the ground seemed to have turned into water, and Absolute could move freely and quickly. And Rayleigh didn't notice Zetsu's appearance. Mayfly technique. Sure enough, the number one skill of stealth. Even Rayleigh can't find it, so you don't have to worry about seeing or hearing anything from now on. Luo Yi was excited, instructing Zhu to move in his mind. Zhu slowly approached Rayleigh and Shuki, but they still didn't notice anything. But at this moment, Luo Yi heard the sound of Rayleigh and Shuki chatting. Luo Yi was slightly stunned. He was still in his room and could hear Rayleigh's chat. Needless to say, it was a unique connection between him and himself. What the two said quickly attracted Luo Yi's attention. That little guy is called Xiao. Have you never received any relevant information? Rayleigh said. Akatsuki, never heard of it. Shuki's voice. Is this someone new to the sea? Isn't it too scary to kill Admiral when he comes up? Shuki muttered. Suddenly, Shuki lowered his voice, could it be someone from Impel Down, like Golden Lion? It's impossible. This little guy is very young. He has the energy of Roger when he was young and fearless. That's not the case with the old guys in Impel Down. Rayleigh said. Think about it, this little guy is really a dangerous person, and he may kill the celestial dragons at some point. Rayleigh said. Ha ha ha, I want to see what Sengoku will do after he kills the celestial dragons. Did you send Admiral here to die? Luo Yi heard the sound of a lighter. To be honest, this little guy can kill Akainu. His strength may have surpassed that of Admiral, and he may reach the level of 4 emperors. Does Sengoku want to come to Sabaody archipelago to catch him in person? Shuki said with a smile. At this time, Shuki sounded like he had accepted the two shocking news and was discussing Luo Yi with Rayleigh. And Shuki also discovered that Luo Yi's existence is a super time bomb for marine. With strength beyond Admiral's level, he is completely unrestricted by the rules of this world. Admiral can kill him whenever he wants. Shuki can already imagine how much headache Sengoku has now. Most importantly, people know absolutely nothing about Luo Yi. That little guy is really a terrible enemy. I really want to see Sengoku in a state of distress. Shuki said with a smile. Don't underestimate Sengoku, he is Marine the resourceful general, the Sengoku of Buddha. Rayleigh said. But counting the time, the little guy's wanted notice should be out soon. Rayleigh paused while speaking, and there was the sound of a wine glass being placed on the table. Since Sengoku has decided not to solve Luo Yi's matter for the time being, then the wanted notice will be released soon. There will definitely be orders. On this sea, against Marine, only dead people have no wanted warrant. Hearing this, Luo Yi felt moved and ordered Zhu to return to his room. Then, Luo Yi immediately cut off the visual sharing between Zhu, opened his eyes, and began to pace back and forth in the room. Wanted order. Rayleigh's words gave Luo Yi a bold inspiration. Soon, Zhu returned to the room and stood in the corner of the room, waiting for Luo Yi's order. 2 minutes later, Luo Yi frowned and said, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's go and see the situation at Naval Headquarters first. Luo Yi immediately took out a chart and found the location of Sabaody Archipelago and Naval Headquarters. The distance between the two was not far. Zhu, can your mayfly technique be used on the sea? Luo Yi looked at Zhu. The leaves of the big trees on both sides of Zhu spread out and nodded to Luo Yi, no problem, any terrain is fine except air. Hearing Zetsu's words, Luo Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, called Zeal to his side, and explained in detail the location of Sabaody archipelago, as well as Zetsu's destination this time, the location of Naval Headquarters Marine Fando. Go, find this place, and notify me, be careful not to be discovered. Luo Yi patted Ju on the shoulder, and Ju immediately acted, blending into the ground and disappearing into the room. After Ju left, Luo Yi communicated with the system, what will happen if the summoned character is fatally injured? Host, members who have been fatally injured only need to cool down for half an hour and be summoned again. The members of the Akatsuki organization will appear in full condition. Luo Yi nodded, which means that as long as he is alive, members of the Xiao organization will always exist. In this way, Zetsu's combat power is not too high, and he will not suffer any losses when encountering danger. Luo Yi closed his eyes and rested his mind, and soon received a perfect response. Zetsu has arrived at Marina Vando. So fast. Luo Yi was surprised. Ju's sneaking speed was really unexpectedly fast. Luo Yi immediately closed his eyes and started visual sharing. In front of us is the majestic naval headquarters. Tisk tisk, this naval headquarters building is really impressive. Luo Yi looked around with Ju's perspective and found that only one of Ju's heads was above the ground, and Ju's position was not far from the marine building. Naval headquarters, ha ha ha, here I come. Chapter 27. Then, let's go see Sengoku first. Luo Yi made a decision and ordered Zetsu to sneak into naval headquarters. He remembered that Sengoku's office should be the most magnificent one at the top. Zetsu's mayfly technique is very strong. After entering the naval headquarters building, no one noticed Zetsu's existence. When heading to Sengoku's office, Luo Yi became very playful. Along the way, Ju appeared in various rooms and saw various marine offices. He even met a cultivated Momuzagi in one of the wards. However, Momuzagi still seemed not to be in good spirits at this time. Under the strongest illusion, Tsukuyomi, she almost collapsed. After several days of training, she still has not returned to her original appearance. Momuzagi in this state simply cannot display his strength normally. An admiral candidate lost most of his combat effectiveness due to Luo Yi. It turns out that Tsukuyomi is so powerful in the world of One Piece, but that's right. There is no illusion in this world, which is probably the weakest aspect. Luo Yi thought in his mind. It's just that Luo Yi is not sure whether Tsukuyomi can still show such a good effect when encountering a character with Conqueror's Haki. Luo Yuxin made a note of Vice Admiral and prepared to try it out later. With his absolute strength, now is not the time for a fight. Soon, when Zi's head appeared on the ceiling of an office again, Luo Yi recognized it in an instant. This was Sengoku's office. Because Sengoku is sitting at his desk. The position of the exposed head at this time is at the corner of the ceiling behind Sengoku, which is in Sengoku's visual blind spot. Luo Yi saw Martial Marine's office for the first time through Ju's perspective. Of course, Luo Yi felt a little regretful that he couldn't see Sengoku's face from this angle. But at this moment, Luo Yi saw Sengoku picking up the phone bug on the table. How are you preparing for Akatsuki's arrest warrant? Sengoku's voice was thick and loud, full of energy. Report to the Marshal, Xiao's wanted order has been basically completed, but the bounty has not yet been determined. Please give the Marshal instructions. Telephone bug shouted. The marine officer reported by the phone bug was the person responsible for producing and printing wanted posters, but this time the mission was very strange, and the bounty for Akatsuki's wanted posters had never been determined. Moreover, the person on the wanted notice was so unfamiliar that he didn't even know what the wanted person had done. This kind of thing doesn't happen often. So he has been waiting for instructions from above. Regarding the bounty of Akatsuki, he did not dare to make his own decisions. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku pondered for 2 seconds and slowly but firmly uttered a few words. Give him, 1 billion Baileys. Silence. The phone bugs were shocked. At this time, in Sengoku's hand, the phone bug opened its mouth wide and stared at Sengoku with wide eyes, completely showing the shock of the marine officer opposite him. At this time, on the other side of the phone, the marine officer in charge of the wanted order opened his mouth several times, but did not say a word. 1 billion Baileys. Who is this person? What did he do? The last time a wanted order was issued with a bounty of 1 billion, it was for Jack the Drow of 4 Emperors Kaido. After Jack, there has been no wanted order with a bounty of 1 billion for many years. Not to mention anything else, this wanted notice alone is enough to cause quite a shock on the sea. This is a bounty amount that completely crushes 7 warlords of the sea. No, not just the Shishibukai, this has crushed 99% of the people in the sea, right to the top of the pyramid. Is there any problem? Sengoku frowned when he heard the other person didn't speak for a long time. No. Marshal, no problem. The wanted order for Akatsuki can be done now, the marine officer on the other end of the phone said in a panic. Just kidding, no matter how large the amount was, he would not dare to question Marshal Marine's decision. Prepare more and distribute them to various marine bases. Be sure to attract the attention of all marines. Sengoku pinched his eyebrows and said. Yes. Marshal. After putting down the phone, Sengoku felt his head start to hurt again. Even though he was called the resourceful general by the world, he felt extremely troubled when facing such a difficult situation. Fortunately, he already had a preliminary plan in mind. However, even he was a little unsure whether this plan could proceed smoothly and achieve its ultimate goal. The sudden appearance of Akatsuki and Akainu's death became a big stone weighing on Sengoku's heart. Especially, the war with Whitebeard is about to begin, Admirals' combat power has declined, and the situation has become extremely serious. At this time in Sengoku's office, Zetsu's head slowly sank into the ceiling and left Sengoku's office. Ju began searching for the department that produced the printed wanted posters. This is exactly what Luo Yi is aiming for this time. 8 billion Baileys. Luo Yi temporarily terminated Ju's visual sharing and asked Ju to contact him again after discovering the room where the wanted notice was printed. Now Luo Yi was pacing the room, thinking about the news he just heard in the marshal's office. Is it a little missing? Chapter 28. 1 billion Baileys, isn't that a little too little? Killing an admiral is only the same amount as that big guy from Drought? What is Sengoku thinking? Luo Yi continued to pace the room, but before he could think about it, Ju's news had already arrived. He found the department that printed the wanted posters. Luo Yi immediately switched to Ju's perspective. At this time, Ju was on the roof of a small office, with half of his head exposed, looking at the marine soldier in the office. It was the person who had just spoken to Sengoku who was still standing next to the phone bug with a dull expression on his face. Apparently, he hasn't recovered from the shock of the $1 billion bounty. A billion bounty. Not long ago, Straw Hat Luffy's bounty of 300 million was already surprising. Now, a guy whose origins he has never heard of has a bounty of 1 billion. It was Sengoku's personal decision. What's wrong with this world? Gudong, the soldier swallowed a mouthful of saliva and sat down. No matter how shocked he was, this wanted order had to be made quickly. Luo Yi can see everything in the office clearly through Ju's eyes. There is only one marine in this small office. Moreover, this marine soldier is not very physically fit. Obviously, one marine is enough to create a wanted poster at naval headquarters. No one would have thought that one day someone would sneak in here. This just gave Luo Yi an opportunity. Ju, are you sure you can knock this guy out? Luo Yi asked. No problem, this person is very weak. Ju responded to Luo Yi. Although he was the main investigator, it only took a matter of minutes to deal with a marine soldier. Luo Yi nodded secretly. Compared with other people in the Xiao organization, Ju's combat effectiveness was very poor, but compared with the marine soldier in front of him, he was extremely powerful. Moreover, Luo Yi also knows that this guy is a man with big moves. When it is time for him to take action, even Uchiha Madara will kill you with a claw. Scared you to death. Soon, Zetsu moved from the ceiling to the top of the marine soldier's head, then his upper body emerged from the wall, and slashed the marine soldier's neck with a hand knife. Boom! The marine soldier rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. Ju, go down and take a look and lock the door. Luo Yi said to Ju in his heart. Ju jumped out of the wall, locked the door, and came to the machine that made the wanted poster. In a few minutes, Luo Yi and Ju figured out how to use this thing. At this time, Luo Yi saw that more than half of his wanted order had been completed, including Luo Yi's photo. There was only one bounty amount left to fill in. They even took a picture of me. It must have been when I was fighting Akainu. Luo Yi thought to himself. Looking at this unfinished wanted poster, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up, and a lot of devil fruit was coming. Ju. Let's do it. Let me tell you, you do it. Grand Line, Marine G5 Division. In the office, a machine suddenly squeaked, and then a wanted notice was printed out. This machine has similar functions to Luo Yi's fax machine in his previous life. Marine next to him immediately came over. This machine is specially designed to receive wanted notices from naval headquarters. The paper and ink are special and will not fade or be damaged when exposed to water. Only Marine can make such paper. We're finally here. Is this the guy named Xiao that the headquarters said needs to be paid close attention to? The man walked to the machine in 3 steps and picked up the wanted poster. But when he saw the wanted poster, he froze on the spot. This Marine's eyes are bulging. What's wrong? Is it a new person or is the previous wanted poster breaking through? Immediately, someone next to him noticed something strange about him, walked over and looked at the wanted poster in his hand. The next second, the soldier was stunned, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he saw. The photo on this wanted poster is Sengoku. Marine Marshal Sengoku's photo appears on the wanted poster. Under the Sengoku photo there are 2 lines of text. Xiao, $20,000,000. 2 billion bounty amount. The 2 Marines were all petrified. I couldn't believe my eyes. Marshal Marine Sengoku's photo appeared on the wanted poster. I would never dream of doing this. Soon, the 2 Marine soldiers noticed that in the blank space of the wanted notice, there was a line of words that was obviously written by hand. I know everything in this world. Don. The 2 Marines looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. When the G5 branch received a wanted order, marine branches around the world received the wanted order with Sengoku's photo, even the world government departments were no exception. For a moment, the entire marine system fell into chaos. At the same time, packages of wanted posters were shipped out from the Naval Headquarters Wanted Poster Production Office and transported to various sea areas. Sengoku's office. Sengoku had just finished planning his response to Whitebeard's attack when he heard Bulu-Bulu's voice in his arms. Sengoku's expression changed and he took out a small phone bug. This phone bug is a special phone bug used by the world government to communicate with Sengoku. What happened again? There was a faint bad feeling in Sengoku's heart. Sengoku. The phone was connected and Sora's voice came. Sora's voice was a little strange, as if filled with endless anger. Chapter 29. Sengoku. The phone was connected, and the voice of World Government Commander Sora came. Sengoku was silent for 2 seconds, and he heard something strange in Sora's voice. The uneasy feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Commander Kong, I'm here. Sengoku responded. Handle it well. Sora's voice sounded like he was suppressing endless anger. After finishing his sentence, he hung up the phone. Deal with it well? What to deal with? Sengoku looked at the hung-up phone bug, and a haze suddenly appeared in his heart. Something bad happened again? It was so bad that the commander-in-chief of the world government had to personally call him to warn him. Even last time Admiral was killed, it wasn't like this. Sengoku's eyelids twitched wildly, he changed his phone number and dialed. A minute later, a marine civilian soldier walked into Sengoku's office with a piece of paper in his hands. His face was pale, and throughout the process, his hands were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the paper in his hands. He didn't dare to look at this piece of paper. It was a wanted notice, with a bounty of 2 billion, with the name Akatsuki written on it, but with Sengoku's photo on it. 10 seconds later, in the office where Sengoku was, Jin. Light. Big. Do. When Sengoku saw the wanted poster, he was so angry that he transformed. But his transformation is that of a giant Buddha. At this time, the people outside Marine Base were all looking at the window of Sengoku's office in shock. There seemed to be a golden sun inside, emitting countless rays of golden light. Kizaru, who was about to go to sea, his eyes widened. The marshal was making trouble? Transformed in the office? Don't you want to dismantle Marine Base? Boom. There was a loud noise, and the entire Marine Base was visibly shaken. Unknown how many people were knocked to the ground. The glass in Sengoku's office was completely shattered into pieces, and fragments of tables, chairs, and benches flew out of the window. Sengoku slapped his palm on the table, smashing the wanted poster and the desk into pieces. Not only that, Sengoku's palm also penetrated the floor. The marine officers on the floor below Sengoku's office looked at the large hole that suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and their eyes flew out. Through the big hole, they could still see Marshal Marine, whose body was glowing with golden light. His figure had grown huge, and his head broke through the ceiling. These marine officers were completely confused. Marshal, transformed in the office? However, just when everyone was scared and didn't know what to do, Sengoku's body suddenly stopped growing and began to slowly return to its original appearance. Xiao. I will definitely catch you with my own hands. On this day, a piece of news that shocked the world spread throughout the sea. A man named Akatsuki, who was wanted by Marine, invaded Marine's wanted order production department and played tricks on the entire Marine. Sengoku was so angry that he transformed on the spot, scaring all the Marines. Moreover, the packages of Luoyi's special wanted warrants that were previously transported from naval headquarters were also delivered to various sea areas by the newspaper delivery man. The wanted poster with a 2 billion bounty attached to Sengoku's photo has reached almost everyone. From this day on, everyone knows the name Xiao. Dress Rosa. Doflamingo stared at the wanted poster in his hand, with veins popping out on his head. In front of him were a bunch of top cotters, none of whom dared to speak. Xiao is the last person who should not be mentioned in front of Brother Ming. Xiao. I will cut you into pieces. The wanted warrant was torn to pieces. Grand Line New World. Whitebeard was sitting on his throne, with a bunch of infusion tubes hanging around him, and an oxygen machine under his nose. At this time, Whitebeard was drinking heavily and didn't care about his condition at all. At this time, Marco, the captain of the team, came over with a wanted notice in his hand. Dad, something interesting happened. Marco said with a smile on his face, there is trouble at Marine. It may be helpful for us to rescue Ace. Whitebeard put down the wine gourd, took the wanted notice from Marco's hand, glanced at it twice, and immediately laughed loudly. Gula la 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 la. Even Sengoku has been tricked. After Whitebeard smiled, he raised his hand casually, and the wanted poster floated in the air twice before falling into the sea. Dad. Marco was stunned. Whitebeard's face regained his composure and he glanced at Marco. That's the Buddha Sengoku. He's not that easy to play with. Sabaody Archipelago, Shuki's Tavern. Ju has returned to Luoyi's room from naval headquarters. At this time, 6 devil fruits were placed in front of Luoyi. Luo Yi looked at devil fruit in front of him and then at Zhu, feeling extremely emotional. While evacuating naval headquarters, Zhu ransacked Marine's devil fruit storage room. Wow, ha ha ha, Sengoku is so angry that he ransacked the devil fruit at the Marine headquarters. Chapter 30. While evacuating naval headquarters, Zhu ransacked Marine's devil fruit storage room. Got 6 devil fruit. Using Zetsu's strongest stealth technique, he was not discovered until he left naval headquarters with these 6 fruits. We're about to start a war with Whitebeard. There are still 6 devil fruits left that we don't need. Marine is really confident. Luo Yi looked at the 6 devil fruits and marveled. Luo Yi happily received 6 devil fruits into the system. At this point, Luo Yi's devil fruits totaled 17. But what Luo Yi didn't know was that just when Zhu took away the 6 devil fruits, 6 elite marine soldiers who had been screened out from different branches came to the naval headquarters all the way. These 6 fruits were prepared for them, just to prepare for Whitebeard. Without Luo Yi, they would be a surprise force in the war between Marine and Whitebeard. Unfortunately, there is no if. After collecting these 6 fruits, Luo Yi was in a good mood. After such a long day of hard work, Luo Yi was very satisfied with his harvest. Now everyone outside should know that there is a person named Xiao. This will make it much more convenient for me to do business in the future. I don't have to be like Trafalgar Luo Yi every time and have to convince myself. Luo Yi thought to himself. It's been a long time since we talked. It's time for that guy to wake up. Thinking of this, Luo Yi came to the door of Trafalgar Law's room. Bibo is guarding the door. Hey, Bibo, Luo Yi said with a smile. Bibo was startled when he saw Luo Yi and opened his arms to block the door. He hasn't woken up yet. I'm awake, but Luo's injury is serious and he's undergoing surgery. Bibo didn't dare to look into Luo Yi's eyes. He still remembered that Luo Yi wanted to take him away to use as a pillow. But at this moment, Luo's voice came from Trafalgar Law's room. Bibo, let him in. Bibo was stunned for a moment, then silently opened the door and walked in with Luo Yi. After Luo Yi came in, he sat on a chair with a smile. On the bed in front of him, Trafalgar Law was covered in bandages and his face was a little pale. And the look he looked at Luo Yi was not so friendly. He who does surgery without bleeding is worthy of being a death doctor. Luo Yi said with a smile. He's from Master Xiao, right? What do you want to trade with me? Trafalgar Law was in no mood to argue with Luo Yi and went straight to the point. Refreshingly, I have information here that you must be very interested in. I know where the silence fruit is. Luo Yi said with a smile. As soon as Luo Yi said the words, Trafalgar Law's eyes suddenly became sharp, he stood up and stared at Luo Yi closely. Khorasan, the previous owner of the silence fruit, was Trafalgar Law's savior. It was precisely to save Luo's life that Khorasan died at the hands of Doflamingo. Khorasan is the most important person in Trafalgar Law's heart. It's impossible for Luo not to care about Khorasan's fruit of silence. I didn't find the wrong person for this deal. Luo Yi didn't care at all about Trafalgar's sharp eyes and poured himself a cup of tea leisurely. After a while, Trafalgar lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. His eyes were slightly red, and blood seeped out of his abdomen, staining the bandage red. How do you know these things? Trafalgar Law turned to look at Luo Yi, his voice was calm. The story with Khorasan is the biggest secret in Luo's heart. Apart from him, only Sengoku and Doflamingo know what happened that year. Not even Bibo knows about these things. Tisk, didn't I tell you? Luo Yi took a sip of tea. I know everything in this world. Trafalgar Law. Are you kidding me? How could such a person exist? Trafalgar Law turned his head and looked at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. But at this time, Bibo hesitated and suddenly stretched out his finger to poke Luo Yi's arm. Then you know the blank. I don't know, get lost, I'll kill you if you ask me again. Sorry. Luo Yi stopped talking to Bibo and said to Trafalgar Law, how about it, don't you still believe that I know where the silence fruit is? If you don't want to know, I believe both Sengoku and Doflamingo will be interested. Luo Yi said lightly. The previous owner of the silence fruit, Khorasan, was Sengoku's adopted son and Doflamingo's younger brother. Trafalgar Law's pupils shrank. Luo Yi knew more than he imagined. Luo Momo knew that with Luo Yi's strength, there was no need to deceive himself. And he has already thought clearly that the content of the transaction that Luo Yi wants to make with him may require his active cooperation to complete it. Can you guarantee that this news will only be traded with me? Trafalgar Law looked at Luo Yi and said. Of course, but the price of this information is indeed not cheap. Luo Yi said. As for Sengoku, he knew from the beginning that Luo Yi had snatched the silence fruit, and Trafalgar Law didn't know yet. What do you want? Give me 10 devil fruits. Luo Yi had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. He took a sip of tea and said gracefully. Trafalgar Law. Bibo. I only have 4. Trafalgar Law said through gritted teeth. Deal. A bright smile appeared on Luo Yi's face. Of course, the 10 devil fruits were mentioned casually. Luo Yi was able to produce 4 fruits, which was far beyond Luo Yi's expectations. However, Luo Yi could also imagine that these 4 fruits may not be fruits with outstanding abilities, but Luo Yi's system didn't care at all. Soon, a crew member from the Heart Pirates came over with 4 demons and came to Shuki's tavern. After inspecting the goods, Luo Yi put away the 4 fruits with satisfaction. Then, under Trafalgar Law's nervous gaze, Luo Yi pointed to his nose and said, "The silence fruit is in my hand now." The fruit of silence is the fruit that Luo Yi grabbed from Mumu Zagi and the flying squirrel at the beginning. Chapter 31. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Luo Yi pointed to his nose and said, "The fruit of silence is in my hand." After Luo Yi finished speaking, there was dead silence in the room. Trafalgar Law stared at Luo Yi and wanted to punch Luo Yi in the face. Ahem, poof. Trafalgar Law opened his mouth, but without saying a word, he started vomiting blood again. Bibo next to him stared at Luo Yi blankly, completely shocked by Luo Yi's operation. Although the deal seemed fine, he still felt that they had been tricked by Luo Yi. But before they could speak, Luo Yi spoke again. Hey, don't look at me with such a fierce look. If you look at me, I won't give you the fruit of silence. Unless you pay enough. Luo Yi said that at this point, part of his true intention of finding Trafalgar Law was revealed. As for the clues about the silence fruit just now, we just need to squeeze out the devil fruit from Trafalgar Law's hand first. Trafalgar Law's eyes were gloomy, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Master Xiao, if you have anything to say, just say it in one breath, don't bother like this anymore." Luo felt that if he continued to follow Luo Yi's words, his seriously injured body might not be able to recover, and he would lose half his life just by vomiting blood. "Hey, I know you want to bring down Doflamingo. This is the main purpose of me looking for you." Luo Yi put down the teacup in his hand and said. When he said this, Trafalgar Law was not surprised, as if he had already known that Luo Yi would mention this matter. With how much Luo Yi knew about his past, it was not difficult to guess that he wanted to bring down Doflamingo. "Do you know Doflamingo's weakness, or do you have a way to create some chaos for him?" Trafalgar Law said, mentioning Doflamingo, his expression became serious. For the current Luo, Doflamingo can kill Luo with a hook of his finger. The strength gap between the two is as big as an ocean. Trafalgar Luo Yi's plan all along was to try to destroy the deal between Ming Ji and Kaido step by step, and use Kaido to kill Ming Ji. Hearing Trafalgar Law's words, Luo Yi laughed. Brother Ming's weakness? Creating chaos for him? Ha, I never thought about it that way. Luo Yi looked at Trafalgar Law. As long as you pay enough, I can chop off his head and give it to you. There was deathly silence in the room again. Trafalgar's pupils shrank sharply. Although the person in front of him was stronger than him, he didn't think Luo Yi could chop off Doflamingo's head with one person. Are you kidding? Doflamingo is not alone. Every one of his cotters has super strength, and he himself is a powerful string fruit user. Without Admiral level strength, it is impossible to destroy Doflamingo. Trafalgar Law shouted, and blood began to drip from his mouth again. Luo Yi shook his head. Luo, it seems you still don't understand my strength. But it doesn't matter. You don't have devil fruit in your hands now anyway. You won't have the capital to trade with me for a while. You will soon know how powerful I am. Luo Yi drank up the tea in the cup and said, I want Doflamingo's head. Considering your situation and strength, I want 10 devil fruits. This is my phone number. After you figure it out, you can contact me at any time. Luo Yi stood up. He was not going to say anything more to Trafalgar Law. He wanted to give Trafalgar some time to digest and calm down. As long as he still wanted to avenge Khorasan, he would definitely contact him. When Luo Yi walked to the door of the room, he paused, turned around and said, as for the silence fruit, there are also 10 devil fruits. I will keep them for you for 1 year. You can come to me to exchange them at any time. For Luo Yi, the system does not need to recognize the fruit's ability, as long as it is a devil fruit. And with the strength of Trafalgar Law, after gathering the bargaining chips in exchange for the fruit of silence, the number of fruits in Luo Yi's hand, even if he is not satisfied, is almost enough. This kind of transaction of 1 for 10 is a sure profit. After saying that, Luo Yi walked out of the room directly. This time, I got 4 fruits from Luo's hands, which is an unexpected harvest. Now there are 21 devil fruits in total. I can summon 2 members of the Akatsuki organization in one go. Luo Yi thought in his mind. This guy Luo will come in exchange for the silence fruit even if he doesn't avenge Khorasan first. Then let him collect the devil fruit for me. Luo Yi believes that Trafalgar Luo Yi will definitely contact him again. As long as there are 2 more people like Luo, I can wait for devil fruit to be delivered to my door. At this time, Luo Yi suddenly felt that it was not that difficult to collect more than 100 devil fruits that fully unlocked the members of the Akatsuki organization. I believe that before long, when my business increases, more people will collect devil fruit for me, and I will have more and more devil fruit in my hands. Thinking in his mind, Luo Yi unconsciously walked into the lobby of the tavern. There were still no customers here, but Rayleigh and Shuki were all staring at Luo Yi with extremely strange eyes. Luo Yi was stunned. What was going on with the looks in these two people's eyes? He suddenly became more beautiful? Shuki looked Luo Yi up and down and made a tut-tisk sound. Tisk, tisk, it's really hard to imagine how you did all this. Xiao, now the whole sea knows your name. Why no one praises me? Is my writing not good? Chapter 32. Shuki looked at Luo Yi and took out a wanted poster from under the bar. It is the Luo Yi customized version wanted poster. The wanted poster has Xiao's name on it, but Sengoku's photo is on it. How on earth did you do that? Shuki's voice was filled with shock. Seeing this wanted notice, Luo Yi immediately understood that everything was as he planned. This wanted notice had been spread to various sea areas. Luo Yi smiled, walked directly to the bar, and sat next to Rayleigh. I really want to see that guy Sengoku's reaction. Shuki poured Luo Yi a glass of wine. You should know that playing martial marine like this has never happened before. Luo Yi suddenly not only made martial marine a joke in people's mouth, but also aroused the interest of the pirates. Akatsuki sneaked into naval headquarters, changed his wanted notice, and put Sengoku's photo on the wanted notice. This is something that no pirate would dare to think of. This is like a slap in Marine's face. All the pirates feel so happy when they think about this. But for Akatsuki, who did such a gratifying thing, people didn't know that he was offered a bounty of 2 billion Baileys by Marine, and the sentence "I know all the secrets in this world" written by Xiao on the wanted poster, they actually had no idea about him. He knew nothing. People even suspect that the 2 billion bounty amount was set by Xiao himself. Everyone in the sea is talking about you. Shuki said. Luo Yi thanked Shuki, took the glass, and took a sip happily. It's just a small thing. Shuki shook his head. This incident has caused a sensation in the entire sea, making Marine a joke on the sea. If such a thing is still a small matter, what else can be called a big event? But immediately, Shuki thought about Luo Yi's killing of Marine Admiral Akainu, and was suddenly shocked. This man is really, as Rayleigh said, a completely dangerous person who may cause shocking events at any time. But at this time, Rayleigh suddenly spoke. I'm afraid your real purpose is this sentence. Rayleigh pointed to the sentence "I know everything in this world" that Luo Yi ordered to write on the wanted poster. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Luo Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, he is indeed Pluton Rayleigh. My purpose is to spread my name and these words throughout the sea. Rayleigh turned his head slightly and looked at Luo Yi. I know, so your goal. It's those big shots. Luo Yi took a sip of wine and gave Rayleigh a big smile. How can there be a young man like you? This makes an old guy like me feel old faster. Rayleigh shook his head and said, although he said that he was old, there was no hint of loneliness in his words. Pluton Rayleigh will not be defeated by time so easily. However, Sengoku is not that easy to play. Rayleigh said. If you underestimate Sengoku, you will suffer a loss. That's martial marine. He's also a legend among marines. After saying this, Shuki's face became serious. Luo Yi really angered Sengoku this time. Sengoku is not a young man like Akainu. He rose up in the same era as Roger Rayleigh and is now the marine marshal. Seeing the serious expressions of the two people, Luo Yi also stopped smiling. Sengoku and Garp, no one thought that they were definitely on the level of 4 emperors, surpassing Admirals' existence. Luo Yi still remembers that in the comics of the previous life, Whitebeard, who was already seriously injured, beat Akainu like a dead dog in Summit War. Although Akainu injured Whitebeard with a surprise attack, it is undeniable that Akainu against 4 emperors level combat power, the only option is to get beaten. One can imagine how terrifying the fighting power of Sengoku and Garp will be. I will pay attention, but I really want to know what Sengoku will do. Luo Yi said. It's really curious. During the preparations for the battle with Whitebeard, a lawless person like you appeared. It's really a headache. Shuki said. Suddenly, Rayleigh put down the cup in his hand and his expression became extremely serious. You can't guess. No one can guess what he will do, no one knows what he is thinking. Luo Yi was silent, but his eyes were fixed on Rayleigh. Rayleigh's expression suddenly relaxed. If we could guess what this guy was thinking, we wouldn't have been forced into desperate situations by Garp and the others so many times. Those two guys combined will make even Roger despair. After saying that, Rayleigh glanced at Luo Yi, left a complicated smile, stood up, and walked towards the door of the pub. Where are you going again? Shuki slammed the bottle on the table and said loudly. Rayleigh paused slightly, turned back, and said with a smile, I feel like Sabaody archipelago won't be in peace for long, but I haven't bet enough yet. Shuki said no more. Rayleigh also walked out of the tavern and soon disappeared. Going to gamble again? Shuki shrugged at Luo Yi. Luo Yi smiled and nodded. He knew that Rayleigh was good at gambling. When he lost, he would sell himself to the auction house, extort a sum of money, and then continue gambling. Then I went out for a walk. I'm here at Sabaody archipelago. I haven't had much fun yet. Luo Yi drank the wine in his glass and stood up to leave. I really envy the energy of young people, but how is that guy you brought back before? Shuki was talking about the seriously injured Trafalgar Law. Oh, that guy has woken up, but don't worry, he won't cause trouble. If he wants to leave, just let him go. After saying that, Luo Yi waved his hand and walked out of Shuki's tavern. Chapter 33. After leaving Shuki's tavern, Luo Yi walked around the street for a while and went straight to a busy restaurant. In a place like a restaurant, you can hear all kinds of gossip. Luo Yi needs to know what is happening around the world now so that he can prepare. Regarding the public execution of Ace, Luo Yi still attaches great importance to it. If it goes well, Luo Yi may get all the fruits he needs in a very short period of time. Ordering delicious food, Luo Yi looked at the lively scene in front of him and began to pay attention to discern the news. As Luo Yi, who is familiar with the plot of One Piece, he can tell which of these messages are true and which are false. Speaking of which, Luo Yi was also helpless. Shuki's restaurant was clearly a tavern, but after Luo Yi had been shopping around for so long, he had never seen a shop more deserted than Shuki's tavern. Shuki's tavern has no customers at all. So Luo Yi had to go out and find a busier restaurant. Soon, Luo Yi learned from people's conversations that 9 of the 11 supernova members had already appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. Luo Yi took a big bite of meat, that is to say, among the supernova 11, only Luffy and Zoro are not here yet. But it's only a few days away. It's been a while since the Ice Lobby incident. Moria should have knelt down by now. Luo Yi is excited. If everything goes well, he will have the opportunity to witness the Straw Hat crew beating up the Celestial Dragons, being tortured by Kizaru until he couldn't stand up, and being destroyed by the Big Bears. This is simply 100 times more exciting than reading comics and animations. Tisk, 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 I didn't expect to enjoy my life so much in the pirate world. It's really exciting. But at this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd, and the restaurant suddenly became quiet. Luo Yi turned his head and raised his eyebrows. A woman with long legs and pink hair was walking out of the restaurant's private room. Supernova 11, Big Eater Bonnie, with a bounty of 140 million. What? There are too few things in this store. There is simply not enough to eat. Bonnie looked dissatisfied and walked out of the restaurant with the crew. Along the way, people looked at her in shock and hurriedly moved out of the way, obviously recognizing Bonnie's identity. For ordinary people, pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million should never be messed with. Soon, Bonnie left the restaurant, and Luo Yi looked at Bonnie's back with a glint in his eyes. Bonnie, a person with age fruit ability, the bounty is higher than Zoro. But that's not what Luo Yi cares about. Bonnie, the Big Eater, is a figure that the government attaches great importance to. Luo Yi still remembers that after the Comic Summit War, Blackbeard wanted to trade Bonnie to Marine for a warship, but Admiral Akainu came in person, just to capture Bonnie. When I heard that you escaped, I was really shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. That's what Akainu in the previous life said. Bonnie has a big secret that the government attaches great importance to. Luo Yi showed an expression of interest on his face. Although he knew the world very well, he was limited to what Oda, the author of One Piece, had drawn. He knew nothing about Bonnie's secret. Interesting, then let me figure out this secret myself. Luo Yi smiled and put down the knife and fork in his hand. This is very interesting to think about. But just when Luo Yi wanted to stand up, the crowd in the restaurant started to commotion again and hurriedly made way. Luo Yi turned around and immediately saw a fat figure. Another acquaintance. Capone Beeg. A person with strong city fruit abilities, a bounty of 138 million berries, and also a member of the Supernova 11. People in the restaurant looked at Beeg in horror. They actually saw 2 supernovas in the restaurant. This is too dangerous. However, Beeg ignored everyone in the restaurant and walked out of the door with his 2 men, with a sinister smile on his face. Luo Yi looked strange, and the smile on Beeg's face was too familiar to him. Considering that Bonnie had just left, Beeg was obviously plotting against Bonnie. Interesting, Capone Beeg, you must have a few devil fruits in your hands. Luo Yi looked at Beeg's back and ate everything in his hands calmly. He was not in a hurry. Beeg and Bonnie were both newcomers with similar bounties. Even if they really wanted to fight, they wouldn't be able to finish it in a short time. But soon, Luo Yi finished eating the food and walked out of the restaurant. After a while, he discovered where Beeg and Bonnie were. Luo Yi quickly arrived nearby, but found that the battle was over. Bonnie was lying on the ground with an angry look on his face, and Beeg was standing in front of Bonnie, pointing a pistol at Bonnie. As for Bonnie's crew, they were on the verge of death from the random bombardment, while Beeg's men were all standing behind Beeg intact, looking arrogant and proud. Gangster Beeg, unlimited troops. This is no joke. It's over. Beeg, this guy, has hidden a lot of strength. The bounty of more than 100 million is not worthy of his strength. Luo Yi walked slowly towards where the 2 of them were, quickly attracting people's attention. Click, click, click. Stop. Beeg's men immediately pointed their guns at Luo Yi, and Beeg's eyes also glanced in the direction of Luo Yi. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi had no intention of stopping at all, with a faint smile on his face. Kisame, I leave these 2 guys to you. Luo Yi said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone in Beeg was shocked, including his companions. But the moment Luo Yi spoke, a tall black figure appeared beside them and kicked the two minions away more than 10 meters. This black figure was wearing a black robe with red clouds and a strange appearance. There was a long knife wrapped in white cloth behind him. None other than Hoshigaki Kisame. Just summoned by Luo Yi. Boss, these two guys are too weak. Kisame retracted his legs, tilted his head, and said to Luo Yi. Luo Yi once tried to summon Kisame in his free time, and Kisame has fully recognized his new identity. Luo Yi smiled softly and said, there is another one who can fight, and I'll leave it to you. Luo Yi pointed at Beeg, the Fortress Fruit ability user. At this time, Beeg looked a little ugly when he saw Luo Yi and Kisame suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Beeg noticed Kisame's strange appearance and was obviously taken aback. Flock. Beeg spat out 2 words. Luo Yi. Kisame froze, then turned around and said one word at a time, boss, can I kill someone? Chapter 34. Beeg's fishman completely angered Kisame. Kisame blinked his round eyes. Although he looked a little weird and had fins on his shoulders, he was indeed a human. Boss, can I kill someone? Kisame turned around and said to Luo Yi. But before Luo Yi could speak, Beeg spoke. Kill me? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. Beeg looked at Luo Yi and Kisame, and several small windows suddenly opened in his body. In these small windows, cannon barrels and little figures can be vaguely seen. It is the power of the fortress fruit. But just when the small window opened, Kisame's figure had disappeared. Beeg was stunned. He was so fast that he didn't see Kisame's movements clearly. The next moment, Kisame's figure appeared behind Beeg. The same Hada sword behind him was already in his hand and raised high. Stab. Beeg only felt the wind moving behind his ears, and his whole body flew out, with strong pain coming from his back. It's such a powerful force, it feels like my spine is about to break. With a bang, Beeg fell to the ground, his back a bloody mess. Even though he was a user with the ability of the fortress fruit and had good defense when he was not transformed, he couldn't withstand this knife. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi was moved in his heart. Same Hada seemed a bit strong. In the pirate world without chakra, Same Hada should have been infinitely weakened. System, Same Hada seems a little different from what I remember. Luo Yi communicated with the system in his mind. Host, the system has modified Same Hada to absorb the enemy's physical strength, the system replied. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows, Same Hada had indeed changed. This change seems to make Same Hada more pervert. You must know that regardless of whether you are an esper or not, physical strength is an extremely important energy in battle. If your physical strength is weak, no matter how powerful your ability is, you will not be able to use it. Tisk, tisk, Kisame was originally a Grandmaster water style, and now that he has an upgraded version of Same Hada, I'm afraid he will really become the nemesis of ability users. Luo Yi looked at Kisame and was amazed. With his Grandmaster water style, he is simply the best in the world of pirates. It's just a bug. In the short time Luo Yi had, Beeg had already stood up from the ground, the wound on his back was bleeding all over the ground, and his face was a little pale. I haven't been injured for a long time. Beeg looked very ugly and stared at Luo Yi and Kisame with sinister eyes. Kisame didn't say anything, just picked up Same Hada and walked towards Bibo. His eyes were cold, and he didn't want to say anything more to the guy in front of him who called him a fishman at first glance. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, a sound of cannon fire came from Beeg's body, and then more than a dozen cannonballs appeared in front of Beeg, hitting Kisame. Seeing this scene, Kisame showed a mocking smile on his face, not even hiding, as if these shells did not exist at all. A smile appeared on the corner of Luo Yi's mouth, and he completely understood Kisame's tactics. Kisame's fighting talent is very strong. Bo. The cannonball hit Kisame's body and passed through, and Kisame's body turned into water and fell to the ground. Hydration body technique. Seeing this scene, Bo suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He didn't realize when the other party used this weird method to replace his body. What kind of ability is this? Devil fruit? Where is he? Bibo finally panicked and frantically looked around for Kisame, but found nothing. Suddenly, a voice came to Beeg's ear. Didn't anyone teach you not to look left and right when fighting? This voice is none other than Kisame. At this time, Kisame was standing right in front of Beeg, so close to Beeg that they could almost touch their cheeks. Beeg's pupils shrank sharply and he immediately retreated, but Kisame's sword Same Hada was already pressed against his chest. My knife is for sharpening. Stab. Countless spikes came out of the bandage of the big knife, and then Kisame held the handle of the knife, pressed Same Hada tightly against Capone Beeg's body, and slashed hard. Poof. With one blow, Capone Beeg was knocked flying again, blood spurted out of his body for free, and there were several terrible wounds on his chest. Bang. Capone Beeg fell to the ground, his chest heaving, but no movement was seen. Bonnie on the side opened her eyes in shock. Capone Beeg, who had just easily defeated her, was seriously injured and dying in the blink of an eye. At this time, Kisame slashed Capone so hard that he couldn't stand up. He grinned and was about to chop off Beeg's head. However, Luo Yi spoke in time, okay, Kisame, I still have some use for keeping him. Kisame was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Luo Yi's words were the most important orders, and he would not disobey them. After placing Sameheta, Kisame stood behind Luo Yi, completely respecting Luo Yi. During this process, Bonnie woke up from the shock, his eyes rolled, and he was thinking about how to escape. Luo Yi glanced at Bonnie and said, "You'd better not think about escaping, otherwise the consequences for you will be disastrous." After saying that, Luo Yi stopped looking at Bonnie and walked directly to Capone Beeg, looking down at Beeg. At this time, Beeg's eyes were wide open, the wound on his chest was still bleeding, and he didn't even dare to take a deep breath. The stabbing blow just now seemed to have drained all his strength, and now he felt like he couldn't even stand up. It is the upgraded version Sameheta's ability to absorb the enemy's physical strength that makes Capone extremely weak. Capone Beeg, the fortress fruit user, you have great ambitions. You want to use the four emperors as a springboard to achieve your own fame. Luo Yi squatted down and said with a smile. His voice was not loud, just enough for Beeg to hear clearly. I said it, right. Luo Yi stared into Beeg's eyes and saw Beeg's shock. Beeg looked at Luo Yi in disbelief. It was indeed his plan all along to assassinate the four emperors as a means to achieve his goals. But he has never mentioned this matter to anyone else, so how could the other party know about it? Seeing Capone's shocked look, Luo Yi smiled and said. Formal introduction, I am, Xiao. Capone Beeg's pupils shrank sharply and his heart beat wildly. Don? The Akatsuki who invaded the marine headquarters, paid a bounty of 2 billion baileys, and played Marshal Marine in front of the entire ocean? How could Lao Zi meet him? Chapter 35. Capone Beeg stared at Luo Yi's face. The person in front of him was Xiao who had tricked Marine and shocked the entire sea? Since the Wanted Order incident, there are very few people on the sea who don't know Akatsuki's name. Many pirates admire Akatsuki very much, because what Akatsuki has done is what countless pirates want to do but can't do. And people heard that Marine Marshal Sengoku, after learning about this incident, was so angry that he transformed on the spot and even destroyed his own office. Of course, after Naval Headquarters discovered the Sengoku version of the Wanted Order, they immediately issued the correct Wanted Order for Akatsuki. The bounty was still 2 billion baileys. You must know that in the Grand Line, if the bounty for a newcomer can reach 100 million, he will be called a supernova and attract countless people's attention. And this Akatsuki, who has never heard of it, turns out to be like this, which is simply difficult to evaluate. The so-called supernova is nothing in the face of such an achievement. It can be said that Xiao has become a legend on the sea. However, because Luo Yi destroyed Marine's stored photos of himself when making the Sengoku version of the Wanted poster, there is only a big question mark on the new Wanted poster. No one knows what Akatsuki looks like. Capone Beeg never imagined that he would meet Akatsuki in Sabaody archipelago. This is luckier than devil fruit falling from the sky. Don't be nervous, relax, I'm not a devil who kills people just because they disagree. Seeing Capone's shocked reaction, Luo Yi was very satisfied. Let me make a deal with you. Luo Yi said with a smile. Seeing Luo Yi's appearance, Capone suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. The man in front of me is someone who even Marine Marshal Sengoku dares to fool. Make a deal with him? I'm going to lose all my underwear. What do you want to trade? Capone lit a cigarette for himself with trembling hands and stared at Luo Yi and asked. Luo Yi smiled. He still admired Capone Beeg's courage. He had the idea and plan to assassinate the four emperors. Although it was a bit stupid, he could still see his ambition. Deal, your life. Luo Yi smiled and spat out a few words. 10 devil fruit, I won't kill you today. Luo Yi stared into Capone Beeg's eyes. The more ambitious a man is, the more he cherishes his life. But this time, Luo Yi still ignored Capone's bandit spirit. As a gang leader who rode the West Blue, fought all the way to the Grand Line, and became a supernova, Capone Beeg was different from Trafalgar Law. After hearing Luo Yi's words, Capone just ran away. Looking at the huge human-shaped castle in front of him, Luo Yi slapped his forehead with a look of regret on his face. How could a good deal collapse? Castle full-size big boss. The Capone in front of them has turned into a complete castle. Compared with the castle, the figures of Luo Yi and Kisame look like grasshoppers. Bonnie next to him opened his mouth in shock. This is Capone's true ability? At this time, inside the huge castle, a group of people were treating Capone's chest injury. At this time, there was a cruel look on Capone's face. Xiao. You want to trade my life? Break my strongest defense first. I will never give in like this. Beeg's shout came from the castle, and it reached everyone's ears clearly. When Capone called out Luo Yi's identity, Bonnie, who was trying to escape next to him, was stunned for a moment. Then his face changed wildly, and he looked at Luo Yi with eyes full of shock. He is Akatsuki? But Kisame, who was standing behind Luo Yi, changed his expression, moved slightly, and looked at this guy differently. For hardcore men, even if they are enemies, Kisame will not be stingy in his appreciation. Looking at the huge castle in front of him, Luo Yi was silent at first, and then nodded. You're not bad, Luo Yi said, with a hint of appreciation and regret in his voice. But this still doesn't change my position. Luo Yi said lightly. I'm curious how much damage this castle can withstand now that you are seriously injured. Luo Yi raised his head. The castle is destroyed, you will be hurt too, Capone begged. In the castle, Capone was silent. Of course he knew that what Luo Yi said was right. In his current state, even if he turned into a full version of the castle, he would not be able to withstand such a fierce attack. He was already seriously injured. Stop talking nonsense. Take action. It's impossible for me to approve your deal. Capone shouted. Luo Yi nodded, okay. Luo Yi stretched out his hand, and Kisame behind him took off Samehada and handed it to Luo Yi's hand. Luo Yi held Samehada's knife handle and stroked his hand across Samehada's surface. This knife may kill you. This knife may kill you. As Luo Yi spoke, Capone in the castle immediately felt a chill in his heart and stared at Luo Yi through the castle. Xiao, I'm going to take action against him. After Luo Yi held Samehada, a shocking aura appeared on Luo Yi. Not far away, Bonnie looked at Luo Yi's figure, looking dazed for a while. Luo Yi raised his head, moved his feet, and his figure disappeared instantly. At this time, Luo Yi, who is carrying 21 devil fruits, has all the strength of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. The next moment, Luo Yi's figure appeared in front of the castle giant, picked up Samehada, and hit the castle giant's chest with a knife. At this moment, the air around Luo Yi was distorted. Click, 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 click. The sound of rocks falling apart was heard. Centered on the contact point between Samehada and the castle giant, countless cracks appeared on the castle, and then spread outward. Seeing this scene, Bonnie's face was shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. How could someone have so much power? Chapter 36. Gangster Bibbo became the big boss of the complete castle, but was beaten by Luo Yi with a knife, which was full of cracks and almost collapsed. Capone beat in the castle, blood is gushing, and he is in pain. Capone shouted in pain in the castle. He had never felt such pain, and he had never felt that death was so close to him. You all! Run for your lives! This man is too strong. Capone in the castle looked at the worried and anxious subordinates in front of him and shouted loudly. The next second, he released the big boss's transformation. Bang! The huge castle disappeared, Capone's figure appeared in the air, and then fell weakly to the ground. Appearing at the same time as Capone were countless subordinates in his castle. Capone had completely fainted. After releasing all his men, he finally couldn't hold on anymore and lost consciousness. At this time, Capone, covered in blood, was lying quietly on the ground, with no trace of life left. Captain. Capone's subordinate Werther, who wore sunglasses and had a long tongue, looked at his captain with tears streaming down his face. Plop. Werther knelt directly in front of Luo Yi. I'll give you all the devil fruit. Please. Let our captain go. Werther's tears fell to the ground drop by drop. Until the moment he fainted, Capone never thought about letting his men become cannon fodder, but let them escape on their own. Thump thump thump, behind Wit, all Capone's men knelt down towards Luo Yi. All of them were in tears. Luo Yi was silent. Kisame crossed his arms across his chest, his face moved. There is no shortage of cruelty on the sea, but there is no shortage of true feelings. Capone would rather die than give devil fruit to me. You should know his character. Luo Yi looked at the people kneeling on the ground and said, if you disobey his orders, he will kill you with his own hands. Wit wiped his tears, this is our choice. Luo Yi stopped talking and nodded. If he didn't let Capone go, he would be laughed at. How many devil fruits do you have in your hands? Luo Yi asked. Wit was nervous, we only have 3 now, but we will continue to collect them for you. 10 fruits will be delivered to you one by one. Luo Yi nodded, it was impossible for them to directly take out 10 fruits now, and Luo Yi had no illusions. 3 pieces, the harvest is not small. Remember, the flame tank pirates owe me 7 devil fruits. Luo Yi took the box from Wit and said, go away. Werther and others immediately picked up Capone and prepared to leave. They didn't want to face this terrifying man for another second. Soon, the flame tank pirates disappeared from sight. Luo Yi handed Samehada back to Kisame. After Kisame put away Samehada, his eyes turned in another direction. The place where Bonnie was just now is no longer there. Noticing Kisame's eyes, Luo Yi smiled, Itachi has already gone to catch her, she won't be able to run away for long. As expected of a woman who had escaped from Marine's hands time and time again, she ran away while Luo Yi was talking to Werther, without even Luo Yi noticing. Fortunately, Luo Yi discovered Bonnie's disappearance almost immediately and released the weasel god directly. In less than a minute, Uchiha Itachi returned to Luo Yi with a small figure in his hand. Plop. Uchiha Itachi had a calm expression on his face, nodded to Luo Yi, and threw the child in his hand to the ground. The child had pink hair and was wearing lipstick. He was thrown to the ground and looked unhappy. It's Bonnie who becomes a kid. Age fruit ability user. Kisame was surprised to see Bonnie's current appearance. Of course he could tell that this was the woman who escaped just now, but why did she become like this? Then, under Kisame's surprised gaze, Bonnie changed back to his original appearance. This kind of operation can still be done? Kisame's round eyes opened even wider. He looked at Bonnie, then at his boss, and he suddenly realized. Kyuja, K-Loli. Boss, know how to play. Luoyi seemed to sense what Kisame was thinking, and glanced at Kisame, who suddenly looked serious. He hasn't had enough fun yet and doesn't want to be taken back into the system by Luoyi. However, Luoyi glanced at him and said nothing, which made Kisame breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it! What are you trying to do? Bonnie looked at Luoyi and the others angrily. She knew she couldn't run away. Who would have thought that Xiao, who caused such a big fuss, would actually have two such powerful subordinates? That fish-faced man with a big knife cut Supernova Beeg to the point where she couldn't stand up in minutes. Beeg had no power to fight back, and the man with strange eyes who had just captured her made her resistance completely ineffective. Immeasurably powerful. Luoyi looked at Bonnie and really saw Bonnie. Luoyi found that she was more beautiful than the one in the anime. She had a well-proportioned figure and a delicate face. She was a real beauty. I finally saved your life. Isn't this how you treat your savior? Luoyi said with a smile. Bonnie didn't speak, but still looked angry. She doesn't like people who want to control her, even if they save her. Luoyi knelt down and looked at Bonnie. Bonnie must have a huge secret, which may be related to Ace and Whitebeard. Luoyi still remembered that in the comics of the previous life, Bonnie was shocked when he heard the news that Ace was going to be executed. When Whitebeard and Ace died in Summit War, they burst into tears. It's just that until Luoyi time travels, the secret of Bonnie has not been revealed in the comics. It can only be said that Oda dug too many holes in one piece. Luoyi ignored Bonnie's struggle and pinched her chin. You don't know yet. Ace should be executed in public. Chapter 37. You don't know. Ace is going to be executed in public. Luoyi ignored Bonnie's struggle and grabbed her chin. Upon hearing Luoyi's words, Bonnie was stunned and looked at Luoyi with wide eyes, full of shock. Ace is going to be publicly executed. Bonnie murmured. Seeing Bonnie's expression, Luoyi was sure that Bonnie must be related to Ace or Whitebeard. And even Ace and Whitebeard themselves don't know this relationship. Yeah, the news hasn't been made public yet, but the time is coming soon. Luoyi said, soon, people all over the world will know that Marine is going to publicly execute Whitebeard's second team captain, Fire Fist Ace. Bonnie was in a daze, with shock and helplessness in his eyes. Even Luoyi pinched his chin and didn't even bother to get rid of it. Seeing that Bonnie finally calmed down, Luoyi took back his hand. You are indeed related to Ace. Luoyi stared closely into Bonnie's eyes, but after hearing Luoyi's words, Bonnie immediately woke up from the shock and regained his vigilance. Apparently, this is her biggest secret, and mentioning it will arouse Bonnie's vigilance. Let me know if you're interested. If it satisfies me, I might agree to a request that's not too excessive. Luoyi said with a smile. I can do a lot of things, even things you can't imagine. Are you interested? Bonnie turned away and ignored Luoyi. I have no intention of telling Luoyi. If you don't tell me, it would be really difficult. Luoyi thought, then just stay with me until you tell me your secret. Bonnie looked ugly, which was equivalent to becoming Luoyi's prisoner and losing his freedom. However, she was not completely desperate. She was very good at escaping. Bonnie stood up. If I want to escape, even if you are Xiao, you can't stop me. Luoyi smiled and didn't take Bonnie's words to heart at all. Even if Bonnie could escape from Marine's hands over and over again, he could never escape from his control. Ha ha ha, I'll wait and see. Time passed quickly. After catching Bonnie, Luoyi wandered around the Sabaody archipelago for a few more days, gaining a deeper understanding of the world of pirates. In the past few days, Luoyi has never seen Capone Beeg again, and he may have left the sea early. Trafalgar Law fully recovered from his injuries and left Shuki's tavern. But before leaving, he also had a conversation with Luoyi, asking Luoyi to keep the silence fruit for him, and he would collect enough devil fruit in the shortest time. Luoyi readily agreed that at this stage, he would not give the fruit of silence to anyone. Apart from this, Luoyi did not find any more business for himself. Apart from cheating on Bonnie, he just enjoyed all kinds of things on Sabaody archipelago, and his life was extremely happy. In the past few days, Bonnie was eating and drinking as much as he could, showing no psychological burden at all, and running away whenever he got the chance. Of course, she never succeeded. As for Rayleigh, she seems to have disappeared, never returned home, and has never been encountered by Luoyi. On this day, when Luoyi carried the escaped Bonnie again and returned to Shuki's tavern, he finally met the person he was waiting for. In Shuki's tavern, it looked like they had just finished their meal, and there seemed to be a lot of people there. Seeing Luoyi come back, Shuki looked at Luoyi a little strangely. The Straw Hat crew you mentioned, really came to my tavern. Shuki said in surprise. As early as a few days ago, Luo Yi told Shuki that if he saw Straw Hat Crew, remember to inform him. But at the time, Shuki didn't take it seriously at all. Her tavern could be said to be the most deserted one in the Sabaody archipelago. Even if the Straw Hat Crew arrived in the Sabaody archipelago, they would not come to her place. But at that time, Luo Yi showed a meaningful smile, leaving Shuki looking confused. Only now did she know that Luo Yi had known for a long time that Luffy would come to her. The Straw Hat Crew has arrived at Sabaody archipelago. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows. He was about to start planning for his biggest business this year. Did you eat some devil fruit? Shuki was still surprised at Luo Yi's prediction and asked, staring at Luo Yi. Luo Yi immediately smiled after hearing Shuki's words. However, he didn't say much on this matter, but asked where Luffy and others were going. If he remembered correctly, Luffy should have taken Cammy to the amusement park with him. Well, I guess I went to the amusement park. Shuki didn't want to say anything more when he saw Luo Yi, and he stopped entangled. Personal ability is a very personal matter. Amusement park. Then next, Cammy is snatched away at the auction, and Luo Yi beats up the celestial dragons at the auction. Luo Yi completely remembered the plot of the comic at that time. Then I'll leave first. Luo Yi said goodbye to Shuki and prepared to carry out his plan. Go to the auction and wait while Luffy and his gang take on the celestial dragons. Bonnie, follow me. Luo Yi called to Bonnie, but Bonnie could only follow Luo Yi with an angry look on his face. Soon Luo Yi brought Bonnie to the auction venue, and released Itachi and Kisame. The four of them walked into the venue together. The auction had not started yet, and there were not many people. The four of them found a corner to sit down. Come down. Luo Yi and Bonnie are in the front row and Itachi and Kisame are in the back row. Just wait, the show is about to begin. While Luo Yi was waiting for Luffy to make his debut at the auction, the naval headquarters and 4 marine warships were ready. Kizaru, King Z, and the only 2 marine admirals left were all on the warship. In Marine Marshal Sengoku's new office, Garp and Sengoku stood side by side, standing in front of the window, looking at the marine battleships preparing to set off. Both of them looked solemn. Sengoku, I hope our decision this time will not be wrong. Garp crossed his arms across his chest and looked at the window, his tone more solemn than ever. Carrying out this kind of action at this time may put Marine in a desperate situation. Sengoku was silent, his eyes gloomy, but firm. Squeak. The door opened, and Marine Vice Admiral walked in. How's it going? Sengoku asked without looking back. All the information has been verified. Our intelligence organization has investigated a lot and found no problems. That person is very suitable for this position. He held a stack of information in his hand, with the word recruitment vaguely visible on it. Of words. Sengoku nodded heavily. Garp was confused at first, and then his expression changed as if he thought of something. Is it the guy called the monster? Garp thought of a person. That's right. Sengoku looked at the vast sea from the window and said, Garp, Marine is the force that protects people's safety. We must announce to everyone on the sea that we have the power to protect them. This world at sea has been in turmoil for too long. Marine's authority will also be forgotten. Sengoku took out a small phone bug from his pocket. The phone bug directly connected to the 4 warships that were ready to go. Kizaru, King Z, let's go. Sabaody Archipelago. Target. Akatsuki. Life or Death. Chapter 38. Sabaody Archipelago. At the auction venue, Luo Yi and Bonnie were sitting in the corner of the venue, with Itachi and Kisame behind them, waiting for the auction to start. As time went by, more and more people entered the venue. Luo Yi saw the celestial dragons and various nobles, and a smile appeared on his face. In this world, it is very interesting to observe the world from a spectator's point of view. Soon, with the arrival of celestial dragons, the auction officially began. All kinds of slaves were bought one after another. Bonnie had a look of hatred on his face, but Luo Yi was okay. In this world, the rules are so cruel. It's Kid, he came so slowly. During the auction, Luo Yi noticed that several pirates appeared in the venue from the back door, and it was Kid who had the power of magnetism. And his crew member, Killing Warrior Kira. 2 supernovas. The smile on Luo Yi's face became even brighter. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the person Luo Yi was waiting for arrived. Chopper. Sanji. Nami. Zioba. And that starfish. Beside Luo Yi, Bonnie looked at the people at the back door and his face became serious. There was a bad feeling in her heart. The show is about to begin. Luo Yi looked at Bonnie and whispered. What do you know? Bonnie looked at Luo Yi. She remembered that this guy had written on his wanted poster that he knew everything in the world. Your senses are quite sensitive. Luo Yi said with a smile. He could see that Bonnie was a little flustered now. Luo Yi continued, in a moment, an admiral will come over. Bonnie's heart skipped a beat. Admiral? Why did Admiral come to Sabaody Archipelago? It's you. Bonnie immediately stared at Luo Yi. The only reason she could think of to attract Admiral was the Xiao in front of her. Luo Yi immediately shook his head. No, 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 that guy Sengoku will not send Admiral to deal with me. Luo Yi said with a relaxed smile, at this time, Sengoku will not lose its own strength, especially a top combat force like Admiral. Bonnie's face darkened, and he thought about what Luo Yi said about Marine wanting to execute Ace. In this special period, Marine would indeed not go to war with Luo Yi if he wanted to preserve his strength. Although Bonnie didn't know about Luo Yi's killing of Akainu, he also knew that not everyone could sneak into Marine headquarters easily. Then why did Admiral come to Sabaody archipelago? Could it be? Bonnie said, seeing the celestial dragons in front of him, he immediately thought of a possibility. Did someone fight the celestial dragons? Smart. Luo Yi saw Bonnie's expression and knew she had guessed it. How is it possible? Who can fight celestial dragons? Aren't you even afraid of Admiral? Bonnie asked several questions in succession, but he still couldn't believe it. Luo Yi smiled and said, a person you must have heard of. As soon as Luo Yi finished speaking, he heard a loud noise from behind. He turned around and saw Luffy and Zoro standing up from the mess. Luffy looked angry and Zoro looked confused. That's them? Straw Hat Crew. Bonnie said. Luo Yi said nothing and adjusted his sitting posture to make himself more comfortable and to have a wider perspective. Behind Luo Yi, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame looked at everything in front of them curiously, feeling very surprised. Soon, a scene shocked everyone in the auction house. Zioba was shot by celestial dragons, Luffy punched celestial dragons, and the whole venue was in chaos. Rayleigh appears and removes the explosive collar from Kami's neck. After that, Rayleigh's haki was activated, and people in the venue fell down one after another. Only a few people in the entire venue were still conscious. Straw Hat Crew, Kids Group, and Luo Yi. Rayleigh soon discovered Luo Yi's presence and was obviously taken aback. No. Rayleigh had a hunch that Luo Yi's appearance here was no accident. He already knew what would happen here. Rayleigh was startled by the absurd idea that suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be that Akatsuki's ability is related to precognition? Seeing Rayleigh's confused look, Luo Yi laughed inwardly but didn't say anything. This real movie is not over yet. Seeing that Luo Yi ignored him, Rayleigh didn't say much. The auction house was surrounded by Marines, and Luffy, Kid and others were about to rush out. But at this moment, Kisame, who had been sitting behind Luo Yi, suddenly spoke. Itachi, do you understand? Kisame's voice was very small, but in the empty venue, Kisame's voice still reached everyone's ears. At this time, Luffy, Kid and others really started to pay attention to Luo Yi. Jewelry Bonnie. Kid recognized Bonnie next to Luo Yi at a glance. Unexpectedly, there was a supernova in the venue. Luffy also looked at Luo Yi and others, but his attention was not on Bonnie, but on Luo Yi. His intuition is 100 times stronger than Kid's. In his feeling, Bonnie is the weakest, and Luo Yi is the strongest among the four. That feeling is so powerful that it is suffocating. At this moment, Itachi spoke up and responded to Kisame, saying calmly, there are 3 idiots with heads in bubbles. They seem to have a very high status. If you offend them, someone who can beat them will come to take revenge. Itachi glanced at Kisame, already understanding what the militant was thinking. Hearing Itachi's words, Kisame blinked his round eyes with regret on his face. There are no celestial dragons standing on the field. Others have already taken advantage of him, and no powerful person will come to fight with him. Seeing Kisame's regretful expression, Kid and the others all frowned. Even Nami looked weird. Who is this guy? Does he still want to fight Admiral? Do not make jokes. That's Marine's highest combat power. But at this time, Luo Yi suddenly stood up, looked at Luffy and the others, and said with a smile. Monkey D. Luffy. Before Luo Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud noise. A corner of the roof was blasted to pieces. Then, a little bit of yellow light poured in from the blasted roof, condensing into the shape of a person in the room. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts suddenly sank, and their faces became ugly. The next second, the figure was condensed, and a man in yellow clothes appeared in front of everyone. Marine Admiral. Kizaru. Sparkling Fruit Ability User. On the field, the smile on Rayleigh's face faded. Kid, the gang, and the Straw Hat Crew all stared at Kizaru's figure with solemn eyes. Admiral, came so quickly. Seeing Kizaru arriving, Luo Yi was stunned for a moment, and sat down without saying a word that was stuck in his mouth. Although it felt like Kizaru came a little too quickly, overall there was no problem. Next, it's time for Kizaru to step on the Straw Hat Crew on the ground, rub it, and then the Straw Hat Crew will be knocked away one by one by the big bear. By then, it's time for your business to come. Luffy will definitely not watch his partner being beaten away by a big bear. When the time comes, Luffy will agree to whatever devil fruit he wants. Thinking in his heart, Luo Yi sat there happily, waiting for Kizaru to take action. At this time, even Rayleigh was ready to take action. Admiral's strength was still too high for Luffy and his team to resist. The Straw Hat Crew, Kid, and others all tensed up, preparing to deal with Admiral's attack. However, after Kizaru glanced around, he completely ignored the Straw Hat Crew, but focused his eyes on Luo Yi. Yo, I found you. As he spoke, Kizaru pointed his finger at Luo Yi, and his finger emitted a shining light. Luo Yi. You are going to attack me? On the other side, Nami and Luffy looked at each other. They are not here to find us? Chapter 39. Hey, I finally found you. Kizaru pointed at Luo Yi with his fingertips shining brightly. Kizaru's target was not the Straw Hat crew who defeated celestial dragons, but Luo Yi. Luo Yi originally wanted to watch Kizaru angrily FK Straw Hat crew with pleasure, but now, he was speechless. This script is wrong. Luffy and his gang were the ones who defeated the celestial dragons. I'm still waiting for you to push Luffy to the ground and rub him. What the hell is this? At this time, everyone in the venue looked confused, except Kisame, who looked excited. Kizaru, you got the wrong person, right? Luo Yi was unwilling to give in. If Kizaru didn't take action against Luffy, how would his deal go on? No, Kizaru's brows moved, my target is you. Xiao, today, you are finished. Hearing this, everyone in the venue, including Luffy and Kid, were shocked. This person is Xiao? The man who tricked Martial Marine? He's actually in the Sabaody archipelago. At this time, Rayleigh also sighed. He saw Luo Yi kill Akainu with his own eyes and knew more about it than anyone else. Kizaru appeared here. Needless to say, Sengoku must have made the decision to solve the problem before executing Ace. Drop this time bomb Luo Yi. Things finally got big. After hearing Kizaru's words, Luo Yi also understood. Kizaru came so quickly, not because of the celestial dragons at all, but because he had set off long ago, and his goal was himself. Kizaru, I'm afraid you don't know anything yet. Luo Yi shook his head, completely ignoring the attack that was waiting on Kizaru's fingers. Kizaru raised his brows, and the light on his fingers became brighter and brighter. A terrifying wave emanated from his fingers, causing Kid, Luffy and others to step back in shock. Is this Admiral's attack? It's so terrifying before I even take action. Xiao, you have no chance of escaping today. Kizaru's voice was lazily pointed as he pointed towards Luo Yi. However, just when Kizaru pointed out, a man wearing a black robe suddenly appeared next to him. This man had a strange appearance, round eyes, and was holding a large sword as tall as a person in his hand. It's Kisame. Boom. Kisame struck Kizaru in the abdomen with a knife at a speed that no one could react. The attack in Kizaru's hand missed directly and blasted a big hole in the roof. Kizaru himself was directly knocked away by Kisame's knife. His body made a big hole in the wall of the auction venue, and then flew out of the auction venue and hit another building. The broadsword Samehada, after being upgraded to the system, can restrain the fruit's ability. Kisame, who swung Kizaru's sword away, patted his Samehada sword and smiled proudly. It is impossible to hurt Luo Yi. In the venue, the eyes of Kid and the Straw Hat crew flew out, and Marine Admiral flew away with a knife. Who is this guy? Only Rayleigh looked at Kisame with serious eyes. This person was with Akatsuki, but he had never seen him before. At the same time, Rayleigh noticed that behind Xiao, there was a man wearing the same black robe who did not take action, which also gave him a feeling that he could not see through it. The two people behind Xiao are extremely powerful. Rayleigh's temples were dripping with sweat. He found that he could not see Xiao more and more clearly. Xiao's body seemed to be shrouded in a fog, making it difficult for him to see clearly. At this time, outside the auction venue, the marine soldiers who had already surrounded the venue looked at Kizaru's figure in the ruins, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Admiral was beaten out. Who is inside? At this time, they didn't know that inside was the Xiao who shocked the entire sea a while ago. Click, click, click. Kizaru stood up from the ruins, patted the dust on his body, his face was a little surprised, and there was a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He got hurt. You are really in a mess. At this moment, a tall and thin figure with curly hair came over from not far away and looked at Kizaru and said. Seeing this man, the marine officers immediately widened their eyes. Youthful. Marine Admiral, King Z. The marine officers were horrified. Who was in the auction venue? Two admirals appeared in succession. It's so scary seeing King Z. Kizaru wiped the corner of his mouth and said in his usual tone, Xiao, it seems that he is not alone. King Z was obviously taken aback. Not alone? Wasn't it Xiao who beat you out just now? Kizaru nodded. I feel like he is a very difficult guy to suppress my elementalization. When did there become so many incredible people in the sea that even the admiral doesn't take them seriously? King Z said with a cold look on his face. It hurts me so much. Kizaru moved his body. However, when the two people said this, the expressions on their faces were completely different. Instead of worry and fear, they looked joking. As Marine Admiral, they have absolute confidence in their own strength. There were countless people in this sea who looked down on them, but the one who had the last laugh was Marine Admiral. The two admirals attacked at the same time. It was impossible for Akatsuki to escape. Hey, he's out. Suddenly, Kizaru looked in one direction and said with a smile. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, the surrounding marine officers immediately followed Kizaru's gaze. I saw two figures vaguely appearing in the big hole where Kizaru was knocked out of the auction venue just now. Click, 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 click. The surrounding marine soldiers all raised their guns and pointed them at the big hole. Da-da-da. The footsteps got closer and closer, and two figures finally appeared in front of people. Black robe, big sword. Uchiha Itachi, with Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame's face was excited, while Itachi's face was still cold. Their eyes were locked on Kizaru and King Z. Are these two guys? King Z's arms began to emit cold air, and an ice gun appeared in his hand. That knife is good. Kizaru raised his knees, and his feet turned into a yellow-orange light. Their eyes met, and the marine soldiers around them felt extremely depressed. The war is about to break out. Itachi and Kisame vs Kizaru Iz. Akatsuki Organization vs Marine Admiral. Chapter 40. Itachi and Kisame vs Iz Kizaru. Akatsuki Organization, fighting Marine Admiral. Itachi, leave that cold guy to me. Kisame looked ferocious and waved the sword in his hand. Itachi nodded, acquiescing to Kisame's arrangement. With his strength, he is not afraid of anyone. Kisame's figure disappeared instantly. The next second, Kisame appeared behind King Z. Water prison technique. Kisame quickly executed the technique, and a barrier of water immediately appeared around King Z, trying to wrap King Z in it. King Z's expression was as normal, and she stretched out her hand to stick to the surrounding water prison. Frozen Fruit's ability exploded, and the water prison immediately turned into ice and stopped spreading. Not only that, the ice also spread towards Kisame's arm, trying to freeze Kisame. Kisame's water-style technique can be said to be the nemesis of most ability users, but it shows signs of being restrained in front of King Z. Kisame immediately took out his hand, picked up the same Hada sword with the other hand, and swept away. King Z's eyes narrowed. Just now, Kizaru was sent flying by a sword. His heart moved, and an ice wall immediately spread out from his hand, blocking the sword. Click. The ice wall shattered directly, and King Z was hit by a knife on his waist. His body almost folded together and he flew out. Kisame, shoot away an admiral again. Ha ha ha. So happy. Kisame laughed, come again, I haven't hit enough. Suddenly, Kisame jumped back and dodged an orange light attack. Kisame frowned and looked in Itachi's direction. I saw that Kizaru seemed to know Itachi very well, that is, he did not look into Itachi's eyes and did not stay where Itachi could see him. Those eyes of yours are so scary. Kizaru's figure kept appearing in different places, attacking Itachi from all directions. The attack that almost hit Kisame just now was Kizaru's attack towards Itachi. It didn't hit Itachi, but almost hit Kisame. Kizaru got information about those eyes from Sengoku and knew that he must never look into them or fall within the reach of these eyes. It can be said that Sengoku is fully prepared to deal with Luoyi this time. Therefore, Kizaru fully utilized his sparkling fruit ability and did not give Uchiha Itachi any chance to attack him. You're done, light speed kick. This time, Kizaru's figure appeared behind Itachi, only about 1 meter away from Itachi. He raised his foot high, and his foot had turned orange. Almost at the same time, a ray of light emitted from Kizaru's feet and flew towards Itachi. With such a short distance, it is impossible to dodge. The marine officers who saw this scene all showed excited expressions. As long as they were kicked by Admiral, it would be impossible not to be injured. But there was no worry at all on Kisame's face next to him, but instead a look of ridicule. You underestimate Itachi too much. Itachi's figure was kicked, causing a big explosion. But almost at the same time, behind Kizaru, Itachi appeared again. Too slow. In Itachi's hand, a shuriken slashed across Kizaru's neck and cut off Kizaru's head. What? The jaws of the surrounding marine officers were all shocked. This man could actually keep up with Admiral Kizaru's speed. And cut off Kizaru's head. Boom. Kizaru's head fell to the ground. However, Kizaru's wound was indeed glowing orange and no blood flowed out at all. Itachi immediately moved his body to the left, bringing out an after-image. A flash of light almost flew past Itachi's body. Yo, you actually dodged me. Kizaru's head fell to the ground and spoke. The next second, Kizaru's head turned into dots of orange light and returned to his neck. This won't kill me, I'm the light. Kizaru mocked with his eyes closed. With his observation haki, he can sense Itachi's movements even without looking into his eyes. Seeing this scene, both Kisame and Itachi thought of the fruit ability users and elementalization that Luoyi told them. Ah, this is light, then that one just now is ice. Kisame said, the fighting spirit on his face became even stronger. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Bang! At this time, King Z also stood up from the rubble he had smashed just now, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his face was not pretty. He hasn't been injured in years. At this time, King Z's body was exuding a lot of cold air, and the ground under her feet was frozen, and it was still spreading into the distance. King Z, angry. Ouch, King Z is angry, you are going to be in trouble. Kizaru saw King Z's appearance and could tell King Z's state at a glance. Why don't you get out of here quickly? Kizaru said to the marine soldiers around him. Hearing this, the Marines fled in all directions. This battle was no longer something they could intervene in. At this time, even Kisame frowned slightly. He could sense the terrifying coldness appearing on King Z's body, and his water-style technique had almost lost its effect. The ice cube explodes the pheasant's mouth. King Z stared at Kisame, his right arm turned into an ice phoenix, then broke away from King Z and rushed towards Kisame at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the ice phoenix passes, everything is frozen. At the same time, Kizaru also jumped into the sky, and his whole body became a ball of light. 8-foot Megatama. In the light that Kizaru turned into, countless yellow Megatama scattered out, and actually launched an indiscriminate attack on Kisame and Itachi. Boom! At this moment, a large amount of red light erupted from Itachi's body, and the next second, an extremely huge translucent red figure appeared behind Itachi. Susanoo. Itachi's Susanoo had a shield like a flame hanging on his arm, blocking all of Kizaru's shining Megatama. 8-foot mirror. The strongest defense. Seeing this scene, Kisame grinned. Fighting with Itachi, he was still so reliable. At this time, Same Hata in Kisame's hand had completely separated from the bandage, revealing its original appearance and opening its mouth. Kisame rushed out quickly and faced King Z's icy wind. King Z's eyes narrowed, Kisame's actions obviously exceeded his expectations. The next moment, Kisame and Bingfeng were extremely far apart, and they saw that Bingfeng was about to collide with Kisame. Kisame grinned, held the knife in both hands, and struck Bingfeng's belly from bottom to top. The corners of King Z's mouth curled up slightly. He knew the power of the Ice Phoenix best. Anyone who resisted this move would be dead. But the next second, he froze there. Click! Bingfeng and Same Hata met, and cracks appeared on Bingfeng's body. Get up, get up, get up! Kisame shouted, his arm muscles bulged, and Same Hata charged forward. Bang! Bingfeng's head was knocked off by Kisame. At this time, the sword in Kisame's hand was also raised high. Burst! This time, Kisame moved the Same Hata in his hand from top to bottom and hit Bingfeng hard. The Ice Phoenix was smashed to pieces. King Z was completely shocked. Chapter 41. The perspective changes to the auction venue. Unlike the fierce battle between the Akatsuki organization and Marine Admiral outside, Luo Yi's mood is still very relaxed in the auction venue. But Rayleigh couldn't calm down anymore. There are 2 admirals outside. Are you sure your 2 subordinates are fine? Rayleigh said. He could tell that these 2 people who appeared mysteriously looked up to Luo Yi. Don't worry, it's just 2 admirals. Luo Yi waved his hand and said with a smile. Even if Kisame's water style is restrained by King Z's freezing ability, the 2 of them have been working together for a long time since Itachi is still there. If even Itachi can't bear it, then Luo Yi is there. Luo Yi said calmly, and the eyes of Chopper and Luffy next to him turned into stars, looking at Luo Yi with admiration. This attitude of not taking Admiral seriously makes Luo Yi so handsome. Luo Yi smiled, still thinking about how to deal with Luffy. Luffy is the most badass official in the pirate world, the 3rd generation and the anti-2nd generation, and has a deep friendship with the 4 emperors Shanks. If he really gets mad, it won't be a problem to borrow a few devil fruit and trade with Luo Yi. But Luo Yi also knows that if he and Luffy are forced to fight, Luffy will not get the same thing. With Luffy and Zoro's temperament, they would not agree to help Luo Yi find the devil fruit even if they were beaten to death. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew has not received a single fruit so far, and their money is only 200 million belly, which is really poor. Luo Yi doesn't need spiritual wealth. But at this moment, a kid who had no sense of existence spoke. You are Xiao. Kid looked at Luo Yi and showed his fearless smile. Luo Yi turned to look at Kid and said with a smile, lucky guy, do you want to fight with me? Kid was slightly stunned, not understanding why Luo Yi called him a lucky guy. He was indeed lucky and did not encounter Luo Yi like Capone Beeg, otherwise Kid would have been robbed of all the fruits and would not be able to stand here. But now, Luo Yi has no time to grab this guy. Although he didn't understand what Luo Yi said, Kid still grinned and rejected Luo Yi. There will be a fight between us, but not now. Luo Yi was disdainful, and at the same time had the urge to kill Kid right now. The pretense was put on Luo Yi, I couldn't bear it. Luo Yi glanced at Kid, thinking that after finishing the 2 admirals in a while, he would kill Kid as well. But at this moment, Rayleigh spoke. Luffy, let's get out of here. Zioba's injury can't be delayed. Rayleigh had a bad feeling in her heart. This is not a place to stay for a long time. In the name of Sengoku the resourceful general, it's impossible to dispatch just 2 admirals. After Rayleigh's reminder, Luffy was still reluctant to leave, but considering Zioba's injury, he had to prepare to leave. Then, let's go first. Rayleigh said to Luo Yi, the bad feeling in her heart getting stronger. Luo Yi thought for a while and said, that's fine, you go ahead. I'll deal with these 2 admirals and then go find you. Luffy, we will meet again. Hearing this, Rayleigh had a black thread hanging on his head. He didn't want to see Luo Yi again, there must be nothing good going on. But at this moment, the wall around them was smashed with a bang, and a figure fell into the auction venue. The place where this figure landed was instantly covered with ice. It's King Z. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on King Z. I saw King Z struggling out of the ruins with difficulty. He looked extremely tired. There was a terrible wound on his chest that was still gushing blood. Luo Yi recognized at a glance that the wound was caused by Samehada. Samehada's upgraded ability to absorb physical energy obviously caused King Z a big loss. Kisame vs King Z, Kisame wins. Seeing King Z like this, everyone was shocked. Marine Admiral King Z could be injured like this? Soon, a figure ran in from the big hole in the wall that King Z had just smashed. He also carried a big mallet in his hand. Oh, it's not a big hammer, it's the Samehada sword in full condition. The person who came was none other than Kisame. After Kisame came in and saw everyone looking at him, he grinned and said to Luo Yi, "Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of this guy right now. This guy is really strong." Kid and others next to him felt like shit. Marine Admiral is just a little strong? Do not make jokes. That's Marine's highest apparent combat power. Luffy and Chopper looked like stars again, with eyes full of admiration. Only Zoro looked at the Samehada sword in Kisame's hand with a serious look on his face. As someone who also wields a knife, he felt a great pressure on Kisame. Even if he faced Hawkeye, the pressure he felt would not be greater than it is now. This is a man more powerful than Hawkeye. Zoro has another target in his mind that must be defeated. Ignoring people with different mentality, Kisame ran up to King Z in 3 steps and slashed with his knife. At this time, King Z's physical strength has been absorbed by Samehada. This terrifying sword has the function of suppressing it, and it is simply a demon sword. Freezing moment. Seeing Kisame attacking him again, King Z moved his hands forward, releasing a lot of cold air from his hands. Kisame stepped on her feet, splitting the cold air, and appeared beside King Z. The Samehada sword in his hand hit King Z's head hard. However, King Z was obviously exhausted at this time and could not dodge the knife. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Is Marine Admiral King Z going to die here? This is a big deal. But just when Samehada was about to land on King Z's head, a sharp whistling sound sounded, and a black cannonball came from a distance, and it hit Samehada in the blink of an eye. Dang! A loud noise made everyone cover their ears, and the huge force from the cannonball made Kisame take 10 steps back before stopping. Feeling the numbness in his arms, Kisame's face became solemn for the first time. He almost couldn't hold the knife in his hand just now. At this time, Rayleigh sighed softly. He finally couldn't avoid this matter. The real legend is here. Only Luo Yi showed an interested expression on his face. This is... Garp is coming. Chapter 42. This is... Garp is coming. Luo Yi looked at the cannonball that flew across the sky and saved King Z, with an expression of interest on his face. Such a shot, despite such a long distance, was still so powerful that it directly drove back Kisame. Only Garp's hand cannon could fire it. Even more awesome than a cannon. Kid Nami and others next to him had their eyes bulging out. They had already seen Kisame's strength. Even Admiral had been chopped away many times and was actually knocked back by a cannonball. Another big shot is coming? Only Luffy had a strange expression on his face. Looks so familiar. Rayleigh sighed. It was just as he thought. In order to get rid of the Akatsuki before the war with Whitebeard, Marine did not just dispatch 2 admirals. Garp, that's a true legend. He once forced Roger into desperate situations several times. He can be said to be one of the most powerful people in the sea. What does it mean to corner Roger? That's why even Roger's crew can't do anything to him. He is also the most underestimated man since Roger's death and the beginning of the Age of Discovery. Who among today's young people still knows the horror of Garp? At this time in the auction venue, Kid looked cruel and excited after seeing the cannonball. Rayleigh glanced at the excited Kid and laughed in his heart. Kid is a little person who doesn't know the heights of the world, but Garp can knock down an entire ship with one punch. At this time, King Z, who was saved by a flying cannon, finally stood up from the ground. His face looked terribly ugly. If Garp hadn't taken action just now, he might have ended up here. That guy with a fishman face and a very weird weapon in his hand can actually restrain the fruit's power. And as long as he is touched by that demon knife, his physical strength will be absorbed crazily. Now, he has never felt so tired. Are these Akatsuki's subordinates? King Z's heart has completely lost its contempt. Kisame, who was not far away from King Z, turned the sword in his hand and stared at King Z again. He will not stop until the enemy is dead. Boom. At this moment, there was another loud noise, and a figure broke through the wall and entered the auction venue. It's Kizaru. Kizaru stepped back continuously. In front of him, there was a long sword made of orange flames, stabbing at him. Susanoo's 10-fist sword. Kizaru was forced back by this 10-fist sword, smashed through the wall and retreated into the venue. He didn't dare to let this long sword touch him in the slightest, not even with his elementalized body. Sengoku once warned him and King Z very solemnly that after encountering this energy sword, they must not touch it. Otherwise no one can save him. Sengoku has already made very clear guesses about Uchiha Itachi's ability from Mumu Zagi and Vice Admiral who saw Akainu's death with his own eyes. In a defensive situation, with Admiral's strength, it is indeed difficult to beat Akainu as easily as Luo Yi. However, Joken's sword is obviously faster than Kizaru. Boo 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 boo. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kizaru turned into a flash of light and was about to move away. Being pointed at this sword, even without Sengoku's warning, he felt a panic in his heart. Boom. The sword accelerated suddenly and stabbed into the ground, but Kizaru's body had moved elsewhere and was not stabbed. But the next second, an oversized red translucent hand grabbed into the auction venue from the outside and directly smashed most of the auction. It's Susanoo's other hand. Rebels were flying everywhere, and everyone in the venue looked at this scene in horror and hurriedly retreated to the corner. When the smoke and dust dispersed, people were horrified to see a figure grasping in the big red hands. Kizaru. Kizaru's movements were completely invisible to attack his main Jikyo Sharinon. Grab it directly in your hand. At this time, people in the venue finally saw Susanoo, who was even bigger than the giants, through the dilapidated venue building. What is this? Kid's gang's scalp was numb and they were completely shocked. Even Rayleigh had a solemn look on her face, sensing Susanoo's terror. Could it be devil fruit? In Rayleigh's mind, it was difficult to tell which one was more terrifying, the giant Susanoo or the giant Buddha of Sengoku. But there is no doubt that another terrifying figure will appear on this sea. Being grabbed by Susanoo's big hand, Kizaru's heart suddenly sank. He found that he couldn't use elemental transformation to break free from this big red hand. He felt that his whole body was wrapped in a strange energy, and his elementalization was unable to break through this envelope. It was Susanoo's chakra. After understanding Kizaru's elementalization, Itachi released chakra and wrapped Kizaru the moment he caught Kizaru. With Susanoo's powerful chakra, Kizaru was completely suppressed. Click. The Juken sword was pulled out from the ground, pointed at Kizaru, and stabbed down hard. Kizaru, there is no way to hide. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank sharply. Marine's highest combat power, Admiral Kizaru, is going to die here. Even Rayleigh looked serious. Garp was obviously still some distance away. At such a critical moment, even Rayleigh was not sure whether Garp could catch up. Just when the Juken sword was about to stab Kizaru, Garp's hand cannon flew in again. Only this time it's not one shell, but a dozen. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen cannonballs thrown by Garp with all his strength directly hit Susanoo's hand holding Kizaru. Susanoo's arm suddenly swayed uncontrollably. The 10-fist swords cross paths with Kizaru. At the same time, under the bombardment of more than a dozen shells, the chakra surrounding Kizaru was lost. Kizaru immediately became elemental and disappeared in a flash of light. Seeing this scene, Kisame smiled, "Haha, Itachi, you've been tricked too." Itachi's eyes were cold and he instantly turned around to look into the distance. A marine battleship is coming at a high speed. On the marine battleship, Garp's face was solemn. Next to Garp, a flash of light appeared. It was Kizaru who escaped to Garp's side. Seeing Susanoo turn towards him, Garp picked up a few cannonballs and threw them at the huge Susanoo. A cold light flashed in Itachi's eyes, "You can't escape." Then, Itachi waved his hand towards the marine battleship. With Itachi's wave of his hand, Susanoo made exactly the same move. Megatama of Yasaka. Susanoo's strongest long-range attack. 3 red Megatama flew out towards the marine battleship in an instant. Chapter 43. Megatama of Yasaka. Susanoo's strongest long-range attack. You can't escape. 3 red Megatama flew out towards the marine battleship in an instant. Kizaru, who had just escaped from Susanoo's control and fled to Garp, saw Megatama flying towards his direction, and his expression became ugly. He completely lost that air of being aloof and looking down on everyone. "I'm a Marine Admiral." Kizaru's face was gloomy, completely unable to accept the fact that he was completely suppressed by Itachi just now. But now that he was bleeding from his mouth and in a state of embarrassment, everyone could see that he was at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with Itachi just now. If it weren't for Garp's appearance, he would have lost. Light speed kick. Kizaru looked at Yasaka's Megatama in the air, kicked with his right foot, and fired dozens of flash attacks in an instant. He can blow up a marine warship with a light speed kick, but he can't deal with a Megatama. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh shook his head. Kizaru's attack seemed strong, but the battle just now said it all. Kizaru's flash was unable to cause damage to that huge figure at all, let alone the attack from that figure. Kisame's face also showed sarcasm. He had cooperated with Itachi for so long, and everyone he saw who wanted to fight Yasaka's Megatama died. Ignorant boy. Kisame patted his same Hado with extremely mocking eyes. At this time, in the sky outside, Kizaru's dozens of light-speed kicks finally collided with Yasaka's Megatama. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of light-speed kicks exploded in an instant, and Yasaka's Megatama was instantly submerged in a sea of orange light. The power of this explosion made the sea surface dent with pressure, and the people on the marine battleship were shocked to the ground. Seeing this scene, the corners of Kizaru's mouth turned up slightly. His light-speed kick was not something that ordinary people could withstand. But the next second, the expression on Kizaru's face froze. A red disc rushed out from the fire of the light-speed kick explosion at extremely fast speed. It's Yasaka's Megatama. No consumption at all. Those light-speed kicks didn't have any impact on Susanoo's Megatama. Seeing this scene, Kisame burst out laughing. Luoyi and Rayleigh had expected it. Luffy and Kid were also shocked that their mouths opened. This is impossible. Kizaru shouted, his right foot turned into an orange light again, as if he wanted to send out more light-speed kicks. Trash. Kisame scoffed. But at this moment, Garp, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Kizaru. Don't bother, Kid, Garp said. It's no use. At this time, Garp's face was already very serious. The situation here was completely beyond his imagination. In addition to Akatsuki, there are two more characters whose combat power can crush Admiral. This completely frustrated Sengoku's plan. Xiao, who is he? Seeing the Megatama approaching at a high speed in the sky, Garp shook off the coat he was wearing and rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh raised his eyebrows. It's such a familiar scene. Iron Fist, who chased them into desperate situations several times, is finally going to show off his power again. I won't let you continue to be arrogant. Garp shouted. Armament Haki instantly covered his arms, and his two fists turned black. Garp shouted. Armament Haki instantly spread all over his arms, and his arms instantly turned black. The next second, Garp jumped into the sky and punched Yasaka's Megatama. Seeing this scene, Kisame was stunned. Are you kidding? Use your fist to punch Susanoo's Yasaka Megatama? Is there something wrong with this old man's head? However, Luoyi looked very interested at this time. Garp's armament Haki is definitely the best in the pirate world. I don't know which one is stronger than Susanoo's strongest long-range attack. Not far away from Luoyi, Luffy looked nervous and was obviously frightened by Garp's actions. That's an attack that can't even be affected by Admiral's dozens of luminous speed kicks. Still so brave and not aging at all. It's really enviable. Rayleigh looked sad. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Garp's iron fist collided with Yasaka's Megatama. Hizzy. A heart-wrenching sound sounded. Garp's fist was in a stalemate with Yasaka's Megatama. Yasaka's Megatama collided with Garp's fist, but it still didn't stop spinning, like a sharp blade trying to cut through Garp's iron fist. Where the fist came into contact with the Megatama, cracks appeared in the air. Looking at Megatama in front of him, Garp had a ferocious look on his face. At this moment, he actually felt a trace of pain in his fist. My iron fist has never felt pain in how many years it has been. A hint of gloom flashed in Garp's eyes. He was getting old after all. Even if I get old, it won't be a problem to deal with little kids like you. Garp yelled, and his other iron fist hit Megatama on the side. Boom. This blow caused visible ripples in the air, and Megatama was knocked away. Susanoo's strongest long-range attack was deflected by Garp's punch. Boom. Megatama fell into the water and created huge waves. In the auction venue, Kisame stared at Garp with wide eyes and was shocked. There is actually someone who can confront Yasaka's Megatama. Although Garp's punch did not shatter Megatama, Kisame has never seen anyone who can punch Megatama hard without getting hurt. In Kisame's heart, for the first time, he recognized the fighting power of this world. In this world, there are still beings that are so powerful that he is afraid of them. In Susanoo's body, Itachi was slightly startled when he saw that his Megatama was deflected. Is it Haki? Itachi thought of what Luoyi had told him about some of the characteristics of people fighting in this world. Itachi thought for a moment, and then something moved in his mind. Susanoo immediately raised his right hand. What Susan held in his right hand was the 10-fist sword. Armament Haki? Look at my 10-fist sword. Chapter 44. Armament Haki? Look at my 10-fist sword. Chakra surged from the 10-fist sword, stabbing Garp hard. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's pupils shrank slightly. He was almost stabbed by this sword just now. The veins on Garp's face popped out. He stared at the flying sword, and his figure disappeared instantly. I am not a little kid like Admiral. Don't insult me with such attacks. The next second, Garp's figure appeared next to Susanoo. He had already prepared a punch and hit Susanoo's shoulder hard. Itachi was shocked, and the spiritual shield Hakai Jingshi instantly blocked the place where Garp's fist hit. Boom. The air wave surged, Garp's fist met with Beijingsha, and the surrounding buildings were destroyed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Susanoo took 3 steps back. The force of this punch was so strong that even Susanoo had to step back. What a powerful punch! What a domineering Garp! Marine legend, Hero Garp. Seeing this scene, the marine soldiers who had already run far away were extremely excited. From the very beginning of the war, Kizaru and King Z were suppressed and beaten, which made them doubt their lives. Now the hero Garp finally gave them a little hope. Seeing that Susanoo was knocked back by Garp's punch, Kisame's face became even more surprised. This old man was ridiculously strong. But at this moment, Luoyi suddenly stood up. There was a faint smile on his face, as if Garp's strength had always been expected of him. Rayleigh frowned slightly. Until now, Luo Yi had been watching the show. He didn't know what Luo Yi's plans were. But he was extremely sure of one thing, this guy Xiao would never suffer. It is indeed the legend of Marine. It is really eye-opening. Luo Yi said with a smile as he walked out of the auction venue, which had almost been turned into ruins. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Luo Yi. Xiao, as long as I'm here, it's impossible for you to escape today. Garp's face completely lost the usual careless expression, and he looked solemn. In just a short time, Akatsuki's subordinates already have two powerful combatants who are no match for Admiral. If Akatsuki is not eliminated today, he will become a being that surpasses Roger. Yes, the legends have appeared, and the game has come to an end. Luo Yi looked at Garp, with no trace of nervousness on his face. Luo Yi had never intervened before, just to let Itachi and Kisame fully understand the weirdness of ability users in this world and adapt to the fighting style of this world. And Marine Admiral is the best training target. Now, it's time for this game to end. The game should end, but my glory should also begin. Garp's face was gloomy, and he slowly walked towards Luo Yi. His aura increased step by step, making Kid and others tremble in their hearts. Garp, let me see how hard your fist is. Luo Yi said with a faint smile on his face. He has all the abilities of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, it's not just 1+1. Looking at Garp, Luo Yi's heart also surged with fighting spirit. At the same time, Itachi and Kisame completely understood Luo Yi's thoughts. Kisame picked up the big knife in his hand and walked towards Kingzi, who had recovered a little strength. Itachi also looked at Kizaru not far away. 3 versus 3, the game is about to end. Garp looked at Luo Yi and twisted his wrist. The aura on his body was almost suppressing, and Kid and others 100 meters away could no longer stand. Seeing Garp getting closer and closer, Luo Yi had a thought in his mind. A black energy body that was very similar to Itachi's Susanoo appeared around Luo Yi. This is Luo Yi's Susanoo. Unlike anyone else's Susanoo. After fully unlocking Uchiha Itachi, Luo Yi is equivalent to possessing the bloodline boundary of the Uchiha clan and can summon his own Susanoo. However, Luo Yi's Susanoo now only has the primary form. After seeing his Susanoo, Luo Yi immediately confirmed his suspicion. After fully unlocking Uchiha Itachi, not only can he use Itachi's abilities, but he also has the same bloodline boundary as Itachi, can evolve his own Sharingan, and summon his own Susanoo. It's true. Luo Yi said with a faint smile on his face, black is still in its primary form. But this is enough. At this time, on the Sabaody archipelago, one black and one red, a spectacular double Susanoo appeared. But at this moment, there was a sudden golden light outside the Sabaody archipelago. A huge golden Buddha appeared on the outside of the battlefield. Martial Marine, Sengoku of Buddha. At the same time, in the other direction, an old mother-in-law, wearing Marine's cloak of justice, walked towards the battlefield with an extremely indifferent expression on her face. Marine Chief Advisor, Crane. Those with the ability to wash fruits. In the opposite direction to the crane, a guy carrying a battle axe appeared. The strongest defense, fight Momomaru. Juxtaposed with Jean Momomaru is the transformed Big Bear. Behind Jean Momomaru and Dakshin, there is a row of pacifists. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh sighed heavily. The worst situation in her heart finally appeared. Naval Headquarters' top combat power is deployed in full force. What a big scene, interesting. Luo Yi, wrapped in a black Susanoo, seemed to have expected it. He glanced at the figures of Sengoku and others, and the smile on his face did not fade at all. Then I'm welcome. Chapter 45. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Legend Garp, Chief Staff Officer Crane, and 2 admirals were all dispatched to get rid of the Akatsuki before the war started. At this time, Sengoku, Crane, Garp, Senmomomaru, Dakshin, and the pacifists have surrounded Luo Yi, Kisame, and Itachi in the center of the battlefield. Luffy and Kid, who had been eating melon and watching, were so shocked that their eyes flew out when they saw this scene. Naval Headquarters' strongest combat forces are deployed, who can withstand it? Even Rayleigh sighed. With such a lineup, even he had no confidence in escaping. Akatsuki, if you continue to grow, I'm afraid the whole marine will be unable to do anything to you. The giant Buddha transformed by Sengoku slowly walked toward the battlefield, his expression calm and intimidating. Interesting. Luo Yi not only did not panic, but showed an intriguing smile on his face. Luo Yi swept through Marine's surroundings, looking at Sengoku, Crane Vice Admiral, and finally his eyes fell on the Big Bear. Meatball Fruit User, Bartholomew Kuma. Tisk tisk tisk, the Big Bear's body is really a good material for making a puppet. Luo Yi has already made a decision in his heart. Luo Yi turned around, faced Sengoku, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Marine would dispatch all its top combat forces for me. This makes me really scared. Sengoku raised his palm, from the moment you killed Marine Admiral, you were destined to have such a day. Hearing this, everyone on the scene was stunned. Whether it was Luffy's group or Kid's group, they all looked at Luo Yi in horror. Akainu's resignation as Admiral caused quite a shock on the sea. Everyone was speculating on what happened, but no one could have imagined that Marine Admiral Akainu would die in the hands of Akatsuki. This is unbelievable. No wonder all the strongest combat forces of naval headquarters came to Sabaody archipelago today, it's because Akatsuki is here. Hearing Sengoku's words, Luoyi shook his head. I thought you wouldn't do anything to me before executing Ace. I didn't expect that your courage is much greater than I thought. As soon as Luoyi said these words, Luffy was shocked. Ace is going to be executed? Luffy asked blankly with his eyes wide open. Garp was silent. Rayleigh nodded lightly. Marine will publicly execute Ace soon. Luffy and the others were all shocked. Ace is Luffy's brother. This is something everyone in the Straw Hat crew knows. If Marine wants to publicly execute Ace, Luffy can't just ignore it. Luffy's eyes were splitting and he looked at Garp. Garp seemed to feel Luffy's gaze and turned his head to look away, leaving Luffy with a silent profile. I will never let Ace be executed. Rubber. After Luffy confirmed the news, his heart was about to explode. He actually started the second gear and ran towards Sengoku. Sengoku glanced at Luffy. You troublemaking boy, you'd better go to jail and be honest. Boom. Luffy jumped into the air and was about to attack Sengoku when a fat figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Fight Momomaru. A little BD like you has no right to attack the marshal. Jean Doan swung his battle axe and knocked Luffy away. Boom. Jean Dalmaru landed, dragging his battle axe towards Luffy and his group. The pacifists not far away all prepared their flashes and aimed at the location where Luffy's advantage was. Today's Sabaody archipelago, no one can escape. The real Big Bear also took off his gloves and stared at Luffy and the others. He is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, and today's goal is to fly Luffy and his gang to their respective islands. Seeing this scene, Luoyi smiled. Sengoku, today's lineup is very strong. I have to say that even I don't want to go head-to-head with you at this stage. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and the Iron Triangle all come together to form the most terrifying lineup in the world. Of course, if Luoyi can collect more devil fruit, Marine Iron Triangle and the like will not be afraid at all. Hearing Luoyi's words, Sengoku raised his eyebrows angrily. Do you think you can escape? As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku's palm moved towards the place where Luoyi was and slapped it down. Shockwave. The shockwave of this palm completely enveloped Luoyi, Itachi, and Kisame. Well done. Let me see how strong your shockwave is. Seeing Sengoku's movements, Luoyi controlled Susanoo and punched out as well. He actually wanted to resist the entire shockwave alone. Boom boom boom. The shockwave bombarded Luoyi Susanoo, and the entire Sabaody archipelago was shaking. Susanoo actually had cracks under Sengoku's palm. However, inside Susanoo's body, Luoyi not only did not show any worry, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It is worthy of being the top combat power in the pirate world. This palm is very strong. But now, the game is over. As Luoyi said that the game was over, something happened on the field. A spiritual long sword extended from Itachi's Susanoo hand and instantly pierced Kizaru. It is the Ten-Fist Sword. Kizaru looked at the Jukin sword that pierced him in disbelief. Before he could react from the shockwave, he was pierced by this long sword. Seal. Itachi made a seal with one hand. Kizaru's whole body shape was distorted, and he was slowly sucked into the Ten-Fist Sword. This sudden change shocked everyone. Even in Sengoku's Buddha form, veins popped out on his head. Stop it! Sengoku jumped into the air and raised his palm towards Itachi's Susanoo. But before the palm fell, Luoyi's Susanoo grabbed Sengoku's leg and turned his wolfish turn elsewhere. Sengoku, when you are fighting me, are you still in the mood to care about other things? Luoyi said with a smile. The cracks on his Susanoo's body have been healed. At this time, Vice Admiral he ignored the battle between Luoyi and Sengoku and rushed towards where Kizaru was, hoping to break the seal of the Ten-Fist Sword. Marine can no longer afford to lose another admiral. But at this moment, Kisame's figure appeared behind King Z. At this time, King Z looked at Kizaru who was sucked into the Jukin sword in shock, completely unaware that Kisame had appeared behind him. You still have time to worry about others? You are also the reward of this game. Kisame grinned, and hit King Z on the head with the same hata in his hand. Feeling the sound of wind behind her, King Z's heart beat wildly, her pupils shrank, and her body instantly turned to one side. Stab! King Z still couldn't dodge Kisame's knife, and his entire left arm was chopped off. As the same sword that can restrain the ability, this sword cut off King Z's left arm. King Z will never lose this arm due to the political reform. The response is not bad. Kisame had a look of regret on his face, and he didn't have time to swing the second sword, because Garp, who was closest to King Z, had already noticed the situation here and came to Kisame with his fists. However, there was no trace of nervousness on Kisame's face. Instead, he showed an ugly smile to Garp. In the distance, Luoyi, who was having a hard time with Sengoku, gently snapped his fingers towards where Kisame was. Stop! Kisame's figure disappeared. Only King Z with a broken arm and Garp with a violent face were left behind. On Kizaru's side, the 10-fist sword has completely sealed Kizaru, and Crane Vice Admiral is a step too late. One more scorpion human puppet. There are only 2 admirals left in Marine, one is dead and the other is seriously injured. The spoils of the game have been harvested, Sengoku, we will meet again. Luo Yi retreated, taking Itachi back into the system. Hehe, the release is sudden or not, unexpected or not, surprising or not. Chapter 46. The spoils of the game have been harvested, Sengoku, we will meet again. Luo Yi retreated, taking Itachi back into the system. The next second, Luo Yi came to Rayleigh's side. Rayleigh was in a stalemate with Jean Doan. Although Jean Doan was not Rayleigh's opponent, Jean Doan relied entirely on his own pervert defense and used all life-threatening moves. Rayleigh couldn't escape due to time. Kid and his gang have already knelt down. Luffy, on the other hand, almost collapsed, and all his crew members disappeared into the hands of Bartholomew Kuma. Now, the big bear is walking towards Luffy, preparing to fly Luffy away. Tisk tisk tisk, Luffy is really miserable. Luo Yi said. Seeing Luffy coming to his side, Rayleigh was stunned. Although he was entangled by Jean Momomaru, he also noticed the situation on Sengoku's side. If you want to run away, why are you here with me? Luo Yi said in a serious tone, this triathlon corner is a bit powerful. I can't get over it now. I'll retreat as soon as I get ready. Rayleigh, I'm leaving first. I'll leave it to you to handle it. Rayleigh. At this time, Sengoku also discovered Luo Yi's location. Sengoku, Garp, and Crane formed an encirclement and approached Luo Yi's location. The faces of the 3 of them were extremely gloomy, because Luo Yi and Marine had already incurred irreparable losses. At this time, they could no longer care about Itachi and Kisame who suddenly disappeared. After catching Akatsuki, everything was over. You can't escape. Sengoku roared. Seeing the Sengoku trio approaching, even Big Bear became a little nervous. Luo Yi led the battlefield to his side. If he couldn't shoot Luffy away, the mission would be a complete failure. The Big Bear's movements became faster and he reached out to pat Luffy. At this moment, Luo Yi suddenly came to Luffy's side and grabbed Luffy's arm. Luffy, let's fly together. The next moment, the bear's palm slapped Luffy's body, and the power of the meatball fruit was activated. Luffy and Luo Yi disappeared with a pop. Disappeared. Naval Headquarters' top combat power has been deployed, an encirclement has been formed, and now the target has disappeared. Got slapped away by a big bear. At this time, everyone on the court could truly feel that Luo Yi had truly left here. Big Bear. Is Laozi going to die? Rayleigh. Sengoku. Garp. Crane. Surrounded by Sengoku, Garp, and Crane, only Xiong and Rayleigh are left. Luffy and Luo Yi were completely missing. At this time, Rayleigh, looking at Sengoku and Garp, suddenly felt very tired, really tired. How could I, a retired old man, encounter such a thing? Is it possible that even if you are old, you can't escape going to jail? At this time, the faces of Sengoku and the other 3 were so gloomy that they could shed tears. Xiong, you have to give me an explanation. Sengoku's voice was filled with endless anger. Bear. How to explain? I just want to take Long Sun away. Do you want me to admit that I am an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? Fortunately, Laozi has been transformed and will die soon. It doesn't matter anymore, so he still doesn't speak. The big bear was silent. Sengoku was so angry that he trembled and slapped the big bear with his palm. The whole bear was knocked into the ground. Jean Doan scratched his head, but still didn't pay attention to Big Bear. Rayleigh, where are you? Sengoku turned to look at Rayleigh. Rayleigh sighed and said helplessly, I don't want to fight with you, for fear that you will break my old bones. If you want to catch me, just take me away. Rayleigh was helpless. With such a lineup, he couldn't fight or escape. Sengoku looked gloomy, took one last look at the messy Sabaody archipelago, and exited the state of the Buddha. Go back to headquarters. Only then did the surrounding marine soldiers realize that this battle was over. All the top combat forces of naval headquarters were mobilized. Not only did they fail to capture the legendary Akatsuki, but they also lost an admiral. Admiral Kizaru fell. Like Akainu, both died in the hands of Akatsuki. And the only remaining marine admiral has a broken arm. Terrible, Akatsuki. In the sky over the comm belt. Luffy and Luo Yi were flying in the sky, staring at each other. One of the abilities of the flesh ball fruit is to shoot it away. The person who is shot will fly in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally land at the destination. Now, Luo Yi and Luffy are in these 3 days and 3 nights. Although Luo Yi can break away from his current state, he has not done so. He is waiting to reach his destination, 9 Snake Island, the daughter country. As the island under the jurisdiction of Empress Shishibukai, there must be a lot of devil fruit in the girl country. Asking for flowers. Of course, this time, if Luo Yi is around, the Empress will not fall in love with Luffy. What are you doing? I'm going to save Ace. Ace was in trouble, and Luffy didn't want to wait for a moment. Luo Yi smiled, Luffy, you have also seen how powerful Marine Admiral is. In the place where Ace is imprisoned, there is a warden who is not as terrifying as Marine Admiral. If you are alone, how can you save Ace? Then I have to save him too. Ace must not die. Luffy said angrily. Ace is now imprisoned in the Impel Down, which is the strictest prison in Marine. All serious criminals caught by Marine will be imprisoned there. In the past few decades, 10 people in Song Dynasty have been able to escape from there. Luo Yi, he said calmly. And if you are alone, it is impossible to get close to the underwater prison. You can't even enter the door. Luo Yi said. Hey? Do you know this? Luffy asked in surprise. Of course I know, don't forget, I know most things in this world, and I am Xiao. Luo said with a smile. Then do you have a way to get in? Luffy asked urgently. Yes. Luo Yi nodded. Luffy looked at Luo Yi eagerly, waiting for Luo Yi's next words. Luo Yi glanced at Luffy and said calmly, if I want to get in, I can just push all the way in. With Kisame's water-style ability, Luo Yi doesn't need to open the gate of justice at all and can sneak into Impel Down directly from the comm belt. Luffy's eyes suddenly turned into stars. He has a deep understanding of Luo Yi's strength. He has witnessed Luo Yi being surrounded by the 3 giants of Marine, and he can still chat and laugh with such a powerful opponent, kill Kizaru and cut off King Z's arm. Luo Yi said that he could make it all the way to the underwater prison. Luffy had no doubt at all. Actually, I can take you in. Luo Yi saw Luffy's look and made sure that Luffy believed in his strength, so he got to the point. 10 devil fruit will take you in, plus 10 more will help you fight against Magellan, the big boss in the prison, and 10 more will ensure you can bring Ace out. I'll give you a discount on the set meal, 25 pieces. Luo Yi said with a smile. Poor Luffy, in the eyes of black businessman Luo Yi, has become a big basket of devil fruit. Chapter 47. 9 Snakes Island is under the jurisdiction of the Empress. 2 figures suddenly fell in the sky, it was Luo Yi and Luffy. Boom. A large area of forest was crushed, forming a cat's paw shape. Luo Yi patted the dirt on his body and was in a good mood. We finally arrived at 9 Snake Island, and all the devil fruit here will be mine. Beside Luo Yi, Luffy also stood up, looking confused. Where is this? Luffy asked. 9 Snake Island, the territory of Empress Shishibukai. Luo Yi said casually. How about it? Are you interested in making a deal with me? It's a good deal. Compared with Ace's life, money is nothing but an extraneous thing. Luo Yi asked. Luffy actually didn't agree to Luo Yi's deal at the first time. But I don't have devil fruit. Luffy was depressed. Luo Yi observed the situation around him, borrow it from Shanks, he is the 4 emperors, and the devil fruit in his hand is indispensable, and he has his arms pressed on you. Borrowing a few fruits is not a matter of your words. And your grandpa, he is a marine hero. It is not an easy task to get some devil fruit from Marine. Garp definitely doesn't want Ace to die. He stands on Marine's side and doesn't want to take action openly. If you ask him for some devil fruit, Garp will give it to you. And the dragon, well, as for the dragon, I guess you won't be able to see it now, so forget it. Luo Yi was persuasive, you can promise me that you will give me as much fruit as you want first, and you will owe me the rest first. Luo Yi knew that with Luffy's temperament, 17 would definitely do what he promised. Luffy's brows furrowed tightly. He always felt that this was indescribably weirder than the transaction. Human life is more important than anything else, Luffy, isn't Ace's life worth a few favors? Luo Yi said. Hearing this, Luffy took a long breath. Okay. Then please take me to the underwater prison. Luffy made up his mind. Don't you want a set meal? The prison is very dangerous. Prison Director Magellan is more dangerous than Admiral to a certain extent. Luo Yi said. If I can get in, I can do everything myself. Luffy said. Luo Yi nodded and said nothing more. He also had no extravagant expectations that Luffy would really leave everything to others, so he would no longer be Luffy. Okay, I'll take you into Impel Down. Luo Yi said, don't forget my devil fruit. Luffy nodded, yes. I will never forget what I promised you. Just stay with me during this period. I still have someone to meet on this island. I will take you to Impel Down after dealing with it. It won't delay your rescue of Ace. Luo Yi said. Okay, but I'm hungry. Luffy sat on the ground and tilted his head. Luo Yi's stomach also rumbled. After talking about business, the two of them felt hungry. After all, they had been flying in the sky for 3 days without eating anything. Let's go. Since it's a forest, there are still wild monsters. Let's go kill one. Luo Yi said. Luffy strongly agrees with Luo Yi's statement. Soon, the two of them came across a big wild boar. Luffy killed it and in a short time, the wild boar was roasted. After a while, Luo Yi finally filled his stomach. His appetite was still the same as before. He only ate a little bit, but Luffy couldn't stop eating at all. During this period, Luo Yi summoned Zetsu and put him in a stealth state. I arrived at the location of the town on 9 Snake Island. Moreover, Luo Yi unexpectedly discovered that the Empress had just returned to 9 Snakes Island and was being welcomed by people. After cancelling Ju's summons, Luo Yi looked at Luffy, who was completely immersed in eating, thought for a moment, and said, "Luffy, I'm going to see someone. I'll send someone to pick you up soon. Don't run around, otherwise you won't be able to find me, and no one will take you to Impel Down." Luffy nodded. As long as he continued to eat here, it would be fine. After that, Luo Yi went to Beiju Snake Town. After careful investigation, he has found Hancock's palace. Soon, Luo Yi arrived at Hancock Palace. With Luo Yi's strength, he was not discovered along the way. However, at this time, Hancock was still outside accepting people's welcome and did not return to his palace. Did I come too fast? Then just wait. Luo Yi sat directly on Hancock's exclusive throne. Soon, Luo Yi heard footsteps and a very arrogant voice. Who did it? They released a cat on the road I passed by. Luo Yi's heart moved. This voice was undoubtedly Hancock. As the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, Hancock is an extremely arrogant and willful woman in the comics. When facing her subordinates, she will turn them into stone if she disagrees with her. While Luo Yi was thinking, several figures walked into the palace ministers. It was the Empress Hancock, her second and third sisters, and some of the Empress subordinates. Seeing Hancock's figure, Luo Yi raised his eyebrows. It's really beautiful. At this time, Hancock and others also saw Luo Yi. Man! Hancock's face immediately darkened. Men are never allowed on Nine Snakes Island. Hank Yulao put it to his mouth and pinched out a small pink heart. Aroma gun. With pink hearts hanging on his fingertips, Hancock compared his hands to the shape of a gun and pushed hard towards Luo Yi. Suddenly, a weird pink bullet was shot towards Luo Yi's head. Luo Yi stayed still and dodged the pink bullet with a slight tilt of his head. Luo Yi said calmly, "Don't rush to take action, Hancock. When you were 12 years old, the three of you sisters went to sea and met." "Shut up!" Hancock shouted sharply. Her face was very ugly. Her experience of going to sea when she was 12 years old was the last thing she wanted to think of in her life. Being captured by the celestial dragons and being a slave was a shadow that would cast a shadow on her life. Marrow marrow mellow. Hancock made a heart shape with his hands, and suddenly circles of pink light flew towards Luo Yi. A mocking smile appeared on Luo Yi's face. He had seen too many beauties in his previous life. Hancock wanted to use this trick against him, but it had no effect at all. Sure enough, marrow marrow mellow swept past Luo Yi, and Luo Yi waved his hand, but it had no effect at all. "Hancock, it's too disrespectful for you to use this technique against me, which is useless against Marine Vice Admiral." Luo Yi shook his head and said with a smile. "Presumptuous. You are not allowed to call me by my name." Hancock's face became even more gloomy. This man who suddenly appeared in his palace gave her an inexplicable pressure. And he seems to know his biggest secret. "Don't bother, Hancock, you can't beat me. How do you get your fruit power? Do you want me to tell you in front of your subordinates?" Luo Yi is not going to talk nonsense with Hancock. This woman's current arrogant attitude is not suitable for conversation. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Hancock bit her lip and remained silent for a few seconds before letting everyone except her two younger sisters exit the palace. "Who are you? How do you know our secret?" Hancock asked, his face extremely ugly. "At this time, there is no one else in the palace, so you can talk openly about anything." But before Luo Yi could answer, a little old woman came out from behind the Empress and said, "If I guess correctly, you are the trigger of the Sabaody Archipelago War. The one who claims to know everything, Akatsuki." The person who spoke was none other than Gloriosa, the previous Emperor of Nine Snakes Island. "Number 140. Where did you come from?" Seeing this mother-in-law, the Empress had a black line on her face. But immediately, Hancock's attention was attracted by what his mother-in-law said. "Xiao." The Empress looked a little shocked, obviously knowing about Xiao's existence. Luo Yi smiled, a little surprised. "Why, even Nine Snake Island knows my name," Luo Yi said with a smile. The mother-in-law looked at Luo deeply and said, "In the Battle of Sabaody, your achievements have been completely exposed to the entire sea. Akainu, Kizaru, will all die in your hands. Marshal Marine, Hero Garp, Chief Staff Crane, and 2 admirals worked together to encircle you. Not only did you escape successfully, but you also caused unbearable losses to Marine. Your name has shocked the entire sea." The mother-in-law said slowly, "I just didn't expect that you would actually come to Nine Snake Island." Luo Yi nodded. Unexpectedly, in 3 days, what happened on the Sabaody archipelago would have spread throughout the sea. "But how did you recognize me? I remember that there was no photo of me on the wanted poster." Luo Yi asked curiously. "Your wanted order has been updated and spread to all corners of the sea immediately. There's a picture of the 3 of you posted on it." "The 3 of us?" A strange smile appeared on the corner of Luo Yi's mouth, as if he had thought of something. The mother-in-law nodded, took out 3 wanted notices from her arms, and said, "Not only the wanted notices for the omniscient Akatsuki, but also for your 2 subordinates, Shinigami Itachi, and Fishman Kisame." Luo Yi found the wanted order in her mother-in-law's hand and saw the latest wanted order issued. Xiao, the bounty is 5 billion Baileys. Weasel, the bounty is 1.7 billion Baileys. Kisame, the bounty is 1.2 billion Bailey. Chapter 48. Luo Yi looked at the 3 latest wanted notices and nodded. Not only did his bounty increase to 5 billion Bailey, Itachi and Kisame also had their own wanted notices. During the Sabaody archipelago battle, Itachi and Kisame left a deep impression on Sengoku. 5 billion Baileys, tisk tisk, I'm afraid I am the person with the highest bounty in the world. Luo Yi sighed. Your bounty is indeed the highest, and your level of danger has been raised to a level beyond the 4 emperors, said the mother-in-law. The mother-in-law looked calm, but in fact she was trembling in her heart. The name Xiao appeared not long ago, but everything she did was a major event that shocked the world. Now he has arrived at 9 Snakes Island. If Xiao gets angry on 9 Snakes Island, no one can stop him. But what makes her mother-in-law feel better is that Luo Yi shows no signs of taking action now. Luo Yi looked at the 3 wanted posters, blinked, picked up Kisame's one, and said with a smile. What did you just call this man? The mother-in-law was stunned. Fishman Kisame, was it written wrong on the wanted order? That's what he is called in the sea now. Fishman Kisame? I'm afraid Kisame didn't want to kill someone after hearing this. Luo Yi looked at the photo on Kisame's wanted poster, and it was his face that looked very much like a fishman. You all think these 387 people are fishmen? Luo Yi laughed inwardly. Isn't it? The mother-in-law was stunned again. Luo Yi smiled, put away the 3 wanted posters, and said, if you have a chance to see him, it's best not to mention the word fishman, or your heart will be chopped to death. Mother-in-law, H. At this time, Hancock, who had been listening to the conversation between the 2, finally spoke. Okay. What do you want to do when you come to my territory? Hancock's face turned pale. After confirming Luo Yi's identity, she was sure that there was nothing she could do about Luo Yi. Luo Yi's record is truly terrifying. Hearing Hancock's words, the 2 snake girls and the mother-in-law behind her became nervous. During the Sabaody Archipelago War, the missing Akatsuki came to Kuja Island. What did she want to do? I came to 9 Snakes Island mainly because I want to make a deal with you. Luo Yi said with a smile. Although the Empress still looks arrogant, Luo Yi already feels that he can have some rational conversations with her. Luo Yi glanced at Hancock and her 2 sisters and said slowly. Hancock, I can help you remove the mark on your back, the hoof of the sky-soaring dragon. As Luo Yi spoke, the 3 Hancock sisters all covered their mouths and looked at Luo Yi in shock. They all dream of erasing the marks on their backs, but the hoof of Tianxiang dragon is a mark that can never be erased. The Sun Pirates can only put a bigger mark on it again to cover up the mark of the celestial dragons. Looking at the shocked 4 people, Luo Yi smiled and said, yes, you heard me right, I have a way to remove the marks on you. At this time, the mother-in-law who had experienced the most things spoke first, but her voice was still a little trembling. What you are talking about is not the same method as the Sun Pirates. The 4 of them all stared at Luo Yi nervously. If they had any wishes now, erasing the marks on their backs would definitely be the first on their list. Luo Yi waved his hand. How is it possible? That method is too rough. I said yes, completely eliminate this mark and make the skin there the same as other places. Luo Yi's words sounded like thunder in the minds of the 3 Hancock sisters. They looked at Luo Yi blankly, so shocked and excited that they didn't know what to say. And the mother-in-law's hand was unable to hold the crutch in her hand. But the mother-in-law still retains the last bit of reason in her heart. Why are you helping us? Hearing this, Luo Yi laughed, as if he had heard something very funny. Make no mistake, I'm not helping you, it's a transaction. Luo Yi's face became serious. I want all the devil fruit you have now, and half of 9 Snakes Island. Bang! The crutch in the mother-in-law's hand fell to the ground. Half of 9 Snake Island? The 4 of them looked at Luo Yi in surprise. He wanted half of 9 Snake Island? Luo Yi looked at the 4 Hancocks and stopped talking. He was sure that they heard what he said clearly, and he was also sure that the Empress would definitely agree. The mother-in-law turned her head with difficulty and saw the hesitation and confusion on Hancock's face. At this time, she no longer doubted whether Luo Yi could eliminate the marks behind them, and understood why Luo Yi did not take action against them. What he wants is this country. Luo Yi naturally had some considerations in mind. In the world of One Piece, 9 Snake Island is located in the Calm Belt, which can be said to be the best place to establish a base camp. When the number of his fruits reaches a certain level, he can't keep the members of the Akatsuki organization in the system, so he must have a place to stay. In this place, it is best to avoid being disturbed by people as much as possible. No matter how powerful Luo Yi is, he doesn't want to be woken up by gunfire while sleeping. Luffy in the comics spent 2 undisturbed years here. At this time, Hancock made a decision and raised his head. I agree to your request. The mother-in-law was shocked. Shirji, what did you say? Hancock ignored his mother-in-law, stared into Luo Yi's eyes and said, half of 9 Snake Island is divided for you, can you guarantee the safety of the other half? Hearing Hancock's words, a smile appeared on Luo Yi's face. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you people on Nine Snake Island. I still need your people to help me with some construction. And as long as you don't tell Marine about this, I believe the tranquility of Nine Snake Island will not be broken. With me here, Nine Snake Island will only become safer. Hancock nodded. As long as the mark on her back could be eliminated, she would not hesitate to give up half of Nine Snakes Island. The mother-in-law looked at Hancock's firm expression, sighed, and finally said nothing more. Why doesn't she feel sorry for Hancock and her two sisters? She knew that Shiji had woken up from nightmares countless times because of the mark on her back. Well, now that you have made your decision, I can only accept it. If you, as the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, can be more carefree, then the people of Nine Snake Island will also be happy. The mother-in-law thought of Shichi's cold personality and her tendency to turn her subordinates into stone if they disagreed. If the original lively and enthusiastic Hancock could be brought back, it would be a good thing for the people of Nine Snake Island. Soon, Luo Yi obtained the 11 existing devil fruits on Nine Snake Island, bringing the total number of fruits to 36. After getting the fruit, Luo Yi officially began to prepare to eliminate the imprint behind Hancock. The way to eliminate the mark is to use Angle's meridian transplantation ability to remove the mark, coupled with Ju's spore division ability. Use Hancock's cells to divide to create intact skin to cover the wound caused by removing the mark. With the unique spore splitting technique, as long as there are a few Hancock cells, it is possible to split into Hancock's skin. Luo Yi has filled all the holes around Angle and Zetsu with devil fruit. Now Luo Yi can use the above two abilities by himself. Seeing Luo Yi walking into his boudoir, Hancock's face turned red and he took off his clothes. Chapter 49. Seeing Luo Yi enter his boudoir, Hancock's face turned red and he took off his clothes. It is pleasing to the eye and is simply a perfect work of art. Luo Yi looked at Hancock until Hancock's face turned red before nodding. Hancock slowly turned his back to Luo Yi, sat cross-legged on the bed, brushed his hair away, and showed Luo Yi the mark on his back. It's a different scenery again. This time Luo Yi did not pause, approached Hancock and immediately smelled a very comfortable fragrance. It may hurt a little, and you need to bear with it. Luo Yi said. Hancock nodded slightly. Compared with removing the mark, the physical pain was nothing at all. 497. Luo Yi's hand traced the mark on Hancock's back, and Hancock suddenly became excited. This is the most shameful part of her heart, and it is also the place that can be least seen with others. When Luo Yi's fingers scratched the mark on his back, Hancock felt a strong sense of shame in his heart. However, Luo Yi's eyes became serious, and many small black meridians extended from the tips of his fingers, penetrating into the mark on Hancock's back. Hancock frowned slightly, her meridians pierced into her skin, and she felt pain. Then, the small meridians began to peel off Hancock's mark. This was the most painful moment, and it was like tearing a piece of flesh and blood directly from the body. As soon as the mark started to peel off, blood flowed out from Hancock's back. Hancock's whole body began to tremble and he arched his body, obviously enduring intense pain. The entire process of peeling off the mark lasted for about a minute, and blood continued to flow. Hancock went from trembling slightly at the beginning to curling up in the end. But throughout the whole process, Hancock didn't make any sound. It will be over soon. Luo Yi said, and at the same time, he used his fingers to forcefully peel off the Tianxiang dragon's hoof from Hancock's back. Luo Yi's other hand had already taken Hancock's skin cells from Hancock's back. Luo Yi pressed his palm on Hancock's wound, and the spore division technique acted on Hancock's cells, and the cells immediately began to divide in large numbers. In 3 or 4 minutes, the wound where Hancock peeled off the mark became smooth, no different from the rest of his back. Luo Yi traced his fingers across Hancock's back. If he hadn't just finished peeling off the mark with his own hands, he wouldn't have believed that there used to be a Tianxiang dragon's hoof here. At this time, Hancock couldn't even feel any pain. Phew! Luo Yi took a long breath and successfully completed the peeling off of the mark. The process was smoother than he imagined. It's over, successful. Luo Yi said, there is no mark at all. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Hancock half turned around, looked at Luo Yi in disbelief, and couldn't help but reach for his back. As soon as this action was performed, 2 obvious masses appeared unreservedly into Luo Yi's eyes. Ahem. I'd better get you a mirror. Do you have a mirror in your room? Luo Yi said. Hancock also noticed that something was wrong with his movements, his face turned red, he put his arms in front of his chest, stood up and walked to a floor-to-ceiling mirror, turned back and looked at his back in the mirror. Smooth as new, there is no trace of the existence of Tianxiang dragon's hoof at all. Hancock's tears burst instantly and he fell to the ground, crying loudly. It seemed like he wanted to cry out all the grievances he had suffered over the years. Luo Yi shook his head and quietly exited Hancock's room. Walking out of Hancock's room, Luo Yi saw his mother-in-law and Hancock's 2 sisters guarding the door. The 3 gods were extremely nervous and stared at Luo's eyes. Luo Yi nodded. The eyes of the 3 people turned red in an instant. I was so excited that I didn't know what to do. Prepare 2 rooms for me first. I need them. Luo Yi said, there is also a simple-minded guy who came with me in the forest to the west of the island. That guy is now I don't know if I've poisoned myself to death, please help me find it. The room must be big, the bigger the better. In a palace on Nine Snake Island, there were 3 people standing in the palace. Luo Yi, Uchiha Itachi, Scorpion. This palace is the room arranged for Luo Yi by Jushi Island. It is enough for Luo Yi to do what he wants to try in this palace. At this time, Scorpion was summoned by Luo Yi for the first time. He also had his own consciousness and regarded Luo Yi as the most important person. The purpose of Luo Yi summoning Scorpion and Itachi at the same time here is to try Scorpion's human puppet technique to see if it can retain the fruit abilities of Akainu and Kizaru. Human puppet technique, Scorpion's original heaven-defying puppet technique. The person who is made into a puppet can also use the ninjutsu and bloodline boundary during his lifetime. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most powerful puppet technique. At this time, Akainu and Kizaru were sealed in the 10-fist sword, and their souls and bodies were sealed. Luo Yi had a guess that the fruit ability was probably also sealed in their bodies, and the flash fruit and lava fruit were not. With their death 3.6 died and reappeared in this world. However, whether this is really the case and whether the abilities of the 2 devil fruits can be brought into play remains to be verified by Scorpion. If it can really be done, then Luo Yi will give the entire sea a big surprise. Itachi, unblock those 2 people in the gourd. Scorpion, you know what to do. Scorpion nodded, his eyes also very interested. If the conjecture proposed by Luo Yi succeeds, his puppetry will be improved to an unimaginable level. A puppet that can become elemental? It's scary to think about it. Chapter 50. Nine Snake Island. On the Empress's big ship, Luo Yi and Luffy were eating in the cabin. At this time, half of the area on Nine Snake Island had been divided into Luo Yi's possessions according to Luo Yi's request. Under the order of the Empress, the residents of Nine Snake Island are transforming Luo Yi's half of the island into what Luo Yi wants. At this time, it had been 3 or 4 days since Luo Yi peeled off the mark on Hancock. After that day, the Empress' attitude towards Luo Yi became extremely enthusiastic. Luo Yi had seen the most shameful part of her life. Instead of looking down on her, he gave her a new life. However, what made Hancock slightly at a loss was that Luo Yi's attitude towards her in the past 3 or 4 days had been lukewarm. Women, I've seen them a lot, and they look like that. Luo Yi shook the wine glass in his hand, looked at the calm waters of the calm belt, and shook his head. He has never been one to kneel down and lick beautiful women when he sees them. Women are just playthings to Luo Yi. Xiao, the sea surface here is so strange. At this moment, Luffy, who was eating a lot, suddenly had a very long neck. He put his head to the window, looked at the calm sea, and asked strangely. If there is no wind, of course the sea will be very calm. This is the calm belt. Luo Yi said. Speaking of which, such a strange sea area can only be seen in the world of One Piece. At this time, Empress Hancock's ship was heading towards Impel Down. Soon, Hancock walked into the cabin where Luo Yi and Luffy were. His face was slightly red, and he was a little afraid to look at Luo Yi. Xiao, my ship can't go any further. This is the closest point to Impel Down. Hancock said. Luo Yi nodded. He knew that Impel Down was not accessible casually. Because of the special location of Impel Down, ships could not approach it. There were also a large number of huge sea kings in the surrounding waters. It can be said that if you want to enter Impel Down, you only need to. It is possible to enter through the Gate of Justice with Marine's permission. But the method Luo Yi chose was certainly not the Gate of Justice. He was planning to sneak directly from Calm Belt into Impel Down. Hancock, please help me put this guy into a barrel and seal it tightly. Luo Yi pointed at Luffy and said. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Luffy looked excited. Okay, I'll go get ready now. Hancock looked shy. But are you really going to swim directly from the Calm Belt to Impel Down? There are a lot of sea kings on the seabed outside the prison. It's too dangerous. Hancock worried. It's just that sea kings doesn't pose much of a threat to me. Luo Yi waved his hand indifferently. Soon, everything was ready, Luffy was sealed in a wine barrel, and Luo Yi stood on the deck, making final preparations. From the current location, Luo Yi can already vaguely see the building on the Impel Down Sea. At this time, in Luo Yi's system, all the holes around Kisame are filled with devil fruit. It can be said that in High is Grandmaster Water Styles Kisame's paradise. Hancock, goodbye. Luo Yi waved his hand, grabbed the wine barrel containing Luffy, and jumped off the boat. Water Style Water Prison Technique. Before entering the sea, Luo Yi used the water prison technique. Suddenly a water ball appeared around Luo Yi, wrapping Luo Yi and the wine barrel. The water prison technique can not only trap enemies, but also protect the caster. Plop. The water ball wrapping Luo Yi fell into the sea. The water prison did not merge with the sea water, but began to sink slowly. After entering the sea, Luo Yi immediately saw the sea kings hidden in the sea. These sea kings living in the calm belt are 10 or even hundreds of times larger than the sea kings in the general sea area. However, these sea kings didn't seem to notice Luo Yi. The water prison perfectly isolated Luo Yi and Luffy's breath, without disturbing any sea kings. Water prison shark form. The moment he entered the water, Luo Yi cast another spell, and the shape of the water prison suddenly began to change, turning into the shape of a shark. The water shark's powerful tail swung, wrapping Luo Yi and Luffy, and swam toward the Impel Down in the distance, covering a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. At this speed, it will take less than an hour to reach Impel Down. Hancock, who was watching Luo Yi disappear into the sea on the deck, bit his finger gently and looked shy. He said goodbye Hancock to me. Mother-in-law. Soon, Luo Yi's water shark came to the feet of Impel Down. Looking at Impel Down from the perspective of the bottom of the sea, Luo Yi actually felt a sense of splendor. Especially, in the sea near Impel Down, there are huge sea kings swimming by at any time. Tisk, the wall is really thick enough, so you can only enter from the first floor. Luo Yi controlled the water shark and slapped the wall twice with its tail. It was really strong. The outermost wall is definitely mixed with special metal and can withstand any damage. Get up and get on the water. Under Luo Yi's control, the water shark began to sprint toward the sea. Wow! The water shark rushed out of the sea, rushed directly into the sky under the huge inertia, and then landed on the first layer of Impel Down exposed on the sea surface. Bang! The water shark disappeared. Luo Yi grabbed the big wine barrel, passed through the comm belt, and finally boarded the underwater prison. Who? The soldiers guarding the top floor were so shocked that their eyes flew out. The door of justice did not open. They had no idea that anyone could reach Impel Down. If I read it correctly just now, this person flew up from below. Judging from the way he was covered in water, could it be that he swam directly through the comm belt? Don't be kidding. Is comm belt so easy to travel through? Luo Yi glanced at a few frightened soldiers, dropped the wine barrel in his hand, and straightened his hair. While arranging her hair, a huge black energy arm appeared around Luo Yi. It was Luo Yi's own Susanoo. At this time, the arm was full of flesh and blood, completely unlike when it was summoned for the first time, with only a skeleton. And in Susanoo's hand, she also held a long scimitar. Seeing this scene, the guarding soldiers were so frightened that their legs weakened. Who are you? The soldiers raised their guns and were about to shoot him. I'm your dad. Luo Yi glanced at them and waved his hand fiercely. Boom! Under Susanoo's huge scimitar, the guards, the locked iron doors, and the surveillance phone bugs were all smashed to pieces. With a single blow, the entire Impel Down was reduced to a mess on the surface of the sea, like a cake with the cream scraped off, revealing the path to the bottom without any obstruction. Chapter 51. Seeing that the road leading below was exposed, Luo Yi nodded with satisfaction and took back Susanoo. Then Luo slapped the big wine barrel containing Luffy to pieces next to him. Bang! The wine barrel exploded into pieces, and something like a rubber ball rolled out from the force. It's Luffy who has saved a lot of energy. Luo Yi. Are we here? Luffy returned to his original appearance, looking around excitedly at the situation. We're here. Luo Yi pointed to the exposed passage. Just go in from here, but you'd better hurry up, there's so much movement here, guards from the prison will come over soon. Those people are not easy for you to deal with. Luffy nodded and his expression became determined. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he would rescue Ace. Don't forget my devil fruit, we are trading. Luo Yi reminded. Luffy nodded. He would not forget this matter. As long as he freed his hands, he would find a way to collect the devil fruit for the transaction as soon as possible. Seeing Luffy's figure disappearing into the passage, Luo Yi thought for a moment and also walked into the Impel Down that no one had been able to escape for 20 years. I remember Blackbeard, he was also thinking about Impel Down. Luo Yi showed an expression of interest on his face. For Blackbeard, Father Whitebeard must have hated him to the core. 20 minutes later. In a guard room in Crimson Hell on the basement floor of Impel Down, Luo Yi sat at the largest desk in the room, with a relaxed expression on his face, as if he were at home. All the soldiers in the guard room were seriously injured and fell to the ground unconscious. As for the surveillance phone bug in the room, Luo Yi had already eliminated it. Tisk, you're really weak. Luo Yi said easily, let that guy Luffy make trouble down there. I don't know if Luffy can save Ace this time. Marine has lost 2 Admiral combat forces and doesn't know how things will develop. Tisk, I might have personally changed the direction of the pirate world. Luo Yi sighed, looking forward to the next battle between Marine and Whitebeard. The war between Marine and Whitebeard is definitely a major event that affects the course of world history. And now, if he didn't intervene, even Luo Yi would have a hard time predicting what the outcome would be. With that guy Luffy, I guess no one will notice me here. It's time to talk to Whitebeard. Oh, I really want to be just an audience. Luo Yi directly summoned Zetsu. Ju immediately understood what Luo Yi was thinking, immediately used the mayfly technique, and disappeared next to Luo Yi. Although Luo Yi still does not know the exact location of Whitebeard, the execution of Ace is approaching, and Whitebeard's fleet is not too far away from the naval headquarters within 10 steps. With his incredible ability, it is only a matter of time before he finds Whitebeard's fleet. Now Whitebeard's people should have destroyed all the ships sent by Marine to monitor them. That would be much easier to find. While Luoyi was waiting for the final news, he kept hearing all kinds of noisy sounds outside. It seemed that Luffy had turned the outside world upside down. Just when Luoyi was getting bored waiting, Ju's news came back. He found Whitebeard's fleet. Luoyi immediately opened Ju's visual sharing and closed his eyes at the same time. After switching to Ju's perspective, Luoyi discovered that there was an extremely huge pirate ship in his field of vision. Moby DK. It's Whitebeard's pirate ship. Luoyi immediately ordered Ju to sneak onto the pirate ship. Soon, through Ju's eyes, Luoyi saw a group of pirates who were very famous on the sea. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jose, Foil Bista. And the most impressive one, Four Emperors Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard was sitting on his exclusive throne, with infusion bottles hanging around his body, but he was still holding a huge wine gourd in his hand. Several captains were surrounding Whitebeard, seemingly discussing something. Are you making a plan? Since everyone is here, it's time for me to appear. Luoyi thought. Immediately, at Luoyi's signal, Ju's entire body floated out and cancelled the mayfly technique. Whitebeard noticed Zetsu's presence almost instantly. His sharp eyes were fixed on Zetsu instantly. Noticing something strange about Whitebeard, the captains surrounding Whitebeard turned around with shock in their hearts. Someone sneaked onto the ship and they didn't even notice. At this time, even Whitebeard was slightly shocked. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to show up, he wouldn't have discovered Zetsu's existence so quickly. Edward Newgate. At this time, Ju said slowly at Luoyi's signal, I'm here uninvited, I hope you'll forgive me. The captains were all slightly shocked. This strange man who suddenly appeared, facing Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, and all the captains, could be so calm and unhurried. This kind of courage is definitely not something ordinary people can possess. 0. Coupled with the fact that they couldn't see through the opponent's strength, the captains didn't dare to underestimate the weird guy in front of them. After hearing Zetsu's words, Whitebeard actually laughed. La 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 la. Weird guy, you are from Akatsuki, right? Whitebeard pointed at Ju's clothes. There was a smile on Ju's face, and she bowed slightly to Whitebeard. The leaves extending from her shoulders spread out a little, revealing her half-dark and half-white face. Of course, Ju's smile looked a little weird on his half-black, half-white body. That's right, this time I will make a deal with you on behalf of my master Xiao. Ju said. Several captains frowned. No one in this sea knew about Akatsuki. The Sabaody archipelago battle that happened not long ago directly pushed Akatsuki's prestige in this sea to an unimaginable level. That kind of record cannot be achieved casually. And what shocked them the most was that everyone knew that Akatsuki had two subordinates, Shinigami Itachi, and Murloc Kisame. These two men caused unbearable losses to Marine in the final moments of the Sabaody battle. But now, this mysterious man who can sneak onto their ship without being discovered is actually one of Akatsuki's subordinates. Xiao, what kind of person is he? Chapter 52. This mysterious man who can sneak onto their ship without being discovered is actually one of Akatsuki's subordinates. How much strength does Akatsuki still have that has not been exposed to the world? Ah, you guys, get out of the way. Whitebeard said. After hearing this, several captains slowly walked to both sides, leaving a passage in front of Whitebeard. Without any pretense, Ju walked directly in front of Whitebeard. Through Ju's eyes, Luoyi finally saw the man known as the strongest man in the world. It was even more impressive than imagined. Just sitting there made people feel a strong sense of oppression. If you can't tell me something that interests me, I will punch you into pieces. Whitebeard looked down at Ju, you boarded the ship without my permission. My Whitebeard's ship is not that easy to break into. Ju smiled softly, I got on the ship by my own ability, and I can leave by my own ability if I want to leave. If I want to leave, even you can't stop me. As soon as these words were spoken, Marco and the other captain's eyes became strange. Too arrogant. 17 The last man who dared to be as arrogant as Father Whitebeard had grass on his grave that was 3 feet high. Looking at Ju, the corners of Marco's mouth raised slightly, and several captains slowly moved their positions to form a circle surrounding Ju. No one on Whitebeard's ship has yet been able to leave the ship without his father's permission. Even if you are an Akatsuki person. Even Whitebeard's eyes instantly turned cold. Don't be impulsive, friends. Being surrounded, Ju didn't feel nervous at all. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you want to go to war with Marine, we can definitely make a deal. Zetsu said. Hearing this, Whitebeard's face showed a mocking look. You want to take this opportunity to attack Marine? Hey! You stupid boy, you want to drag me down, but your calculations are wrong. If this is all you can do, keep your life. Whitebeard raised his fist. Marco and the other captains looked at each other with mocking expressions on their faces. No one can take advantage of Daddy Whitebeard. Tisk, tisk, they are really a bunch of arrogant people. Ju said with a smile. It's Blackbeard. When the 3 words Blackbeard were spoken, Edward Whitebeard's fist stopped in the air. The faces of the captains next to them all turned ugly. Now, the word Blackbeard is definitely a taboo word on this ship. Blackbeard is the culprit behind this situation. Everyone wanted Blackbeard to die, but not only did he live well, he also recruited a group of subordinates and became Shichibukai. Seeing Whitebeard's fist stop, Ju smiled and said, I have no intention of intervening in the war between you and Marine. What I want to trade is Blackbeard's head, Ju said. 10 devil fruit, Blackbeard's head presented with both hands. The murderous look in Whitebeard's eyes almost made the air crack. He stared at Ju and said word by word, I will kill this man with my own hands. Ju smiled and shook his head and said, are you going to die one by one like Ace? The temperature on the ship suddenly became colder. All the captains stared at Zetsu with cold eyes, which was tantamount to opening the scars of the Whitebeard team with their own hands. If you insist on killing Blackbeard with your own hands, I can deliver him alive to you. Ju said. With your current energy, you don't have enough energy to catch Blackbeard. Edward, I believe you also know that with Blackbeard's ambition and strength, he will become stronger if he doesn't die. Leave it to me is your best choice. Impel Down, in a guard room in Crimson Hell on the basement level. Luoyi slowly opened his eyes. He had already taken it back into the system, and finally Whitebeard agreed to Luoyi's deal. If Luoyi could really deliver Blackbeard to his ship alive with 10 devil fruits, he didn't care. Tisk, tisk, that look is really scary. He is indeed the strongest man in the world. Thinking of Whitebeard's look just now, Luoyi shook his head. Then let's wait for Blackbeard's arrival. Luoyi stood up and stretched his body. In his memory, Blackbeard only came after Marine took Ace away. Get some sleep first, I don't know where Luffy has gotten into now. Luoyi put his legs on the table and adjusted to a comfortable position. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the door to the guard room creaked and someone opened it. It was Domino, the deputy warden of Impel Down, who was slim, with blonde hair, wearing a police hat and sunglasses, and a white uniform. What are you still doing? Why don't you go quickly? Domino shouted loudly, but he froze before he finished speaking. What she saw was that the soldiers in the guard room were all lying on the ground, and a figure was sitting behind the desk with his legs crossed, 087, looking at her in slight surprise. Domino couldn't believe his eyes. Isn't this face the Xiao? How did he end up in Impel Down? Luoyi was surprised when he saw Domino suddenly appearing, and immediately laughed. I'm just bored. I need someone to press my legs. It's you. While talking, Luoyi summoned Scorpion. The king of puppets, Scorpion. In an instant, 10 tough chakra lines spread out from Scorpion's 10 fingers, controlling Domino's whole body. It is a little trick that Luoyi tried after communicating with Scorpion based on the ability of Doflamingo string fruit, which can control other people's actions. It's just that this move doesn't have much effect on strong people, but with Domino's strength, it's completely impossible to break free. Domino, who was controlled by Scorpion's chakra line, found that he was completely unable to control his body and couldn't even open his mouth. And he is still walking towards Akatsuki. Domino's face was already full of fear. Don't be afraid, just rub your legs and shoulders. Luoyi said with a smile. 2 minutes later, Domino looked confused as he watched his body kneel on the ground uncontrollably and began to massage Luoyi. Chapter 53. While Domino was massaging Luoyi, he suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Domino, and pinched her chin. I have something to ask you. I can get you to talk. I don't want to alarm too many people yet, you know what to do. Luoyi had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Seeing Luoyi's eyes, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Domino's forehead, and the fear in her heart became even worse. She knew what Xiao did, but it was only when she faced Xiao in person that she felt the terror of Xiao. She can't even control her own body. You'd better not anger me, I don't have any sympathy for you. Luoyi patted Domino's face. Domino nodded fearfully, she had no such intention at all. She even suspected that even if she lured the most powerful Magellan in the prison, she would not be Luoyi's opponent. Luoyi snapped his fingers, moved his scorpion fingers slightly, and adjusted the chakra line. Domino was able to speak immediately. After the Sabaody war, were there any heavyweights sent in? Luoyi asked with a smile, his eyes still retaining the coldness. Yes. The sweat on Domino's face had already flowed down his cheeks. One Piece Roger's former crew member, Rayleigh number 640 Pluton, was caught here. Hearing Domino's words, Luoyi smiled. As expected, the old man Rayleigh bore part of the anger of the Marine Big Three for him and could not escape. 6th floor. Luoyi asked. Domino was suddenly shocked. There was a 6th floor in Impel Down, but most people didn't know it. The Akatsuki in front of him was obviously the first time he came to Impel Down, and he seemed to know Impel Down very well. Seeing Domino's expression, Luoyi didn't bother to explain to her. Have you received advance notice to escort Ace to Naval Headquarters? No, the main person who broke into Impel Down, Straw Hat Luffy, has been solved by Master Magellan. Although some prisoners have escaped, with Magellan here, they can't affect the overall situation. Domino said. Luoyi blinked, it was a bit unexpected that Luffy was solved by Magellan so quickly. Magellan's poison fruit ability is indeed a bug. Of course, Luo Yi knew that Luffy also met the Demon King and could not die because of this. Just then, the phone in Domino's pocket, BHBG, suddenly rang. The expressions of both of them changed, but Luo Yi found it interesting, while Domino felt bitter. If you don't want Magellan to die here, you know what to do, right? Luo Yi stretched out his finger and tapped her forehead. Seeing Domino nod, Luo Yi took out the phone bug from his pocket for her. Because during this process, Domino was still massaging Luo Yi uncontrollably, and Luo Yi was enjoying it very much and had no intention of letting her stop. The phone was answered and a rough voice came out. Domino, where are you? Luo Yi's hand hooked the place where Domino's chin and neck connect, indicating that she should speak carefully. He also wanted to enjoy it quietly for a while. Domino swallowed and tried to speak in a normal tone. Master Magellan, I am mobilizing the guards on the second floor and will soon lock up all the prisoners who escaped. Sure enough, it's Magellan. You move faster and calm down the turmoil here. My stomach starts to hurt again. Magellan's voice came from the phone bug. Luo Yi laughed silently. Magellan's diarrhea problem happened again. I really wonder if Magellan would suddenly feel embarrassed when fighting. Okay, Lord Magellan, I'll be here soon. Domino said immediately. While talking, her hand was still squeezing Luo Yi's leg. Click, the phone hangs up. You are really well behaved. Luo Yi said with a smile. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Domino felt a strong sense of shame in his heart. However, just at this moment, the door of the detention room where Luo Yi was located was suddenly knocked open. A tall figure was standing at the door. Magellan. Magellan's face was extremely gloomy. He looked through the monitoring room monitors on the second floor, but did not see Domino. And he can't see the surveillance in this guard room. Seeing Magellan's figure, Luo Yi sighed softly. Although he knew that the call just now would not fool Magellan for long, he did not expect that Magellan would come so quickly. But it's also time to move around. But after seeing the situation in the guard room clearly, Magellan was stunned. Domino? What are you doing? What did he see? Domino is kneeling next to a man, giving him a massage? Domino wanted to cry without tears, and even wanted to die. Oh, it seems there was some misunderstanding. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. At this time, Luo Yi spoke with a smile and waved his hand towards Magellan. Magellan's attention finally turned to Luo Yi. Are you, Xiao? Magellan's face looked extremely ugly. Why did Akatsuki appear here? Luo Yi nodded. It seems that the whole world can recognize my face, and there is no chance for me to tell my identity in person. Luo Yi's expression was a bit regretful. He still enjoyed the shocked expressions of others when they heard his identity. Are you here to save Ace too? A large amount of poisonous gas came out of Magellan's body and spread into the guard room. Luo Yi smiled and shook his head. I'm not that holy. I just came to watch the fun. Luo Yi completely ignored Magellan's poisonous gas. Luo Yi had already filled all the holes around Haiden with devil fruit when Magellan first appeared. At this time, Luo Yi was already immortal. Magellan's poison has no effect on Luo Yi at all. This is not a place for people watching. A huge poisonous dragon appeared behind Magellan, ready to attack. No matter how powerful you are, if you encounter my poison, you will be dead. Magellan approached Luo Yi step by step. You can't escape from this room. Luo Yi shook his head, stood up, and walked to Magellan. The two people faced each other, and a large amount of venom spilled from Magellan's body, blocking the exit. Don't you dare touch me! Haha! Luo Yi had a mocking look on his face and punched out Magellan's huge body. Domino's jaw dropped to the floor in shock. Poison? It doesn't exist. Chapter 54. Poison? It doesn't exist. Luo Yi shook off the venom on his hand. Now that Luo Yi has the same immortal body as Haiden, the venom cannot cause any harm to Luo Yi at all. Seeing this scene, Domino's eyes almost flew out of his head. Xiao actually dared to touch Magellan's venom. At this moment, Magellan, who was sent flying by a punch, controlled a poisonous dragon and rushed towards Luo Yi. Luo Yi shook his hand, and same had a heavenly sword appeared in his hand. To deal with demon fruit power, the same Hada sword is the most convenient. Seeing the poisonous dragon rushing towards him, Luo Yi swung his shark sword and scattered the poisonous dragon with one strike. But some venom still splashed on Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi shook his clothes and walked towards Magellan. Just like before, these mines had no effect on Luo Yi at all. 573 Magellan looked at Luo Yi with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Akatsuki can actually ignore her own venom. Despair. Luo Yi said with a smile. Magellan gritted his teeth. Do you think this is the only method I have? Magellan took a breath and spit out a poisonous bubble towards Luo Yi. His poison bubbles not only contain poison, but if they touch the bubbles, they will explode violently. Seeing the poisonous bubbles, a mocking smile appeared on Luo Yi's face. He spread out quickly, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, Luo Yi's figure appeared behind Magellan, and the same Hada sword in his hand hit Magellan's head. Feeling the sound of wind above his head, Magellan hurriedly dodged, but his huge body could not completely avoid it. Click! Luo Yi's broadsword struck Magellan on the shoulder. Magellan was sweating profusely, and with just one stab, he felt as if his shoulder was going to be broken. What kind of monster is he? Magellan's heart has gradually sunk to the bottom. His most powerful abilities have no effect on Luo Yi, so how can he fight? And the most terrifying thing is that Xiao actually appears in Impel Down, and the entire prison may fall into the hands of Luo Yi. This is Marine's most important prison. Boom! Holding back the pain in his shoulder, Magellan used the Poison Dragon channel and followed his Poison Dragon to leave the vicinity of Luo Yi. In the past, others did not dare to engage in close combat with him, but now he actively avoided close combat. Can you escape? Luo Yi jumped up suddenly and rushed towards Magellan again. Seeing Luo Yi's movements, Magellan roared, "Poison Giant Soldier Hell's Judgment!" Suddenly, a large amount of red poison was released from Magellan's body, forming a huge skeleton giant. This is his most powerful poison. It's also the ultimate trick. Have you activated your ultimate move? Luo Yi smiled, I didn't expect that the mighty Magellan would run out of tricks so quickly. Let's wait until you can resist this move. Magellan's two palms of the giant poisonous soldier slapped Luo Yi. Two huge palms covered almost all the space and were bound to hit Luo Yi. This huge poisonous soldier is not only extremely poisonous, but it can also kill eggs. Interesting, are you competing with me? Luo Yi's heart moved, and a huge black energy arm appeared around Luo Yi. The arm also held a huge scimitar. Then, Luo Yi looked at the huge poisonous soldiers in front of him and waved his hand violently. Susanoo's arm, also holding a scimitar, has been completely renewed. Wow! The entire poisonous soldier was cut in half with one knife. Magellan, you are too weak. Soon, Deputy Director Han Yabao, who heard the noise, led his people and rushed towards the place where Luo Shi and Mai Lianlun fought. At this time, they had drank enough antidote, otherwise no one would dare to come near this place. However, when they came to the underground floor, they saw a scene that shocked them extremely. Magellan, known as the strongest man in hell, is lying on the ground, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. The director actually knelt down. And on Magellan's body, there is a figure sitting, holding a broadsword looking at them with a smile. It was Luo Yi. You guys are so slow here. Luo Yi said with a smile. After seeing Luo Yi's appearance clearly, Han Yabao slowly opened his mouth, and his already shocked expression became extremely exaggerated. Don? Han Yabao was in despair. It was hard to say whether he could even save his life, let alone the director's position. That was a ruthless character who even killed Admiral. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. After learning that Luffy broke into Impel Down Sengoku, I was completely angry. Garp. You, a third-generation family, can't you be more honest? Sengoku pulled Garp's collar, but Garp was laughing so hard that he almost burst into tears. However, at this moment, the latest surveillance video from Impel Down was transmitted. Among them is Luo Yi. Seeing this surveillance picture, Chief Staff He's hand shook violently. Now there is even worse news. Crane's expression became serious. Sengoku and Garp were both stunned. It was rare to see a Crane look so serious. Did Whitebeard do something? Sengoku asked. Crane Vice Admiral picked up the surveillance image that was just transmitted. I'm afraid he is a guy who is more troublesome than Whitebeard. Sengoku and Garp immediately noticed Luo Yi's figure in the image. They are so familiar with this figure. It's him again. Veins popped up on Sengoku's head, and his beard stood up. Contact Magellan and execute Ace immediately. Sengoku felt an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Garp was silent, with a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He finally said nothing and sighed, his figure looking a little stooped for the first time. Now he has no position to question Sengoku's decision. Crane Vice Admiral immediately contacted Magellan, but there was no response from the phone caller. Magellan, already on his knees. Another glimmer of light flashed in Garp's eyes. Damn it! Immediately notify Shishibukai and all the Admiral Vice Admirals in this 2.5 department, and go to Impel Down. Sengoku stood up and didn't want to wait any longer. Things have developed to this point. It is no longer possible to execute Ace live in Naval Headquarters as planned according to the original plan. However, as a descendant of Roger, the Pirate King, Ace must die. Even if the effect of announcing this news later would be greatly reduced, Ace would never be allowed to return to the sea alive. Half an hour later, hundreds of marine battleships were assembled, and Empress Hawkeye Mingo and other Shishibukai, as well as the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, all boarded the ship. On the ship Sengoku was on, besides Garp and he, there were two other heavyweight figures. Admiral Kingsley with a broken arm. Recruited with Marine. Admiral Fujitora. Known as a super powerful monster, Fujitora smiles and is a user with gravity fruit abilities, making his debut 2 years in advance. Chapter 55. At this time in Impel Down, Luo Yi is carrying the same Hada sword and strolling towards the bottom. As for Han Yabao and the others, they were already shot away by Luo Yi's knife and flew to an unknown place. In the entire underwater prison, no one can stop Luo Yi. But at this moment, Luo Yi's phone suddenly rang loudly. Hello, who's there? Luo Yi answered the phone. He still retained the habit of answering the phone in his previous life, and felt that he could never change it in his life. Xiao. I am Hancock. Hancock's pleasant voice came from the phone. It's you. You can just call me Luo Yi from now on. Normally, the name Xiao sounds weird. Luo Yi said casually. There was a silence among the phone bugs. What's wrong? Luo Yi asked. He didn't know that on the other end of the phone, Hancock was so happy that he almost fainted. Luo Yi. Hancock said to the phone with a shy look, Marine's people are setting off towards Impel Down. Of course Hancock had to secretly report to Luo Yi for such a big move. She didn't want Luo Yi to be hurt by Marine. Luo was stunned. Marine has sent someone to take Ace away. No, most of Marine's power went down towards Impel. Sengoku, Garp, Admiral, Shishibukai, most of the Vice Admiral, a total of more than 100 Marine warships, are all heading towards Impel Down. Hancock said. I'm here too. Hancock was very conflicted in his heart. On the one hand, he hoped to see Luo Yi, and on the other hand, he hoped that Luo Yi would leave Impel Down quickly. He was so entangled that his fingers were twisted together. Hearing Hancock's words, Luo Yi stopped immediately. This news is really big news. But Luo Yi immediately figured out the reason. Sengoku must have known about his appearance in Impel Down, otherwise Sengoku wouldn't have made such a big move just by relying on Luffy. Tisk, 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 it's really lively now. Luo Yi touched his chin, already thinking about the scene of Impel Down fighting into a big scene. But at this moment, Luo Yi suddenly heard a crowd of gardeners coming from upstairs. Accompanied by a burst of distinctive and then very unpleasant laughter. Luo Yi's heart moved and he almost immediately determined what happened upstairs. Blackbeard. It seems that Blackbeard has also learned about the marine troop dispatching to Impel Down. Have you taken action in advance? Luo Yi immediately understood Blackbeard's actions. If you read the comics of the previous life, Blackbeard would take action almost after Ace was taken away and select the crew in the prison. But now, Blackbeard, who didn't know how to get Marine's movements through some channels, took action in advance. Luo Yi smiled. It was true that if he wanted to sleep, someone would bring him a pillow. Luo Yi immediately leaned against a wall, stabbed the ground with same Hada's sword, and waited for Blackbeard's arrival. However, Blackbeard, who broke into Impel Down at this time, was feeling proud, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he came to Impel Down, what he saw was a mess. And along the way, everyone he met was kneeling. Magellan, who is known as the strongest man in prison, when he saw Magellan, this guy was already dying. The Hanyabal people also reported the same thing with door panels, but they became flat. Blackbeard didn't encounter any decent resistance along the way. Is that boy from Straw Hat that strong? Blackbeard walked all the way, and his originally extremely proud mood turned into something fluffy. No matter how you look at it, it seems weird. Could it be that what I want to do has already been done by someone else? Soon, when Blackbeard went down one level again, he finally saw a person standing. What he saw was none other than Luo Yi. Ha 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 ha. Finally saw a living person. Blackbeard laughed and walked towards Luo Shi. He wanted to ask carefully what happened here. Luo Yi had already seen Blackbeard walking in the distance, raised his head, and grinned at Blackbeard. Blackbeard stopped immediately. He saw Luo Yi's face clearly. The expression on his face was a little stiff. You're not. Blackbeard was a bit deceived. How come this Akatsuki who caused so much trouble is also in Impel Down? At this time, the doubts in Blackbeard's heart have been completely answered. Akatsuki broke into Impel Down, and even two Magellans couldn't stop him. Blackbeard immediately turned around and looked around, not knowing what he was looking for. Stop looking, Itachi and Kisame are gone today. Luo Yi told a little lie. Although Kisame and Itachi can't be seen now, as long as Luo Yi is willing, they will appear here immediately. And now it's not just Itachi and Kisame, but also Scorpion. Blackbeard breathed a small sigh of relief. Now the whole world knew that Xiao had two subordinates who were even more powerful than Admiral. If Impel Down wasn't here, his pressure would be much less. Blackbeard, why are you alone now, and where are your crew members? Luo Yi asked with a smile. Blackbeard grinned, things have suddenly changed a lot, and my people have a new mission. Blackbeard's face returned to his unique ambitious expression, and he slightly extended his hand towards Luo Yi. Xiao, I didn't expect that we would meet by chance at Impel Down. It's all fate. Ha 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 ha, otherwise, you will follow me and realize my dream. Blackbeard was interrupted by Luo Yi before he finished speaking. Your dream? Eat Whitebeard's shock fruit, become 4 emperors, and dominate the sea. Luo Yi said with a smile. Blackbeard was stunned and looked at Luo, Wang Qianzhao, Yi with extremely surprised eyes. He had just told his crew about this matter, how could Luo Yi know about it? It's a pity, I have no interest in your dream. Luo Yi shook his head. And it's really difficult to realize something like a dream. A trace of loneliness flashed in Luo Yi's eyes, but it was quickly buried in Luo Yi's heart. The smile returned to Luo Yi's face. It's okay if you don't meet me today, but if you meet me, you are only worth 10 devil fruits. Blackbeard. I sold you to Whitebeard. Luo Yi smiled brightly. Chapter 56. I sold you to Whitebeard. Luo smiled brightly. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha 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 ha. You sold me to Whitebeard. Blackbeard burst into tears as he laughed. Whitebeard is in the past. The future era belongs to me. As he spoke, Blackbeard's hands began to overflow with a large amount of darkness. Xiao, you're on the wrong team. Blackbeard looked at Luo Yi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Since you can't receive your subordinates, then die. I'll let you taste the terror of darkness today. The darkness in Blackbeard's hands seemed to be able to swallow even light, rushing towards Luo Yi. Luo Yi stepped back, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. I heard that your darkness can swallow everything. Luo Yi asked. Ha ha ha. That's right. No matter what it is, I can devour it. Blackbeard laughed. Luo Yi snapped his fingers. So, do you want to swallow Raipian Hai? Stop dreaming. Xiao. If you are alone today, just surrender and capture him. Blackbeard said arrogantly. He is extremely confident in his dark fruit abilities. But the next second, a strong fist hit him in the face, causing him to fly out and hit the wall. Boom. The punch was so powerful that Blackbeard knocked down the wall. The darkness that rushed towards Luo Yi suddenly disappeared. Bang. Blackbeard stood up from the ruins of the collapsed wall, his face almost crooked. Who? Hi. After standing up, Blackbeard looked at the figure that suddenly appeared on the field, his eyes widened. Akainu? Aren't you dead? The one who knocked Blackbeard away with one punch was Xian. At this time, standing next to Luo Yi, was a little boy wearing a black-red cloud coat. It is none other than the king of puppets, Scorpion. Not far in front of Luo Yi and Xia, a tall figure stood opposite Blackbeard. This figure looked like an ordinary person, but his eyes were very empty. It is Akainu who died in the hands of Luo Yi and was sealed into the Ten-Fist Sword. At this time, both of Akainu's arms were present, but the arm that had been burned off by Amaterasu was made of red magma. Devil Fruit's ability is indeed still there. Scorpion's human puppet, success. Looking at Akainu's figure, Blackbeard was completely confused. What on earth is going on? Is it unexpected? Is it surprising? Luo Yi said with a smile, leaning on the guardrail. Blackbeard's eyes flickered between Luo Yi and Akainu, and he quickly realized something was wrong. Akainu, can't speak, doesn't react. It's like a machine. Blackbeard's face showed another smile. Ha 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 ha, I don't know what's going on, but you can't deal with me like this. Blackbeard laughed. How can an unresponsive admiral still have an exit score of 5? At this moment, Akainu punched Blackbeard. The lava is rolling. Blackbeard was completely fearless, and darkness surged in his hands, swallowing up Akainu's magma in an instant. Is this the only strength you have? Suffer death. Blackbeard's expression looked like he had gained everything. But at this time, Luo Yi had a look of satisfaction on his face. It was his first time to test the human puppet Akainu, and the effect had exceeded Luo Yi's imagination. Scorpion's accomplishments on the puppet were simply amazing. Tisk, Blackbeard, the experiment is over, that's it. Luo Yi and Xie jumped high. The next second, a piece of Wang Yang appeared from the side of Blackbeard, directly flooding the place where Blackbeard was. Water-style exploding water waves. The caster can spit out enough water to form Wang Yang. Kisame appears. Blackbeard's body was weak, bubbles were coming out of his mouth, and he was completely confused. What the hell? Why is there a sea here? Demon fruit power, when soaked in water, will become weak. Luo Yi looked at the surging water in front of him and pointed at Blackbeard in the water with a smile. Kisame jumped directly into the water. 3 minutes later, the water flowed away, revealing Blackbeard and Kisame. Kisame looked happy, but Blackbeard was already seriously injured and could not stand up. Blackbeard was so weak in the water that he couldn't move at all, and became Kisame's sandbag. Xie walked slowly to Blackbeard's side, tied Blackbeard into a rice dumpling with a pair of sea stone handcuffs brought from prison. We're done. Luo Yi jumped down with a smile, and the process of cleaning up Blackbeard was almost as smooth as expected. Without him, Blackbeard is too confident in himself. He would never have thought that there would be someone like Kisame who is naturally capable of restraining demon fruit power. In this world, there is no one like Kisame who can spit out as much water as Wang Yang out of thin air. But at this moment, Luo Yi heard the roar of artillery fire. The roar of artillery fire came from outside. Luo Yi was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the war between Marine and Whitebeard has already started? 0. Kisame, carry this guy, let's go up and have a look. The corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up slightly, how could he miss such a shocking battle? Soon, Luo Yi arrived at the top of Impel Down and saw an extremely spectacular scene. On the distant sea, the war has begun. It's Whitebeard and Marine. It came so fast. Whitebeard's information is also well informed, and he arrived so quickly. Luo Yi looked at the two forces fighting together and said with a smile. But soon, Luo Yi discovered that something was not quite right about this war. Although a battle broke out between the two sides, there was no real life and death showdown. They were both trying to prevent each other from getting closer to Impel Down. Luo Yi suddenly understood, Marine and Whitebeard's group's goals were all ace. Whoever reaches Impel Down first will be able to hold ace in his hands. Whether it is to save or kill, he must reach Impel Down first. After learning that Luo Yi broke into Impel Down, Sengoku was indeed very decisive and his actions were very accurate. But what he didn't expect was that Usse came so quickly. It can be said that Sengoku's plan has completely failed. But neither Marine nor Whitebeard realized a problem. The person sitting on Impel Down now is Luo Yi. At this time, Luo Yi brought a chair from somewhere and sat on the highest point of Impel Down, crossing his legs and watching the battle between the two parties with a smile. The scenery here is unique to the river. Chapter 57. Just as Luo Yi was sitting on the top of Impel Down, watching the battle between the two sides with great pleasure, he suddenly felt that something was missing. After thinking for 2 seconds, Luo Yi finally figured it out. No one massages. Xiao, go in and find Domino for me. Luo Yi immediately asked Xiao to return to Impel Down. But Luo Yi doesn't know yet whether Domino is still alive or not. After all, when he and Magellan were fighting, Domino was not far away. Not 10 minutes later, Xia came back, followed by 2 girls. Domino in uniform, and Devil Sadie in scantily clad clothes. At this time, little Sadie looked confused and frightened. After she saw this kid, her body was no longer under her control. But next to little Sadie, Domino's expression was much better, white with despair. Luo Yi was stunned when he saw the 2 girls behind Xia. One extra. Luo Yi also knows the Devil Sadie, the warden of the undersea prison, and a cadre of Marine. 17 Seeing Luo Yi's surprised eyes, Xia nodded, stood not far behind Luo Yi, controlled little Sadie and Domino, and walked to Luo Yi's side. The expression on little Sadie's face became even more frightened. She recognized the man in front of her, Xiao. Just now in Impel Down, Luo Yi has not reached the floor where little Sadie is, and little Sadie still doesn't know about Impel Down. We meet again, Domino. Luo Yi smiled and greeted Domino, but Domino's face turned even paler. Just seeing Luo Yi made her feel overwhelmed with shame. While giving Luo Yi a massage, she lied to Magellan on the phone bug, and was found out. Magellan saw her giving Luo Yi a massage. This is almost impossible to wash away even if you jump into the Yellow River. Don't look so desperate. Smile. You're doing a good massage. Luo Yi said with a smile. Little Sadie on the side was completely confused. Massage? What the hell is massage? But she soon found out. Don't be stunned, let's start. Luo Yi said. Scorpion's fingers immediately started to move. Under the control of the chakra line, little Sadie knelt down next to Luo Yi and touched Luo Yi's leg. Domino, this time, stood behind Luo Yi and began to squeeze Luo Yi's shoulders. Luo Yi suddenly felt comfortable and felt that he had found a new interest. At this time, Domino finally noticed the battle in the distance. How many marine warships are they? There must be hundreds of them. Will everyone see her giving Luo Yi a massage? Domino cried and fainted behind Luo Yi. In these 10 minutes, the 2 parties fighting in the distance had advanced a lot by relying on the Impel Down position. Even without the Sharinon, Luo Yi could vaguely see the figures above. Tisk, 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 how many big names are there, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, Marco, Hawkeye. At this time, Luo Yi did not see Fujitora due to the angle. Hey, Doflamingo. Luo Yi's eyes lit up and he saw an acquaintance. Doflamingo, which was once carried in Luo Yi's hands, is now here. It's just that Brother Ming didn't fight hard at this time, but stood by and watched with his habitual smile on his face. He is looking for someone to ally with him. Judging from the proud smile on his face, it was obvious that he had found a target for alliance. I just don't know if Brother Ming will be able to laugh after seeing Luo Yi. What a great battle! At this time, Whitebeard and Sengoku have not yet taken action. Just Marco and other captains have already made this battle extremely exciting. Luo Yi immediately released Itachi and Kisame, who were very interested when they saw the battle not far away. Marine's strength is much stronger than I thought. Without 2 admirals, it can still resist Whitebeard's captain. It's not easy. Luo Yi thought while rubbing his chin. However, Marine was missing 2 admirals after all. King Zi was unable to intercept in time, but Marco rushed out of the way and turned into a phoenix, flying towards Impel Down. Marine was immediately shocked. With Marco's strength, if he were to arrive at Impel Down early, Ace would definitely be rescued by him. King Zi immediately broke out and got rid of Whitebeard's people around him, chasing Marco. Frozen Fruit's ability explodes, and the sea freezes wherever King Zi passes. King Zi's speed on the ice is not inferior to Marco's at all. Phew! King Zi breathed out into his hand, and suddenly an ice blade appeared in King Zi's hand. Phoenix, are you really immortal? The ice blade took off his hand and turned into a stream of light, stabbing towards Marco. At this time, Marco looked ahead with wide eyes, a look of shock on his face, and did not react at all to the arrival of the ice blade. Compared with what he saw before him, King Z's attack was nothing. Stab! The ice blade directly penetrated 967 Marco's body. But although the ice blade stabbed Marco, Marco's body did not suffer any damage. The blue flame burned, and the wound healed instantly. King Z frowned. Marco's ability is indeed pervert. Although King Z's ice blade did not cause any damage to Marco, Marco still stopped in the air and his body returned to human form. Only his two arms remained in the shape of phoenix wings. At this time, Marco looked at Impel Down with a look of extreme shock on his face. That's Akatsuki? When did he come to Impel Down? Where is Ace? King Z, who was standing on the ice at this time, was slightly startled when he saw Marco stop. Taunting me? Now is the time to play a game of running and chasing? King Z obviously misunderstood. I didn't expect that the first captain of 4 emperors Whitebeard would make such a provocation. King Z's face turned gloomy. Hearing King Z's angry voice, Marco finally recovered from the shock and glanced at King Z. If you have the ability, jump up and take a look. You will be stunned when you see it. Chapter 58. At this time, Marco was flying in the air and looking at the top of Impel Down. There was already cold sweat on his head, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Although Marco has never actually met Luo Yi, Marco was the first to notice Xiao after the time of Luo Yi's wanted order, and mentioned Xiao to Whitebeard. So even though there was still a distance between the two of them, Marco recognized Luo Yi's identity at a glance. And looking at Luo Yi's leisurely look and the messy Impel Down behind him, he might have arrived one step earlier than everyone else, having enough time to get in and out. At this time, it was not only Luo Yi's identity that shocked Marco, but also several figures around Luo Yi. Not to mention the 2 massage women, there were 3 people wearing black-red cloud coats. Shinigami Itachi. Fishman Kisame. These are 2 members of Akatsuki that almost everyone in the entire sea knows. There is also a small figure that I have never seen before. Although Scorpio is small, Marco doesn't dare to look down upon him at all. He doesn't dare to look down on anyone wearing a black and red cloud coat. There are 4 people. Marco swallowed hard. Including the pitcher plant man who broke into the Whitebeard pirate ship alone before, there are already 4 people under Akatsuki. Marco was completely shocked. 600 If this development continues, Akatsuki's power will be as good as any of the 4 emperors. At this time, Luo Yi, who was at the top of Impel Down, looked at King Z and Marco, who had thrown away the large army and rushed to the vicinity of Impel Down, and the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. We meet again, Marco. Luo Yi looked at Marco's shocked expression and said hello with a smile. Marco's heart moved. He had never seen Akatsuki before. He had only seen one of Akatsuki's subordinates, a man who looked like a pitcher plant. Seeing Marco's expression, Luo Yi completely guessed what Marco was thinking, and without telling him, he stuck his head out and waved to King Z. Is your arm okay now? Luo Yi asked with a smile. Hearing this familiar voice, King Z finally discovered the existence of Luo Yi. King Z's body suddenly tensed up, and her pupils shrank sharply. Done? Without giving King Z and Marco more time to react, Luo Yi stretched out 2 fingers, pointed at the 2 people and said softly. You 2, stay back. Now Impel Down, I have the final say. Although Luo Yi had a smile on his face, the coldness in his voice was very obvious. Luo Yi, BHBC, aura soared to the sky instantly. Little Sadie and Domino, who were closest to Luo Yi, were so shocked that their hearts trembled for a moment. As Luo Yi spoke out, King Z and Marco all backed away. Not a moment was wasted. If Luo Yi really takes action, just the 2 of them will be disabled in minutes. Only Father Whitebeard, Marshal Sengoku, can confront this guy head-on. This idea came to both of them at the same time. After seeing the 2 people's actions, Luo Yi smiled and still pointed his finger at the 2 people. It's not enough, keep retreating. King Z and Marco slowly backed away until Luo Yi retracted his finger. During this process, Luo Yi did not stand up at all, and the massage by the 2 women with different styles was not interrupted. I just like obedient people. Luo Yi patted the face of little Sadie who was sitting next to him and said with a smile. Little Sadie turned pale, and Domino was heartbroken. According to Luo Yi, sooner or later he will be regarded as a member of the Akatsuki organization and sent back to Impel Down by Marine as a felon. I'll ask Xie to let you go in a while, but you know what to do, right? Luo Yi stopped talking to King Z and Marco, and turned his attention to little Sadie and Domino. Luo Yi is not afraid that these 2 women will attack him. Not to mention that they are scared out of their wits. Even if they attack Luo Yi, it is impossible to hurt Luo Yi. Swish as Luo Yi waved his hand, Xie retracted his chakra line. Keep pressing, don't stop. Luo Yi narrowed his eyes lazily. The 2 women did not dare to stop at all. They were massaging Luo Yi while crying, and their hearts were broken. At this time, Marine and Whitebeard, who were far away, finally noticed something strange about Marco and King Z. The 2 of them neither fight nor move forward, so why are you having fun? Hurry and grab Ace. At this time, at the distance between them, without Luo Yi's sharing on, under the clouds and mist of the sea, it would be impossible to see Chuan Yi's existence at Impel Down. Whitebeard still has no idea what happened, but Sengoku has already guessed something. It was because Luo Yi was in Impel Down that he changed his plan and led the entire army to Impel Down. But if Luo Yi and Whitebeard join forces, then this plan to execute Ace will completely fail. Fortunately, Sengoku saw Whitebeard's expression and realized that he didn't know. At this moment, 10 figures slowly walked up to Sengoku. This is a blind man who uses a long knife as a crutch. The new Admiral, Fujitora, who has been promoted to the World Recruitment Team, smiles. So strong that he is called a monster. At this time, Fujitora, although he couldn't see anything, was the one who was always watching carefully. His heart sees further than people's eyes. Marshal, I feel a very powerful presence. Fujishu said. Sengoku was silent, it turned out to be that guy. I can try. Fujitora said. Fujitora has already guessed who the person he feels is the Akatsuki who caused Marine to suffer endless losses. Looking at Fujitora, Sengoku nodded. At this time, Whitebeard is on the side. He cannot rush to Impel Down immediately to deal with Luo Yi, so Fujitora is the best choice. This is a monster. A monster as good as Akatsuki. It's time to announce Marine's new admiral to the world. With Sengoku's permission, Fujitora slowly walked onto the ice and headed towards Impel Down. At this moment, a strong figure stood in front of Fujitora. The whole body is shining with bright light. Whitebeard's subordinate, Diamond Jose. Dad said, no Marine can leave. Jose turned into diamonds on a large area and punched Fujitora. In his opinion, this inexplicable little old man simply couldn't withstand his own punch. But the next second, Jose's expression changed. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Before his fist landed on Fujitora, he had already made a hole in the ice and went straight into the navy. What a tough man, but if I use my knife, you will die. Fujitora walked around the big hole made by Jose and slowly moved towards Impel Down. Everyone in Whitebeard was shocked. Chapter 59. Seeing this unfamiliar old marine defeat Diamond Jose in an instant, everyone in Whitebeard was shocked. Who is this person? Seeing this scene, even Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. What a strong man! Is this the new admiral of the world's conscripts? Thinking of Marine's previous recruitment actions, Whitebeard immediately thought of Fujitora's identity. At this time, someone who appeared in Marine's camp with such a powerful force could only be the new Heaven of High Kingdom. Just from the attack just now, Whitebeard is sure that this person is stronger than the 3 previous Marine admirals. Whitebeard made a new move almost instantly. He punched Fujitora hard in the direction where he was. Although I don't know what happened to Marco, if Marine's admiral wants to break through the blockage again, Whitebeard will not agree. 093. Sengoku, who was paying full attention to Whitebeard at this time, immediately took action. When Whitebeard clenched his fist, Sengoku's body emitted golden light. Everyone's fruit Buddha form. Boom. Whitebeard's punch finally failed to reach Fujitora, and was blocked by Sengoku's palm. Fujitora, on the other hand, still maintained that slow speed, walking towards Impel Down step by step, as if nothing happened behind him. Whitebeard, I'm still here. Sengoku said solemnly. Sengoku. Whitebeard's crescent beard was raised, and he reached out to hold his sword. At this moment, everyone around, whether Marine or Whitebeard, retreated. The battle between these two people was not something they could bear. At this time, Fujitora had already gone very far, and the Whitebeard crew members who were blocking him were all pressed on the ice by the terrible gravity, unable to stop Fujitora's steps at all. Kiyoshi was also rescued from the sea. He didn't know how many bones were broken in his body. The look he looked at Fujitora was full of fear. No one has ever been able to hurt him so badly after his body turned into diamond. At this time, Luo Yi, who was above Impel Down, finally noticed Kyahu. Under his Sharingan, he clearly saw what Fujitora looked like. Fujitora? It's the conscription from the previous world. Luo Yi felt a little shocked. Fujitora actually appeared now? Even Luo Yi, who had always been very calm, felt a little surprised. I didn't expect that now I would be able to meet this guy who is said to be strong like a monster. Luo Yi said, teasing little Sadie's chin. Luo Yi looked at Fujitora walking slowly towards his location, and information about Fujitora flashed through his mind. Those with gravity fruit abilities are extremely powerful in swordsmanship. Moreover, swordsmanship and gravity can be used in combination, both in terms of destructive power and difficulty level, far exceeding the previous Marine 3 Admiral. And Fujitora's observation haki is the strongest in the world. He can sense the flow of clouds in the sky, the trajectory of meteorites, the emotions in people's hearts, and can even use haki to see the blurry surroundings. He's got someone who can fight. Luo Yi smiled and finally asked little Sadie and Domino to stop massaging him. At this time, Marco and King Z also discovered Fujitora slowly coming from behind. Fujitora Admiral. King Z breathed a sigh of relief almost immediately. Luo Yi in front of him put too much pressure on him. Marco was shocked when he saw the tiger. Marine people. Such a strange face, I've never seen it before. He actually broke through the blockage of Father Whitebeard. However, Marco immediately transformed into a phoenix and rushed towards Fujitora. King Z, who was not far away, did not help. There was no trace of worry on his face. King Z's heart has become relaxed. Compared with this new Marine Admiral, even if you are the captain of Whitebeard's first team, you cannot be his opponent. Xiao, no way. Fujitora is a monster. Just as King Z was thinking about it, Marco had already rushed to Fujitora's side. Fujitora still looked extremely calm, as if he was completely unaware of Marco's arrival. But the next second, purple halos suddenly appeared on Fujitora's body, covering Marco. Boom! Marco's forward momentum slowed down instantly, and he stopped in a very short period of time. Then, as if he had withstood a strong rebound force, the figure flew out in the direction he came from at a faster speed. Marco was completely unable to control his body and felt a powerful force acting on him, causing him to leave Fujitora's side in an instant. Gravity bounces. With this move, even meteorites falling from the sky can be bounced away. Not to mention Marco. Marco's figure was gone in just the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on King Z's face. This Impel Down battle is coming to an end. Even Akatsuki can't stop Ranghu. At this time, above Impel Down, Luo Yi used Sharinan to clearly see King Z's expression. Tisk, tisk, I don't know if it's because I'm too stubborn or if I really don't have a long memory. I still dare to stay here. I'm not afraid that I'll give you a knife like Kizaru. Luo Yi muttered. But Luo Yi didn't have time to do anything to King Z. Fujitora was already getting closer and closer to Impel Down. Luo Yi finally stood up. Fujitora smiled, I didn't expect to see you from here. Luo Yi said with a smile. Fujitora didn't speak. He was observing Luo Yi with his powerful observation haki, and he was extremely curious about Luo Yi. He heard everything about Luo Yi, whether it was killing 2 admirals or disappearing from the encirclement of Sengoku and others, it was not something that ordinary people could do. But what made him feel most unusual was that he sensed that spirit in Luo Yi with his unique and powerful observation haki. Calm, cynical, and extremely powerful. Even the Whitebeard 2.4 just now failed to give him such a feeling. Not only that, he also had a strange feeling, as if Luo Yi knew him very well. Click, Fujitora's footsteps stopped. At this time, he had walked not far in front of Impel Down, and Luo Yi had been looking at him silently, with a strange smile on his face, without stopping him. Fujitora raised his head and looked towards where Luo Yi was. At this time he had opened his eyes, revealing 2 white eyeballs. And Luo Yi also stood on the edge of Impel Down, looking down at Fujitora. Behind Luo Yi are Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Scorpion. What did you feel when Fujitora smiled? Luo Yi asked with a smile. Chapter 60. What did you feel when Fujitora smiled? Luo Yi asked with a smile. Fujitora was silent. Facing Luo Yi's calmness and confidence, he felt that Luo Yi knew him very well, which became stronger and stronger. You are strong. Fujitora spoke. What else? Luo Yi looked at Fujitora with a look of interest on his face. Blind people can often see more things than others, especially Fujitora who has such a terrifying haki. You seem to know me very well. Fujitora finally expressed his doubts. Luo Yi smiled softly and said, it's really amazing haki. Now I'm actually interested in this kind of thing. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yi said, Fujitora smiled, the person with the gravity fruit ability is also very strong in swordsmanship. The eyes are self-inflicted. You have your own justice. Fujitora was silent again, and what Luo Yi said, although relatively simple, was to the point. Didn't I say before, I know a lot of things in this world, Fujitora, you are one of them. Luo Yi said with a smile. Fujitora shook his head and held the knife in his hand. I really want to chat with you, but now is not the time. As he said that, the sword in Fujitora's hand was half unsheathed. Get out of the way. Fujitora said. Luo Yi smiled and shook his head, today's show has not started yet, no one can enter the Impel Down King. Fujitora said no more, and purple halos of light shot up into the sky from his body. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi raised his head and looked at the sky, with a smile on his face. Fujitora, is it called a meteorite when it comes up? Fujitora's movements froze and he didn't know what to say. Luo Yi knew more about him than he thought. He was so meticulous about every move he made. Using gravity to pull down meteorites from space has never been done on the ocean. You are the monster. Fujitora thought. King Z, who was on the side, heard this and unconsciously looked up at the sky. It was sunny, a rare good weather on the sea. What kind of meteorite? Do you two want to fight? But at this moment, a small black spot suddenly appeared in King Z's eyes. This little black spot blocks part of the sun's light. The black spot quickly grew bigger, and King Z finally saw what it was. A meteorite. It's a meteorite, burning with blazing fire, falling from the sky with the force of thunder. The target is Impel Down. The corners of King Z's eyes twitched, how could he still do such an operation? It was indeed a monster. King Z looked at Fujitora with shock in his eyes. At this time, Marine, Whitebeard, and others who were fighting in the distance were all stunned when they saw the meteorite falling from the sky. A meteorite? Could it be that Marine from before? Whitebeard and his gang, all of them. If such a huge meteorite falls, the entire Impel Down will be completely destroyed. Ace, who is imprisoned in Impel Down, is probably going to die. Whitebeard's captains were all going crazy, trying desperately to break through Marine's blockage, but under such circumstances, how could Marine let them easily break through the defense line? Even Shishibukai took action. While at Impel Down, Luoyi looked at the meteorites falling from the sky and smiled. Fujitora, believe it or not, I don't have to take action at all, I don't even have to dodge. Your meteorite can't hurt me even a hair. Luoyi smiled at Fujitora and said. Fujitora was stunned for a moment, and then his face became gloomy. Even if Luoyi was powerful, it would be impossible for him to be as exaggerated as he said. The expression on Luoyi's face became more and more mysterious. The meteorite in the sky flew hundreds of miles in an instant, and it would not be long before it fell on the Impel Down. At this time, on the battlefield between Whitebeard and Sengoku, Whitebeard's face was gloomy. At this time, Marco was missing, and his captain had difficulty breaking through Marine's blockage. Ace in Impel Down. Z. It's not enough to kill my son. Whitebeard shouted loudly, forced Sengoku away with a knife, raised the sword, raised one arm high, and threw the sword in his hand fiercely. The target is the meteorite in the sky. This knife, carrying Whitebeard's unparalleled power and shock fruit's ability, turned into a stream of light in the sky and arrived in front of the meteorite in an instant. At this time, the meteorite was very close to Impel Down. Luoyi and others, as well as King Z Fujitora, had all felt the high temperature on the meteorite. Seeing the flash of light in the sky, Luoyi's smile grew wider. As for Fujitora, his eyes suddenly opened as wide as possible, and the white eyes and scars on his eyes made him look a little scary. The next second, Whitebeard's sword collided with the meteorite. Boom 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 boom. Like thousands of thunders exploding, the meteorite exploded into pieces above Impel Down. The childish face is filled with mourning. Looking at the meteorites exploding into pieces in the sky, Luoyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his arms high to hold a stream of light falling from the sky. There is a knife falling from the sky. Whitebeard's broadsword. Under such a blow, the heavenly sword of the sun was not damaged at all. Luoyi took Whitebeard's sword in front of him and lightly flicked the blade, and the sword immediately buzzed. It's such a good knife. This is a knife for men. Luoyi looked at the big knife in his hand with admiration in his eyes. Whitebeard, I'll lend you a sword today. Luoyi shouted, and Marine, Whitebeard and others in the distance heard it. Hearing this, Whitebeard's face showed a true look. As early as when Marco and King Z started to act abnormally, he had guessed that something must have happened to Impel Down. This incident was also the reason why Sengoku changed his plan and the entire army moved towards Impel Down. At this time, Whitebeard had completely guessed it. There are only a few people in the whole sea who can make Marco and King Z retreat at the same time and make Marine's new admiral release the meteorite ultimate move. Only the 4 emperors, and Akatsuki. Chapter 61. Whitebeard has completely understood that the person who caused Marine's changes was Akatsuki. It is impossible for 4 emperors to have anyone else appear in Impel Down except themselves, let alone talk to themselves like this. La 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 la. Xiao. I'll lend you Laozi's knife first. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Whitebeard's message spread throughout the battlefield, and everyone's confused expressions turned into horror. Akatsuki, actually Impel Down? At this time, those Marines who didn't know the truth all knew why Sengoku was there, and then the whole army rushed towards Impel Down. In Marine's camp, Doflamingo's face instantly darkened. Luoyi was the biggest shadow in his heart. He had never suffered such a loss from anyone. But what pissed him off the most was that he couldn't do anything about Luoyi. With bulging blue veins, Doflamingo instantly turned into a murderous god on the battlefield, killing Whitebeard's people and venting his anger. And Hawkeye, who is also in the Shishibukai, the world's greatest swordsman, stared at the direction of Impel Down, and a strong fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Everyone in the world knows that there is an extremely domineering fishman next to him who chops off Aokiji's arm with a knife. Undefeated Kisame, he can no longer be called the world's greatest swordsman. At this time, not only Brother Ming and Hawkeye, but Hancock, the Empress in Shishibukai, almost froze after hearing Luoyi Haki's voice. It's Mr. Luoyi. A blush appeared on Hancock's face. He held his hands in front of his chest and looked at the people around him, whether they were Marine or Whitebeard, their eyes turned into hearts. But the next second, Hancock's expression changed, he put his finger on his lips and pulled out a huge pink heart. Slave arrow. Hancock pulled countless arrows on his heart, petrifying all the pirates and Marines around him. From now on, only Mr. Luoyi can see my beauty. Hancock said, looking at the petrified people around him. At this time, Shishibukai had different reactions, but Sengoku was the one who felt the worst. Not far away from Whitebeard, Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy. Xiao actually had a tendency to join forces with Whitebeard. This was definitely the last thing he wanted to see. Whitebeard, you should take care of yourself. Sengoku was furious and slapped Whitebeard. Whitebeard was completely unafraid and punched in the air, cracking the air. Impel Down, Luoyi looked at the sword in his hand, and his fondness for it became stronger. Fujitora, you are indeed very strong. Even I don't want to face you empty-handed. Luoyi poked the big knife at his side and looked at Fujitora on the ice and said. Fujitora had already relied on his pervert haki to fully sense what was happening. Whitebeard's sword not only shattered his meteorite attack, but also fell on Luoyi's ministers. Fujitora held the knife in his hand tightly. Not far away, cold sweat was streaming down Aokiji's face. At this time, Luoyi's fear level had once again risen to a new level. Fujitora, if I take action, you may die. Luoyi said. This time it was Fujitora's turn to smile. Old man, I have experienced so many things. If I can feel death, it is not a bad thing. Come on, Fujitora, come up and fight. Luoyi was holding a big sword in his hand, and his blood was already boiling. Behind Luoyi, Uchiha Itachi and the others slowly retreated, leaving enough space for Luoyi. At the same time, the faces of the three people also showed extremely interested looks. The man on the ice is very strong. Snap! Fujitora jumped on Impel Down. He pulled out the entire knife in his hand. Facing Luoyi, he must go all out. At this moment, a huge piece of ice at the foot of Impel Down slowly rose from the sea and rose to the top of Fujitora. Your ability is really enviable. Seeing this scene, Luoyi said with a smile. Able to control gravity, Fujitora's fruit ability is definitely one of the abilities with explosive combat power. Fujitora stopped talking and directly controlled the huge ice block above his head and smashed it towards Luoyi. Luoyi grinned and raised the sword directly in front of him. The ice cube rushed towards Luoyi with incomparable power, and directly collided with the big knife in Luoyi's hand. Click 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 click. Luoyi didn't move at all. The huge piece of ice was completely cut in half. Boom! The ice cube that was cut into two pieces flew backwards and landed in the sea water after Impel Down. It splashed with large waves, revealing the figure of Luoyi with bright eyes. But in front of Luoyi, Fujitora was nowhere to be seen. The corners of Luoyi's mouth turned up, having captured Fujitora's figure. When the sword was raised horizontally, blocking Fujitora's sword that appeared above his head. Click, click, click. As the two people's knives came into contact, Luoyi suddenly felt an extremely powerful force coming from the knife in his hand. It seemed that what was blocking was not a knife, but a mountain. Did gravity act on the knife? Luoyi's hands trembled slightly, but his eyes were still extremely bright. At this time, Fujitora once again had a look of surprise on his face. He knew the weight of this knife best. The endless gravity pressed on this knife. No one could stand and resist this knife. Now, Luoyi's arms are just a little trembling, but his feet are still stable. Fujitora was horrified, but he instantly exerted endless gravity on Luoyi's position. Luoyi raised his eyebrows, feeling as if two mountains were pressing down on him, making his blood vessels feel like they were about to burst. However, Luoyi still had a smile on his face. Fujitora, is your gravity just like this? Luoyi said. Get up. Luoyi's whole body muscles were trembling, and the sword in his hand was slowly being raised. Fujitora suddenly broke out in cold sweat when he felt Luoyi's movements. It was so strong that it directly resisted his gravity. The next second, the muscles on Luoyi's arms bulged, forcing Fujitora to fly away. Fujitora landed and took 2 steps back, the cold sweat on his head flowing down his face. How powerful is he? Come again. Luoyi waved in the direction of Fujitora. Fujitora took a deep breath and regained his composure. At this time, Luoyi noticed that Fujitora was holding the knife in his backhand. Are you finally going to show your true skills? Luoyi's eyes became extremely bright. This knife is called the gravity knife. Fujitora's hand holding the knife suddenly erupted with a large amount of purple light, covering the entire knife in his hand. At this moment, the sword in Fujitora's hand became extremely magical. With this sword, Impel Down will no longer exist. Fujitora said in a deep voice. Preview of the next chapter, Shinra Tenzen shocks Fujitora. What kind of move is this? Kawa. Chapter 62. With this sword, Impel Down will cease to exist. Fujitora said in a deep voice. Luoyi's power has far exceeded his expectations. Under such circumstances, only by completely destroying Impel Down can he complete the task assigned to him by Sengoku. As for beating Luoyi, Fujitora has given up on the idea. You must know that behind Luoyi, there are still 3 people who have not taken action. Hearing Fujitora's words, Luoyi laughed. Don't say that, Fujitora, it will hurt your face. The fun hasn't really started yet, how could I let you ruin the Impel Down? Luoyi moved his body. The gravity of Fujitora just now made Luoyi feel slightly uncomfortable. However, it was only slightly uncomfortable. Fujitora stopped talking, the purple light in his hand became more powerful, and the sword in his hand almost turned into a demon sword, also emitting purple light. Gravity Knife 17 Tiger. Fujitora opened his eyes suddenly, and Luo Yi actually saw a strong killing intent in his white eyeballs. As Fujitora called out the name of this move, Fujitora took a step forward, squatted forward slightly, held the knife in his backhand, and pushed it towards Luo Yi. The air is distorted. Luo Yi's eyes condensed. Such a knife could twist the air. This shows how powerful this knife is and how terrifying it is. And under this knife, Luo Yi felt a stinging sensation all over his body, and his hairs stood on end. It's a really powerful move, but this move has no effect on me. Luo Yi's heart moved, and the three figures of Kisame disappeared out of thin air. This next move will make no difference between friend and foe. Watching Fujitora push out the knife in his hand, Luo Yi stood there quietly and softly uttered a few words. Shinra, Tianzheng. Shinra Tensei, one of the special ninjutsu given by Rinnegan's bloodline limit, can bounce everything around the user away. As Luo Yi said the words Shinra Tensen, Fujitora suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. It seems like Shinigami is right in front of me. Without thinking much about it, Fujitora rolled directly to the side, avoiding his previous position. The next second, Fujitora felt an extremely powerful impact emanating from Luo Yi, exploding violently in all directions. Gravity rebound. Fujitora reacted instantly, fighting against the impact. Boom! Fujitora's gravity rebound had no effect at all. He was directly ejected by the powerful impact and fell to the ice. Ahem! After Fujitora landed, he spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, with an extremely horrified expression on his face. What a powerful impact! Fujitora just now had no way to hide and was directly hit by the blast. Fujitora stood up with his sword in hand, and the powerful observation haki made him understand the current situation in an instant. But the next second, his whole body stiffened, his white eyes stared at the Impel Down position, and he opened his mouth several times but was unable to say a word. At this time, Impel Down, a huge gap appeared. Fujitora stared blankly at the gap with his dull eyes, and his palms began to sweat for the first time. Such a familiar gap. Isn't this caused by my gravity knife tiger? This direction is a bit wrong. Suddenly, Fujitora seemed to have thought of something, his face changed drastically, and observation haki instantly covered Marine and Whitebeard's battle group. After sensing the situation there, cold sweat ran down Fujitora's face. On the sea surface, his gravity knife, the tiger, created a deep ravine. The entire battlefield was divided into 2. And the ships that were originally there, whether they were marine warships or Whitebeard's pirate ships, totaling more than 20 ships, were instantly destroyed by the strong gravity. It was destroyed by his full blow. Only a piece of dregs is left. Fujitora felt bitter in his heart, and finally understood the effect of Luo Yi's move just now. At this time, on both sides of the ravine, Sengoku and Whitebeard both looked surprised. Even they might not be able to resist the power of that move just now. Sengoku pulled out his eyes and saw the essence of this move. It's gravity. Fujitora, are you kidding? Whitebeard looked in the direction of Impel Down, his face a little solemn, not knowing what happened there. However, he has realized that the strength of the person who issued this move must not be underestimated. After glancing at Sengoku, Whitebeard jumped onto the ice in the direction of Impel Down, stepping towards Impel Down. He doesn't want to wait any longer, Ace, he must rescue him. However, Sengoku absolutely did not allow Whitebeard to approach Impel Down. The two broke out into a war again. At the same time, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group understood what Whitebeard's father meant and began a mad dash. The battle group was quickly heading towards the Impel Down position. At this time, at Impel Down, Luo Yi released the Kisame trio again. He had already seen Whitebeard, Sengoku and others approaching in the distance. They were about to arrive at the foot of Impel Down. Luo Yi walked to the edge of Impel Down and saw Fujitora, who was a little stooped. Fujitora raised his head, opened his eyes slightly, and asked in a serious voice, what is the name of the 250 move? Luo Yi's move not only hurt him, but also completely bounced his attack in the opposite direction. It even had a similar effect to his gravity rebound. No, it is more powerful than his gravity rebound. This move is called Shenluo Tianzheng. Luo Yi said softly. Very hacky. Fujitora nodded, completely giving up the idea of doing anything again. He has already lost. But even I don't dare to use this trick too much. Luo Yi said. Fujitora was slightly stunned. Impel Down can't bear it. The show hasn't started yet. How can I ruin Impel Down? Luo Yi said with a smile. Fujitora was silent. He had heard the word good show from Luo Yi's mouth many times, and finally knew that everything here, in Luo Yi's opinion, was just a game. It's really disappointing that there are people like you on the sea. Fujitora put away his knife and sat on the ice, waiting for Sengoku's arrival. No matter what, he is Marine's admiral. What are you going to do? Fujitora asked. Luo Yi smiled softly, we'll find out soon. They will be here soon. It's a little late, sorry. Chapter 63. What are you going to do? Fujitora asked. Luo Yi smiled softly, we'll find out soon. They will be here soon. At this time, Marine and Whitebeard's battle group had advanced a long distance in the direction of Impel Down, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and the battle line was stretched to a very long distance. You alone can't hold Impel Down, Fujitora said. He has already seen that Luo Yi has neither joined forces with Whitebeard, nor can he join forces with Marine. So when the two parties arrive, he will face the two most powerful forces in the sea alone. Hearing Fujitora's words, Luo Yi suddenly laughed. I didn't think about going head-to-head with them. Since God has given such a good situation to me, of course I can't waste it. Luo Yi said. Whitebeard and Sengoku haven't arrived yet. Impel Down, Luo Yi is also happy to have Fujitora to spend time with him. I heard that you only have 2 people under your command. Fujitora finally asked his doubts. Who is that kid? Fujitora refers to Scorpion. He is also one of my subordinates. He is Marine's biggest surprise this time. Luo Yi said. Surprise? 337 I'm afraid it's a shock. Fujitora said. Luo Yi smiled. Fujitora's description was certainly more accurate. When the human puppets Akainu and Kizaru appeared in front of Sengoku, I'm afraid it really became a fright. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the other direction of Impel Down, a figure instantly appeared on Impel Down, rushing towards the passage leading to Impel Down. Marco was officially launched to an unknown place by a gravity rebound from Fujitora. Now he has returned to Impel Down, and while Luo Yi is not paying attention, he wants to rush into Impel Down. Hula! Marco's arms still looked like wings, and his speed was so fast that his entire figure almost turned into a blue light. Fujitora's eyelids twitched slightly, and the hand that had been holding the knife became harder. Chance! His terrifying observation Haki had already sensed Marco's movements, but he did not stop Marco. This might be an opportunity to disrupt Chuan Yi. But in front of Fujitora, Luo Yi showed an inscrutable smile. Fujitora, you have been holding the knife, bad, just waiting for this moment. Luo Yi's words shocked Fujitora. He already knew it. While talking, Marco had already arrived at the Impel Down area. During the whole process, both Uchiha Itachi, Kisame and Scorpion looked at Marco coldly without any movement. Luo Yi still had a smile on his face, as if Marco didn't exist at all. Have you known Marco's thoughts for a long time? Fujitora asked quietly. Luo Yi shook his head. I'm not as scary as you Haki, but even though you acted like you didn't want to do anything again, you still showed your flaws. You are too nervous. Luo Yi said with a smile. Fujitora let out a long breath and finally let go of the hand holding the knife. With Luo Yi staring at him, he had no chance. By the way, how did you practice Haki? It's so practical. I'm a little envious when I see it. Luo Yi said. Fujitora ignored Luo Yi's question and said, I didn't expect you to allow Marco to enter Impel Down like this. What on earth were you thinking? No, Marco, I can't get in. Impel Down. Luo Yi said. As soon as he finished speaking, Fujitora seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head to look at the entrance of the Impel Down passage. The next second, a figure flew out from the entrance of the passage. Marco. On Marco's body, blood had stained his clothes red. As Marco's figure flew out upside down, a small orange beam of light appeared from the passage and struck Marco. Poof! The orange beam of light hit Marco, and there was another bloody hole in Marco's body. At this time, not far from Luo Yi, Fujitora felt Marco's state, as well as the shock and fear in Marco's heart, even though he couldn't see it with his eyes. What happened? Why is Marco so scared? A very bad feeling appeared in Fujitora's heart. You finally can't sense it anymore? It seems that outside of a relatively closed building, you can't do anything about what you see, hear, and see. Luo Yi said with a smile. He has basically understood the power of Fujitora's observation color. Although it may be the most powerful observation color in the sea, it is not omnipotent. Fujitora completely ignored Luo Yi's words, all his thoughts were focused on Impel Down. There is no doubt that Luo Yi also arranged a block in Impel Down. But he couldn't imagine who could make Marco so shocked. Now Marco didn't even care about recovering from his injuries. He stared at the entrance of the passage with wide eyes, a look of horror on his face. Those 2 people. Marco flapped his wings and let his figure stay in midair. The blue flames on his body burned and all the wounds returned to their original state. The ability of the phoenix. But Marco, who had recovered from his wounds, felt a little tired. Of course, he could not recover the damage without limit. Beyond a certain limit, even the phoenix's ability would be unsustainable. At that time, this fatigue was completely ignored by him. His heart was already filled with shock. How is this possible? Marco's 3 views have been completely subverted. He saw Kizaru and Akainu. But these 2 people have clearly received the news that they died at the hands of Luo Yi. What the hell is going on? It was impossible for him to admit his mistake. Just after he entered the passage, he was attacked by magma and flash. He was caught off guard and was seriously injured and flew out. Similarly, he also saw those 2 figures. At this moment, Xie, who had been standing nearby and looking at him coldly, walked to the center of Impel Down. Facing Marco. Marco's pupils shrank, and when Scorpion's eyes were locked on him, he felt that the hairs all over his body stood on end. Chapter 64. Marco's pupils shrank, and when Scorpion's eyes were locked on him, he felt that the hairs all over his body stood on end. The third person under Akatsuki. Although he didn't know what Scorpion's abilities were, Marco would never underestimate this person. He was wearing a black robe with red clouds, which had already aroused his subconscious vigilance. At this time, in the black-red cloud robe unique to the Akatsuki organization, Scorpion's fingers were constantly lifting and straightening. At the entrance of the passage, two figures were looming. On Luoyi and Fujitora's side, Luoyi turned to look at Marco, who was beaten out, smiled at Fujitora and said, "Marco's strength still needs to be improved." Fujitora was silent, meeting Luoyi for the first time, and Luoyi had already given him an incomparable shock. This man is even scarier than the legend of 600. Only those who truly face Luoyi will know what despair is. At this time, Marco's eyes became extremely solemn as he looked at Xie's figure. The blue flame burned, and Marco completely transformed into the form of a phoenix. The next second, Marco once again showed his terrifying speed, bypassing the Scorpion and rushing towards the entrance of the passage again. Even under such circumstances, Marco still retains his sanity. He's here to save Ace. Even if Kizaru and Akainu are blocking the passage, he must rush through. After being mentally prepared, with his Phoenix ability, there is still a certain chance of breaking into Impel Down. Moreover, Father Whitebeard is not far away, and Sengoku is about to gain strength. If Ace is not rescued in time, the situation will become very difficult. Whoa! Marco's figure almost turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into his comrades again. When Xie saw this scene, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and there was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "Throw yourself into a trap." Xie turned around and walked into the Channel King. Soon, Scorpion's figure disappeared into the passage, and only constant roars came from the passage. Seeing this, Luoyi shook his head. Marco's calculations were ringing, but he overestimated his ability. Even if Kizaru and Akainu have been made into human puppets, they are not something Marco can deal with. If Scorpion takes action, Marco has no chance of success. 2 minutes later, Whitebeard and Sengoku finally arrived not far from Impel Down. The two of them arrived at Impel Down first, and not far behind them was the battle between Captains Marine and Whitebeard. At this time, the battle between Sengoku and Whitebeard also stopped, and the target Ace was not far away. For Whitebeard and Sengoku, they have fought many times over the past few decades. They have a very good understanding of each other's strength and abilities, and at the same time, they have no way to truly understand each other. As the two of them arrived not far from Impel Down, they finally stopped. Today, all actions will revolve around Ace. Whitebeard's goal is to rescue Ace, not to fight Marine. Seeing Sengoku's arrival, Fujitora finally stood up from the ground, holding the knife in his hand again, and stood behind Sengoku. The eyes of Whitebeard and Sengoku also fell on Luoyi at the same time. The appearance of Luoyi disrupted everyone's plans. Not only Marine, but all Whitebeard's various countermeasures were ineffective, and he could only snipe Sengoku and others directly on the sea. Luoyi, who was stared at by Sengoku and Whitebeard, still had a faint smile on his face. "You guys came so slowly." Luoyi spread his hands. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, the roar in the passage stopped, and Scorpion's figure walked out of it. Scorpion's face was indifferent. Seeing the Scorpion, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Another man wearing black and red cloud clothes. Sengoku's eyes swept over the figures of Luoyi and others on Impel Down, and his expression became increasingly ugly. "It's all there. Akatsuki, Itachi, Kisame, and the latest Akatsuki's men. Although there are not many people, everyone is extremely powerful. Let alone Marine Vice Admiral, even if Shishibukai comes together, it will be difficult to break through. But fortunately, I am already here. Xiao. This time, you can't escape even if you have wings." Sengoku stared at Luoyi and said. Luoyi smiled and didn't care at all about Sengoku's words. Whitebeard also spoke, "Xiao. Where is Marco?" Luoyi looked at Whitebeard and said with a smile, "Whitebeard, we meet again, but I'm sorry about Marco. But before the feast begins, no one can enter Impel Down." Luoyi said. "What did you do to Marco?" There was a hint of questioning in Whitebeard's voice. Although he lent his sword to Luoyi, he now realized that Luoyi's attitude did not seem to be ready to join forces with him. Impel Down Luoyi and the others, and Marco disappeared. Whitebeard suddenly had a good premonition in his heart. "It's a pity, Marco, that you violated the rules of this game." Luoyi spread his hands. At this moment, two figures walked out of the passage and appeared on Impel Down. Human puppets, Kizaru and Akainu. In Kizaru's hands, he was carrying an unconscious man covered in blood. 1.3. Marco. At this time, Marco was held in Akainu's hands, with his head lowered and his legs resting on the ground. Blood was constantly flowing out, and he looked extremely miserable. The so-called phoenix is just a joke in front of the scorpion. Seeing these two new figures, Sengoku suddenly opened his eyes wide. At this time Kizaru and Akainu? Sengoku was shocked. He saw Kizaru die in the hands of Luoyi with his own eyes, and Akainu also had definite news that he was indeed dead. How could it appear again and seem to be obeying Luoyi's orders? Sengoku's face looked extremely ugly, and his back felt cold. And Whitebeard's eyes were already extremely gloomy. Chapter 65. As for Whitebeard, looking at Marco being held in Akainu's hand, his eyes were extremely gloomy. Injury to my son like this. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Luoyi shrugged, no way, Marco is too impatient. While speaking, Scorpion controlled Akainu and threw Marco aside. Poof, Marco fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. Under Scorpion's powerful puppet control technique and the ability of the human puppet Kizaru Akainu, Marco endured countless injuries in a short period of time, recovered again and was seriously injured again, and finally reached the level of limit. Except for Haiden's immortal body, no other creature is immortal. Even if you are a phoenix-capable user of the fantasy beast species, it won't work. Kill until you collapse. Sengoku was shocked when he saw this scene. What happened before him was really beyond his imagination. Kizaru and Akainu were actually together with Luoyi? What the hell is going on? Luoyi ignored the gloomy Sengoku, glanced at Marco, and said calmly, it seems that the phoenix has its limit. Whitebeard's eyes were gloomy. Ace hadn't been rescued yet, and Marco was seriously injured and dying. In Whitebeard's heart, the anger could no longer be suppressed. At this time, the battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates in the distance was very close to Impel Down. On Impel Down, Luoyi could already see the faces of each of them. It's so close. However, as the battle group approached, people's movements became more and more sluggish, and the sounds on the field became smaller and smaller. Whether it was Whitebeard's people or Marine's people, they all looked at it blankly. Two figures on Impel Down. Kizaru and Akainu? Aren't these two admirals dead? Looking at Kizaru and Akainu, Marine suddenly felt excited in his heart. On such a battlefield, the sudden appearance of two admirals is enough to completely reverse the situation. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all shocked. With two Marine admirals appearing in such a situation, the pressure on them would become extremely huge. In shock, they all ignored Akainu and Kizaru who reappeared in this world, but they stood together with Luoyi. But the next second, they saw an extremely shocking scene. Whitebeard actually raised his fist towards Kizaru and Akainu who were on Impel Down. To be precise, Whitebeard's target is Luo. At this time, the anger in Whitebeard's heart was about to explode. He didn't care about why Akainu and Kizaru, who were rumored to be dead, appeared again. He clenched his fists and a faint halo appeared on his fists, heading towards where Luoyi was. Position, hit it with one punch. Kaka. Starting from Whitebeard's palm, the air split and spread towards the entire Impel Down. Luoyi's eyes were slightly shocked, Whitebeard actually took action at his word. But Luoyi immediately smiled. At this point, if he could still bear not to take action, he would no longer be Whitebeard. What is this so-called deal? If you hurt my son, you must first take a punch from me. With one punch, Sengoku and Fujitora, who were not far away from Whitebeard, all left their positions. At this time, Sengoku's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Whether it was Luoyi or the reappearance of Akainu and Kizaru, there was a hint of weirdness in them. And Whitebeard's move is a very good opportunity to test. So he simply avoided it, leaving the battlefield to Whitebeard and Luo. Seeing this punch, the faces of the Xiao organization members behind Luoyi became serious. What a powerful punch! This is actually a punch that a human can deliver? Kisame's face was extremely serious, and even though his physical skills were as powerful as his own, he didn't dare to take this punch forcefully. In the corner of Impel Down, two women, Little Sadie and Domino, were completely stunned. Whitebeard's punch? I'm afraid the sky will be broken. At the front of Impel Down, Luoyi looked at Whitebeard's earth-shattering punch, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He truly deserves to be the strongest man in the world. There was a hint of sigh in Luoyi's eyes. If Whitebeard had allowed this punch to come out, half of Impel Down would have been destroyed. Whitebeard's punch seemed to be thrown out of anger, but in fact he had already thought about rescuing Ace. If Luoyi avoided it, he would have played into Whitebeard's hands. It's a good plan, but you will be disappointed. Luoyi said with a slight smile. He had no intention of escaping. Even if you are the strongest man in the world, will I be afraid of you? Luoyi's eyes changed instantly. Mangekyo Sharinon. Then, a huge black humanoid energy body appeared around Luoyi, it was Susanoo. Luoyi's position is on Susanoo's chest. In Susanoo's hand, a huge energy scimitar exuded a lingering black energy. At this time, Whitebeard's fist had already punched Impel Down in the direction of Luoyi. Good Xiao Xiao, seeing Susanoo's appearance, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed and his hand movements became more powerful. Luoyi stretched out his hand, and Susanoo raised the big knife in her hand and slashed hard at Whitebeard's fist. This is the first fight between Whitebeard and Luo Yi. At this time, the two attacks had not collided with each other, but their momentum had already frightened the huge sea kings under the sea, causing them to run away like crazy. Sengoku and Fujitora not far away both had solemn expressions on their faces. Whitebeard, you are old, how strong are you still? Sengoku stared at Whitebeard's figure with gloomy eyes. Next to Sengoku, Fujitora closed his eyes and tried his best to feel the scene not far away with his observation haki. The man who is known as the strongest in the world, and Akatsuki, who has suddenly emerged as a new force in this sea, fight for the first time. What will be the result? Chapter 66. The man who is known as the strongest in the world, and Akatsuki, who is currently in the limelight in this sea, fight for the first time. What will be the result? Fujitora, who was always concerned about the battlefield, had cold sweat streaming down his face. He sensed that Luo Yi's current state was different from when he fought with him just now. Become powerful and weird. The current Luo Yi, in Fujitora's perception, reveals a great danger. It's like there is a Shinigami standing behind Luo Yi, staring at everyone present, and will cut off your head if you are not careful. Whitebeard, who was opposite Luo Yi, punched Luo Yi as if he wanted to shatter everything in front of him. Finally, the scimitar in Susanoo's hand and Whitebeard's fist collided. Click, click, click. This time, Susanoo did not have any cracks like the last time she fought Sengoku. Instead, she was completely unscathed, and faced off with Whitebeard's fist in the air. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. In just a short time, Luo Yi has become even more powerful. In the Battle of Sabaody, the black energy phantom summoned by Luo Yi was still a little reluctant to resist his own shockwave, but now it can withstand Whitebeard's punch? You must know that he has just fought with Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard is old, the power of this punch cannot be easily resisted. Even the Whitebeard pirates and marine who were not far away looked at the scene in front of them in horror. Whitebeard attacked so brazenly that the air was cracked. But someone actually blocked Whitebeard's blow head-on. Monsters, they are all monsters. The marine soldiers looked at the domineering figures of Whitebeard and Luo Yi, and began to despair in their hearts. The members of the Whitebeard pirates all looked in disbelief. Although they knew that Akatsuki was very powerful, they did not expect that it could be powerful enough to withstand a frontal attack from Whitebeard's father. Dad is the strongest man in the world. At this time, in the center of the battle, Luo Yi's eyes were wild. Whitebeard's punch simply exceeded the limit that humans can achieve. Not only does it have infinite power, but it also contains the ability of shock fruit, which seems to break his Susanoo into pieces. However, Luo Yi now is not the Luo Yi he was in Sabaody archipelago. Although Whitebeard's punch is strong, Luo Yi's strength is definitely not weak. Who will win and who will lose is yet to be determined. Xiao! You have to pay the price for hurting my son. Whitebeard shouted. At this time, the powerful shock fruit power extending from his fist had shattered the air in front of him. It affected Luo Yi's Susanoo. Want to shatter Luo Yi's Susanoo into pieces. At this moment, Luo Yi's Susanoo suddenly changed and became more solid, not only full of flesh and blood, but also a suit of armor appeared in an instant. Susanoo, third form. The moment the armor appeared on Susanoo's body, Whitebeard's eyes darkened slightly, and the information fed back from his fist became different. Boom! Susanoo let out a loud roar, and the crack in the air created by Whitebeard's punch disappeared immediately. The corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up slightly. Susanoo in the third form was more powerful than he imagined. Whitebeard's punch did not cause any harm to him at all. Luo Yi already has a measure in his heart. Seeing that his plan didn't work, Whitebeard fisted himself and his face became serious. Luo Yi's strength is much stronger than he imagined. At this time, on the battlefield at the rear, Diamond Jose, who was seriously injured by Fujitora's move, looked in the direction of Impel Down in horror. Dad's punch had no effect at all. This is simply unbelievable. Daughter-in-law. Not only Kiyoshi, but also Foil Bista and other captains all looked ugly. In so many years, Dad's punch was blocked for the first time by someone other than the four emperors. Could it be that Akatsuki's strength is on the level of the four emperors? Not only Whitebeard's crew, but also Shishibukai had different reactions. As former great pirates, they have a deep understanding of four emperors Whitebeard's strength. The world's greatest swordsman, Eagle Eye, looked at the two figures in the distance, his eyes becoming extremely sharp. He saw a knife. The weapon in Luo Yi Susanoo's hand is exactly a knife. What a powerful sword! What kind of sword is this? In the unique pair of eyes of the Eagle Eye, only Luo Yi Susanoo and the knife in its hand are left. Is there any knife in this world that can withstand Whitebeard's punch? At this moment, Hawkeye's heart was filled with fighting spirit. Even the black knife in his hand became hot. Amazing man, there will be a battle between us. Hawkeye did not step forward. At this time, it was the battle between Luo Yi and Whitebeard. Even if he wanted to fight Luo again, he would not intervene. Putting the black knife back into the scabbard, Hawkeye's whole body calmed down. He is not going to use his sword again before fighting Luo Yi. At this time, Hawkeye has regarded Luo Yi as his most important opponent. An opponent as good as Shanks. And on Doflamingo's face, there was madness and expectation. How dare you provoke Whitebeard, Xiao, even if you can block Whitebeard's punch, it's useless. I want to see you die with my own eyes. You have no idea the horror of the four emperors. Doflamingo was in an extremely happy mood. In his heart, he had basically concluded that Luo Yi was dead. 0. As for the Empress in Shishibukai, the expression on her face is full of worry. Luo Yi actually went head-to-head with the four emperors. No matter how you look at it, it is too unwise. Although Luo Yi and Whitebeard are evenly matched in the current battle, how can the horror of the four emperors be expressed with just one punch? The true strength has not been shown yet. At this time, on the battlefield between Luo Yi and Whitebeard, Luo Yi looked at Whitebeard and said with a smile. Whitebeard, is this all you can do? After Luo Yi's words came out, the entire battlefield fell into silence. Whitebeard, is this the only level you have? Hearing Luo Yi's words, Whitebeard said with disdain in his eyes, are young boys today so ignorant of the truth? How many geniuses challenged him with high spirits, but it was always him, Whitebeard, who stood tall on this sea. End it. I won't hand over Ace's life to anyone. Whitebeard's hands turned into claws and stretched out in front of him, as if grasping the void. Cracks began to spread from Whitebeard's fingers, and in front of Whitebeard, it seemed like a piece of glass was slowly breaking. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates ran towards their ship in horror. Here it comes. Dad's trick is here. Then, Whitebeard's eyes became fierce, his hands seemed to be grabbing the void, and he pulled hard. The entire Impel Down, plus the nearby sea surface, is all tilted. The calm belt, at this moment, a huge wave appeared. Chapter 67. The entire Impel Down, as well as the nearby sea surface, are all tilted. Luo Yi, who was on Impel Down, steadied himself and raised his eyebrows. This move of Whitebeard has also appeared in the comics of the previous life. It almost completely overturned the naval headquarters, but it was actually used on Impel Down. This is to directly destroy Impel Down. On the battlefield not far away, the members of the Whitebeard pirates no longer fought with Marine and all returned to their ships. Just kidding, with such a move, if you want to save Ace, you have to save your own life first. The Marines who saw this scene all widened their eyes. The power of one person can actually make the entire sea tilt. Only then did they understand why Whitebeard could survive being called the strongest man in the world. This has exceeded the upper limit of what human beings can do. The Empress covered her mouth, her eyes full of worry. Doflamingo smiled even brighter, as if he had seen Chuan Yi seriously injured or even died from this move. The eagle's eyes were sharp, staring closely at Luo Yi's figure on the Impel Down. How would you respond to 17 pairs of this move? Before he defeats Luo Yi, he doesn't want Luo Yi to lose to anyone. But under this move, even the world's greatest swordsman didn't know how to resist it. This is thanks to the power of nature. At this time, on the Impel Down, Kisame and the other three looked solemn, applying chakra to their feet to stabilize their bodies. Scorpion casually threw the two women Domino and City-chan into the passage to prevent the two women from dying in Whitebeard. This move. He remembered that Luo Yi liked the massages given by these two people very much. When Luo Yi looked at Whitebeard's figure, his face became slightly solemn. Whitebeard's idea is dangerous. However, it is beneficial to Whitebeard's current situation. With the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, it is not difficult to rescue Ace as long as there is no obstruction from Impel Down. It's really a bit tricky. However, Luo Yi looked at Whitebeard and already made a decision in his heart. If you want to crack this trick, you can only start from the root cause. Whitebeard. In this case, Whitebeard, the end of this game starts with you. As he spoke, Luo Yi's eyes began to change. Circles of black circles began to appear in my eyes. Ren-egan. Whitebeard, you may not die with this move, but you may never see the sun again. While speaking, Luo Yi put his hands on his chest and a dark sphere appeared in his hands. The moment the black sphere appeared, the waves on the sea seemed to become more violent, and the waves were raging into the sky. Whether it was Whitebeard or Impel Down, they all looked extremely small under the raging waves. Behind Luo Yi, Kisame and the others saw the black ball in Luo Yi's hand, and their expressions became more solemn. No. Juwita had a look of horror on his face. Itachi nodded slightly, also very shocked, obviously recognizing the origin of this move. Earth explosion. Tianxing. Scorpion spat out a few words, his tone unbelievable. The move used by Luo Yi is planetary devastation. Ren-egan bloodline boundary, a unique technique. Just when Kisame and the three were shocked, Luo Yi had already pushed the ball in his hand towards Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard, watching the ball in Luo Yi's hand flying towards him, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. How many years has it been since Roger died? How many years has it been since I felt like this? In the blink of an eye, the ball, under the control of Luo Yi, had arrived in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard's face was solemn, and the posture of his hand changed, and he made a fist with his claws. His fist was covered with a faint light, and he punched the black ball hard. As the strongest man in the world, No matter what kind of danger there is, his response is his fist. Seeing this scene, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up. Shock Fruit's ability can resist planetary devastation. I'm really looking forward to it. At this time, the eyes of everyone nearby were focused on Whitebeard and Luo Yi. Under Whitebeard's strong subversion, can Luo Yi's counterattack be effective? It can be said that this moment directly determines the trend of the entire battle. The next second, Whitebeard's fist had collided with planetary devastation. Boom! When you come into contact with planetary devastation's Whitebeard, you feel like you've encountered the hardest object in the world. Shock Fruit's ability is completely useless. Not only that, a powerful suction force erupted from the black ball, making it impossible for his fist to leave the ball. Whitebeard's brows wrinkled for the first time. The uneasy feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. The smile on Luo Yi's face became even brighter. It seems that Shock Fruit's ability is still inferior to planetary devastation. Then, explode. As Luo Yi said the word explosion, the powerful attraction on the black ball exploded instantly. The nearby sea water was directly attracted to the ball, forming a huge water ball in an instant. And Whitebeard is wrapped in a water balloon. This sudden change shocked everyone. Whitebeard 663 is a user with fruit abilities, and he was actually wrapped in water at this time. What a weird move, definitely the nemesis of those with abilities. When people looked at Luo Yi, they were all shocked beyond measure. Has Whitebeard, Dad, been defeated like this? Whether it was Marine or the Whitebeard pirates, they looked at the huge water polo on the field and had these 10 wishes in their hearts. He is the strongest man in the world. Even if he has the ability to control sea water, people still have the feeling that Whitebeard can break through. In everyone's mind, Whitebeard seems to have never lost to anyone else when fighting alone. Will Whitebeard die in front of them today? Everyone was staring closely at the ball on the field, not daring to blink. In this short period of time, seawater is continuously attracted by the strong suction force into the water ball, but the water ball is constantly shrinking. The powerful suction of planetary devastation actually compresses the volume of water. People who noticed this couldn't help but tremble all over. Such moves were too terrifying. No one could survive such high-intensity pressure. At this moment, people's eyes froze and they were stunned. In the water polo, a touch of red appeared. Everyone thought about what the red color was. It could only be Whitebeard's blood. Chapter 68. A touch of red appeared in the water polo. It can only be Whitebeard's blood. Sengoku's expression on the side was extremely ugly. Luo Yi was powerful beyond his imagination. Even Whitebeard is controlled by him. You must know that although Whitebeard is old, he is also known as the most powerful man in the world, but he is in a desperate situation here. This is simply unimaginable. A strong sense of crisis arose in Sengoku's heart. If Luo Yi is allowed to grow up, no one in this sea may be able to stop him. Sengoku clenched his fist and was ready to strike. Next to Sengoku, Fujitora closed his eyes. His powerful haki completely sensed the scene just now. At this time, his heart was extremely shocked. Although his observation haki could not see the blood in the water balloon, and did not know whether Whitebeard was alive or dead, the shock in his heart at this moment was stronger than anyone else. He deeply felt that the move Luo Yi just performed was similar to his gravity ability. But it is countless times higher than the strength of his gravity ability. The principle of planetary devastation is that the black ball attracts surrounding objects with high intensity. In the Hokage world, even the moon in the sky was created by this technique. It can be said that planetary devastation is one of the most powerful ninjutsu in the Hokage world. But now Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Scorpion have all been summoned by Luo Yi. There are only 6 fruits placed around Nagato, and the planetary devastation used is just a less powerful version. But even this is enough for Whitebeard to shout. And Fujitora, who saw the entire process of planetary devastation relying on observation haki, was already in a state of shock. With the ability of his gravity fruit, as long as he is given some time, he is confident that he can develop similar moves. However, what his gravity can do is far inferior to Luo Yi's current low-power version of planetary devastation. But even so, he was so excited that he felt like he had opened the door to a new world. At this time, Luo Yi, who was on the Impel Down, seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at Hu. Have you discovered the principle of this move? If you can invent a similar move, I would be very interested. Luo Yi smiled and ignored Fujitora. BHFD. He has some expectations in his heart. If there is anyone else in the pirate world whose ability keeps Luo Yi interested, Fujitora is definitely one of them. Immediately, Luo Yi's eyes turned to the water ball formed by planetary devastation. Luo Yi did not let planetary devastation explode with huge power, otherwise the Impel Down might have been destroyed by Luo himself. Seal Whitebeard, that's enough. However, Luo Yi also sighed in his heart. Others didn't know Whitebeard's situation, but he knew it very well. Even in such circumstances, Whitebeard was still alive. What a terrible physique, what a terrible vitality. When this move was used, Luo Yi had a trace of murderous intent. Although killing Whitebeard would not bring any benefit to Luo Yi's current situation, Luo Yi also had his own temper. It was impossible for him to be attacked like this by Whitebeard. Not angry. But now, Whitebeard has survived. This is also somewhat beyond Luo Yi's expectations. Although his planetary devastation is not the strongest planetary devastation, Whitebeard can still survive with his current old age. It can only be said that Luo Shi underestimated Whitebeard's power. Of course, Whitebeard only survived. It is impossible for him to break through the planetary devastation. At this time, Luo Yi calmed down and found that it was just right. A living Whitebeard is worth more than a dead Whitebeard. At this time, on the outer battlefield, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates group felt their hearts sinking. Father Whitebeard is in trouble. This move surprised everyone. No one would have thought that Whitebeard, who usually pushed and hit others all the way, would be trapped by this move. The people of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly felt their hearts tightening. A super powerful move that compresses water infinitely. Can Father Whitebeard with his flesh and blood survive it? And as demon fruit power, the body will become very weak when surrounded by sea water. And bloodline also appeared in the water balloon. That could only be the blood of Whitebeard's father. Seeing bloodline spreading in the water ball, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates' eyes turned red and they all went crazy. Father Whitebeard, you must not die. That is their most important person. As long as Whitebeard is here, there is this family. Foil Bista didn't care about anything, jumped off the boat, stepped on the ice, and rushed towards Impel Down first. Behind him were the equally crazy members of the Whitebeard pirates. Anyone who still had some fighting ability rushed towards the Impel Down like crazy. Even Diamond Kiazi, who was seriously injured before, rushed towards Luo Yi regardless of his injuries. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard was trapped, Marco knelt in Scorpion's hands, and was already leaderless. But under such circumstances, the combat effectiveness of the Whitebeard pirates increased instantly. All of them are in danger. The Marines who originally fought against the Whitebeard pirates were all dumbfounded. This series of things happened so suddenly. Who would have thought that Whitebeard would be trapped in an instant after using a move that could overturn the sea? Living. Moreover, the members of the Whitebeard pirates seem to be crazy and cannot be stopped at all. This is not the kind of emotion and power that an organization like Marine can possess. Seeing this scene, Sengoku hesitated and didn't know what to do. Help Whitebeard? He is Martial Marine. Sit back and watch Luo Yi have the last laugh, freeing up his hands to deal with Marine. With the strength Luo Yi has shown now, I am afraid that Marine's people will suffer heavy casualties. Luo Yi's strength, the three members of the Akatsuki organization behind Luo Yi, and the two admirals who were inexplicably resurrected from the dead, made Sengoku no longer confident that he could definitely defeat Luo Yi. In the end, what should we do? Sengoku's brows knit together tightly. Chapter 69. Sengoku's brows knit together tightly. On one side are the four emperors at sea who are in crisis, and on the other side are the new forces that are growing so fast that they scare him. Whether he is helping Whitebeard or standing by, it is not a good choice. This gives Marine Marshal Sengoku a huge headache. Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, was once again made to have his head explode by Luo Yi. Just when Sengoku was hesitating, the Whitebeard pirates had already rushed across this short distance. Foil Bista, one of Whitebeard's captains, rushed to the front, and his eyes were completely red. Father Whitebeard, I want to see you alive, and you want to see your corpse when you die. Behind Bista are the other captains and a group of powerful pirates. Bista, who was rushing at the front, was already only a few meters away from Planetary Devastation's 130-shaped water polo. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi smiled softly. Want Whitebeard? Sorry, he is my trophy now. As he spoke, Luo Yi hooked his hand and sealed Whitebeard's water polo, then flew to Impel Down and came to Luo Yi's side. But Bista missed the point. In the original work, the swordsman Bista, who could compete with the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, looked at the water polo going away from him, with tears streaming down his face. The next second, his eyes locked on Luo Yi, his eyes fierce like a wild beast. It's no use staring at me with such a fierce look. Luo Yi ignored Foil Bista's cannibalistic gaze and said with a smile. Looks can't kill, and without strength, it's all in vain. Without saying a word, Bista jumped directly towards Impel Down, and slashed Luo Yi on the head with two curved weapons in his hands. Seeing this scene, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up slightly. Boom! Before Bista could reach Luo Yi, he flew backwards, faster than before. It was Kisame who stood in front of Luo Yi and knocked away the Foil Bista. Luo Yi has no idea of taking action, that's when their Xiao organization comes on stage. Kisame waved the same Hada sword in his hand, with a bloodthirsty look on his face. It was him just now, turning the foil sword Bista back with his sword at a speed that was so fast that he couldn't even see it. When the eagle eye in the distance saw this scene, his eyes suddenly froze. At the beginning, he had fought against the foil swordsman Bista. This swordsman was also famous on the sea, and his strength was recognized by Eagle Eye. But now, he was whipped out instantly. Even if Foil Bista's condition is not very good now, this is not something that ordinary people can do. In particular, Kisame's weapons caught Hawkeye's attention. This is a knife? With the power of the eagle eye, he could see all of Kisame's movements clearly. Although the weapon in Kisame's hand did not look like a sword, Kisame's movements were indeed the way of using a sword. He is another great swordsman-level figure who can snatch away Baista with one sword, and may even reach the level of a great swordsman. Some interesting characters finally appeared in this sea. Hawkeye couldn't help but smile. The world without opponents would be too boring. And his favorite opponent, Four Emperors Shanks, after losing an arm, he never fought against Shanks again. He hasn't had a good fight in nearly 10 years. At this time, he felt that all the blood in his body was boiling. However, he still didn't take action. The battle that belonged to him shouldn't happen here. On the Impel Down side, as Kisame defeated Baista, Uchiha Itachi behind the Impel Down, and the Puppet King Scorpion, all walked in front of Luo Yi. Want to get on Impel Down? Non-existent. At this time, the Marines who were far away could not help but tremble when they saw this scene. Shinigami Uchiha Itachi, and Fishman Kisame. In Marines camp, there is no one who doesn't know what these two people are like. In the battle at Sabaody, Itachi killed Kizaru. Kisame chopped off Admiral King Z's arm. One has a bounty of 1.7 billion Baileys, and the other has a bounty of 1.2 billion Baileys. This is definitely the top of the pyramid on the sea. And now, there is an unknown third person under Akatsuki. Wearing the same black-red cloud robe as Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, no one will underestimate the existence of Scorpion. At least it has the strength to have a bounty of over 1 billion. With these three people here, who can rush through? I'm afraid it's just Whitebeard and Marine Marshal Sengoku. But now Whitebeard has kneeled under Akatsuki's hand. A chill suddenly rose in the hearts of all the Marine soldiers. Originally, Marine still had a sense of superiority in his heart, thinking that Marine was the most powerful force on the sea. But now, facing some of Luo Yi's team, they discovered that the seemingly powerful Marine had no strength to show off in front of Xiao. Even the Admiral, who has the highest combat power, is killed by anyone who wants to. Then when Marine sees Akatsuki, won't he turn around and run away? It's scary to think about it. The Marine officers' scalps were numb and they looked in Luo Yi's direction, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Akatsuki is already one of the top figures in the sea. He has become an existence that even Marine has to be afraid of. At this time, the three members of the Akatsuki organization stood at the forefront of the Impel Down. Six Paths' cold eyes swept over the Whitebeard pirates, causing the crazy Whitebeard pirates to calm down. The three men in front of him were like a wall, making people feel desperate. However, with Father Whitebeard's life or death hanging in the balance, they will never stop. That's their dad. Foil Baista wiped the blood from his mouth, and 0.4 rushed towards Impel Down again. Only this time, he was not the only one. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates rushed towards Impel Down almost at the same time as him. Haha. Just in time. Kisame grinned, stepped hard, and his figure instantly popped up and rushed into the Whitebeard pirates. Itachi's eyes also changed instantly. Mangekyo Sherinan appeared, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and suddenly burst out with extremely painful screams. A black flame appeared on his body. Amaterasu. In 2 or 3 breaths, the person touched by Amaterasu was burned to ashes. Next to Itachi, Scorpion's fingers were also stretching and bending crazily, and 2 figures, one red and one yellow, rushed into the Whitebeard pirates. It's just a human puppet, Huang Yan. Chapter 70. Those who rushed into the crowd were none other than the human puppets controlled by Scorpion, Kizaru, and Akainu. Although after being made into puppets, their strength is no longer what it used to be, the abilities of the 2 devil fruits are still there, and after being controlled by Scorpion, they are still extremely powerful. As soon as he rushed into the Whitebeard pirates, he caused a huge commotion among Whitebeard's people. Without him, these 2 were former admirals. When people looked at these 2 figures, their hearts trembled subconsciously, and they were all shocked. However, they were shocked, but the movement of Scorpion's fingers would not stop. Under Scorpion's control, the 2 former Admiral fruit abilities exploded, and Magma and Flash appeared, instantly defeating the Japanese version. Kisame, Itachi, and Scorpion all attacked together, instantly throwing the Whitebeard pirates into chaos. Not only was no one able to rush near Luo Yi, but there were also heavy casualties. The Marines, who didn't know what to do in the distance, all opened their eyes in horror when they saw these 2 figures. Aren't these the 2 admirals who died in Akatsuki's hands? In the end, what happened? Now, they are still completely unable to understand Scorpion's ability. Even if you tell them the truth, they will only think it is a fantasy. The Marine officers are completely confused. All the Shishibukai at the scene looked at the figures of Kizaru and Akainu in shock, with horror in their hearts. Even they were shocked by Kizaru and Akainu. The dead are resurrected and still retain the ability of Devil Fruit, which is a bit scary. In Sengoku, not far from Impel Down, ever since the human puppets Kizaru and Akainu rushed into the crowd, their eyes had never left their figures, and their eyes were extremely gloomy. What the hell is going on? Sengoku found that he could not see through Luo Yi more and more, and Luo Yi's weird methods made him feel scared. However, Sengoku is indeed martial marine, one of the most powerful people in the sea. At such a close distance, he quickly discovered the secrets of Kisame and Akainu. Sengoku's eyes turned to Scorpion, who was standing on Impel Down. This third person appears under Akatsuki. Is it his ability, puppet? Sweat was streaming down Sengoku's temples. The ability that Scorpion showed made Sengoku feel a sense of fear in his heart. This ability is really incredible. Being able to retain the original fruit ability, in this case, Scorpion alone is enough to be worth an army. Damn it, we must not allow Akatsuki to develop. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head suddenly and turned his eyes to the water ball wrapped with Whitebeard next to Luoyi. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Whitebeard. Sengoku's clothes were soaked with sweat, and he thought of an extremely terrifying picture. If Luoyi makes Whitebeard the same puppet as Kisame Akainu, Sengoku doesn't dare to think about it anymore, he will never allow such a thing to happen. With a burst of golden light, Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha state in an instant, surprising Fujitora and Aokiji next to him. Xiao! I will not let you go no matter what today. Sengoku raised his palm and slapped Impel Down. The scope of the shockwave included the entire Impel Down, enveloping Luoyi and Xiet. At this time, Sengoku no longer had any entanglements in his heart. Even if he teamed up with Whitebeard, it didn't matter. Xiao, I must explain it here. The Whitebeard pirates will continue to exist in this sea. It won't matter if Ace dies or not, but if Akatsuki is allowed to live, no one in the entire sea will be Akatsuki's opponent in the future. And Marine, I am afraid he will be the first to be bulldozed by Luoyi. With Akatsuki's growth rate, even if he wants to subvert the world government in 2 years, it will be possible. Sengoku's shockwave struck Impel Down head-on. The whole Impel went down and shook violently. The dazzling golden light entered his eyes, and Luoyi noticed Sengoku's movements instantly. Finally I couldn't bear it anymore. Luoyi smiled. He had expected this. He had no illusions that Sengoku would not be able to see the tricks in Kisame and Akainu. Sengoku, who knew everything, would definitely take crazy action against him. However, even if Sengoku burst out, Luoyi was not afraid at all. Luoyi had a smile on his face, and had already sent a message to Itachi in his heart. Itachi moved very quickly, and stabbed Sengoku straight with an energy lightsaber so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch the trajectory of the lightsaber. It is the Juken sword held by Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi. But just when the sword struck, Sengoku's figure suddenly jumped into the air to avoid the sword. Kisame died under this sword right in front of him, Sengoku will definitely not be hit again. And after the sword attack, Itachi did not pursue, but, very well, supported Susanoo's strongest defense, the 8-foot mirror. Boom boom boom, Sengoku's chapter was full of anger. Even Itachi's Susanoo was shaking violently under such a powerful force, which seemed a bit laborious. But I still withstood the shock wave. Behind Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, Impel Down and Luoyi are intact. Sengoku, you can't kill me today. Luoyi looked at Sengoku falling on the ice and said with a smile. Come here without being disrespectful. I will go to naval headquarters in person and give you a big gift. Chapter 71. It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. I will go to naval headquarters in person and give you a big gift. Luoyi looked at Sengoku and said. Sengoku's face became even more ugly. In this gap, the members of the Whitebeard pirates once again launched a wave of sprint towards Impel Down. Although they don't know why Sengoku took action at this time, there is no doubt that this is a good opportunity. Luoyi smiled softly and said, Xia, Kisame, stop them, don't let them break into the push-up city. Kisame and Scorpion were originally fighting against the Whitebeard pirates. After hearing Luoyi's words, they completely let go. Under Scorpion's control, Kisame and Akainu's fruit abilities exploded crazily, and Kisame flew with a big sword wheel. Get up, no one can stop you wherever you go. Luoyi, on the other hand, turned to face Sengoku. Without saying a word, Sengoku struck Luoyi with another palm strike. What a strong killing intent, Sengoku, I won't hold back this time. The corners of Luoyi's mouth turned up, and Susanoo appeared again. The black scimitar in Susanoo's hand looks more solid. Luoyi's heart moved, Susanoo immediately slashed at Sengoku's party. Boom! The scimitar connected with the palm, all the seawater near the two people flew up, and Impel Down shook violently. But this time, Luoyi's Susanoo did not have cracks all over her body like the first time she fought Sengoku, but remained intact. Sengoku, you can't kill me now. Luoyi raised his arm slightly, and Susanoo raised the scimitar again. At this time, Sengoku's arms were shaking slightly. Now he finally understood why Whitebeard was defeated so simply. Luoyi not only had one more subordinate, but his own strength also increased tremendously. A sharp look flashed in Sengoku's eyes, and he clenched his hand into a fist. The golden light flowed on the fist, which contained more powerful power than the previous palm. The power of the shock wave was too scattered. Facing Luoyi's surge in strength, the power of the fist became even more concentrated. Seeing Sengoku and Luoyi fighting head-on, Fujitora on the side also stood up. Martial Marine has taken action. As Marine Admiral, he has no reason to stand by and watch. Oops. The sword in Fujitora's hand is unsheathed again. But the next second, Fujitora seemed to have a telepathy, and the face that was originally facing Luo Yi suddenly turned slightly. Not far from Luo Yi, Itachi's eyes had already locked on Fujitora. At this time, Itachi's eyes were already Mangekyo Sharinon. Fujitora couldn't see it with his eyes, but his terrifying observation haki had already felt the sharp killing intent on Itachi's body. He suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. Without thinking, Fujitora activated his gravity fruit ability and pushed himself away from his original position. Use the fruit ability to move faster than jumping. Almost at the same time that Fujitora left there, a black flame appeared and touched the corner of Fujitora's clothes. With a flash of sword light, Fujitora didn't dare to waste a second and cut off his own clothes. He just noticed that this black flame directly burned a member of the Whitebeard pirate group to ashes. Even he would not dare to touch such a terrifying flame. Your opponent is me. Itachi said coldly. Itachi was not surprised that Fujitora was able to avoid his Amaterasu. He had already recognized Fujitora's strength in the battle between Fujitora and Luo Yi just now. Even bigger than Kizaru, who died in his hands. Fujitora didn't dare to relax, his white eyes stared in Itachi's direction. He knew that the person who attacked him was anything but simple. Uchiha Itachi, known as Shinigami. The bounty is 1.7 billion Baileys. Fujitora held the knife in his backhand and held it upright in front of himself. A flash of purple light flashed, Fujitora's gravity ability was activated, and Itachi suddenly felt that the gravity on his body had increased 100 times. Boom! Susanoo appears instantly. The spectacular double Susanoo appears again. After Susanoo appeared, Itachi's gravity suddenly became normal. Fujitora's gravity ability was not enough for Susanoo to bear. It's this kind of thing again. Fujitora felt Susanoo around Itachi, and his heart sank. Susanoo's fighting power is really too strong. Fujitora held the handle of the knife and released a large amount of purple light from his hand. Gravity Knife Tiger. He used this move again. Without Luo Yi's Shinra Tensen, he believed that no matter how powerful Uchiha Itachi was, he would not be able to easily defeat his tiger. The knife in Fujitora's hand slashed straight in the direction of Itachi, and a tiger made of purple light flew out and rushed towards Itachi. Wherever it passed, the ice surface cracked and the sea water dented. The sound was extremely majestic. You can't do it. Itachi spat out 3 words coldly, his eyes still so cold. In the hands of Itachi's Susanoo, 3 Megatama formed instantly, and there were red energy lines between the Megatama, linking the 3 Megatama together. The next second, Susanoo fiercely threw the 3 Megatama towards Fujitora. Yasaka's Megatama. Susanoo's strongest long-range attack. Boom! Yasaka's Megatama and Fujitora's Gravity Sword Tiger met in the air, and directly split the tiger that was condensed with purple light. 0, 0. Fujitora's attack was shattered in one encounter. As for Yasaka Megatama, her speed did not slow down and she was in front of Fujitora in an instant. Fujitora was horrified, and a thin layer of sweat suddenly appeared on his head. His observation haki had already sensed all of this. To a certain extent, observation haki is easier to use than the eyes. There are many things that cannot be captured by the naked eye, but observation haki will not miss them. However, although Fujitora sensed the arrival of Yasaka's Megatama, he had no time to dodge and could only block it in front of him with a sword. Meanwhile, armament haki has covered the knife in his hand. Boom! The sea water flew into the sky, and Yasaka's Megatama hit Fujitora's sword. Although armament haki was not cut in two, his whole body was driven into the sea water by the powerful power of Megatama. Where Fujitora is, the ice has been completely shattered, the water has calmed down, and Fujitora has completely disappeared. Fujitora was knocked directly into the deep sea by Itachi's Yasaka Megatama, and he didn't know where to go. The Impel Down battle is almost over. I will work harder. Chapter 72. Marine Admiral Fujitora was knocked into the bottom of the sea by Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo with a shot of Yasaka's Megatama, and her life or death was unknown. All the marines who noticed this scene were stiff. Shinigami Itachi, with a bounty of 1.7 billion belly, took action again and defeated another Marine Admiral. Plop! The Vice Admiral of Marine immediately reacted and jumped into the sea to look for Fujitora. Fujitora is demon fruit power. If you stay in the water for a long time, you will die. However, Itachi glanced coldly at the place where Fujitora disappeared and paid no attention to anything else. The defeated general under his command is nothing to worry about. Itachi's eyes turned to the battlefield between Luo Yi and Sengoku. When Itachi and Fujitora fought, it seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was just 2 moves. Both of their actions took place at extreme speed, from when Fujitora stood up to when Fujitora was beaten and disappeared on the sea. It was only a short period of time. At this time, Luo Yi and Sengoku had also completed their second confrontation. As expected of martial marine, with the power of this Buddha fruit, combined with your physical skills, you may be the one who is most underestimated by people. Luo Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a smile. After sensing the information after the confrontation between Susanoo and Sengoku, Luo Yi discovered that Sengoku's power was much stronger than during the first confrontation. Luo Yi immediately had a new judgment about Sengoku. At the same time, I also learned more about the devil fruit category in human form. Devil fruit's human form is not only as simple as being able to transform into other forms, but after transformation, it also super enhances the body's strength and power. For example, Chopper. After becoming huge, he has the power and defense to overwhelm everything. This is the super strength and defense that devil fruit gave him, not from his own cultivation. It can be said that the human form variety of devil fruit itself contains invincible power. After understanding it, you will have super physical fitness and strength. At this time, Luo Yi finally understood why devil fruit in human form was rarer than elemental fruits and paramecia fruits. Because this fruit ability is so pervert. After possessing the powerful physique and huge strength given by the human form fruit ability, what if you can combine it with the skills of Taijutsu? How about covering it with armament haki? If the giant Chopper could learn Marine 6 styles and poke you with the finger pistol, who could bear it? It can be said that if Rob Lucci had eaten the human-shaped fruit instead of Zoan's leopard fruit, the grass on Luffy's grave would have been 3 feet high. It can be said that Chopper's potential is far from being fully explored, and it is likely to play a crucial role in Luffy and his team's adventure. It can be seen from this that Sengoku, who is in the form of the great Buddha of every one fruit, is able to stabilize the position of martial marine, not only because of his clever mind, but also because of his extremely tyrannical strength. Sengoku, who has the physique of a giant Buddha, combined with Marine's physical skills, will probably be unimaginably powerful. Luo Yi immediately thought of the secret about devil fruit's human form. He looked at Sengoku up and down, and his eyes were completely different. However, Luo Yi also knows that with the ability of Renren fruit, the transformed body has a huge shortcoming, and that is speed. It is not easy to combine such a powerful physique with high-end physical skills. Even Sengoku may not be able to do it, otherwise Marine alone would be able to dominate the sea. Devil fruit's human form is interesting. You reminded me, otherwise I would have ignored the uniqueness of this fruit. The smile on Luo Yi's face grew wider. There were things in this world that interested him. One more thing. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Sengoku was expressionless, but he was also surprised. As a person with the ability of the devil fruit form, his understanding of people can be said to be the most profound. At the same time, he was also deeply shocked by the power of the devil fruit form. If you get a fruit of everyone, you will have the potential to be invincible in the world. But looking at Luo Yi now, it seems that he has discovered what is special about Renren fruit. Could it be that just based on the 2 confrontations just now, you can think of so many things? What a terrible mind. In Sengoku's heart, he once again confirmed that he could not let go of Luo Yi. Sengoku locked Luo Yi, and the posture of his hand changed again, from making a fist to extending a finger. This posture is extremely familiar to everyone with a Marine Vice Admiral or above. Marine 6 styles, finger pistol. Finger pistol, a taijutsu fingering method that is said to have the power of a gun, is to focus the whole body's strength on the index finger, and use the hardened finger to release a blow with lightning and flint. Even if it is used by an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral, the power will exceed that of a bullet. With the ability to easily the power that penetrates the human body and steel. Seeing this scene, even Luo Yi's heart skipped a beat. Isn't it, finger pistol? Just thought of the horror of Chopper using finger pistol, Sengoku wants to experience it for himself? Darling, this is not as simple as a punch or a palm. Even Susanoo will have a big hole poked out. Xiao, let me show you today, the essence of Marine Taijutsu. Sengoku's voice was deep, his fingers emitted a golden light, and he hit Luo Yi harder. Luo Yi suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart, something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hi! Luo Yi's reaction was also not slow. Susanoo disappeared instantly, and Luo Yi's figure also jumped up. It's better not to resist this move forcefully. Boom! The finger pistol did not fall on Luo Yi after all, but it hit Impel Down. Impel Down, a big hole with transparent front and back was blasted out. This big hole is as big as a house. The power of one finger is so terrifying. Isn't the speculation about Renren's fruit very reasonable? Ha 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 ha, I'm really a genius. Chapter 73. Impel Downing the extremely solid wall, Sengoku, who transformed into the form of a giant Buddha, poked a big hole the size of a house with a finger pistol. Bright front and back. Luo Yi couldn't help being surprised when he saw Impel Down. What a strong finger! But soon Luo Yi was stunned. In the big bright hole from the front and back that was blasted out by Sengoku and Impel Down, Luo Yi saw little Sadie and Domino who were massaging him just now. Just as the war started, Xie was concerned that Luo Yi was still enjoying the massage from the 2 women, so he threw them into the Impel Down. However, the room where little Sadie and Domino were at this time was half destroyed by this finger. The 2 huddled in the corner of the remaining half of the room, staring blankly at everything in front of them, scared to death. All flew. Who am I? Where am I? This is a dream. The two women were completely shattered. From the day they met Luo Yi, all kinds of unimaginable things happened, which seriously stimulated their immature hearts. Not just them, the entire battlefield was quiet now. The people of the Whitebeard pirates felt an unreal feeling as they watched their original target Impel Down. The legendary most solid building, the underwater prison that has not suffered any damage for decades, was actually penetrated today? Is it Sengoku? They were not far from the location of Sengoku and Luo Yi. Seeing Sengoku's appearance, how could they not know what was going on? 923 At this time, the hearts of the Whitebeard pirates sank. Martial Marine actually had such a powerful power. Father Whitebeard is trapped by Akatsuki again, and Marco has fallen into Akatsuki's hands. If Sengoku takes action against them, they may not be able to escape misfortune. Not far from the Whitebeard pirates, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Scorpion all avoided this finger just now, but they were also a little surprised at this time. This golden old man actually has such a powerful attack method. And it seems that such an attack does not require a high price, and can be performed with just a finger. This is a bit scary. The three people looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. But completely different from them, Marine in the distance became more energetic after being shocked. They were further away, completely seeing what happened just now. Sengoku pointed his finger and Impel Down was penetrated. They were completely shocked. Most of these Marines have never seen Sengoku actually take action. Although they knew that Marine Marshal Sengoku was very powerful, they never expected that he would be so powerful. Everyone is very excited. Babe. Is there anything more inspiring than an invincible leader? At this time, the Marine soldiers were completely relieved. With Marshal Sengoku here, who else can resist? Even Xiao, it's impossible. However, in the Marine camp, which was gaining momentum, there were several people whose expressions were not very good looking. Shishibukai, although he was recruited by Marine, is still a pirate at the end of the day. Doflamingo's face was expressionless, and the corners of his mouth were slightly drooped. He didn't know what he was thinking. Empress Hancock has a worried look on her face. Now her emotions are completely related to Luo Yi. Sengoku is so powerful, and she is even more worried. Hawkeye's eyes were still so sharp, staring at the Impel Down that had a big hole blasted out, and assessing whether he could cut this legendary strongest building in half with one knife. But at this time, he jumped in the air, avoiding the smile, and showed an expression on his face. Sengoku's speed is too slow. If there is any shortcoming after Sengoku transforms into the Buddha form, it is that the speed is too slow. Just like Chopper, their huge bodies cannot be very fast even if they are supported by super strength. Since Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha, Sengoku has been avoiding moving. The finger pistol just now completely made Luo Yi confirm this shortcoming of Sengoku. That finger pistol is powerful enough, but not fast. Luo Yi has already thought of how to defeat Sengoku. Sengoku, if that's all, you can't do anything to me. Luo Shi said with a slight smile. Sengoku's expression was not very good. From Luo Yi's eyes, he saw that Luo Yi already knew his biggest weakness. Do you think this is the only way? Sengoku locked his eyes with Luo Yi, and his hands turned into palms. You escaped into the air, where else can you hide? Sengoku slapped Luo Yi in the air. Shock wave. Large-scale impact. Seeing this scene, the Empress' heart tightened. As we all know, it is difficult for people to move in the air because they cannot relay. Unless they learn the shaving method in Marine 6 styles or eat devil fruit, which is related to flying, otherwise people in the air will be a target. Sengoku saw this, so he used a large-scale attack like shock wave without waiting for Luo Yi to land. Sengoku is confident that although the power of the shock wave is somewhat scattered, it is not easy for Luo Yi to withstand this shock wave. The Marine soldiers in the distance also realized this, with excited expressions on their faces. No matter how arrogant you Akatsuki is, if Marshal Sengoku takes action, you will kneel down. In their hearts, Luo Yi has lost. But Luo Yi, who was in the air, also instantly saw through Sengoku's thoughts. But instead of panicking, Luo Yi smiled slightly at Sengoku. Seeing Luo Yi's smile, Sengoku was stunned. The next second, he saw two white and huge wings suddenly appearing behind Luo Yi. These two wings were so huge that they could wrap up Luo Yi's entire body. They had fine and dense square lines on them, making them look like pieces of paper. It's Conan's paper art that makes up the giant wings. Has extremely fast speed. In Marine's camp, there was a person whose face was so gloomy that he could shed tears. This man is none other than Doflamingo. The wings behind Luo Yi reminded him of things he never wanted to recall in his life. That was the first time Brother Ming met Luo Yi. He was hurriedly flying in the air, but Luo Yi suddenly rushed up like a cannonball and knocked him straight to the point of vomiting blood. He was furious on the spot and wanted to kill Luo Yi's brother Ming, but was beaten like a dead dog by Luo Yi. It was that encounter with Luo Yi that put an unsightly stain on his life. It was not until his cotters found Luo Yi with 10 devil fruits that they redeemed him. Brother Ming knew that it was impossible for Sengoku's shock wave to hit Luo Yi. The flying speed of these wings is so fast that it explodes. The marine soldiers near Brother Ming were also slightly startled when they saw the wings that suddenly appeared behind Luo Yi. What kind of operation is this? A bad premonition suddenly occurred in their hearts. Chapter 74. Looking at the wings sprouting from Luo Yi's back, the marines who were originally extremely excited suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. At this time, Sengoku's shock wave has arrived in front of Luo Yi, and Luo Yi has already felt the violent energy carried in the shock wave. Luo Yi blinked, spread his wings behind his back, and his figure disappeared instantly. Shock wave, failed. Everyone was stunned. Those who did not have observation haki did not see how Luo Yi disappeared into the air. It's so fast. The next second, the marine soldiers in the distance all opened their mouths. They saw Luo Yi's figure appearing behind Sengoku. Big reversal. The emotions that were flying in the sky were suddenly knocked to the ground, and my heart was severely pulled. Empress Hancock was so excited that she almost shed tears. She held her hands in front of the Zion 710 and couldn't control herself with excitement. Sengoku, it's over. Luo Yi's voice reached Sengoku's ears from behind. At this time, behind Sengoku, Luo Yi had summoned Susanoo again. The black scimitar in his hand was slashing towards Sengoku's forehead and back. A sharp look flashed in Sengoku's eyes. His observation haki had sensed Luo Yi's position and was already prepared for it. Of course he knows his shortcomings better than anyone else, and he is waiting for Luo Yi to get close. Sengoku turned around suddenly, and when the scimitar in Susanoo's hand fell, he reached out and grabbed the blade. With Sengoku's body as powerful as the Great Buddha, his palms emitted a strong golden light, and he was able to hold a stalemate with Susanoo's scimitar. Golden blood dripped, but Sengoku's hand was still injured under the scimitar. But Sengoku didn't even frown. He stretched out a finger with his other hand and pointed towards Luo Yi at Susanoo Xiang's mouth. Still finger pistol. At this time, Susanoo was grabbed by Sengoku with the scimitar. She was so close to Sengoku that it was almost impossible to dodge. Seeing this scene, Itachi and Kisame were all shocked. The situation changed too quickly, and Luo Yi fell into such a dangerous situation. The mood of the marines went up to heaven again. This series of reversals made their hearts beat fast. However, facing Sengoku at this time, Luo Yi's eyes were not panic, but full of amusement. Sengoku's arms were already raised, his eyes were cold. At this moment, Luo Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and opened his palm as if to hold something. Do you think I wouldn't have thought of this? Luo Yi said with a smile. Sengoku's eyes changed and he immediately pointed out. But it's too late. Everything. Tianyan. Whitebeard's big knife suddenly flew straight towards Luo Yi from the corner of Impel Down. The speed was so fast that the entire sword turned into a stream of light. It is the Rinnegan's unique art of blood succession, universal pull, a special ninjutsu that focuses on the caster and exerts a strong attraction to the designated target. Moreover, Luo Yi can freely decide the target attracted by this technique and the intensity of gravity. At this time, the target of Luo Yi's action was Whitebeard's sword that fell into Luo Yi's hands before. And now Sengoku's position is exactly between Luo Yi and Dedeo. Puff. Under the action of universal pull, Whitebeard's knife turned into a stream of light and plunged straight into Sengoku's back. When Sengoku realized something was wrong, the big knife had already penetrated his back. No one, including Sengoku, expected that Whitebeard's sword would suddenly fly up at such a fast speed. Even if the sensual haki senses it, he can't avoid it at all. The big knife was inserted into Sengoku's back, splattering golden blood. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, their minds going blank. Even the feeling of shock is gone. At this time, Sengoku felt a sharp pain in his back. He had never been injured since the Golden Lion incident. But after a slight delay, Sengoku still lowered his arm and pointed at Luo. It's useless. The Susanoo around Luo Yi disappeared immediately, two snow-white wings appeared, and Sengoku's finger pistol failed again. The next second, Luo Yi appeared behind Sengoku. His hand had already been grasped by Hu's strength. Poof! The big knife was pulled out from Sengoku's back by Luo Yi, and a large amount of golden blood spattered. Sengoku, one strike will send you to heaven. Luo Yi flew in the air, raised his sword high, and struck Sengoku head-on. This sword condensed all the power of Luo Yi. The power unlocked by the 36 devil fruits gathered together and struck Sengoku with one blow. Sengoku gritted his teeth, and for the first time, an armed look appeared on his head. When Sengoku's fist collided with Luo Yi's broadsword, making an earth-shattering loud noise, the water around them exploded into the sky, gravel fell from the Impel Down, and cracks began to appear. Everyone covered their ears and felt their heads buzzing. On Sengoku and Luo Yi's side, Luo Yi's eyes were shining like two dazzling stars, while Sengoku's brows were furrowed and the veins on his head were exposed. Sengoku felt extremely strenuous. How could he have such great power? Boom! Sengoku's arm finally couldn't withstand Luo Yi's powerful strength, and was forced to bend by the knife in Luo Yi's hand. Sengoku's arm can't be kept straight. This time, it was like a small opening in the dam, giving Luo Yi a chance to explode. The wings behind Luo Yi flapped, and the power on the knife surged by 2 points again, directly suppressing Sengoku's fist and slamming it against his chest. At this time, Luoyi was already face to face with Sengoku. The knife was pressed against Sengoku's chest, but was pulled down by Sengoku's armament haki. Armed color? Look at me slashing it. The wings behind Luoyi's back moved again, and a powerful momentum was generated. Luoyi's knife pressed against Sengoku's chest, pushing Jean 5.2 away a few hundred meters. At this time, Sengoku's mouth had begun to overflow with blood, and he could hardly maintain the form of the Buddha. Facing Luoyi's rainbow momentum and explosive power, Sengoku has already lost. Broken. At this moment, Luoyi turned the big knife in his hand and suddenly drew a semicircle. Sengoku, who could no longer bear it anymore, was thrown straight away, spilling a large amount of blood. The big knife in Luoyi's hand opened a terrible wound on Sengoku's chest. Boom. Sengoku flew out and directly smashed into a marine battleship. It still continued to castrate and smashed into the sea. The hearts of the marine officers all sank to the bottom. Chapter 75. The hearts of the marine officers all sank to the bottom. As powerful as Marine Marshal Sengoku, he can't defeat Akatsuki? They felt chilled all over and their hands and feet were cold. At this time, Luoyi, who had slashed Sengoku with his sword, felt weak after exploding all his strength. There is no doubt about Sengoku's strength. If he wants to break through Sengoku's defense, even Luoyi will have to explode with all his strength, even exhausting his physical strength. Tisk, this feeling is so refreshing. Luoyi grinned, feeling a tingling sensation in every muscle on his body, along with a strong sense of exhaustion. This is the sequelae of going all out and exhausting your physical strength. If someone as powerful as Sengoku appears again at this time, Luoyi will probably have no choice but to run away. Fortunately, Luoyi knew that Sengoku would definitely not be able to stand up for a while, and the injuries Sengoku suffered might be life-threatening. Before Sengoku was knocked away, Luoyi saw a huge wound opened on Sengoku's chest by the knife in his hand, and even the bones seemed to be broken. Of course, the current Luoyi has perfectly concealed his weakness, and no one can see Luoyi's current state. In the eyes of others, Luoyi defeated Sengoku unscathed. Glancing at Marine's position, Luoyi jumped onto the Impel Down without making too many moves. At this time, both the Whitebeard pirates and the marine soldiers looked at Luoyi with fear in their eyes. To single-handedly block the attacks of 4 Emperors Whitebeard and Marine Marshal Sengoku, what a terrifying strength it takes to be able to do this. By now, everyone was shocked. Marine Admiral, Whitebeard's first captain Marco, Whitebeard, and Sengoku took turns to fight, but they were all defeated by Luoyi. They all met extremely miserable ends, and some even didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Luoyi stood on the Impel Down, looking at the Whitebeard and marine people around him. The coldness in his eyes made everyone afraid to act rashly. No one dared to attack Luoyi anymore. Under Luoyi's cold eyes, Marine and the Whitebeard pirates felt a sense of depression and despair. What else can we do now? Everyone's eyes fell on Luoyi. Whitebeard was in Luoyi's hands. The foil sword Baista and the others would never leave easily. However, Marine's people wanted to leave with the seriously injured Sengoku and Fujitora. Dare not take action. Totally scared. But at this moment, Impel went down, and the changes occurred again. Behind Luoyi, the water ball formed by the planetary devastation that trapped Whitebeard suddenly exploded. Whitebeard's figure appears on Impel Down. But at this time, Whitebeard was covered in blood, with countless large and small wounds. His whole body was stained red with blood, and no other color could be seen. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates shed tears of excitement. Daddy Whitebeard is still alive. Luoyi was stunned for a moment, turned around and looked behind him, and saw Whitebeard covered in blood, and Whitebeard's gloomy eyes. He actually broke through the seal of planetary devastation. Luoyi was slightly surprised. Whitebeard was able to break through the seal of planetary devastation even though he was surrounded by sea water. It was indeed beyond Luoyi's expectation. At this time, Luoyi also understood that such a small amount of sea water could not completely make Whitebeard lose his combat experience. It's even possible that Whitebeard's physique itself has some resistance to the drawbacks of devil fruit. Just like sea stone, some people are so weak that they can't even stand up while wearing sea stone. Some people can walk normally even with sea stone. Some people can even attack others with sea stone. No matter what, Whitebeard is worthy of the title of the strongest man in the world. Even under such circumstances, he can still get out of trouble. At this time, the marine soldiers, after thinking about this, felt trembling in their hearts. Men who stand at the top of the world, whether they are Whitebeard, Sengoku or Akatsuki, are all monsters. There is despair in their hearts and they feel that life is gloomy because they will never reach that height in this life. When Luoyi looked at Whitebeard's appearance, he was surprised and at the same time judged Whitebeard's condition in an instant. The end of the crossbow. Withstanding the power of planetary devastation and escaping from it, it is not that easy with Whitebeard's current old age. The current Whitebeard is probably not even 1/10 of his previous state. The Battle of Impel Down has reached this point, and both Sengoku, Luoyi, and Whitebeard have all paid a heavy price. However, Luoyi is in the best condition among them, but he just overdraws some of his energy. And behind Luoyi, there are Uchiha Itachi who is almost in full condition, Uchiha Kisame, and He Scorpion. Scorpion's subordinates also include 2 former Marine Admirals, Akainu and Kizaru. This has basically established this war and Luoyi's victory. On Impel Down, after Whitebeard got out of trouble, he glanced around and was obviously relieved when he saw that there was no ace on the field. Wang Hao, but soon, he discovered that something was wrong. Sengoku, winter is gone. On the Impel Down, there is a large hole with bright front and back. Whitebeard frowned slightly, looking at Luoyi's figure, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sengoku, it's not like he has already fought with him. Where's Sengoku? Whitebeard's voice was very hoarse, completely losing its previous loudness and confidence. Hearing Whitebeard's hoarse voice, Luoyi became more certain of his judgment on Whitebeard's current condition. Luoyi looked at Whitebeard and smiled softly. Sengoku? It may have entered the belly of Sea Kings. 2/4 Who? Chapter 76. Sengoku? It may have entered the stomach of Sea Kings. Luoyi said with a smile. Whitebeard's heart sank, and he had already guessed what had just happened. Luoyi and Sengoku fought, and it was obvious that Luoyi defeated Sengoku. You killed Sengoku. Whitebeard's voice became harsher. Although he and Sengoku are on opposite sides, Whitebeard will never feel good if his old rival for so many years dies at the hands of a rookie. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Luoyi smiled and shook his head. No, I guess as long as those Marines are here, Sengoku won't die for the time being. Luoyi pointed at the Marines in the distance. They did rush into the sea to save people as soon as Sengoku was defeated. But it's not clear whether Sengoku has been found yet. 763 I won't let him settle the 2 accounts between Sengoku and me so easily. Luoyi said. Hearing Luoyi's words, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a desolate feeling in his heart. The new generation of strong men in this sea will finally replace the older generation. Although Whitebeard had long known that such a day would come, he never expected that it would happen in this way. So sad. When he first heard the news about Luoyi, he didn't take Luoyi seriously, but now, he had to admit that Luoyi's rise was unstoppable. This battle will completely establish Luoyi's status as the top powerhouse. Unlike the battle with Sabaody Archipelago, Luoyi now ended the battle with a crushing attitude. Neither Marine nor him as the 4 emperors took any advantage from Luoshi. The initiative has always been in Luoyi's hands. Maybe today, I will really die here. Whitebeard thought in his mind. He was very clear about his current state. He was at the end of his strength and had to pay a huge price to break free from the seal. He was already prepared to leave himself here. But his sons, Ace, Marco, Baista, these are the people he worries about the most. Even if he died here, he would rescue Ace and let them leave here. Thinking of this, Whitebeard once again burst out with powerful momentum, and he didn't look like a man who had run out of gas. Luoyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he saw Whitebeard's eyes, he instantly understood why Whitebeard still had such strong fighting spirit. He can die, but in this era, his sons should also have a share. I admire you, Whitebeard. If there is anyone in the sea who deserves my respect, it is you. Luoyi stopped the smile on his face and his expression became solemn. Whitebeard didn't say anything, but he punched Luoyi in front of him with a Japanese fist. This may be the last punch in his life, and it is also the punch in which he has gathered all his strength. With this punch, Whitebeard himself cannot control the ability of shock fruit, and the air around his body is shaken. Cracking. The entire Impel Down was shaken by the shock force escaping from Whitebeard's body. Impel Down, finally I can't hold on any longer. Luoyi's eyes were serious. Facing the final punch that gathered all the power of Whitebeard, Luoyi felt like he was facing a natural disaster. There is no way to hide. Everyone looked at Whitebeard in shock. Around him, everything was like a sliced cake, constantly disconnected and intertwined. Luoyi summoned Susanoo without saying a word. Although his condition is better than Whitebeard, Whitebeard's style of play is completely life-threatening. Luoyi cannot be like Whitebeard. Although summoning Susanoo is a bit reluctant, the situation at this time does not allow Luoyi to think too much. Susanoo appeared, but now Susanoo, who was summoned by Luoyi, was wearing a neat and thick suit. Susanoo's level has improved again. In Susanoo's hands, a scimitar almost solidified into reality. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to absorb even the surrounding light. Holding the scimitar high, Susanoo withstood the strong pressure from Whitebeard, waved the scimitar in her hand, and fell towards Whitebeard's fist. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. The shock of Luoyi's angry challenge to Sengoku had not passed yet, and now such a war broke out with Whitebeard. People were so nervous that they were suffocating. Such a Whitebeard can unleash such a powerful offensive. Can Luoyi be able to withstand it this time? Will it end like a crushing battle with Sengoku? At this time, Whitebeard's fist and Luoyi's scimitar are about to collide. The powerful pressure at Impel Down made everyone feel as if a huge stone was pressing down on their hearts. The Sea Kings under the sea were all thinking about escaping into the distance. Two loud noises exploded, and a powerful air wave centered on Impel Down, undulating in all directions, knocking everyone to the ground. Under the pressure of the air waves, the seawater stirred up huge waves, throwing people in the distance away. Several marine ships were capsized. It was a mess. No one could see clearly what happened on the Impel Down. Soon, whether these people were floating on the sea or on a boat, they all stabilized their bodies and looked towards the place where Impel Down was. But when they saw the picture on Impel Down clearly, everyone's mouths were wide open with disbelief on their faces. On Impel Down, Luoyi and Whitebeard appeared, and there were two more people. One of the four emperors, Shanks. Pluton, Rayleigh. At this time, Shanks held up his western sword with one hand, blocking the scimitar dropped by Luo 1.1 Susanoo, and Shanks back-to-back, Pluton Rayleigh's sword, blocked Whitebeard's fist. The red-haired Shanks, after solving Kaido's attempt to sneak attack Whitebeard, finally arrived to Impel Down. And Rayleigh was finally rescued by Luffy, who broke into Impel Down before. At this time, there were some beads of sweat on Shanks' head, and both feet had been inserted into the ground of Impel Down. Obviously, it is very difficult for him to resist Luoyi Susanoo's knife. Uncle Rayleigh, it's been a long time since I fought alongside you. Shanks said. Chapter 77. Uncle Rayleigh, it's been a long time since I fought alongside you. Shanks said. Rayleigh, who was back-to-back with Shanks, smiled, it has been more than 20 years, and you have grown to what you are now, but I am getting old. Hearing this, Shanks smiled softly. Rayleigh blocked Whitebeard's punch with his sword, but he didn't look like he was old. After Rayleigh finished speaking, he looked at Whitebeard in front of him and said, Old man, do you want to continue fighting? Looking at Rayleigh who suddenly appeared on the field, Whitebeard was silent for a while and finally withdrew his fist. On Luoyi's side, Luoyi looked at the person blocking him and recognized his identity at a glance. Four emperors, red-haired Shanks. Seeing Shanks appear, Luoyi was just slightly surprised and then regained his composure. In the original work, Shanks appeared in the Summit War and brought about the end of that war. However, although Luoyi was not surprised by Shanks' appearance, Shanks' strength was somewhat beyond Luoyi's expectations. Even if his body is currently exhausted and the power of this sword is somewhat insufficient, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can block. Shanks' combat prowess is probably at the forefront among the four emperors. However, Luoyi overlooked one thing. With Shanks' strength, it would not be so easy for him to resist Luoyi's sword alone. Shanks and Rayleigh were back-to-back, so both of them could rely on each other's strength. The strength is such that he will not be cut away by Whitebeard's punch or Luoyi's knife. It can be said that Shanks and Whitebeard worked together to prevent this fight between Whitebeard and Luoyi. Shanks, Rayleigh. Luoyi turned his head slightly and saw several figures running out of the passage below Impel Down. Ace, Luffy, Buggy, Ivankov. Luoyi suddenly understood. It seemed that Luffy had found the fifth floor with the help of Ivankov and released both Rayleigh and Ace. Rayleigh, who had just been released, rushed outside Impel Down. He had already sensed something was wrong. Not only Luffy and his group, Luoyi also saw a large ship not far away from Impel Down. Judging from the flag on the ship, it was Shanks' pirate ship. A group of crew members on the ship were standing on the deck, looking in the direction of Impel Down, with overwhelming momentum. Beckman, Usopp. Luoyi recognized these familiar faces. They were Shanks' crew members. Each of them was a great pirate with unique skills. Luoyi thought for a moment, but still controlled Susanoo to raise the scimitar. With his current physical condition, which he had just defeated Sengoku and Whitebeard, it would not be a good thing to face Shanks again. Especially with Old Man Rayleigh on the side, if a fight really breaks out, Rayleigh and Whitebeard Shanks are old acquaintances and will take action. Rayleigh, this old man, has been saying that he is getting old, but his current strength is something no one can live up to. From the fact that he blocked Whitebeard's punch today, it can be seen that he is far from being as unbearable as he said. At this time, Shanks heard Luoyi reveal his identity and said with a smile. That's right, you were recognized. Xiao, you are more powerful than the rumors say. Shanks put his western knife back into its sheath. It's weird if I don't know you. Luoyi took back his Susanoo, glanced at her mouth and said. I really didn't expect that the execution of Ace at Naval Headquarters would turn out like this. Shanks' tone was a bit emotional. He glanced at Whitebeard and saw Whitebeard's current exhausted physical condition, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. The strongest man in the world has also reached this point. At this time, Rayleigh also turned around, looked at Luoyi and said, I didn't expect you have become so powerful after Sabaody Archipelago said goodbye. I thought highly of you, but I still underestimated you. Rayleigh said. Luoyi shook his head, you are here just to talk nonsense. After hearing Luoyi's words, Shanks looked serious, stared into Luoyi's eyes and said. Xiao, although this is our first meeting, I still hope that the battle with Whitebeard will end here. Hearing this, Luoyi suddenly felt a little funny, not because the content of the words itself was funny, but because Luoyi found that he had also become the target of Shanks' face fruit. Your next sentence isn't to ask me to give you face, is it? Luo Yi looked at Shanks with strange eyes. Shanks was stunned for a moment. He really wanted to say that, but how could Luo Yi know? He suddenly felt a little embarrassed, coughed, and asked, "How do you feel about not fighting?" Luo Yi let out a breath. He couldn't fight anymore, and he would definitely suffer a loss in the fight. Luo Yi would not do such a thing. Anyway, now Shanks wants to give him face. As long as Luo Yi gets what he wants, he will not lose this round. Moreover, in today's battle, his reputation has been completely ruined. The man who stands on top of the world. When what happened on this day spread across the sea, everyone will be shocked. At this time, the 4 Ace Luffy people who ran out of the passage were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Ace had already seen Whitebeard covered in blood, Marco who was still unconscious on the side, and almost everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group near Impel Down, who was injured, and burst into tears instantly. Of course he knows why Whitebeard appears here, to save him. Whitebeard also saw Ace, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Phew! Whitebeard pulled Ace into his arms. Ace's tears fell to the ground, and he felt extremely regretful in his heart. If I had listened to Whitebeard and not gone my own way, none of this, Qian Wangzhao, would have happened today. And that guy Luffy, who rescued Ace, looked excited and immediately saw Shanks. Only Buggy and Ivankov, who were truly knowledgeable, looked at the scene in front of them with horrified faces and were all petrified. What kind of terrible battle happened? 4 emperors? Who beat Whitebeard until he was covered in blood? Who beat Impel Down, the most solid building, to the core? How come the Whitebeard pirates were so seriously injured? Why is Marine so silent and cowardly? Buggy and Ivankov looked at each other, and finally set their sights on Luo Yi opposite 4 emperors Shanks. Chapter 78. The clowns Buggy and Ivankov looked at each other, and finally set their sights on Luo Yi opposite 4 emperors Shanks. Among the people present, Luo Yi and the others were the only ones they didn't recognize. But the expression on Shanks' face opposite Luo Yi and the look in Rayleigh's eyes towards Luo Yi all showed that everything that happened here was related to Luo Yi. In fact, it has only been a short time since Luo Yi came to the pirate world. Buggy and Ivankov did not know about Luo Yi during Impel Down. On the sea, things have changed. At this time, seeing Luffy coming out of Impel Down, Kes smiled and said hello to Luffy. Luffy immediately jumped happily to Shanks and Luo Yi. After Luo Yi saw Luffy, his heart moved. Luffy, you haven't forgotten what we said, right? Luo Yi looked at Luffy and said. Luffy was stunned and randomly thought about Luo Yi taking him to Impel Down and that he was going to give Luo Yi 10 devil fruits. Luffy scratched his head and looked at Shanks. Ah! Shanks! Lend me 10 devil fruits first. Luffy said to Shanks with an idiotic smile on his face. Shanks was stunned, he hadn't seen him for so many years, how could he reach out and find 10 devil fruits? Devil fruit is not a necessary thing for his pirate group. His crew can be said to be the smallest among the 4 emperors, and it can be accommodated on one ship. Moreover, each of his crew members has their own abilities and strengths, and there is basically no need for devil fruit. Therefore, unlike the other 4 emperors, he has so much demand for devil fruit. He only has a few devil fruits that have not yet been sold. Shanks, I'll give it back to you. Luffy continued. Shanks nodded. In response to Luffy's words, he already pressed an arm. Devil fruit is not a very important thing in his heart. If you just think about it, with his ability, you can get a lot in a short time. Okay Luffy, but I only have 8 devil fruits now, and the remaining 2 can only be given to you after a while. Shanks said with a smile. Soon, under Shanks' notification, Shanks' ship came to Impel Down, and Usopp's father, Usopp, handed a treasure chest to Luffy. Luffy took the treasure box and turned around and handed Luo Yi's RMB without even looking at it. Shanks. Usopp. Although it's for Luffy, I don't know why I feel so awkward. Shanks shook his head. If this could stop Luo Yi from fighting, it would be acceptable. Luo Yi took the treasure box handed over by Luffy and nodded with satisfaction. The game he had laid before could be slowly put away. Next, the number of devil fruit in his hands will explode. Luo Yi handed the treasure box to Kisame. In front of so many people, he didn't want to expose the capabilities of his system. At this moment, a soft sound came from behind several people. Whitebeard finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell down holding Ace. His body has reached its limit. Ace suddenly panicked, hugged Whitebeard's body, and rushed towards the Whitebeard pirates in the distance. Without treatment, Whitebeard might really die. Seeing this scene, no one said anything. Shanks moved his steps and blocked Luo Yi. If Luo Yi still persists, he will take action immediately. However, Luo Yi curled his lips but did not take action. Seeing Whitebeard being sent to the ship, Shanks said to Luffy, Luffy, he and I still have something to say. It was obvious that Shanks wanted to talk to Luo Yi alone. Luffy immediately understood what Shanks meant, and went to the other side to chat with Usopp. Luffy, can you tell me about Usopp? Usopp. Roger can only take 2 slingshots from him. Sigh? What am I saying, Usopp is very brave. The two of them were talking as they walked, extremely speculative. Luo Yi looked at Shanks here, waiting for Shanks to speak. Xiao, although I don't know where you came from, I have to admit that no one on the sea can ignore your existence now. Shanks continued, let's stop fighting. If you haven't fought enough, I will fight with you. A hint of joking flashed in Luo Yi's eyes, you are really an outlier among pirates. You want to protect Whitebeard. Shanks' expression became serious, I'm just doing what I want to do in my heart. 0. I already know Ace's identity. He is Captain Roger's son. As long as I am around, I will not let him die. As for Whitebeard, he is a true hero and did not deserve to end up like this. Besides, Whitebeard dying here will not do you any good. Luo Yi looked a little weird and said, before coming here, you couldn't have convinced Kaido with just your mouth. Shanks was a little embarrassed again. Before he came, he had indeed solved Kaido's plan to sneak attack Whitebeard. Of course, he didn't fight Kaido, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly. Luo Yi teased Shanks and said nothing else. He knew that Shanks' reputation was so strong because of his strength, which made everyone fear him. Kaido doesn't want to start a war with Shanks. Luo Yi also knew that his current physical condition was not suitable for fighting against the world's top experts. But Luo Yi said, fight me, Shanks, your crew will die. Or money. Chapter 79. If you fight me, Shanks, your crew will probably die. Luo Yi said. Although he himself was not in very good condition at this time, he also had Uchiha Itachi, Mikagaki Kisame, and Scorpion. The fighting power of these three people could not be ignored. If we really fight, it won't be a problem to kill several of Shanks' crew members. These words directly made Shanks frown. Luo Yi caught Shanks' only weakness. Unlike the rest of the four emperors, Shanks can be said to have the fewest men among the four emperors, which are just his crewmates. One boat can fit no more than 20 people. It can be said that Shanks does not care about the so-called sphere of influence of the four emperors at all. Instead, like Luffy, he cares about freedom and partners. Therefore, Luo Yi's words directly captured Shanks' weakness. Shanks looked serious and looked at Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Xie not far behind Luo Yi. These three people were in good condition. Each 17 had the strength to surpass Admiral. If there really was a fight, there is a real possibility of damage to the crew. Although each of his crew members is very powerful, compared with the three people behind Luo Yi who can crush Admiral, they seem a bit inferior. Shanks' heart sank slightly. If he really wanted to fight, there might be losses that even he couldn't bear. Luo Yi saw Shanks' expression and smiled slightly, knowing that he had already taken some of the initiative, instead of letting Shanks take all the control. I want all the devil fruit on Whitebeard's ship. Luo Yi said calmly. It's time to state your terms. Upon hearing Luo Yi's words, Shanks was slightly startled at first, and then felt relieved. If it's just devil fruit, there's no problem. As for devil fruit, no problem. Shanks said directly. Luo Yi smiled and asked lazily, that's Whitebeard's thing, can you make the decision? Although he asked this question, Luo Yi had no worries. At this time, Whitebeard had lost consciousness and was receiving treatment, and Marco hadn't woken up yet. As long as Shanks didn't stop him, no one on Whitebeard's boat could stop him. You have to hold him, devil fruit is not going to take him away every minute. But Shanks smiled and said, I go to Whitebeard's ship from time to time as a guest, and those guys should also listen to one or two of my suggestions. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows. Shanks' prestige on the sea was indeed extraordinary. In the original work, Shanks stopped the continuation of the Summit War. All the fruits of face were ridiculed. What really made a difference was Shanks' strength and the prestige that convinced people. Especially, in the original work, when Shanks proposed to take over the burial of Whitebeard and Ace, Sengoku actually agreed after a brief silence. This is also a recognition of Shanks' character. Thinking of this, Luo Yi had to admit that he had underestimated Shanks' prestige. In this case, it's up to you to communicate, but you'd better make them be honest. If I'm not satisfied with the amount of devil fruit I get, I won't let them go. They only have one chance. Luo Yi said. Shanks was silent, feeling more and more that Luo Yi was very difficult to deal with. Soon, Shanks left Impel Down and headed towards the location of the Whitebeard pirates. However, when he was halfway there, he first went to where the Marines gathered, and then actually boarded Whitebeard's ship. After that, Marines' camp began to slowly retreat. Fujitora and Sengoku, who had been thrown into the sea before, had been fished out, and both of them were still alive. In Shishibukai, Doflamingo looked gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking, and left following the lines in the air. Both Hawkeye and the Empress stayed where they were, and the Empress was of course doing it for Luo Yi. As for Hawkeye, he still had a letter of challenge that he had not yet issued. Challenge Luo Yi's challenge. In the Impel Down battle, Luo's sword slashed Sengoku away, successfully making Hawkeye's fighting spirit break out. How could he be called the greatest swordsman in the world without defeating Luo Yi? At this point, the Marine side ended the Impel Down battle with a disastrous defeat and withdrew from the battlefield. Soon, Shanks also got off Whitebeard's boat, followed by Marco, who woke up. Poor Marco, who is still very weak now, tried to enter Impel Down first, but was beaten into a dead dog by Scorpion. But at this time, although Marco was weak, there were no scars on his body. After waking up, the Phoenix's ability restored all his injuries, but it also made him feel for the first time that the Phoenix's ability was by no means omnipotent. As long as it exceeded the limit, he would still die. Marco's face was ugly, and he was holding a large box in his hand. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi immediately laughed. Whitebeard's people compromised. 943. I just don't know how much the people of the Whitebeard pirates hate him now. But of course Luo Yi doesn't care. Soon, Gux took Marco back to the Impel Down. 22 devil fruit, that's all the devil fruit currently on Whitebeard's ship. Luo Yi nodded slightly, quite satisfied. There are 36 of his own before, plus the 8 that Luffy borrowed from Shanks, and the 22 on Whitebeard's ship, the total is 66. In other words, after today, members of Luo Yi's Akatsuki organization can summon 6 people at the same time. And Luo Yi's strength will also usher in an explosive growth. Seeing Luo Yi accept the devil fruit, Marco returned to his ship with an expressionless face, and soon the ship left here. Whitebeard's injury cannot get the best treatment here. At this time, the Empress also came to Luo Yi, and Luo Yi was planning to return to Nine Snakes Island with the Empress. But soon, Luo Yi was slightly startled when he saw a figure walking straight towards him. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Chapter 80. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, walked straight towards where Luo Yi was. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows and almost immediately understood the purpose of Mihawk's visit. As the world's greatest swordsman, the only people who can arouse his interest are those who have super attainments in the field of swords. And my performance today was enough to attract Eagle Eye's attention. Luo Yi looked at Hawkeye's figure and looked at him formally for the first time. Although this man only has the title of Shishibukai, Luo Yi knows that his strength is definitely the most powerful among the Shishibukai. To be tied with 4 Emperors Shanks, this is definitely not the strength that a Shishibukai can possess. Some people on the sea said that the duel between Hawkeye and Shanks only involved swordsmanship, but Luo Yi disagreed with this. When fighting to the point of being neck and neck, it may be difficult to hide one's own strength. Therefore, Luo Yi guessed that even if Hawkeye's strength has not reached the level of 4 Emperors, it is not far away. And this gap in strength may be because Hawkeye is too serious. If Hawkeye's other aspects are at the same level as his swordsmanship, then Hawkeye's current status is by no means as simple as the world's greatest swordsman. This guy who does his own thing wouldn't want to challenge me now. Luo Yi thought to himself. Soon, Eagle Eye walked in front of Luo Yi, and this scene attracted the attention of everyone present. There is no one present who does not know the identity of Hawkeye. The greatest swordsman in the world. It was Luffy, whose face turned serious. He knew that this man was Zoro's lifelong goal, and he had also seen Zoro almost be hacked to death by Hawkeye. Could it be? A bold idea suddenly appeared in people's hearts at the same time, making their eyes widen. The Demon King Ivankov was still in a very confused state, and before he could fully accept what was going on here, he saw Hawkeye walking towards Impel Down with fighting intent, and his eyes widened immediately. That's crazy. What the hell is going on? Ivankov was shocked again, and found that he could no longer understand the situation in front of him. However, there was a smile on Shank's face. He took Luo Yi's knife firmly, knowing that the power of Luo Yi's knife was enough to attract the attention of Mihawk. With Hawkeye's obsession with sword intent, he would not let go of his opponent Luo Yi. Sure enough, Eagle Eye walked in front of Luo Yi, stopped, stared at Luo Yi with a pair of eagle-like eyes, and spoke. I want to fight you. Easy to understand. A bunch of people's jaws dropped to the ground. Luo Yi had just defeated the man known as the strongest in the world, and chopped off Marine Marshal Sengoku with one sword. It can be said to be an outstanding achievement. And Hawkeye still has the courage to challenge Luo Yi? Even if you are the greatest swordsman in the world, how can you defeat Luo Yi? However, there was a slight smile on the faces of Rayleigh, Shanks and others, as if they had anticipated Hawkeye's move. Both of them are swordsmen, and they were challenged by Hawkeye many years ago. At this time, the two of them were also curious about where Hawkeye's current level of swordsmanship has reached after so many years. Luo Yi smiled softly when he saw Eagle Eye walking towards him with full of fighting spirit. Mihawk, I have heard about it for a long time. Luo Yi said. Eagle Eye nodded slightly and said, I've heard about you a long time ago, but I never thought that you still have such powerful attainments in swordsmanship. You are qualified to fight me. Hawkeye said. Hearing this, Buggy and Ivankov dropped their jaws to the ground. Luo Yi was the man who defeated both Whitebeard and Sengoku, and Hawkeye actually said he was qualified to fight him. Even if Hawkeye is the greatest swordsman in the world, he is not qualified to speak like this. 0. Could it be? In shock, Ivankov thought of a piece of information he got from the Revolutionary Army many years ago. Information about Hawkeye. It was after a duel between Hawkeye and Shanks that the Revolutionary Army discovered that a fairly large island had been cut in half with a knife. At that time, everyone thought it was Shanks, but now, a terrible thought suddenly appeared in Ivankov's mind. Could it be that the one who split the island was not Shanks, but Hawkeye? How much strength does the low-key Hawkeye hide? Thinking of this, a layer of sweat appeared on Ivankov's head, and for the first time he faced the title of the world's greatest swordsman. 0. He found that he had underestimated the weight of this title all along. However, after Luo Yi heard what Eagle Eye said, a trace of amusement flashed in his eyes. Eagle Eye, in terms of so-called qualifications, in my eyes, you are not qualified to challenge me. After saying that, behind Luo Yi, Uchiha Itachi and Mikagaki Kisame all took a step forward and stood on both sides of Luo Yi. The big sword in Kisame's hand was already on his shoulder, and he was also full of fighting spirit. Today, he hasn't had enough fights yet. Eagle Eye's face became serious. Luo Yi's meaning is very obvious. If he wants to fight me, he must fight my subordinates first. Hawkeye's a trace of anger flashed in Mihawk's eyes. He has never been treated and looked down upon like this. Looking at Kisame and Itachi, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, took off the small knife hanging around his neck like an ornament. Less than the size of a palm. Today, I will use this knife to gain the qualification to challenge you. Hawkeye said, raising the knife. Shanks and others were all silent. Chapter 81. Shanks and others are all silent. Eagle Eye and Luo Yi were so tense when they met each other, and they seemed to look down on each other. Both of them were extremely arrogant, but Luo Yi still took the initiative. You actually want to defeat Hawkeye with just 2 of his subordinates? That's the greatest swordsman in the world. If you underestimate Hawkeye like this, Hawkeye will definitely be angry. Rayleigh and Shanks said. Shanks put his arms on his hips, looked at the figures of Eagle Eye and Luo Yi, and smiled. Who knows what Eagle Eye's current strength will be like? Even I can't concentrate on kendo for more than 10 years. In this regard, he may have surpassed me. However, Akatsuki's 2 subordinates. Shanks hesitated. He knew that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were very powerful. Even Marine Admiral was no match for them, but he had never seen them actually take action. Those 2 are very strong, but they shouldn't be Hawkeye's opponent. Rayleigh said 17. Rayleigh's vision was so sharp that he made his own judgment on all this in an instant. Uchiha Kisame and Uchiha Itachi can't stop Hawkeye. Even though Luo Yi's 2 subordinates are very powerful, they are still not enough for Eagle Eye who hides everything. You must know that Hawkeye is the title of the world's greatest swordsman, but he only gained such a title after defeating all the sword masters in the world. Opposite Yinjian, Luo Yi smiled immediately as he watched Yinjian pull out the knife that was less than a palm in length. He still remembered that in the original book, Hawkeye took this knife and stabbed Zoro, making Zoro realize the gap. Now, faced with the obstruction of Uchiha Itachi and Mikagaki Kisame, Hawkeye took out the knife again. This is dissatisfaction with Luo Yi's move. I challenge you, you actually want to block me with 2 men, then I will use this knife to show you how powerful I am. Everyone understood what Hawkeye meant, and everyone present knew that Hawkeye's strongest sword was Black Blade Knight. The eyes of Shanks and others became interesting, looking at Luo Yi and others with expectant looks. Over the years, those who underestimated Eagle Eye have all paid the price. Luo Yi, however, seemed not to notice the eyes of the people around him and didn't care about Hawkeye's actions at all. He pulled Hancock back a few steps and sat on a big rock. That way, it seemed certain that Hawkeye would not be able to break through Itachi and Kisame's defense. Eagle Eye, if you retreat now, the title of the world's greatest swordsman will still be yours. Luo Yi said. But if you lose, you will have nothing. Luo Yi finally said. Eagle Eye was expressionless. Are you saying that I can't even defeat 2 of your subordinates? Eagle Eye's voice was filled with concern. He felt completely underestimated. Seeing the eagle-eyed look, Luo Yi knew that nothing he could say would be of any use. I said you can't beat me, so you can't beat me. Luo Yi shook his head. Hawkeye's eyes became sharper and sharper, and the sword intent on his body made the eyes of those who looked at him sting. After so many years, no one has ignored him like this. His hand holding the knife tightened. He was going to use this knife to walk in front of Luo Yi and let Luo Yi know what would happen if he underestimated himself. Seeing Hawkeye's appearance, both Rayleigh and Shanks had a weird smile on their faces. It's time to experience some hardships after passing Zuxiao's exam all the way. They were waiting to see what Luo Yi would look like when he was slapped in the face by Eagle Eye. As for what Luo Yi said that Hawkeye couldn't defeat Itachi and Kisame, they didn't believe it at all. They have their own judgment. It may not be clear who is stronger or weaker between Hawkeye and Luo Yi, but Itachi and Kisame cannot stop him. At this time, opposite Hawkeye, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were all looking at Hawkeye. Both of them looked expressionless. When Hawkeye took out the small knife instead of the exaggeratedly large black knife behind his back, the 2 people's faces began to become expressionless. Being looked down upon. Kisame and Itachi looked at each other, and both saw the dissatisfaction in the other's eyes. And it wasn't just the contempt coming from the man with eagle-like eyes across from him, the looks in the surrounding eyes all carried more or less the same meaning. The corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth curved slightly, and he began to slowly take off the bandage on Samehada's sword. An Uchiha Itachi, with 2 pairs of eyes, has also become Mangekyo Sharinan, with one hand holding a shuriken. The duo from the Akatsuki organization join forces again. 5:33. 2 minutes later, the small knife in Hawkeye's hand came out and flew into the sky. At the same time, Hawkeye flew out upside down, bounced on the sea surface 2 or 3 times, and then fell into the water. The blood of Eagle Eye still remains on the sea surface. Kisame and Itachi were both standing on the sea near Impel Down. Chakra allowed them to stand steady enough. Samehada in Kisame's hand was completely excited, but at this time, a wound appeared on Samehada's body. It was the small knife in Hawkeye's hand that caused the wound on Samehada. But this wound made Samehada even more excited. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, stood there with his hands hanging down, his eyes cold. On Impel Down, Luoyi had a proud smile on his face, while Rayleigh, Shanks and others all opened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What did they just see? Except for Luoyi, everyone on the Impel Down was stunned. The scene in front of them felt like a slap in their faces. Chapter 82. Except for Luoyi, everyone on Impel Down was stunned. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, was actually knocked out by 2 of Luoyi's men. This is completely opposite to what people expected. Rayleigh and Shanks looked at Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Kisaki with serious faces, and their hearts were shaking. Although they knew that the strength of these 2 people surpassed Admiral, and the bounty reached 1.7 billion and 1.3 billion, they still did not expect that the 2 of them could defeat Hawkeye together. Especially Shanks, he is very aware of Hawkeye's level. More than 10 years ago, Hawkeye's level was already on par with him, and slightly better in Kendo. Even if the current Hawkeye loses to the 4 Emperors, his strength should be about the same, but he was still beaten to blood and flew away in a single encounter. Shanks' eyes wandered back and forth between Kisame and Itachi. The coordination between these 2 was simply perfect. Rayleigh's eyes were fixed on Itachi's sleeves and he frowned slightly. If he saw it correctly, there was a very delicate little sword in Itachi's hand just now. It was this small sword that caused huge damage to Hawkeye. Rayleigh was right, what Itachi used just now was a very common weapon in the Hokage world, a shuriken. For Itachi, the shuriken is like a part of his body. As long as he determines the target, his shuriken will definitely hit the target. Itachi is an absolute master of shuriken. When Luoyi saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Hawkeye will definitely lose this battle. The combination of Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon Kisame is by no means as simple as 1 + 1. It would be impossible for Hawkeye to threaten the combination of Itachi and Kisame with just the knife without using the black sword behind him. Luoyi glanced at Shanks and Rayleigh and immediately understood what they were thinking. With a chuckle, Luoyi patted her shoulder. The Empress immediately understood, what Luoyi meant, walked behind Luoyi, and began to squeeze Luoyi's shoulders. Luoyi suddenly felt comfortable. The Empress's shoulder squeezing was a little more gentle than that of Domino and Little Sadie before, making Luoyi very comfortable. At this moment, a wave of waves exploded on the sea, and Eagle Eye jumped up from the sea. At this time, Hawkeye looked a little embarrassed, with traces of bloodline on his body, and a delicate shuriken inserted under his ribs. It was the shuriken Itachi threw just now. Even Eagle Eye couldn't avoid it. Seeing Hawkeye appear again, Itachi and Kisame locked their eyes on Hawkeye again. Hawkeye frowned, looked at his wounds, reached out and took off the shuriken inserted under his ribs, looked at it twice, and threw it into the sea water. He won't be hit with shurikens anymore. Soon, the wound under Eagle Eye's ribs stopped bleeding. Eagle Eye's face was expressionless as he reached behind his back and held his own black knife. One of the 12 skills of the Supreme Knife, Black Knife Knight. Hawkeye's strongest sword. At this time, Hawkeye no longer had any contempt and grasped his strongest sword. The powerful combination of Itachi and Kisame caught him off guard. He was beaten away as soon as he met someone. He hadn't experienced anything like this for a long time. At this time, Hawkeye realized that he had just imagined that he could defeat Itachi and Kisame with that knife, which was a bit of a cannibalism. But now, with the black sword in hand, I will not be afraid of anyone. Hawkeye's eyes suddenly became sharp. Only Itachi and Kisame were left in Tadashi's eyes. At this time, Hawkeye's whole aura suddenly became different. His whole body was like a knife, and the clouds in the sky opened a big hole under his soaring aura. Seeing this scene, Shanks and Rayleigh's eyes became solemn, and Hawkeye was finally going to take action. Shanks' eyes were fixed on Hawkeye. Ever since he lost an arm in Windmill Town, Hawkeye had never fought with him again. Now whether Hawkeye's strength can reach the level of the 4 Emperors, it's him. Do not know at all. But now, as long as Hawkeye takes action, he will naturally be able to clearly see Hawkeye's strength. Old man, don't let me down. Shanks felt a little nervous. If Hawkeye, the greatest swordsman in the world, could not defeat even 2 of Xiao's subordinates, then the older generation of famous strongmen in the sea would not be able to defeat him. But I really can't hold down Xiao, a rookie. No. I can't hold it anymore. Shanks sighed in his heart and looked at Luoyi with some emotion in his heart. This is how it is in this sea. An extremely powerful person may appear at any time and can defeat the famous and powerful people of the older generation. For the former Shishibukai Sand Crocodile, Luffy was such a person. As a newcomer, he beat the older generation of strong players to the point where they couldn't stand up. As for those who have reached the Four Emperors level, Xiao is the same person. But after turning his head to look at Luo Yi, Gux suddenly had a black line on his face. Hawkeye is desperate. Are you playing with snakeskin? Enjoy the massage? What the hell is that expression on your face, looking like you're watching a show? That's the greatest swordsman in the world. And the Empress? Where is your tsundere? Why are you giving this guy a massage with a happy face? When did you get captured by Akatsuki? Shanks suddenly felt very tired and felt that he had been abandoned by the times. Chapter 83. Looking at Luo Yi, Shanks suddenly felt so tired and felt that he could no longer keep up with the times. Fortunately, I have already bet one of my arms on Luffy. Shanks thought to himself, Xiao, if there is anyone on the sea who can compete with you in the future, then Luffy must be one of them. Thinking to himself, Shanks looked back at Luffy. At this time, Luffy was holding the real thing that Usopp brought from his boat, eating it so much that his whole body turned into a ball. I was so happy with the meal that I put my chopsticks in my mouth and laughed with Usopp. Shanks. You wouldn't eat everything on Laozi's boat. I'm afraid Laozi is blind, why don't you give me your arms? At this time, opposite Hawkeye, Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisame noticed the change in Hawkeye's aura, and their expressions became serious. In their feeling, Hawkeye is now many times more powerful than before. 470 The other person's whole body was like an unsheathed sword, which made people feel frightened when they saw it. The two looked at each other and immediately understood that there was going to be a tough battle next. That knife. Very unusual. Itachi said solemnly. At this time, Itachi already had a feeling that he was afraid that his shuriken would never be able to touch the man's body again. It's not that he can't hit the target, but no matter how accurate his shuriken is, he can't break through the black knife and will be cut in half by that knife. Itachi has a feeling that as long as the black knife can touch the current Hawkeye, it is his omnipotent field. The hand in the sleeve moved slightly, and the shuriken that had been prepared disappeared. Such an opponent cannot be defeated with just a shuriken. Kisame, if you fight him in close combat, be careful with his sword. Itachi reminded. Kisame nodded slightly. He also felt a bit of pressure at this time, and even the same hata in his hand felt restless. Come on. The two looked at each other and started taking action at the same time. Itachi stretched one hand to his mouth, made a strange gesture, and took a deep breath. The other hand, in the sleeve unique to the Akatsuki organization, made crazy seals, so fast that the whole hand turned into an afterimage. It was the one-handed seal that Itachi was good at. At this time, Itachi finally used the ninjutsu. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Almost in an instant, Itachi successfully formed the seal, facing the eagle eye in the distance, and spit it out in one breath. Boom! It turned into a huge flame in one breath and rushed towards Hawkeye. The fireball is so big that it even exceeds the average pirate ship. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh and Shanks were both shocked, looking at Itachi's figure with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Fire! Rayleigh felt the heat wave even while standing in Impel Down. It was definitely a real flame. Shanks was also confused. Wasn't the Maramara fruit eaten by Ace? How could anyone else release such terrifying flames? At this time, not only Shanks and Rayleigh, but also Luffy, who was eating happily, were shocked by the sudden appearance of the great fireball. Ace? No, who is that? Luffy was stunned when he saw Itachi's figure clearly. As for Ivankov, Buggy, and others, their jaws have already dropped to the ground. This fireball is so huge, it would be difficult for them to avoid it. Seeing their shocked expressions, Luo Yi suddenly smiled proudly. He knew that when the Akatsuki organization uses ninjutsu from the Hokage world, they will be surprised. That's nothing, the real surprise is yet to come. Luo Yi's eyes turned back to the battlefield. If his guess was correct, this move was probably just a test by Itachi. He looked menacing, but against the fully charged Hawkeye, he couldn't do anything to him. What substantial harm? Sure enough, when the great fireball approached Hawkeye, Hawkeye raised his knife and slashed directly at Weasel's fireball. Boom boom boom. The entire sea surface was blasted with a gully by this sword, and the sword power did not stop, it was directly cut in half on the first floor of the fireball. The fireballs that were split in half flew directly past both sides of Hawkeye without causing any damage to Hawkeye. Seeing this scene, Luffy on Impel Down was amazed. He split such a terrifying fireball in half with a knife, which directly impacted his perception of power. It's amazing. Luffy looked at Itachi and Hawkeye and was shocked. At this time, Luffy recalled the scene in Sabaody Archipelago where his friends were being shot away by big bears one by one, and his face suddenly became serious. Luffy finally felt that the strength of his group was nothing compared to the real strong ones. Become stronger. We all need to become stronger. Luffy clenched his fist and had a bold idea in his mind. However, although Luffy was shocked, Shanks, Rayleigh and others seemed to have expected this. If it was just a fireball, it would not be able to hurt the serious Hawkeye. After Hawkeye's knife cut off the fireball, the knife's power didn't stop and it came to Itachi in an instant. Bang! Itachi couldn't dodge and was directly hit by a sword visible to the naked eye. Hit! Luffy stretched his neck and looked at the battlefield, and his heart suddenly tightened. But the next second, the ferret that was struck by the knife suddenly turned into several black crows and flew away. It's the crow clone. Luoyi said softly with a smile on his lips. However, clone technique has only been used 2 or 3 times in the pirate world. At this time, everyone on the court was stunned. What kind of operation is this? At this time, Uchiha Itachi has become synonymous with weirdness in their hearts. Not only can it summon Susanoo, which is bigger than the giants, it can also use fire skills, and it also has such an invisible body replacement technique. Such an opponent is really difficult. The people watching the battle on Impel Down were all extremely experienced in combat. Although they had not discovered where Itachi had gone at this time, they all subconsciously looked towards the position of Hawkeye. Sure enough, Itachi's figure appeared not far from Hawkeye. Water-style water dragon bomb. Under Itachi's terrifying one-hand seal speed, Itachi spit out a dragon-shaped water column and rushed towards Hawkeye almost as soon as he appeared. There was no wave on Hawkeye's face as he slashed at the oncoming water dragon bomb with his sword. It's useless. Seeing this scene, Shanks shook his head. If it were just an attack like water and fire, it wouldn't be able to do anything to Hawkeye. Rayleigh also nodded, such an attack could never break through Hawkeye's black sword. When Hawkeye started to counter-attack at 1.8, Itachi and Kisame were defeated. Wait. Thinking of this, Rayleigh suddenly realized that he had missed something. Kisame. Where is Kisame? Only then did Rayleigh realize that Kisame had disappeared from the field since the Great Fireball. You just realized it now, maybe it was a Great Fireball that attracted your attention. Luoyi smiled, the battle taking place on the sea at this time can be said to be Kisame's home court. At this time, Kisame's figure has appeared under the sea, right under the boat where Hawkeye is standing. Chapter 84. Luoyi looked at the people on Impel Down who finally reacted and smiled softly. The sea is Kisame's home ground. At this time, Kisame has entered the sea and appeared under the boat where Hawkeye is standing. Under the water, Kisame didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and his condition was better than above the water. Just when Uchiha Itachi fired the water dragon bomb and Hawkeye waved his sword to resist, Kisame's hands began to form seals crazily. Water-style shark bomb technique. As Kisame completed the seal, a huge shark made of seawater suddenly appeared under the sea. This shark was so huge that it made Hawkeye on the sea and the boat under his feet seem so insignificant. Then, Kisame pointed his hand, and the giant shark suddenly rushed towards Hawkeye above the sea. At this time, Hawkeye on the sea had just slashed open Itachi's water dragon bomb. Wow! A huge transparent shark rushed out from under the sea and swallowed Hawkeye whole. Through the sharks made of seawater, people can also see the swallowed eagle eye. On the Impel Down, everyone's eyes widened when they saw this scene. It's seawater. Shanks and Rayleigh instantly saw through the true nature of the shark, and they were even more shocked. On the sea, people who can control the seawater are simply the natural enemies of demon fruit power. At this time, if another demon fruit power were swallowed by a huge shark made of seawater, it would be equivalent to a direct death sentence. The terrifying ability, this is not what devil fruit can bring. Rayleigh's eyes were solemn. It's not over yet. Shanks said calmly. Rayleigh nodded, Hawkeye is not demon fruit power, and Kisame's water control ability should be more than that. The two people's eyes were fixed on the field, and their focus had shifted from Hawkeye to Kisame. This ability is similar to that of the fishman, but it is 100 times more sophisticated than the fishman's ability to control water. At least, I haven't seen any fishman who can do it like Kisame. Directly control the sea water, become a shark, and swallow the enemy into its belly. Not only Shanks and Rayleigh were shocked at this time, but Luffy, Buggy and Ivankov were all petrified the moment they saw the giant shark made of seawater. In their eyes, Kisame's danger level has skyrocketed. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. After swallowing Hawkeye, the huge shark continued to glide in the air, and even stayed in Kongshen for a while. And Uchiha Itachi summoned Susanoo again. Susanoo shook her hand, and 3 Megatama appeared in her hand. Then, under the control of Itachi, Susanoo threw the 3 Megatama in her hand towards the shark that was temporarily suspended in the air. Megatama of Yasaka. But just as the Megatama was thrown out, a sword light that penetrated the heaven and earth flashed out from the shark. The huge shark was shattered instantly. Then, this sword light that penetrated the world directly collided with Yasaka's Megatama. The sea surface was instantly dented by the pressure of the collision, and the sea water around the battlefield flew into the sky, like a waterfall flowing backwards, blocking everyone's sight. People like Luffy, Buggy who don't have observation haki have no way of knowing what is happening on the battlefield at this time. Boom boom boom. In just a few seconds when the sea water flew up, a series of roars came from the center of the battle, which was louder than the most violent thunder on the sea. People like Luffy Buggy without observation haki have no way of knowing what is happening on the battlefield at this time. As for Shanks and Rayleigh, they all ran to the edge of Impel Down, with looks of horror on their faces. With observation haki, they are fully aware of the battle against their master at the center of the battle. The really fierce battle begins when Hawkeye chops away 3 Megatama. That series of roars were the various fierce collisions between the 3 of them during the battle. And this fierce battle did not last long, it was over in just a few seconds. Shanks and Rayleigh looked at each other, both seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. The smile on Luo Yi's face became even brighter. After a series of roars, there was finally no sound on the sea. At this time, both on Impel Down and where the 3 Hawkeyes fought, there was silence. Luffy Buggy and others stared closely at the flying sea water, their eyes wanting to pop out. They could only observe with their naked eyes. After the battlefield calmed down, they felt extremely anxious. Up to now, no one cares about the outcome of this battle. Wow! Without the pressure of resistance, the upside-down water finally fell back to the surface, revealing the figure of Hawkeye. Itachi and Kisame stood quietly on the sea, their faces very calm. Both of them had some wounds on their bodies, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were fine. But there was obvious fatigue in his eyes. And Hawkeye behind Itachi and Kisame, the hat on his head has flown to nowhere. He is standing on a wooden board that he got from nowhere, his arms hanging behind him, half of the black sword in his hand is soaked in sea water. Middle. Hawkeye's face also had a calm expression. Luffy opened his eyes wide, completely unable to see the outcome of the battle. Shanks, Uncle Rayleigh. Luffy looked at Shanks and Rayleigh, wanting to ask about the outcome of the battle, but was stopped by Shanks with a serious look on his face. No one spoke. On the sea, Itachi and Kisame nodded to Hawkeye, turned and walked towards Luo Yi. Just after the 2 of them took a few steps, a large amount of blood suddenly began to spurt out from Hawkeye's body. There seemed to be dozens of wounds on Hawkeye's body, and the blood instantly dyed the nearby sea red. A few seconds later, Hawkeye hung the black sword on his back, glanced in the direction of Luo Yi, and turned around to leave. Hawkeye, lost. Chapter 85. Hawkeye, lost. But the last glance Hawkeye gave Luo Yi made it clear that he would not just give in. At this time, in Hawkeye's heart, not only did he not feel the humiliation of defeat, but he became even more excited. For a person like Hawkeye, is there anything more exciting than finding a powerful opponent? On the Impel Down, Luffy stared blankly at Hawkeye who turned and left, feeling shocked in his heart. If he still couldn't tell who was losing and who was winning at this moment, he wouldn't be worthy enough to say that he wanted to become the Pirate King. The power of Hawkeye, who once defeated Zoro with a single blow, still remained in his heart, but today, the world's greatest swordsman, whom Zoro said was defeated by him. So strong. The idea of becoming stronger emerged in Luffy's heart again. This time, the idea could no longer be suppressed and grew crazily in his heart. Soon, Luffy had a decision in his mind. Next to Luffy, Ivankov was even more shocked than Luffy. He has been around the sea for many years, and he knows much more about Hawkeye than Luffy. In his impression, this man, Hawkeye, has never lost. That was a man who could compete with 4 Emperors Shanks on equal terms, yet he lost like this. How come I have never heard of these characters in the sea? This is too scary. Ivankov looked at the figures of Luo Yi, Kisame, and others, not knowing what to say at all. The maritime landscape is changing too fast. He had only been in Impel Down for a few years, and an organization as strong as Luo Yi appeared, which made him feel nervous. But what Ivankov didn't know was that not only him, but also Shanks and Whitebeard were caught off guard by Luo Yi's rise. No one could have expected that Luo Yi would be able to achieve this in such a short period of time. He already has the qualifications to become 4 emperors. Shanks looked at Luo Yi solemnly, guessing Luo Yi's plan in his heart. If Luo Yi wanted to occupy his own territory on the sea, no one could stop him. Only then will the real changes begin. Rayleigh's heart is even more complicated. He has known Luo Yi since Luo Yi was unknown. It can be said that he is the person who has the most contact with Luo Yi among the people present. Such a terrifying rise speed, even Roger back then, could not match. Rayleigh sighed softly in his heart, already thinking of completely retiring. Roger is dead, Whitebeard has also reached the end of his life, Shanks, once a trainee on the ship, has now become 4 emperors, and Sengoku has also been defeated by a newcomer. He does not know that in this sea, apart from memories, what else can be done. At this time, Luo Yi looked at the different expressions on everyone's faces, with a faint smile on his face. Luo Yi patted Hancock's little hand, which was still massaging him, stood up, and waved to everyone on Impel Down. Everyone, the matter is over, there is no need to stay. Luo Yi said with a smile. I'll leave the affairs here to you. Luo Yi glanced at Shanks. He didn't bother to care about what happened next. Since Shanks was here, he just left it to Shanks. Shanks. After saying that, Luo Yi turned around and left, taking Hancock and several members of the Xiao organization to board the Empress ship. He had already plundered all the devil fruit at the scene, and his strong strength was also seen by all the forces in the world. Luoyi had achieved all his goals and there was no need to chat with them anymore. Leaving everyone still in shock, Luoyi left Impel Down directly and went to Nine Snake Island, where he still had half of the island of his own. Now Luoyi urgently needs to sort out his goods. The number of devil fruit has reached 66, and Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, and Scorpion are really fighting against the top combat forces in the pirate world. After that, Luoyi believes that with their abilities, they will have new insights and become stronger. I'm really a little tired. Whitebeard and Sengoku are indeed the top combat forces in the world. On the Empress's ship, in the Empress exclusive cabin, Luoyi was resting on the Empress legs, relaxing her body. In the Impel Down battle, Luoyi tried his best and even exhausted his energy. Now that he relaxed, he suddenly felt sore all over, and a strong sense of exhaustion surged into his heart. He fell into a deep sleep on the Empress's bed. 0. When the Empress saw Luoyi sleeping on her lap, her face turned red, her eyes looked at Luoyi's handsome face, her heart beat loudly, and she felt like she was about to faint from happiness. Tired Luoyi slept for 2 days. While Luoyi was sleeping, the result of the battle with Impel Down spread rapidly throughout the sea. What was originally a big event where Marine wanted to execute Ace turned into a personal show for Luoyi. Defeating Sengoku and Whitebeard in succession, such a record made everyone gasp. This is already a record that people can't even imagine. If Luoyi's previous battle of Sabaody archipelago is still within the acceptable range of people, what Luoyi has done now? It's completely beyond people's understanding. However, after being shocked, many people began to realize that in this sea, the older generation of strong men were slowly withdrawing from the big stage of the sea. The era of new people is coming. World Government, Commander in an empty office. Kong put down the detailed battle report in his hand and looked a little gloomy. The order on the sea was disrupted by the appearance of Luoyi and Wolf. How is Sengoku's situation? Sora asked the phone bug in his hand. Come back to the commander, Marshal Sengoku is still recovering from his injuries. A marine's voice came from the phone bug. Let him rest well and don't think too much. Yes. 2 days passed and Luoyi finally woke up. He was woken up by the sound of the system. Host, the system upgrade is complete, and the hidden character function section is enabled. The system's voice sounded in Luoyi's mind. Hidden characters section. Luoyi, who had just woken up, asked doubtfully. Yes host, hidden characters, that is, some characters who have joined the Akatsuki organization, but have withdrawn from the Akatsuki organization for various reasons. The hidden characters section allows the host to summon these characters. Luoyi's heart moved, and he immediately understood the role of the hidden characters section. For example, Orochimaru, Sasuke, and others who have joined the Akatsuki organization. Luoyi asked tentatively. Yes, these characters are all in the hidden section of the system. Chapter 86. In the Grand Line, there is a submarine moving forward in the sea water. The standard of the Heart Pirates is painted on the submarine. It is the pirate ship of Trafalgar Law. At this time, in the submarine, the White Bear Bibbo was holding a newspaper and stared at the news on it. In the newspaper, there is no figure of Luoyi, only the messy appearance of Impel Down after Luoyi left. But the news in the newspaper accurately described what happened on Impel Down. This is not official news, but an underground newspaper that is suspected to be founded by the Revolutionary Army. Only such newspapers have the strength to understand what happened on Impel Down and dare to make these things public. Bibbo looked at the newspaper in his hand and was completely frightened. He was very impressed with Luoyi. Not only did he kill his captain Trafalgar Law with one move, he also wanted to take him away and use him as a pillow. I didn't expect that Luoyi 17 would cause such a big incident in such a short period of time. I couldn't even imagine it. In another room of the submarine, Luo had the same newspaper in his hand. Xiao Trafalgar Law's face was a little gloomy, and he had very complicated feelings for Luoyi. The fruit of silence, which is extremely important to him, is in Luoyi's hands. During this period of time, he collected devil fruit like crazy, but he was still far from the 10 devil fruit that Luoyi needed. In the second half of the Grand Line, the pirates of New World are much more powerful than the pirates in the previous half. Trafalgar Law threw the newspaper in his hand to the ground irritably. The newspaper suddenly spread out and scattered all over the floor. In his irritation, Trafalgar Law glanced at the ground, and there was a newspaper that he had not paid much attention to just now, but it caught his attention. There is a photo in the newspaper. It's Luffy. Luo Weilang, of course he knew Luffy, he was also one of the supernovas. Trafalgar Law picked up the newspaper with Luffy's photo, but found that except for a photo of Luffy, there was no more information. This photo seems a bit out of place in the newspaper. But soon, Luo's attention shifted to Luffy's arm in the photo. On the arm, 3D, a cross is drawn on it, and 2 words are written below, 2Y. Where Hawkeye lives, where Zoro lands. At this time, Hawkeye has returned to his castle, wrapped in bandages. Under the bandages are the wounds left by his battle with Itachi and Kisame. Hawkeye, who returned home, frowned slightly when he saw Zoro appearing inexplicably in his home. Zoro, who was also covered in bandages, looked confused when he looked at the bandages on Hawkeye's body and the blood seeping out. The bandage on his body was tied by the ghost girl Perona, but what happened to the bandage on Hawkeye? There is also blood on the bandage, which is clearly a reflection of the scars all over the body. Hawkeye could be so seriously injured? Isn't he the greatest swordsman in the world? The man who tied with 4 emperors' shanks. At this time, Zoro felt that his 3 views had been strongly impacted. The goal that I had always wanted to surpass was actually injured like this. Noticing Zoro's look, Hawkeye dropped a newspaper. There is no shortage of surprises in this world. After saying this, Hawkeye turned and left. For Hawkeye, it is definitely a surprise to find someone who is more powerful than himself in the field of swords. After Hawkeye left, Zoro picked up the newspaper and became more and more shocked as he read it. He finally knew who hurt Hawkeye like this. There was a storm in Zoro's heart. Half an hour later, Zoro, who had calmed down a little, finally saw Luffy's photo. 2Y. Zoro frowned and realized that things were not simple. B. He didn't understand what Luffy wanted to express at all. It was about Luffy. Zoro suddenly forgot about other things and fell into deep thought. At this time, on several remote islands in the Grand Line, except for Zoro, Luffy and the rest of the group who were shot away by the Big Bear also saw this newspaper. They all noticed Luffy's abrupt photo. 2Y. The Straw Hat crew were everywhere in the Grand Line. When they saw the 2 words on Luffy's arm, they all showed expressions of realization, and then their expressions became determined. Luffy 2 years later. Being wiped out by the Big Bear group made all of them realize their own shortcomings. I will definitely become stronger. Nami, Chopper, Sanji, all understood what Luffy meant, but Zoro was still thinking hard. At this time on 9 Snake Island, when Luo Yi finally fell asleep, the Empress ship finally arrived at 113 9 Snake Island. The peninsula belonging to Luo Yi has gradually taken shape under the transformation of the people of 9 Snake Island. The palace and various laboratories that Luo Yi wanted have taken shape. Luo Yi, who landed on 9 Snake Island, was quite satisfied with the progress of the project. If you continue at this rate, it won't be long before you can have a residence that completely suits your heart. But now, Luo Yi can only live in the palace of the Empress. Of course Luo Yi was not embarrassed at all, and the Empress could not refuse Luo Yi's request. Soon the 2 of them came to the Empress Palace. The palace has long been prepared for the Empress to receive the wind and wash away the dust, as well as to take a bath. Luo Yi glanced at the Empress, who suddenly turned red. In the luxurious bathhouse, Luo Yi soaked in the bath solution carefully prepared by the people of 9 Snake Island. He felt comfortable and relaxed all over. Outside the door, the Empress' face was hot. She tried to push open the door of her own bathroom several times, but she took her hand back. A confused look on his face. Chapter 87. Empress Hancock stood in front of the bathroom door with a troubled look on her face. At this time, Luo Yi had more than 60 fruits in his body and had already heard the movement outside the door. Luo Yi laughed in her heart. The Empress's little daughter's mentality really seemed a bit cute. Luo Yi didn't say anything. He had some teasing thoughts in his heart and closed his eyes directly, wanting to see what the Empress would do. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Yi connected to the system again. Luo is still very interested in the hidden character panel that the system mentioned before. In the hidden character panel, there are 2 powerful characters, Orochimaru and Sasuke. You know, Orochimaru is definitely a genius among geniuses. If Orochimaru is summoned into the world of pirates, I really don't know what Orochimaru, who is keen on various experiments, will come up with. There is also Sasuke. Some of his powers are also very practical. His Mangekyo Sharingan ability can control the form of Amaterasu's black flame, which can be said to make up for one of Amaterasu's huge shortcomings. Hidden character section, Luo Yi must be turned on. However, after having a more in-depth communication with the system, Luo Yi frowned. To fully unlock the Hidden Man 887 Objects section, you also need a lot of Devil Fruit. These Devil Fruits are different from the Devil Fruits that unlock characters now. The fruits consumed by opening the section will disappear completely. In other words, the Devil Fruit that Luo Yi currently has in his hand cannot be used to open the Hidden Character section, otherwise Luo Yi's strength will be weakened. Still going to get Devil Fruit? Luo Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the wall of the bathtub, thinking about the current situation. Regarding the system, Luo Yi has nothing to complain about. Without the system, he would not be where he is now. Moreover, Luo Yi also discovered that the system was just a mechanical existence. Apart from answering some system questions, Luo Yi could hardly communicate with it. Anyway, finding Devil Fruit is not a difficult task for Luo Yi. Soon, a smile appeared on Luo Yi's face. He found a way to get a lot of Devil Fruit next. It just so happens that this, bite fee, method can be regarded as the same thing as what Luo Yi wants to do. Bulldozing the naval headquarters. On Impel Down, Luo Yi told Sengoku that he must give Marine a big gift. Luo Yi wants to completely solve Marine's problem, otherwise Marine will always circle around him, which will annoy Luo Yi to death. After the Impel Down battle, even if an ordinary marine would not take action against Luo Yi, he would still monitor Luo Yi's actions. Luo Yi would never allow marines' actions like this. Luo Yi wanted to completely let Marine down and didn't dare to provoke him. It's time for Marine to understand the current situation clearly. Luo Yi smiled. In this world, there are only two ways to stabilize one's position. Make others admire you, or make others fear you. To deal with Marine, Luo Yi chose to make Marine fearful. Luo Yi's plan is very simple, hit Marine until there is no one left to hit. But just as Luo Yi was thinking about it, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the bathroom door. He was the guard of Nine Snake Island. He wanted to report something urgent to the Empress, but he couldn't find the Empress. He could only ask Granny Snake for help. Granny Snake immediately had a black line on her head, and she thought with her toes that the Empress must be near Luo Yi now. Immediately, Granny Snake found the Empress who was still struggling outside the bathroom door. Seeing the Empress's appearance, Granny Snake's face became even more gloomy. Luo Yi not only took away half of the Nine Snakes Island, but also stole the heart of the Snake King. You don't look like an emperor at all. Don't forget that you are the king of the Nine Snakes Kingdom. Granny Snake scolded. The Empress's face suddenly changed, and she put on her most classic contemptuous posture. She pointed her finger at Granny Snake and said, I know what I should do firsthand, so I don't need you to talk anymore. Granny Snake was so angry that her head was smoking, but there was nothing she could do to the Empress. After calming down, Granny Snake finally did not forget her purpose of finding the Empress. A man broke into the island. Granny Snake said seriously. The Empress raised her eyebrows and immediately said, kill. No man other than Mr. Luo Yi is allowed on Nine Snakes Island. Granny Snake was speechless for a while, confirming that the Empress was terminally ill. He said he came to see Xiao. Granny Snake said seriously. The Empress was stunned. When she heard Luo Yi's name, Luo Yi's smiling face appeared in her head again, and her face began to turn rosy. Can you still do it? Let's talk about business. Granny Snake felt like she was going crazy. Luo Yi, who was in the bathroom at this time, clearly heard the conversation between the two people. However, Luo Yi also had some doubts in his heart. A person? Looking for me? After thinking for 2 seconds, Luo Yi didn't think of anyone, but there was always a strange feeling in Luo Yi's heart. It's impossible for unrelated people to come here because of the reputation. Standing up from the bath, Luo Yi hurriedly wiped the water drops on himself, put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Luo Yi suddenly come out, the Empress and Granny Snake were stunned. Luo Yi ignored the two people's gaze and asked directly. Who is looking for me? Have you asked for the name? Granny Snake turned towards Luo Yi, feeling a little bitter in her heart. At this time, Luo Yi looked more like the king of Nine Snake Island. He said his name was Nanoro Zoro. Granny Snake said. He came to you to learn swordsmanship. Luo Yi's expression suddenly became extremely exciting. Chapter 88. Luo Yi's expression suddenly became very exciting. Zoro wants to become a disciple? This is interesting. When reading One Piece comics in his previous life, Luo Yi still liked the character Zoro very much. Unexpectedly, Zoro would actually play such a trick now. But soon, Luo Yi figured out the key. Zoro was shot by a big bear and flew to the island where Hawkeye lived. After seeing Hawkeye who was covered in injuries, he ran to find him because his head was hot. However, Luo Yi also felt a little incredible that Zoro could find Nine Snake Island. Although his relationship with the Empress was already seen by Eagle Eye when he was on Impel Down, it is not a secret that he will be on Nine Snakes 143 Island. However, Luo Yi was a little surprised that Zoro was able to cross the calm belt and reach Nine Snake Island with his severely injured body. Regardless of his tenacity, Zoro didn't get lost this time. Sure enough, he is a guy who is determined to do something. Luo Yi shook his head, feeling very interesting. With Zoro's qualifications, it is definitely possible to surpass Hawkeye. Even Luo Yi couldn't estimate what a powerful man Zoro would eventually grow into. But Luo Yi is sure that Zoro will be stronger than everyone expected in the end. Interesting, then let me train you personally. Luo Yi already made a decision in his heart. Luo Yi said to Granny Snake, bring him to see me. After speaking, Luo Yi turned around and returned to the bathroom, changing the bathrobe into normal clothes. The old lady snake outside the bathroom has black hair on her head. Luo Yi really thinks of himself as the emperor of Nine Snake Island. Seeing that Granny Snake didn't move, the Empress suddenly became unhappy and opened her mouth to scold Granny Snake. Poor Granny Snake, when she saw the Empress's expression, she didn't know what she wanted to say. She sighed lightly and did as she was told. To capture the thief, capture the king first, as the ancient saying goes, you will not deceive me. Grandma Snake feels miserable in her heart. Soon, Luo Yi and Hancock came to the Empress Palace and met Zoro. At this time, Zoro looked extremely embarrassed, with endless exhaustion on his face, but there was a kind of persistence in his eyes. After meeting Luo Yi, he instantly recognized Luo Yi's identity. Without him, Luo Yi was the first man he saw after he landed on Nine Snake Island. Luo Yi sat down with an expressionless face, his eyes a little deep, making it difficult to tell what he was thinking. The atmosphere in the palace suddenly became a little depressing. The source of depression is none other than Luo-san. Although Luo Yi is very interested in Zoro, he will never take Zoro in if Zoro's attitude is a little bit wrong. Luo Yi likes people who can recognize their own position. Under Luo Yi's gaze, a layer of fine beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Zoro's forehead. Too strong. He is the person he is looking for. Zoro's eyes were firm, he put his 3 knives together and placed them by his side, and then slowly knelt down towards Luo Yi. Head touches the ground. Please. Please teach me. Fencing. Zoro's voice, extremely firm, echoed throughout the palace. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi felt a little emotional. Zoro's kneeling was supposed to be for Hawkeye, but now because of Hawkeye's defeat, he has become the target of Zoro's advice. Luo Yi knew very well what this kneeling meant to Zoro. However, Luo Yi still didn't agree to Zoro just like that. Would you rather give up your dignity and ask me for advice? Ling Shi said. Yes. That's right. Then even if you become the world's best swordsman in the future, what's the point? Luo Yi's voice was cold, and the atmosphere in the palace became even more depressing. Zoro said almost without hesitation, I have my reasons for becoming stronger. I found something more important than my own ambition. Zoro's words stunned everyone in the palace. The Empress glanced at Luo subconsciously, her eyes extremely gentle. Luo Yi's eyes also instantly became a little rippled, but this ripple was immediately hidden by Luo Yi. There is something more important than ambition. After 2 seconds of silence, Luo Yi smiled softly, his eyes had changed, and the oppressive atmosphere in the palace also disappeared. You are here to ask for lessons in swordsmanship. Luo Yi spoke calmly and asked the last question. What if I said, I don't understand swordsmanship? As soon as these words were spoken, Zoro's head, which had been resting on the floor, suddenly lifted up. There was extreme shock in his eyes. He doesn't understand swordsmanship? Seeing Zoro's appearance, Luo Yi shook his head. He was really a reckless guy. He didn't even understand himself, so he crossed the calm belt and came to seek his apprenticeship. Luo Yi doesn't understand swordsmanship at all. 0.9. You can leave here. With a sneer, Luo Yi stood up and walked directly out of the palace. The Empress immediately followed Luo Yi, but when Luo Yi walked to the palace door, there was a sound of knocking his head on the ground from behind. Luo Yi couldn't help but pause in his steps. Please teach me. Killing technique. Luo Yi turned his head slightly, with a hint of surprise on his expression, but then, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth turned up slightly. Zoro's performance is very suitable for Luo Yi. Hancock, find someone to take him to recover from his injuries first. I accept this apprentice. Chapter 89. Time flies so fast. It has been half a month since Zoro came to Nine Snake Island. The storm on the sea has gradually calmed down. People seem to have accepted the various things that happened on Impel Down. Under the Empress's intelligence network, although Luo Yi had never been out of Nine Snakes Island, he was extremely clear about what had happened in the past 2 months. Luffy and Rayleigh found a small island and are undergoing 2-year special training. Marine suffered heavy losses in the Impel Down battle and almost lost its prestige. Pirates from all sides wanted to cause trouble, but Marine's performance exceeded everyone's expectations and was extremely strong. Various colonels, vice admirals, were dispatched to attack all parties. The provocative pirates in the sea dealt a heavy blow. In terms of numbers of people, no pirate group on the sea can compare to Marine. At the same time, Luo Yi learned that the world government has also taken action, and people have found CPOs in many places. As for the Whitebeard pirates, except for shrinking their own power, there has been no movement. Those who took the opportunity to rob the Whitebeard pirates were all suppressed by captains such as Ace and Marco. After all, they are the 4 Emperors pirate group. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Whitebeard doesn't take action, they are not something ordinary people can provoke. In addition, there are many pirate groups who want to defect to Luo Yi, but cannot find a way. Where Luo Yi is now, only those who stayed until the end on Impel Down have a clue. At this time, the situation on the sea seemed calm, but Luo Yi knew that calm was just a superficial phenomenon. There were countless people who couldn't bear it and were preparing for the next big move. This incident gave many people an opportunity. However, these have nothing to do with Luo Yi now. No matter how noisy the sea is, it cannot pose a threat to Luo Yi. On the half of Nine Snakes Island owned by Luo Yi was standing on the beach with Zoro in front of him. Under Zoro's powerful vitality and terrifying recovery ability, his injuries have recovered well and do not affect Zoro's training. Now is the first official conversation after the meeting between Luo Yi and Zoro. I don't understand swordsmanship, but you are right, I have killing skills. Luo Yi looked at Zoro and spoke calmly. Zoro's eyes were firm. He finally understood the message conveyed by Luffy. In these 2 years, he will become stronger. He has no objection to Luo Yi's killing skills. After all, swords are for killing people. Looking at Zoro, Luo Yi continued, the training of killing skills will be more dangerous and difficult than any learning you have experienced before. There is even a possibility of losing one's life. You have to be aware that your head could be chopped off at any time. If you are afraid, you can leave Nine Snakes Island now. Zoro remained motionless, his eyes becoming more determined. Luo Yi smiled. Zoro's performance was as expected. This person has one of the best qualities, that is, he can overcome all difficulties. No matter how powerful the difficulties are, as long as Zoro is still alive, he will definitely succeed. Will break through barriers. In this case, within 2 years from now, your life will be mine. Let me see your strength first. Luo Yi said. If you fail, everything for you will be over. Zoro was stunned for a moment, were he going to fight Luo Yi? Seeing Zoro's expression, Luo Yi understood what Zoro was thinking, shook his head, and pointed behind him. In the woods behind Luo Yi, Kisame Kisaki walked over carrying the same Hada sword. A look of excitement. In the past half-month, he has been going crazy with idleness. If something doesn't happen, Kisame will go looking for Itachi with a big sword. Although he must have been tortured by ferret blood, it is still much better than being idle and moldy now. Looking at Zoro, Kisame grinned. Zoro froze again. Kisame the fish man. He recognized Kisame, who had a bounty of 1.3 billion, and was a fierce general under Luo Yi. He was known as the fishman Kisame on the sea, and his strength was extremely terrifying. But after hearing Zoro's words, the smile on Kisame's face froze. Luo Yi laughed in his heart, patted Zoro on the shoulder and said, "Bless yourself." Zoro's face became serious. The current Zoro cannot be Kisame's opponent. Luo Yi gave up the field, and Kisame walked up to Zoro, his expression no longer as good as before. "Zoro, your mission today is to survive," Luo Yi said. Immediately, Luo Yi turned to look at Kisame and said, "Kisame, your order." "Kill him." Luo Yi pointed at Zoro. A trace of bloodthirsty flashed in Kisame's eyes. Even if he knew that the man opposite was the boss's apprentice, he would carry out Luo Yi's orders to the letter. Waste has no right to speak. Kisame has known this for a long time. If Zoro died by his own sword, no one would feel sorry for him. If you are still alive during dinner, you can have the first lesson. After saying that, Luo Yi turned around and left the beach without looking back. On the beach, only Zoro and Kisame were left. A smile appeared on Kisame's face again, but this smile was different from before, revealing endless terror. Zoro, the hairs all over his body are standing on end. Luo Yi left the beach and went directly to the Queen's palace. Zhao's, half of the island is still under construction, and it will take some time before it can be lived in. Now Luo Yi is on Nine Snake Island, enjoying almost the same treatment as the Empress. After arriving at the palace, Luo Yi did not disturb the Empress, but came to his room and began to communicate with the system. Half a month ago, at Luo Yi's request, the system began to crack haki for Luo Yi free of charge. After coming to the pirate world for so long, the system was also collecting various characteristics of the pirate world. With the energy of more than 60 devil fruits, not only Luo Yi's strength has grown tremendously, but the various functions of the system have also become stronger and stronger. Now, the system has reached the final stage of cracking haki. Luo Yi poured himself a glass of wine and waited for the system's cracking results. After drinking a glass of wine, the cracking of the system was finally over. Chapter 90. Host, the haki unique to the pirate world, has been cracked. Now begin to awaken haki in the host. The system's voice shocked Luo Yi. If you don't want haki, Luo Yi certainly won't. The practicality of something like haki is simply incredible. Moreover, although there are 3 types of things like haki, knowledge color, weapon color, and conquerors, the haki mastered and awakened by everyone is not exactly the same. For example, Fujitora, his observation haki is so powerful that few people in the entire ocean can surpass him. Garp, his armament haki is undoubtedly the #1 marine. The former green pepper pirate, with such a hard head, was flattened by Garp's punch. Even Conqueror's haki, only a few people can awaken. Therefore, everyone has the ability to awaken haki, but people's haki is also different. And now, the system is going to help Luo Yi awaken his haki. Luo Yi was a little curious, not knowing to what extent his 3 haki could be awakened. Among the ones Luo Yi has seen so far, Fujitora is the strongest in the sight color, Garp in the armed color, and Shanks in terms of conquerors. Come on, I don't know what kind of strength my haki has. Luo Yi closed his eyes in anticipation. 3 hours passed by in a flash. During this period, Luo Yi did not feel bored. During the whole process, Luo Yi had a strange feeling in his heart, which became stronger and stronger as time went by. He seemed to be able to see the birds flying outside the window, the mosquitoes hovering on the roof, and where the fish in the river were about to swim. When seeing all this, Luo Yi's eyes were closed. During these 3 hours, this feeling was only vague at first, like a stream of light shining in Luo Yi's mind, but now, Luo Yi can clearly grasp this feeling and can feel that there is something certain around him. Various situations within the scope. Luo Yi had a hunch that he could enter this state at any time if he wanted to. Is this what observation haki feels like? This wonderful feeling made Luo Yi feel slightly excited. It's amazing, I enjoy it, I feel like I'm in control of everything. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his head again. Host, the haki in your body has awakened. Now you can try to use your haki. The system said. Luo Yi then opened his eyes. But Luo Yi's expression was a bit strange. Isn't it the feeling that I was using haki just now? According to the system, Luo Yi has not yet used haki. But now, Luo Yi can clearly see the surrounding situation. No. Luo Yi had a suspicion in his mind, but even he couldn't believe it. If this is really the case, then his haki strength will crush everyone. Luo Yi closed his eyes and felt it carefully. After half a minute, Luo Yi finally caught a strange feeling. Like the fuse of a bomb being ignited, Luo Yi's ability to see everything with his eyes closed was directly detonated. In an instant, Luo Yi's mind was filled with countless information. Luo Yi closed his eyes, but his wildly twitching eyelids revealed the shock in Luo Yi's heart at this time. The working people of Kyuji Island, Kisame chasing Zoro, the huge sea kings, the endless sea. Luo Yi saw the entire Nine Snakes Island and the endless sea. The range of haki he has seen and heard is larger than the entire Nine Snakes Island. The shocked Luo Yi turned his attention to Nine Snakes Island. Suddenly, countless emotions flooded into Luo Yi's heart, and each emotion was related to a person on Nine Snakes Island. Hi! Luo Yi opened his eyes suddenly and broke into a cold sweat. He just had to withdraw from that state. Luo Yi, who started observation haki with all his strength for the first time, was completely inexperienced and tried to perceive the entire Nine Snakes Island. As a result, he was hit by a large amount of information and was dizzy. For ordinary people, this is simply seeking death. The use of observation haki has always been targeted, paying attention to the situation around you and the actions of your opponents, otherwise too much information will affect people's brains. Therefore, the current Luo Yi suffered a small loss due to lack of experience. However, Luo Yi's eyes are extremely bright. His observation haki has a wide range and is definitely at the top level. Just give him some time to adapt to the use of observation haki. His strength will be greatly improved to the current level. It's really a good thing. Luo Yi pressed his eyebrows, and there was still some pain there. 0. Luo Yi's face was excited. He already liked this feeling. Observation haki appeared again, and Luo Yi felt like he was in control of the world. However, Luo Yi does not plan to use observation haki again until the headache subsides. There is another kind, armed color. Luo Yi stretched out his palm, his heart moved, and the palm in front of him suddenly turned black. Luo Yi tapped his palm that turned black with his other hand, and a sonorous sound suddenly came out. It feels like steel, but is harder and tougher than steel. However, Luo Yi quickly put away his weapon color. Now that he was alone, he could not compare the strength of his weapon color. But seeing how powerful Wen Se was, Luo Yi felt that his armed color was not much different. After initially using two types of haki, Luo Yi was still very satisfied. He stood up from the bed and stretched. The last type of conquerors, the system had told him long ago that he could only rely on his own ability to find opportunities to awaken, so Luo Yi did not force it. Now, it's time to check out Zoro's situation. Just when Luo Yi observation haki swept across the entire island, Luo Yi still remembered that Zoro was still alive. As expected of Zoro, Luo Yi smiled softly, left his room, and walked towards the place where he saw Zoro and Kisame just now. Chapter 91. As expected of Zoro, Luo Yi smiled softly, left his room, and walked towards the place where he saw Zoro and Kisame just now. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and it was time for dinner as Luo Yi said. When observation haki scanned the entire Nine Snakes Island before, he clearly sensed that Zoro was still alive. With Zoro's current strength, he could persist in Kisame's hands for such a long time. Although Luo Yi had expected it, when he saw Zoro, he was still shocked by Zoro's appearance. Zoro's injuries were more serious than when he came to Nine Snake Island. At this time, Zoro and Kisame had returned to the position on the beach where Luo Yi had left. Zoro was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and the blood flowing from his body dyed a large area of the beach around him red. And Kisame, sitting cross-legged not far from Zoro, side by side with Zoro, same Hades sword was stuck on the beach on the side, which was covered with bloodline. The battle between the two has ended. Kisame failed to complete the order given to him by Luo Yi, and the expression on his face was very strange. After fighting Zoro in person, Kisame realized how terrifying this opponent was. If we talk about combat power, Zoro's combat power is still far from the top level in this world. However, at Zoro's current stage, his fighting consciousness and terrifying vitality shocked Kisame. Kisame turned to look at Zoro, finally knowing why Luo Yi accepted Zoro as his disciple. To survive from my own attack until now is not because I am merciful. This man's life will not be taken away easily. At this time, Kisame looked at the seriously injured Zoro and actually felt pity for his talent. At this time, Luo Yi finally came behind the two of them. Not bad. Luo Yi said with a smile. Hearing Luo Yi's voice, Zoro slowly turned his head and looked at Luo Yi. His eyes were still so determined. Luo Yi nodded slightly, walked directly to the opposite side of the two people, and sat down cross-legged as well. Now with Zoro's injuries, he should not be able to do anything again in a short time, but Luo Yi has just introduced a concept to Zoro that must be mastered. Haki. Luo Yi knows that during such a long voyage, Zoro will more or less realize the existence of Haki. Now, although Luo Yi's Haki is system awakened, his understanding of Haki is comprehensive. Luo Yi is fully capable of guiding others to awaken Haki. Zoro, you know, Haki. Luo Yi said. At the same time, Luo Yi's hands were covered in armed colors. Seeing Luo Yi's palm turn black, Zoro was stunned. He was a little unfamiliar with the changes in Luo Yi's hand. Zoro has indeed never encountered an enemy with armament Haki since he went to sea. However, Kisame next to Zoro looked surprised. Luo Yi had already mentioned the concept of Haki to them. In the Impel Down battle, Kisame really had a deep understanding of armament Haki when he finally fought against Hawkeye. Understanding. Kisame and Itachi, who were not interested in armed colors, truly realized the power of armed colors during their battle with Hawkeye. Looking at the black color on Luo Yi's hand, Kisame was shocked. When did the boss learn armament Haki? However, Luo Yi glanced at Kisame and said nothing. Luo Yi couldn't tell whether Kisame could understand Haki. If Kisame really learned it, it would be an unexpected surprise. What if Kisame learned the weapon color, the black same had a sword? Don't dare to think. Don't dare to think. In short, Luo Yi told Zoro and Kisame all his thoughts about armament Haki and some feelings when using it. The two listened carefully, but they were also a little confused. However, Luo Yi was not surprised. Haki's understanding was not that simple. Luo Yi has great confidence in Zoro. The height this guy can reach in the future is something even Luo Yi 033 can't see clearly. A small Haki can't stop him. On the other hand, Kisame, as a person from the Hokage world, has a very different physique from people from the pirate world. Even the system cannot explain this clearly, so Luo Yi can only wait and see. Soon, Luo Yi briefly explained some things about Haki, and then asked people to take Zoro to bandage the wound, while Luo Yi came to the palace of the Empress. The Empress made a new discovery, and marine ships began to appear near Nine Snakes Island. Luo Yi sat on the seat that belonged to the Empress, with an interested look on her face. Marine, still don't give up. A hint of coldness flashed in Luo Yi's eyes. Chapter 92. Marine, are you still determined to give up? Luo Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The current Luo Yi can be said to be at the same level as the Four Emperors, and even more dangerous than the Four Emperors. It is impossible for Marine not to investigate Luo Yi's movements. Especially for Marine, who suffered heavy losses in the Impel Down battle, Luo Yi can be said to be Marine's biggest threat now. During Impel Down, Luo Yi once personally told Sengoku that he would give Marine a big gift. Sengoku couldn't settle down at all. He knew that Luo Yi was not a kind person, and anyone who offended Luo Yi would definitely pay the price. That's why now, Marine's warship is wandering outside Nine Snake Island, because he wants to monitor the movements of Nine Snake Island, so that Marine can know in advance when Luo Yi makes any moves. Unfortunately, these stupid Marines completely misunderstood what Sengoku meant. Sengoku means to secretly monitor from a place that cannot be observed on Nine Snake Island. It is best not to be discovered by Luo Yi, but now, these Marines ran directly to the vicinity of Nine Snake Island and were exposed to Luo Yi's eyes. If Sengoku knew about these people's actions, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood immediately. This is not spying at all, this is provocation. When Marine first appeared near Nine Snakes Island, he was discovered by the Empress people and reported to Hanku. Hancock, on the other hand, immediately told Luo Yi. Hancock now only follows Luo Yi's lead, letting Luo Yi make the decision in everything. As long as Luo Yi said it, she would do it to the letter. In this matter, Hancock was of course following Luo Yi's command. At this time, in Hancock's room, Luo Yi was sitting on a chair with a wine glass in his hand. Empress Hancock was squeezing Luo Yi's shoulders, waiting for Luo Yi's decision. Luo Yi had a playful smile on his face and already had a plan in mind. These Marines are perfect as Zoro's whetstones. Ignore it for now, I will deal with them after a while. Luo Yi said with a smile. People called Kyujishima, please don't conflict with Marine recently. Of course, Hancock didn't have any objections. He responded softly, picked up the phone, and gave the order, BHCH. A month passed very quickly. During this period, Luo Yi became familiar with his newly acquired observation haki and armament haki. The strength of Luo Yi's observation haki is definitely the top level, even on Nine Snakes Island. Feel the movement of marine battleships in the distance. Not only that, Luo Yi can see the characters, actions, and daily training on the marine battleship. During this month, Luo Yi used his own knowledge to observe Marine. After seeing Marine's training several times, he actually learned the instructions in Marine 6 styles. After learning finger pistol, even Luo Yi felt a little funny. Marine was originally here to monitor his movements, but he didn't expect that he would secretly learn Marine's signature skill, finger pistol. If Sengoku knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. As for the other skills in Marine 6 styles, it's not that Luoyi can't learn them, but that Luoyi thinks there's no need to learn them. Luoyi has the ability to fly, and armament haki is with him. Several other Marine 6 styles, Luoyi doesn't like it at all. Only the finger pistol is a move that can continuously increase in power as one's strength increases. In the Impel Down station, the finger pistol used by Sengoku fully illustrates this point. This is also what Luoyi likes, the strength of the hidden gun. A trick that never goes out of style. After learning finger pistol, Luoyi used half of his strength to test the power of finger pistol. The destructive power of this finger stunned everyone on Nine Snakes Island. Luoyi's finger directly destroyed a hill. Seeing such a powerful finger from Luoyi, Zoro admired Luoyi even more. As long as it was a task given by Luoyi, he would complete it to the letter. On this day, Luoyi looked at Zoro, who had fully recovered from his injuries, and finally grinned. Zoro, armament haki, how is your understanding? Luoyi said with a smile, with a cunning light in his eyes. Zoro looked straight, a little ashamed. It had been a month since he had yet to understand the armed haki, which made him feel very bad. Don't worry, there is a mission today. You may meet many people who know armament haki. If you are interested, you can capture them and practice sword practice with you. Luoyi said with a smile. Zoro's next task is to clean up the marine battleships outside Nine Snake Island. Although this task is a bit difficult for Zoro now, isn't Zoro such a man who grows up in the extreme? This is the only way Luoyi can improve Zoro's strength. Do you want Luoyi to guide Zoro step by step? Just kidding, Luoyi is not a teacher, and all his abilities are given by the system. I am afraid he will teach Zoro into a fool. After hearing Luoyi's words, Zoro's eyes suddenly lit up. After Luoyi told about the armed colors that day, he had always been unable to figure out the trick. If he could catch a few people who were skilled in using armed colors, he believes that he will be able to learn the weapon colors quickly. Seeing Zoro's excited look, Ro faced with satisfaction. Then, Luoyi pointed to the shadowy marine battleship in the distance and said with a smile. Look, those marine warships are your next mission. Destroy them all. The marine who can use the weapon color is all yours. Zoro looked at Luoyi, completely petrified. He fights against the king alone with several marines? I'm afraid I'll feed the fish on the spot. Luoyi ignored Zoro, who was stunned on the spot, pulled out a small boat from the woods, and said to Zoro, Look, this is your boat. Even though it's so small, I made it very strong. Luoyi patted Zoro on the shoulder. By the way, this is calm belt, you may have to row across. Remember not to get eaten by the sea kings. Observation haki, you should also try to drive, otherwise you may not be able to come back. Come on. After you finish this job, I'll take you to do the big job. Zoro turned to look at Luoyi, who kept talking, with a confused look on his face. Chapter 93. Zoro turned to look at Luoyi, who kept talking, with a confused look on his face. Luoyi actually wants him to fight those marines? Look at this little broken boat, is it just him? Zoro stared at Luoyi in disbelief, but received an extremely encouraging look. Go ahead, I believe you. Luoyi blinked, pushed Zoro onto the boat, and patted Zoro on the shoulder with a smile. Then, Luoyi pointed to the marine warship in the distance and said. It's them, come on. Your mission is to destroy all these marines. If it doesn't work once, I'll give you a month. Zoro watched blankly as he was pushed into the sea, getting farther and farther away from Luoyi's position, and the whole 893 were dumbfounded. What is going on? A trip that just left? For the first time, you can lower your target. Once you capture a few armament haki, run back. Luoyi waved goodbye to Zoro, who was gradually moving away from him on the coast. After doing this, you will definitely learn the weapon color. Zoro held the 3 knives in his hands tightly, with veins on his forehead showing, and for the first time he doubted whether he could survive 2 years. Training under Luoyi is more dangerous than going to sea with Luffy. Every mission is a life-threatening matter. But thinking of Luffy, a fire suddenly ignited in Zoro's heart. Thinking of how he was helpless in the hands of the big bear and was knocked away, his eyes became firm again. Wow wow wow! Zoro grabbed the wood pulp, stirred the water wildly, and rushed towards Marine's location. Isn't it just a few marine battleships? I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Seeing Zoro's hard work, Luoyi smiled slightly, turned and left. I believe that these marine battleships will all disappear before long. Returning to the palace, the 6 people in the palace suddenly stood up when they saw Luoyi. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Kisaki, Puppet Scorpion, Deidara, Konan, Nagato. 66 devil fruits summoned 6 characters from the Akatsuki organization, which were the 6 people in front of Luoyi. Seeing Luoyi coming back, all 6 people stopped what they were doing and bowed slightly to Luoyi. Luoyi waved his hand. He didn't care about these things. Anyway, he knew that his status was definitely the highest in the hearts of Xiao organization members. Scorpion, Deidara, you two, just watch Zoro during this period, don't let that guy die. Luo Yi ordered. Of course Luo Yi will not watch Zoro die. After all, he is Luo Yi's apprentice. Although Luo Yi's training methods seem a bit cruel, it does not mean that Luo Yi will kill Zoro. Zoro's situation is very dangerous. When the time comes, Luo Yi will certainly not ignore death. No, Luo Yi arranged for Xiet and Deidara to help Zoro. As long as Zoro's life is in danger, the two people will help. With the abilities of Xiet and Deidara, these marine battleships are really bulldozed. Flat. Xiet and Deidara agreed and walked outside. To ensure Zoro's safety, the two of them should not stay too far away from Zoro. Deidara's ability is to make various bomb devices. His unique detonating clay can be made into various things and produce explosions. As soon as the two went out, Deidara used detonated clay to make a flying bird. The two sat on the big bird and flew high in the clouds towards Zoro's location. Above the clouds is their best protective position. This way they can not only avoid being discovered by Zoro, but also ensure that they can take action in time when Zoro is in danger. It can be said to be the most reasonable position that two people can find. But to Luo Yi's expectation, Deidara and Xia went out for a while and then returned to the palace. What? Luo Yi was confused, the two of them just went out, why did they come back? At this time, the expressions on Deidara and Xia's faces were a bit complicated. Boss, that little guy named Zoro is a bit interesting. Deidara said. Scorpio nodded as well, completely following what Deidara said. Luo Yi thought, Zoro wouldn't be back in such a short time. Observation haki unfolded instantly, and Luo Yi immediately saw the situation at Zoro's place. At this time, Zoro has returned to Nine Snake Island. There were several horrific wounds on Zoro's body bleeding with blood, but none of the 3 knives were missing, and the boat Luo Yi gave him was also intact. Besides Zoro, there are 3 marine personnel. All 3 marines fainted, but they still had frightened expressions on their faces, as if they had seen something scary. Luo Yi, who saw this scene with his sense of knowledge, was immediately surprised. Zoro actually grabbed 3 people from Marine's hands. Needless to say, these 3 people must have used armament haki and were targeted by Zoro. Luo Yi was surprised at how Zoro knocked out 3 Marines who knew armament haki and took them away. This was all done on the Marine War 5.5 ship. Even Luo Yi couldn't imagine how Zoro did it. At this time, Luo Yi finally understood why Deidara and Xia's expressions were so strange. I'm afraid Zoro used some shady method. Of course Luo Yi has no objection to this method. When there is a huge disparity in strength, he needs to use some special means to win. But Luo Yi didn't have time to think too much. On the distant sea, several marine warships were heading towards Nine Snake Island. The marine soldiers, who were angered by Zoro, had already aimed their guns at Kuja Island. Luo Yi, who saw this scene, immediately smiled softly and walked out of the palace first. Behind him, all 6 people from the Xiao organization followed. Chapter 94. Luo Yi walked out of the palace, and all the characters summoned by Luo Yi from the Xiao organization followed. I just watched how Zoro kidnapped 3 marines in public, including Deidara and Scorpion. The 2 people had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. What Zoro did was quite to their liking. He completely abandoned the small boat given to him by Luo Yi and directly climbed onto the marine battleship from the underwater. He maneuvered it like a tiger and tied up 3 marines who were used to eliminate armament haki. Before anyone could react, he jumped back into the sea and swam back to the shore. During this process, Zoro almost exploded with all his physical strength and was as fast as a fish in the sea. It wasn't until Zoro was about to land that the other marines realized what was happening. Someone kidnapped 3 marines. There is only one person on the other side. A man who took 3 people with him in the sea and swam faster than a fish. This simply made the commander-in-chief of several marine warships furious. Charge Lao Zi. Capture him alive, the commander roared. The commander, who was stupid enough to misunderstand Sengoku's order, once again made an extremely wrong decision. However, the commander at this time was completely unaware that he was walking towards the abyss step by step. There was an arrogant and evil smile on his face. He finally had a chance to land on Nine Snakes Island. Being sent to this calm belt to perform the task of supervisor, he originally felt that he was already in a nest. He was full of anger and had nothing to do all day long. He just stared at the calm sea and Nine Snake Island in a daze. He had a strong strength. Completely useless. Now that Zoro was making such a fuss, the anger in his heart was about to explode. He is Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles and Haki's man. As the commander-in-chief, he is the strongest. But being assigned to this kind of mission, he felt that he couldn't use all his talents. He should be the mainstay of Marine who is currently under attack. How could he be sent to such a leisurely mission? This is simply a waste. The commander, who was originally depressed, was completely devastated after encountering what Zoro did. Poor Sengoku, he didn't choose the wrong commander in terms of combat capability, but in terms of head, he was really wrong. Come on, we must capture this person alive. Sir, it's hard for us to log into Nine Snakes Island, his subordinate reminded in fear. This is contrary to Martial Marine's original order. If this arouses the anger of the big shots on Nine Snakes Island and destroys them, it will not be just a joke. Idiot. I want to see who can stop me if I want to land on Nine Snakes Island. The commander sneered. In his heart, with his strength, even Luo, who had caused the most trouble before, sneered. He is not afraid even if Yi appears in front of him. He simply did not believe that anyone could defeat Sengoku and Whitebeard in one go, and thought that everything reported on the sea was an exaggeration. After all, such a record is really amazing. At this time, the Supreme Commander did not know that Luo Yi was on Nine Snakes Island. Sengoku never expected that the team he sent out to observe Nine Snake Island from a distance would actually do such a thing. In Sengoku's plan, these marine warships should be far away from Kuja Island and can't be observed. They should silently understand the ships approaching and entering and exiting Kuja Island. If they cannot be discovered by Kuja Island, that would be great. After all, Luo Yi doesn't have a good impression of Marine now. Marine also needs a period of recuperation, and Sengoku and Fujitora have not fully recovered from their injuries. So Sengoku didn't tell these Marine soldiers about Luo Yi's stay on Nine Snake Island at all. It was originally to avoid causing panic in their hearts, but he didn't expect that it would lead to this situation now. If Sengoku were present and saw the Commander-in-Chief's stupid actions, he would probably slap him to death on the spot. Ah ha 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 ha! I heard this is an interesting island. I heard it is full of women. The Commander-in-Chief shouted that he knew that Nine Snake Island was an island full of women. The king of Nine Snake Island, the Empress Hancock, was a rare beauty. Many years ago, when he was still a little soldier, he saw the Empress and was so shocked that no woman in the world could enter his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the Empress had the title of Shishibukai, he would have led his people to break into Nine Snake Island. Now, he officially has a reason. The sudden kidnapping, the depressed mood, the task of freeing birds, and the longing for Nine Snakes Island, a series of factors combined, made the Commander-in-Chief completely lose his mind. Under his order, several marine warships rushed towards the coast where Zoro was now. Zoro, after landing on Kuja Island, put aside the 3 kidnapped marines who had armament haki, and began to breathe heavily. I just swam this distance with 3 people, and the speed was faster than he could run on land. Being able to achieve such speed is also due to the fact that Zoro usually uses a barbell larger than his own body to exercise his arm strength. But even so, Zoro's lungs were about to explode. But when Zoro looked at the 3 marine soldiers beside him who had been knocked unconscious by him, his face couldn't help but be filled with ecstasy. With these 3 people, he will definitely be able to learn to arm haki. But soon, Zoro noticed the roaring sound behind him, turned his head, and immediately saw the marine battleship approaching quickly. Zoro's face immediately looked a little ugly. But at this moment, Luo Yi's voice came from the forest ahead. Look, Zoro, you still have some practice. Today, I will introduce you to Deidara. Chapter 95. Today, I will introduce you to Deidara. Luo Yi's voice came from the woods ahead. Zoro turned around in shock and saw Luo Yi's figure emerging from the woods. Behind Luo Yi, there are 6 members of the Xiao organization. Zoro's eyes narrowed, and Hoshigaki Kisame, who almost killed him on the first day of training, was among them. In addition, he also recognized Uchiha Itachi and the puppet Scorpion. These 2 people were both figures who had appeared in the Impel Down battle. Zoro had seen news about these 2 people in the newspaper. But the other 3 people were extremely strange to him. The 3 of them were all wearing the Akatsuki organization's unique robes with black background and red clouds, but their appearance was different. A somewhat enchanting-looking man had yellow hair tied up in a bunch and flowing towards the back of his head. There was another bunch of hair that blocked one of his eyes. This person was none other than Deidara. When he saw Zoro looking at him, Deidara raised the corner of his mouth and showed his typical naughty smile. Zoro's eyes continued to look to the side. The second unfamiliar face was a woman with square-shaped lines on her face, a bun, and no expression on her face. It looked a little weird. Zionan. However, Xiaonan just glanced at Zoro without any unnecessary expression, and his eyes fell on the person he was supporting. The woman was supporting a third person whom Zoro didn't recognize. This person was skinny and had long reddish-brown hair, almost covering half of his face. But on this bony face, Zoro saw extremely strange eyes. Circle after circle, Zoro seemed to see countless circles. None other than Nagato's Rinnegan. Seeing Nagato's Rinnegan, Zoro's mind suddenly went blank. Zoro almost forgot everything when he looked into this eye. But after just 2 seconds, Nagato took the initiative to look away. Zoro came back to his senses immediately, broke out in a cold sweat, and glanced at Nagato with lingering fear. Zoro's heart was still beating wildly. What terrible eyes! Zoro almost lost his strength. Seeing Zoro's appearance, Deidara and Kisame both grinned. They dared to look at Nagato without knowing anything. They had expected Zoro's embarrassed look. Luo Yi also smiled lightly. Zoro is still too young now. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Scorpion, Deidara, Nagato, Xiaonan. Luo Yi pointed at the 6 people and introduced them one by one. Zoro endured the physical discomfort and remembered the names of 10 people. Especially Nagato, he remembered the name and his appearance deeply. At this time, Luo Yi looked towards the sea. It seems that this task is really difficult for you. Luo Yi smiled. At this time, the marine warship was very close to the coast, and several gun tubes were already aimed at the place where Luo Yi was. If they hadn't been concerned that there were still 3 marine soldiers in Zoro's hands, they would have fired long ago. At this time, the commander-in-chief who was standing at the front looked at the figures appearing on the beach with a sinister smile on his face. With just a few people, he can wipe them all out by himself. When the time comes, we will launch a surprise attack on 9 Snake Island and capture it. Wouldn't it be a great achievement? Accelerate, the commander shouted, seeming to have seen the future of becoming a god. In a crisis like Marines, if he could capture 9 Snakes Island, it would be a great achievement. The commander's eyes were red, and he didn't care about the few people standing on the beach. In his opinion, these few people had no history of resistance at all in front of the people on his several marine battleships. The commander at this time has already gone further and further away in his own world. Luo Yi looked at several marine warships moving forward in the distance, sneered, and said, Zoro, the master I introduced to you today is named Deidara, and he is an artist. As Luo Yi spoke, Deidara, who was behind him, stepped forward and smiled at Zoro. They all knew that the boss had accepted a disciple, the little guy in front of them. At this time, Deidara still has a good impression of Zoro. Being able to teach the boss's apprentice shows that Luo Yi fully recognizes his strength and the art of explosion. Thinking of this, Deidara felt a little proud. Seeing Deidara walking to Luo Yi's side, Zoro looked at Deidara with curiosity in his heart. This person named Deidara, wearing clothes unique to the Akatsuki organization, must be incredibly powerful. Anyone who wears the clothes of the Akatsuki organization definitely has strength beyond the grand prize level. This is already a consensus in the sea. Although many people now forge the costumes of the Akatsuki organization and use Luo Yi's name to show off, Zoro knows that the 6 people in front of him are genuine members of the Akatsuki organization. Zoro looked at Deidara, then at the marine battleship in the distance, and immediately understood what Luo Yi wanted to do. Zoro's eyes suddenly became fiery. If he could see a powerful person take action, he would definitely gain a lot. Deidara had a smile on his face and did not pay attention to the marine battleship in the distance at all. In front of his explosive art, if he thought about it, the ships in front of him would explode into ashes in minutes. But Deidara's thoughts are still more on Zoro. After all, this is my first time as a teacher. Luo Yi's meaning is already obvious. Everyone must teach Zoro some of their thoughts and techniques on killing. Even if you can't learn ninjutsu or anything like that, killing someone, no matter what method is used, is called killing. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is a person who kills people until they are weak. Deidara glanced at Zoro and smiled. Killing is a simple matter. As he spoke, Deidara put his hands together, put them to his mouth, and blew lightly. A white bird that looked like it was made of clay flew out from Deidara's hand, flying towards a marine warship in the distance. What I use is art. Deidara's eyes were extremely confident. Chapter 96. What I use is art. Deidara looked at the white bird flying towards the marine battleship in the distance, his eyes revealed great confidence, and an expectant smile on his lips shocked Zoro. He had only seen this kind of confidence in a few people. Zoro's heart was suddenly calmed by Deidara. Once upon a time, he was also a man with strong self-confidence, believing that he would become the world's greatest swordsman. But after experiencing so many things, he no longer talks about this slogan, but buries it deeply in his heart. There are too many powerful people in this sea. In front of these people, his ideal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman was not worth talking about. No one would care about a weak person's goal. However, Zoro's mood soon changed, and his strong side was aroused again. 17 Looking at the change in Zoro's expression, Luo Yi nodded secretly in his heart. Zoro is such a person. Whether he meets a stronger opponent or a friend, he can make Zoro work harder and become stronger. Now, Zoro looked at Deidara, his strong mood ignited again. However, Deidara didn't pay attention to Zoro's small change. His attention at this time was all on the marine battleship on the sea not far away. His bird made of detonating clay has to select a target. It's not that Deidara can't blow up all these marine battleships in one go, but with his temperament, he will never do this. He just liked watching his enemies die in despair. He likes to see the enemy's despair when he has exhausted all means and still finds himself helpless. Then, you. Deidara raised the corner of his mouth and locked away the outermost one of several marine warships. With a flick of Deidara's finger, the little bird made of white clay flew towards the marine battleship selected by Deidara. At this time, those marines were completely unaware of the impending danger. They are still immersed in the charming blueprint created by the commander to capture 9 Snakes Island, get promotions and salary increases, marry Baifume, and reach the pinnacle of life. In the eyes of many marines, the current 9 Snake Island is just a huge cake. However, there are also some Marines who are very sober, with a somewhat frightened expression on their faces. If Nine Snakes Island is captured so easily, how will the Empress' willfulness make Marines so embarrassed? This is not a cake, this is sending someone to death. There was cold sweat on the deputy commander's cheek. The development of things at this time had completely deviated from Sengoku's original mission. It was obviously a very safe mission that could be run away at any time. How could it develop into what it is now? The deputy commander had a look on his face and wanted to knock the commander in front of him unconscious with a brick. But at this moment, the deputy commander looked at the shore getting closer and suddenly felt something was not right. These people on the opposite side. The deputy commander squinted his eyes, but the distance was still too far to see clearly, but he felt that there was a vague and familiar feeling. But one thing he was sure of was that most of the few people he could vaguely see on the coast were wearing the same clothes. It looks so familiar. Where have I seen it? The deputy commander frowned, looking a little out of place among the eager Marines. The deputy commander's brows furrowed more and more, almost turning into a pimple. At this time, as the battleship moved forward, he could see more clearly. He saw that several people across from him were all wearing black clothes. Among the large amount of black, there is still a touch of red. Hong Eon's Akatsuki organization. The deputy commander rubbed his eyes that almost flew out and stared hard at the coastline. If it was really Luo Yi, he would have jumped off the ship and run away. But 2 seconds later, the deputy commander denied the identities of these people. Impossible, it must be a fake again. During this period of time, fake Akatsuki organizations wearing black and red clouds appeared all over Dahai. At first, the Marines were frightened to the point of peeing, but later they found out that they were being tricked, so they suppressed them forcefully, so that people in Dahai dared to pretend to be Luo Yi and others. Fewer and fewer. But it has not completely disappeared. There are still some people who like to seek death and spend their lives in the imposter Akatsuki organization. The deputy commander obviously regarded Luo Yi and the few people behind him as imposters. But this can't be blamed on him. When the Battle of Impel Down was about to end, the Empress came to Luo Yi. The people who knew about the relationship between Luo Yi and the Empress were only 963, a few people on the sea. And in order to prevent these Marines who were on missions from panicking, Sengoku directly concealed the news that Luo Yi was on Nine Snake Island. Therefore, the deputy commander, who knew nothing at this time, immediately eliminated Luo Yi. Even if you have to pretend to be a little bit like the Akatsuki organization, but there are only 3 people. The number of people wearing imitation Akatsuki organization clothes in front of you must be twice as many. The deputy commander squinted his eyes and counted. There are 6 people. Why don't you make 10 sets in one go? If you buy 10, get 1 free, I'll give you one as a gift. And it's still on the Nine Snakes Island under the jurisdiction of the 7 warlords of the Sea Empress. She's not very good at picking places. Who on the sea doesn't know that the feud between the Akatsuki organization and Marine is as high as the sky? You're still in the 7 warlords of the sea. The sea has the Akatsuki organization under his nose. I'm afraid he has lost his mind. The deputy commander felt a little relieved. After confirming that the other party was not the Akatsuki organization, he felt relieved. However, he never imagined that the relationship between Luo Yi and the Empress of the 7 warlords of the sea, who was beaten so embarrassingly at the Impel Down Vice Admiral Marine, was so close that many people could not imagine. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization really has 11 people. Chapter 97. But just when the deputy commander thought it was a fake Akatsuki organization and breathed a sigh of relief, a Marine battleship at the far left of him suddenly exploded. The fire was so bright that everyone was stunned, and the excited expressions on their faces were slightly frozen. Everyone turned to look at the Marine warship on the far left, only to see that this Marine warship had been completely blown to pieces. All petrified. No one has ever experienced something like this. As I was walking, a Marine warship next to me exploded. As a Marine warship that can go to sea to perform missions, it has gone through several layers of inspections. It is more difficult to see a Marine warship explode than to see a Marine warship fly into the sky. On the Marine warship closest to the ship, the Marine soldiers looked at the Marine warship sinking into the sea around them, feeling like they were dreaming. The commander-in-chief, who thought he was going to be the winner in life, was not frightened, but he was also confused. Who can tell me what is going on? The commander-in-chief picked up the intercom next to him and connected to the ship closest to the exploded Marine warship. 940. What did you see? How did it explode? The commander-in-chief was furious. A Marine battleship exploded under his eyes. Not only were the Marine soldiers on it killed, but the loss of a Marine battleship was not a small amount. It can be said that even if he captured Nine Snake Island, his credit would be greatly reduced due to the inexplicable explosion of this Marine warship. At this time, the captain who was talking to the commander-in-chief on the intercom was completely confused. You ask me, who should I ask? Just now everyone was crazy about what happened after rushing to Nine Snakes Island, who would pay attention to it? Holding the walkie-talkie, the captain was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to reply. However, he was not embarrassed for too long. Because just when he was silent, the marine battleship he was on also exploded. A little bird landed on the deck of the marine battleship and then exploded. The flames shot into the sky again, and the commander-in-chief, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, finally became dumbfounded when he looked at the second marine battleship exploding not far away. No matter how stupid he is, he still knows that the scene in front of him is no accident. There are enemies. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the shore, where Luoyi and the others were. At this time, the marine warship was very close to the coastline, and Luoyi could even see the desperate expression on the other party's face. But now it's not just the commander-in-chief who is confused. On Luoyi's side, the exhausted Zoro looks equally confused and desolate as he looks at the two marine warships that exploded one after another. The marine soldiers didn't know what was going on, but he knew the situation clearly. Deidara blew out two little birds, causing the marine battleship to explode twice in a row. What the hell is going on? Explosive fruit power user? Zoro shook his head. He had encountered an explosive fruit power user with Luoyi before, and his strength was incomparable to the man in front of him. Moreover, Deidara's attack method is very different from the attack method of those with explosive fruit abilities. Deidara couldn't hide the mouth in his hand, so Zoro saw the mouth in his hand that could spit out clay. Zoro's worldview was impacted at this moment. A bird was spit out from the mouth in the palm of the hand, and then the bird flew to the target, exploded violently, and was so powerful that a bird less than the size of a fist could directly destroy a ship that could marine battleship riding the wind and waves on the sea. This weird and casual attack method brought great shock to Zoro's heart. At this time, Zoro remembered what Deidara said, he used art to kill people. Art. There was a storm in Zoro's heart. Killing with a sword can also be an art. Luoyi has been paying attention to Zoro's expression. From the details of Zoro's expression, Luoyi can feel the general thoughts in Zoro's heart. Now, Luoyi knows that Deidara's murderous art performance is over for the time being. Although the true essence of Deidara's clay art has not yet been displayed, for Zoro now, what was shown today is enough for him to digest. As for the deeper art of killing, it would be better to wait until Zoro has more understanding and ideas before showing it to him. Otherwise, if you show it to him in one go, Zoro may just be confused and not understand anything. Okay, Deidara, let these people retreat 10 miles, but they are not allowed to leave. Luoyi said to Deidara. You can't kill all of these people. You have to leave some for Zoro. Deidara nodded, fully agreeing with Luoyi's idea. If you don't practice the art of killing, how can you possibly learn it? Deidara grinned and spit out a large amount of clay from the mouth in the palm of his hand, forming a huge bird. Deidara sat astride the giant bird and flew into the sky without any pressure. Then it flew towards the marine battleship in the distance. On the side of the marine warships, they were already in panic due to the inexplicable explosions of the two warships. The remaining marine warships did not dare to move forward and stayed there not knowing what to do. They knew that someone must be causing trouble, but it was so powerful that they were completely unaware of it, which was terrifying. At this time, the deputy commander of the Akatsuki organization, who thought Luoyi's group was fake, looked at the figures in black robes not far away, and suddenly panicked in his heart. A very scary possibility occurred to him. Thinking of this possibility, his breathing stopped. At this moment, a figure riding a giant bird flew towards them. All Marines focused their attention on Deidara almost at the same time. The unique costumes of the Akatsuki organization are so heartwarming and dazzling. The deputy commander almost cried when he saw Deidara's appearance and clothes. It's really the Akatsuki organization. It's over this time. Deidara in the air was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. In his eyes, these people were just Zoro's whetstones. Stand back 10 miles and don't go anywhere near Nine Snakes Island. If anyone is disobedient. Deidara said, pointing to a marine warship on the far right, where a bird made of clay had landed on the deck without anyone noticing. Boom! With Deidara's cool finger, the third marine battleship exploded into a ball of fire. The remaining marine soldiers fled Bali in a mess. Chapter 98. The third marine warship exploded under Deidara's finger, directly frightening the courage of these marines. The few remaining marine warships retreated 10 nautical miles in a hurry. 10 nautical miles away, the marines looked in the direction of Nine Snakes Island tremblingly, their faces pale. The commander-in-chief who wanted to capture Nine Snakes Island had no color left on his face, and he was stunned. Just now he didn't even have the courage to take action in front of Deidara. Deidara's eyes gave him a very scary feeling, making her tremble all over and unable to even lift the knife. Like someone killed from a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The commander-in-chief was completely confused and had no idea why things would develop like this. What he felt was correct. The number of people who died in Deidara's hands was so large that he simply could not imagine it. Not just Deidara, almost everyone in the Akatsuki organization has their hands covered with donated blood. It is not an exaggeration to say that they came out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this time in the Marine, not only the commander-in-chief was confused, but the deputy commander was also stupid. He had previously denied the possibility that these people were part of the Akatsuki organization, but was slapped in the face by Deidara the next second. This is definitely the Akatsuki organization led by Luo Yi. With such strength, there is no need to pretend to be anyone, you can only be a real member of the Akatsuki organization. But what really frightened the deputy commander was that Deidara looked completely unfamiliar to him. The Xiao organization under Luo Yi has a new member. The eyes of the deputy commander were full of despair. Regarding Luo Yi, the members of the Akatsuki organization seemed to appear out of thin air. There were many people on the sea who wanted to find the past of Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisame, but they all failed. There was no trace of them. Information. It can be said that the Akatsuki organization is definitely the most mysterious organization in this ocean. I know absolutely nothing about my identity, origin, or abilities. The most important thing is that every known member of the Akatsuki organization is powerful enough to crush the Marine Admiral, who is known as the most powerful Marine. You must know that there are only 3 people like Marine Admiral, even if they are powerful enough to join Marine. The Akatsuki organization under Luo Yi already had 3 people during the Impel Down battle. Now a new 4th person has appeared. The strength is also so strong that they have no idea of resisting. No. It wasn't just the 4th person. The deputy commander was trembling with fear. Before, he had clearly seen 6 people wearing Akatsuki organization's unique clothes on the coast. 6. I thought they were fake members of the Akatsuki organization, but now it seems that these people are all real. Luo Yi's Xiao organization, the most mysterious existence in the sea, has grown from 3 people to 6 people in just 2 months. Needless to say, even the other 2 who have not yet appeared are certainly not much inferior to the now known Uchiha Itachi and the manager Kisame. With an organization composed of 6 people whose strength exceeds that of Marine Admiral, plus Luo Yi, a pervert who can defeat both Sengoku and Whitebeard, who else can check and balance Luo Yi on the sea? Even the 4 emperors would have a hard time competing with Luo Yi. Although Luo Yi's power is not dominant in numbers, every member must not be underestimated. They are countless times more powerful than the so-called captain of Whitebeard's squad and the children of the 4 emperors and those people who can fight Marine Admiral undefeated can boast for a year. I haven't heard of anyone under 4 emperors who has the strength to easily defeat Marine Admiral. Compared with the Akatsuki organization under Luo Yi, he is simply not a person of the same level. The difference is too far. Regardless of the quality of his subordinates or the strength of his boss, no matter how you look at it, it is Luo Yi who stabilizes the 4 emperors. The deputy commander had difficulty breathing when he thought of this. This time, they fell into the hands of Luo Yi. Commander, what should we do? Some marine soldiers have not seen the whole truth of the matter, thinking that they are just the more powerful people on Nine Snake Island, and do not know that they have become Luo Yi's bag. Otherwise, let's get out of here. Nine Snakes Island is really scary. The marine warrior shivered, completely frightened by Deidara's powerful methods just now. It explodes with just one finger. Even a marine warship that is strong enough to sail on the sea for a long time and can continue to sail after being hit by several cannonballs can be easily blown through. This is beyond their understanding. They don't want to stay here any longer. Hearing the words of the marine soldiers, the commander-in-chief was shocked. In his heart, he was completely frightened by the threat of death. No. No. We can't leave, the commander-in-chief said immediately in a panic. He heard Deidara's words clearly just now. He retreated 10 nautical miles, but he was not allowed to leave Nine Snakes Island, otherwise he would kill them all. Under Deidara's bloodthirsty eyes, the commander-in-chief knew that Deidara was definitely not joking. If they really ran away, I am afraid that the somewhat enchanting-looking man would point his finger towards their location on the spot. By then, I'm afraid there won't even be any dregs left after being blown up. Even though he is the strongest among these marines, he still doesn't dare to resist Deidara's explosive power. That would definitely be courting death. But at this moment, the commander-in-chief felt his arm being grabbed. The commander-in-chief turned his head and saw the deputy commander's extremely pale face. It's Akatsuki. The deputy commander's voice was as low as the buzzing of mosquitoes, but he still heard it. Plop. The commander-in-chief sat down on the deck, and the look in his eyes dimmed instantly, becoming full of despair. Completely ruined. At this time, on the coast where Luo Yi 4.3 and others were, Zoro stared blankly at Deidara flying back on the big bird. The shock in his heart was simply unspeakable. Luo Yi spoke, Zoro, these people will be your sparring partners from now on. Luo Yi pointed to the marine warship in the distance and said, we will not take action again, these people are all yours. Don't let them kill you instead. After speaking, Luo Yi turned around and left with several members of the Xiao organization. Zoro, who stayed on the beach, looked at the 3 marine soldiers who were kidnapped by him and knew how to use armed colors, and several marine warships in the distance. The pride and passion in his heart, as well as the end of his refusal to admit defeat, burst into flames again. I can definitely do this, kill a marine battleship with just one blow. Zoro's eyes are extremely determined. Chapter 99. I must also do this, kill a marine battleship with just one blow. Zoro's eyes were extremely determined. After seeing Deidara's strength, Zoro couldn't calm down. Such strength was the strength he longed for. Looking at the 3 armed marines kidnapped next to him, Zoro's eyes completely changed. Armed colors, he must learn them as soon as possible. At this time, Zoro was kidnapped inexplicably. Among the 3 marines who were dragged for several miles in the sea, one of them woke up. When he opened his eyes, the marine felt a splitting headache. He only remembered that a man with green hair had quietly climbed onto the boat. Of course he immediately used his weapons to attack, but this person was as fierce as a wild beast. He only felt a sharp pain in his head and didn't know anything else. Now he saw the green-haired man sitting next to him. On the sea, there is no shadow of the marine warship. The distance of 10 nautical miles is enough for the marine warship to completely disappear from sight. Where is the marine battleship? What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? The marine soldier here looked completely confused when he woke up. At this time, Zoro also discovered the marine warrior who woke up. Zoro's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't wait for the 3 marines to experience armament haki. If they didn't wake up yet, he would wake them up. Now, this marine woke up at the right time. Seeing Zoro staring at him with an extremely fanatical look, the marine soldier felt a hair in his heart. The corners of Zoro's mouth raised slightly, and with a click, Hideo Yaiwan was unsheathed. Pointing the knife at the marine soldier, Zoro said, "Give you a chance to fight with me. Whether you can survive or not depends on your performance." Marine suddenly trembled and felt a strange feeling in his heart. As a marine who can understand armament haki and marine 6 styles, he is also considered a leader among marines and has his own pride. If the man in front of him lets himself go, there may be hope of escaping. If I kill you, everything will be over. Such thoughts appeared in the marine's head. During the whole process, he only saw Zoro's figure, so he naturally blamed everything on Zoro. As for Luo Yi and the people from the Xiao organization, they bombed 3 marine battleships and drove the marine back 10 nautical miles. He had not yet woken up from his coma, so naturally he did not know the existence of Luo Yi behind Zoro. Although he didn't know why the marine battleship didn't come to save him, as long as he killed this green-haired man, his life was in his own hands again. Seeing the change of expression on Marine's face, Zoro grinned. This effect was what he wanted, to make the other party think that he still had hope and could fight him with all his strength. Swish, swish, swish. Zoro swung his knife, and the rope binding the marine was cut off immediately. Zoro threw him a knife and already took a stance. Don't even think about releasing the other 2 marines. If you really dare to do this, I will chop off your head the moment you do it. Zoro said coldly. The marine swallowed hard. He really wanted to do this just now, but now, he no longer had such an idea in his mind. Stared by Zoro's eyes, he felt like he was facing a violent beast and was in danger at any time. He had no doubts about what Zoro said. If he really wanted to do that, his head would fly into the sky first and his blood would be spilled on the spot. This live Gashi also became determined. The only way out was to defeat the green-haired man in front of him. Picking up the knife on the ground, the marine soldier's eyes became solemn. The man in front of him is by no means an opponent that can be underestimated. Even if he is armed with armament haki and marine 6 styles, he cannot say that he will definitely win. The chance of survival in front of you is not so easy to win. But survival is human instinct. As long as there is a chance, he will try his best to survive. It can be said that this marine warrior is fighting Zoro with his life. Sizzle. Armament haki instantly covered the sword in the marine soldier's hand, turning the sword extremely black. A flash of light flashed in Zoro's eyes, and the opportunity to feel the armed color for himself was right in front of him. The battle is about to break out. At this time, in the palace on Nine Snake Island, Luo Yi looked lazily at the wine glass in his hand. The transparent red wine was swaying in the glass, exuding a unique fragrance. This is a kind of wine that Luo Yi likes very much. It can only be drunk on Jushi Island. It is less bitter than the red wine in his previous life and has a more fascinating aroma. On the table in front of Luo Yi, there is a weird object with a strange shape. This weird object has the same function as the incense burner in the previous life. You can put some fragrant materials in it. When lit, the whole room will be filled with a comfortable fragrance. Smell. The Empress was completing the work with her own hands. Several complex herbs were ground into small pieces in her hands and put into an incense burner-like object. After lighting them, a scent began to permeate the room. The concentration was appropriate, light and comfortable. If Zoro deals with those 3 marines alone, nothing will happen, the Empress asked curiously. Although the Empress did not care about Luo Yi's little apprentice, she was very curious. It is really full of curiosity to know what Zoro can grow into with Luo Yi's strength and extremely rough teaching methods. Is it the level of Shishibukai? In 2 years, is it possible to surpass Hawkeye? Good. Or can we finally reach a level where we can confront the 4 emperors head-on? All this is possible under the guidance of Luo Yi. There won't be any problems. If there is a character in this world that can arouse my interest and has infinite possibilities, it is Zoro. Luo Yi said with a smile. It's impossible for just 3 marines, even the marine elites of the Grandmaster Armed Color and Marine 6 styles, to kill Zoro. This man's goal is not to allow himself to die on Nine Snakes Island. If I didn't have this belief, how could I accept him? Luo Yi had a faint smile on his face, and observation Haki was paying attention to Zoro's current battle. Enter Armament Haki's first battle. Chapter 100. While Luo Yi was talking to the Empress, he had been paying attention to the battle on Zoro's side using observation Haki. With the strength of Luo Yi's observation Haki, it is even more powerful than Fujitora, who has the strongest observation ability known on the sea. As long as Luo Yi wants to know everything on Nine Snake Island. Of course, Luo Yi would not miss Zoro's first official contact with armed color. Luo Yi wants to know what Zoro will do. Zoro's talent in swordsmanship is indeed extremely powerful, but things like weapon color are hard to say. Although Luo Yi had already explained the knowledge and insights about weapon colors to Zoro before, it would be a bit difficult to comprehend something like Haki without any chance. Based on the qualifications of Luffy and his team, no one has understood armament Haki until now. It can be seen that this is already a very high-end skill. Luo Yi is paying attention to Zoro's war. Of course, he is not worried about Zoro's safety. It is just these 3 marine soldiers. Since Zoro can kidnap them back, it means that these 3 people are absolutely no threat to Zoro. Luo Yi is curious about how Zoro uses these 3 marines who know armament Haki to achieve his goal of understanding armament color. Of course, this task was originally supposed to be completed by Luo Yi with the help of Zoro, but of course a leader like Luo Yi would not teach Zoro how to understand the weapon colors step by step. What Luo Yi likes is the brutal and free-spirited teaching method. The path has been pointed out to you. If you want to become stronger, you have to grab the resources yourself. If you don't have an opponent, just go and where to support Zoro. And Zoro is also the most suitable person for this kind of teaching method. He really wants to become stronger, will maximize all resources at all costs, and will work hard to improve himself. This kind of apprentice is what Luo Yi likes. If it were someone like Usopp who was afraid of everything, Luo Yi would be so angry that he would slap him to death on the spot. But when Luo Yi was drinking, he raised his eyebrows and almost choked himself. Under his observation Haki's observation, Zoro's first contact with armament Haki has ended. The battle is over. This surprised Luo Yi. He thought that Zoro would feel the various characteristics of the weapons covered by armament Haki. Unexpectedly, not long after the battle started, Zoro slapped Marine on the head with the back of his knife, knocking him unconscious. Passed. No fight? Luo Yi wondered. Zoro's battle ended a little too quickly. But the next second, Luo Yi, who saw Zoro's movements through observation Haki, was slightly startled, with an expression of interest on his face. What's wrong? The Empress immediately noticed the change in Luo Yi's expression and asked curiously. Luo Yi smiled and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. This apprentice's talent is much better than I thought. At this time, Zoro was sitting cross-legged on the beach, with 3 knives placed across his knees, his eyes closed and thinking hard, with a dull expression on his face. Obviously, Zoro ended the battle so quickly because he gained some important insights into the color of weapons. Luo Yi, who wanted to understand this, couldn't see anything on the surface, but he was already a little amazed in his heart. Zoro not only has a super understanding level in swordsmanship, but now it seems that Zoro's talents are in all aspects needed for fighting. All surprisingly good. Interesting, it seems that the marines of these ships may not take Zoro for a month. Luo Yi said with a smile. Luo Yi had a plan in mind. Going to naval headquarters to collect interest was the next step in Zoro's training. Only by fighting against truly strong men can Zoro become stronger and stronger. Hancock, prepare a boat for me that can cross the calm belt. I will go to sea soon. Luo Yi patted Hancock's thigh. At this time, Hancock was squatting next to Luo Yi, mixing several types of wine for Luo Yi to prepare a special wine. He felt the movements on his legs and suddenly blushed. The movements of her hands were also deviated, the wine spilled slightly, and the Empress hurriedly arranged the drinks, looking very charming. Luo Yi looked at this scene with a naughty smile on his lips, which made Hancock dare not look at Luo Yi at all. Please give me flowers 0. Where are you going? After struggling for a long time, the Empress finally asked. Naval headquarters. Luo Yi said calmly. The Empress was suddenly shocked. After 2 months of calm, Luo Yi was going to make some big move again. She was a little reluctant to leave Luo Yi's side. Then you should pay attention to safety. The Empress said softly. It's not that she doesn't believe in Luo Yi's strength, it's just that where Luo Yi is going is really worrying. The naval headquarters base, where many powerful marines gather, is as dangerous as the 4 emperors' base camp. Even the great pirate Golden Lion, who was once famous all over the world, was beaten in naval headquarters and couldn't take care of himself, so he was sent to Impel Down. Seeing the worried expression on the Empress's face, Luo Yi smiled and touched the Empress's face. I'm going to collect interest this time. Sengoku owes me a lot. By the way, let the people at Marine know that I don't like other people's surveillance. In half a month, Zoro has completely understood armament Haki, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. He has been able to freely enter and exit several marine warships, and no one can block Zoro's sword. However, Zoro didn't really kill a few people, and Luo Yi didn't say much. These ships and the marine on board were originally used for Zoro to practice swordsmanship. Since they were handed over to Zoro, his life would not be changed again. On this day, just as Luo Yi was preparing to go to sea and head to the naval headquarters, a specially made boat crossed the calm belt and arrived at Nine Snake Island. The pirate flag hanging on the ship is the pirate flag of 4 Emperors Whitebeard. There was only one person on the boat. Whitebeard's people visit Nine Snake Island. It's the 100th chapter. I have been writing this book for more than a month. I am very emotional. I know that my hand disability has caused everyone a lot of discomfort. I am really sorry, but I will write the book seriously. In the end, the dull plot is about to start making waves again. 3.